the clay that is over the abyss. The God and the princely fashioners will thicken the clay. You, this is Namu speaking now. Do you bring limbs into existence? Nineveh will work above the goddess, will stand by you at your fashioning. O my mother, decree, fate, Nineveh will bind upon it the image of the gods. It is man. I mean, you can kind of just use your imagination at that point. It wouldn't necessarily I don't think if it 100% verifies your point, A1, it don't 100% verify GDN Capone point. I just wanted to line it up. You know what I'm saying? I apologize that, I had, some technical difficulties or whatever, but I just tried to do my best to line it up to contribute to the conversation.
It does what me and GDN Capone was both saying it does. It lines up my point and it continues to further prove he's wrong. We get it. I get it. He gets it. You still haven't get it, even though we told you that. You still saying that? This further proves him wrong. That it doesn't say anything about early hominids. It says they fashioned them from clay.
Okay, this is also what I wanted to show. I wanted to go back to this shot right here. This other one I had pulled up, which was it's this green one. So let me go and show that one. This green joint.
So I put the link in the back chat.
Sure.
If you want to check it out on your own time, when you ain't gotta share, you ain't gotta put it on the screen.
Okay, so do you see the green joint up there to say the creation of man?
You would say that because he know it's wrong.
Of course.
If you can show this one, A1.
So okay, so it's different ones. You got the 7 tablets of creation. You got the Numa Elish and the Atra Hasis as well.
The Atra Hasis, yeah, and the Numa Elish.
Yeah, go ahead and cook, bro.
Okay, so this one says Inky in Ninma, not to be confused with Inky in Nurasag. Okay. Thought the two myths featured the same deities as Ninma is another name in the Nurasag, is a Sumerian creation myth describing the cause and method of the creation of humankind from clay. The story also explains the origins of several deformed versions of human. Could that be seen as something like a humanoid?
Or a hominid?
Or a hominid? The origins, hold on.
But do you get the point, though, that he said
creation of humankind from clay. The story also explains the origins of several deformed versions of humans. But go ahead, A1. My bad for cutting you off, brother.
His whole point was that this species came and modified species that were already inhabiting the planet. And that's not what the story says. Because the story, he says, involves no clay. It's just them taking people that was already here.
But it's
so
different.
You keep trying to reiterate a point that only keeps proving me right and then saying, but he had a point. He didn't. He didn't. He admitted he didn't. And you the only one trying to prove he had a point. He gave up on trying to prove he had a point.
I don't think I heard that point.
Was the clay less intelligent than the Inky, than the Anunnaki?
That's a different question. That's just not what we was talking about. But we can go left, but just make sure Omar is ready to move if you move, because he still hasn't
No,
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 I'm just playing around,
I
bro.
know.
I'm just playing around.
A1. Remember what I told you I was doing? I was briefly listening in to the. So I had my phone to my ear. I'm watching a movie with my girl. I was watching the movie, The Mothman Prophecies. So I got my phone in my ear trying to listen to y'all. But then I'm trying to focus on the movie to watch the movie with my girl. She asking me questions about the movie. So I may have not heard every point directly, but I was just trying to make something of it. So, I apologize if
No, you cool. I ain't
if I didn't
tripping.
hear
It
accurately.
was
So
just
so so
talk.
so,
Like he
so
had
yeah,
gave up. He had threw in the
so
towel on that point.
I get you. So basically what you're saying is molded straight from clay. And what GDN Capone is saying that there was already some type of humanoid here that got split with something.
That's always how I heard the story.
He didn't
Okay.
say got
Many
split with
different
something.
times.
He said these people, these aliens called the
Alien,
Anunnaki came to the
yeah,
planet. There was people roaming around already,
and
an early
modified them.
hominid species.
Yeah, and
They took
modified them.
the species that was already here, and he was trying to elaborate that they were monkeys or an earlier ape style non-walking man. He was very detailed. None of this is in there though. He had a lot of
That's because
details. None of the
I seen
details
the
are in
visual.
there.
I
That's because I
swear,
seen the visual
To
and I
his
was
point,
trying
though,
to.
I
seen the
he saw a
visual.
YouTube video, though. To his point,
Yeah, I seen a YouTube
so
video and
you can't put it all on him.
it was a visual of
Definitely.
it. So
Where are my sound effects, man? It's up here kicking ass and taking names tonight, man.
that's a big gaslighter. That's all it is. But back to the Ramirez Darwin thing though. This is interesting. I ain't even when I had my debate with Issa, I ain't even go this far. But man, this is you don't find this interesting that his grandfather was already had a poetic view of or imagination of this life starting from early
I
from
resent
animals.
how you're framing it as poetry, and you still keep trying to frame it as poetry.
They
Even though I
call it
proved you
poetry.
wrong that it's poetry. It's
Okay,
not poetry. He
they
wrote in a
call it.
poetic style. Do I need to pull up the source of the
Oh,
person
so he
who
wrote
you
it.
cited?
Okay, so he wrote it in a poetic style. That don't make it poetry.
No, it's not
He's
poetry.
using
It
poetic
wasn't considered
terms.
poetry by any of his contemporaries.
Mm.
He just used very poetic language and metaphors to explain his point. It is not poetry, and it was not poetry.
That's
and you
poetry.
keep trying to, bro. If you gonna prop up, if you're straw man in the argument when you present the weakest version of it, and you know
I'm saying that. So that's not poetry.
So
writing something in poetic.
Don't worry about it. I'm gonna just pull up a source. I'm gonna read from the source, and then you can argue with the source. Because you're not gonna say so. It's not poetry to the source. You're not gonna say that when the source tells you no, it's not.
So listen, I gave you a link, and it says how Arrhenius Darwin poetry sparked leading evolution theories.
Now you're doing two different things. Was it his poetry or was it Zoonomia? Because he actually had poetry books. That's the difference, and I don't want you conflating the two. So
I'm not conflating the two. Even Zoonomia is written in a poetic style.
There, you see how you keep trying to conflate the poetry and him writing in a poetic style?
Bro,
and you don't think that's disingenuous?
Listen, if Kendrick Lamar produced a scientific treatise about what they trying to figure out right now,
man. It's just you're about to go to a false equivalence.
No, he a poet, right? he write poetic, right? He write.
Go ahead. I'll let you finish. I'm sorry. Go ahead, finish.
Listen, what I'm saying is, I'm not the only one that call it poetry. So you saying that I'm wrong, you should say that these other people, you should say Ed Simon is wrong. He's a PhD in English literary works.
You reading it wrong and you framing it all wrong. I know you lying. You gonna lie about every source that's come after.
I gave you my source.
You showed me how you gonna keep conflating the two. You gonna read something that says exactly what I said, but keep trying to say poetry like with an extra umph, like it's doing something to somebody. Nobody's
Well,
falling for
the
this, bro.
poetry is poetic. Okay, it's poetic. Is that better? His poetic writing. They both his poetry and Zunomia.
I have the article pulled up when y'all ready.
Yeah, I put it in the back chat.
Okay. I'm pulling up my source first because
All right.
did any of Erasmus Darwin's contemporaries consider Zunomia a poetry? This is an easy yes or no question. I'm not framing it some type of weird way for AI, and then we can go into his contemporaries, and we could pull up the specific one who you cited, and I guarantee they all gonna say the same thing I'm saying. And if not, I'll stand corrected up here. I just haven't had to be corrected yet. I've been the only one corrected. So I'm sure I'm gonna have my day. This ain't gonna last forever, but okay. Now let's share the screen. Share this tab instead, because the answer is no. So I don't know why you're saying that. And then you cited a source. So maybe there is one contemporary, and we're gonna go to him just to see what's going on and what he wrote. It says no, there is no historical record that any of Erasmus Darwin's contemporaries considered Zunomia to be a poetry. How it was actually understood at the time. Let me zoom in on this. I don't know why you keep trying to force this, though. You tried to force it. I knew it was weird just how you was doing the language. This is, man, I could spot a bullshitter a mile away. Just how you had to conflate the language, and I kept trying to stop you with that. Like, this is already very weird, because nobody would have to do that if this was just what it was and on the up and up. No, there is no historical record that any of Erasmus Darwin's contemporaries considered Zunomia to be poetry. How it was actually understood at the time, when it was published in the 1790s, readers and viewers treated it as a medical textbook, physiology work, a natural philosophy, early science treatise, a speculative work on life, disease, and biology. It was discussed in the context of medicine and science journals, not literary poetry criticism. Why people sometimes think it's poetic. And here's where what you keep getting caught on, and you keep conflating and muddying you keep conflating two things and muddying the waters for everybody who's actually trying to get something learned here. But you're doing that because you want to try to slight Darwin, like, man, he read some poetry. That's how all this came about, y'all.
I said he read his grandfather's work. I'm not saying. I'm saying he went and did further research on his grandfather's vision, which was cited in all his works, in his poetry and in Zunomia, which is written in which has a poetic style to it, an imaginative style to it. So is
that the word you want? Imaginative.
So what I'm saying. So
let me pay very close attention. But go ahead.
Okay, so let me clarify it. So
poetry, imagination. Now, see, that's where you were going with all of this.
So Darwin did research on his grandfather's belief. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
it's a belief. That's backed by science today. So, but. And his grandfather, he started talking about Cupid and Jupiter and Venus and all type of stuff in there.
In various different.
Y'all ready for the article?
He's got poetry.
Y'all ready
books.
for the article?
And again, I guarantee you're conflating a poetry book with the science book. I
guarantee
I read the part. Isn't talking about Cupid, but you're going to say that as if that's what it is.
But I read the part.
It's weird. I don't know why you would.
No, look, I read the part where it talk about the conflation. I'm not conflating. I'm making I gave you the article. The article clearly says that. You argue with that. He's a expert in literary works. So he's using a literary device. He's not talking scientifically. This is what he's saying.
GDN Capone, I have the article right here. I have it pulled up. Hey, A1, share my screen right quick.
Yeah, this is embarrassing, and you're about to try to prove him right, even
No,
though he's admitting he's
listen,
wrong.
listen. All
Let's
I'm
go.
gonna do,
Go ahead.
all I'm gonna do is read the article, and y'all brothers sort it out.
Hey,
I just want to read the article.
you don't got a screen share.
All right.
But just read the title. What the title say?
And what's the source of the article?
Sure,
Before you go into
sure,
titles, let's
A1.
go into the source. Where is this from?
So this
From
source,
Eon's Ideas.
Aeons, is
Eon's Ideas. Is this a blog post?
It's Aeons. No, it's
Eon.
The link is in the back, right? I'm about to pull it up and read
Yeah.
it
it's
from the
accredited.
actual
It's
website
accredited.
while y'all going on. You like that word accredited. I don't. I'm losing faith in the word
So
accredited
that-
the more you use
So
it.
right there it says,
Now,
go ahead, Omar. Go ahead.
all we got to do. So, how Erasmus Darwin's poetry prophesies evolutional theory. All right.
Now look, right there, the title says it all right there.
I don't know.
You ain't gotta go no further.
Hey, let me pause this. Let me pause
I
this.
don't want to have a.
That's why he want me to stop. He say the title says it all. We don't gotta go no further. Yes, we do.
Yeah, you gotta read everything.
Did y'all hear this, man? The title says it all. We don't gotta go no further. He trying to stop me from reading the article for real.
Yeah, when you already see the bias in the title.
But the title really was clickbait. When I went and read the article, while they talking, I'm reading it. Because if you heard, I said, hold up, let me pull up the article myself so I can read it while y'all going over it.
So who was
I know
it?
they take too long to read. So I'm like, man, I can read twice as fast as y'all talk.
Who wrote
Hey,
it?
let me say something real quick. Sometimes you can prove things with the title of the article, but this is a clickbait article, just like you said. So anytime you're trying to prove a point with an article that's designed to clickbait, that's disingenuous, just like you said.
So he either didn't read it like he didn't read Zoonomia, but he frames it like he did when he talks. He says, well, when you read it, it says, and then I asked him, did you read it? He said, well, no. Like, was crazy. It was weird. This is very weird.
Hey, look, that said that was written by some dude named Ed Simon, but then it said it was edited by Sam Dresser. That's why I don't be trusting those sites. I trust Sam Dresser.
It's all right. That's not the major point. Something else I could look into. I didn't even get that far before I debunked this. Or, well, really, this debunked them. It wasn't me debunking nothing. It was the article that they chose to read. Not read, I should say. And then after this is over with, yeah. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter what the time. They was wrong so long. I just got so frustrated after this. I'm like, man, I'm just about to play the video. I'll talk to y'all later. It'll say you didn't bring up wasn't able to quote one book.
Don't be mad at me. Hey, what? I'm just gonna read it, brother.
That title is crazy.
That title is crazy, ain't it? Right, man, I know I'm not tripping. I had to go look. I even went through my AI and see. I asked the same question. A1, why do people call it poetry?
Hold on. Let's read this.
And I guarantee they're going to name a bunch of books that don't say Zoonomia in here. The book that we were talking about in the book you quoted, they're actually going to cite poetry books. I already told y'all he was a poet.
Man, don't be so tight, man. I just want to read.
I'm not being tight. I'm trying to get y'all to be academically astute, and y'all are failing right now.
This is my article. Listen. I told you I don't have a dog in the fight. Listen.
Well, then don't have a dog in the fight. You pulled up an article and you put the dog on the leash, and you trying to walk it around the block. If you don't got a dog in the fight, don't put up the leash, bro.
Can I read it, brother?
You gonna further hurt GDN Capone if you read this article.
Please, brother?
I've already read it. Go ahead. Now you can read it. But it's gonna further put a nail in the coffin for GDN Capone because he thinks he can go off of titles. And
no, I ain't say go. I did the research.
You want him to read this, GDN?
I did the research, bro.
It's gonna do exactly what just happened before.
So what's in Zoonomia is also what's in the poetry. See, that's the part that you missed. You saying that it's a conflation.
No, you just conflated it.
No, how?
You
Let's
just
just read.
conflated.
That's not a
You said
conflation.
his
Let's
poetry.
just read it.
You said he
Let's
talks
just read
about
it.
the same stuff in his poetry that he talks about in his science books. You just conflated the two, not me.
That's his
I can't
writing
conflate
style.
the two.
That's his belief.
And what's your
That's what
point?
I'm saying.
What does it matter? What does it matter? What's your
The
point?
Darwin's research is based off his grandfather's belief. Now I'm making that claim.
Okay. Well, don't say off his poetry because that's false.
What's wrong if it was poetry or not? He
Because you're trying to
saw
straw man the
somewhere.
argument.
I can read it real quick.
Come
No,
on,
go
man.
ahead, because his whole point was that
Let's read it
Darwin's
right
stuff came from his grandfather. So did his abolitionist beliefs. So did his beliefs against anti-slavery. Why would I think that other stuff wouldn't come from them? What's your point, though? You say that to say what? Now let's get to the meat and potatoes, because y'all done walked this down for an hour. Now I'm about to
It's
stop.
a
You gotta wait,
belief.
Omar. You gotta wait before you read this. What
It's a
is your point?
belief. It's a belief
No,
that's rooted in science. That's all I'm just.
all
That was
theories
my point.
all theories until proven are a belief. All hypotheses until proven, would you agree, are a belief? That's all of science, correct?
I believe that
You're not answering my question. Every hypothesis until proven is a belief, correct?
It's a hypothesis.
What is a hypothesis?
A thought. A hypothesis. You asked the question.
And until it's proven, it's a belief, right?
I don't know.
I got him. I just made him tap out, y'all.
You
came up here. He came up here.
I don't know.
He
I
came
just
up
said
here
I
with
don't.
this BS.
I just said I don't know if it's a belief or not.
Hey, you don't know what a hypothesis is, though?
A hypothesis is a
Google it, bro. Google it.
No, I know what a hypothesis is. It's a theory. It's a theory.
It's a tentative, testable prediction or explanation for a phenomenon. That means it's testable. So it's only a hypothesis until somebody proves it true. Then we got a fact. Then we got a theory or something. Scientific theory explains facts.
Hey, look.
Okay,
Hey.
well, you came up here with this mess and almost got your homie head chopped off. I'm trying to save Omar from following you down this long.
But the guy that wrote this
he the straw
article,
man and you the tin
he's
man.
an expert. He's a PhD in literary English.
What's his name?
Ed Simon.
Ed Simon, and he wrote on what?
He wrote this article.
Ed Simon.
Ed Simon wrote the article.
PhD. D. Darwin. Let's see. Howie Rasmus.
Read. Hey, wait. Go down.
Hold on. Let's go up. So this is what it says. Ed Simon is a public. Hold on, man. Let me get my damn glasses.
But I still want you to actually make a point, though.
Well, I
made my claim already.
Saying that he wrote poetry about his observations.
Then he was a Freemason. Well, not Ed Simon, but Arrhenius.
This is trash. Scholarship. This is the best you got to come up with.
That's not bad scholarship, bro.
Who cares? What's your point, though?
A1.
I made my point already. I made my claim already.
A1, real quickly.
And because of that, we should follow evolution. Say the rest of it. Say it all, bro.
I just put the claim out there. I ain't say what you should do or what you shouldn't. It's interesting though when you peel back the potatoes.
There ain't no layers to peel back. You think you would uncovering some conspiracy? Like, nigga, this shit weak as hell. Go ahead, Omar. You can't do no worse than he did.
You asked about Ed Simon, so this is what it says. Ed Simon is a public humanities lecturer in the English department of Carnegie Mellon University and the founding editor of the Pittsburgh Review of Books. He is also the editor-in-chief for Rust Belt magazine, a contributing editor to the Montreal Review, and a staff writer at LiftHub. His most recent book is Devil's Contract, the history of the Faustian bargain, which some of his latest work was in 2024. Named one of the best books of 2024 by the New Yorker. He lives in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So that's just a quick background of Ed Simon.
Yeah, I just looked him up before you can get all that out already.
Yeah, he a PhD.
But my whole point was, even
He's a
if he
PhD.
is,
Yeah,
my whole point was
He's a
that
PhD.
GDN Capone is not making a point. He's trying to slander the idea of evolution. That's all he's doing, by reducing it down to it was just somebody's poetry and somebody picked it up. That's what he's trying to
I don't necessarily believe in evolution.
Now, he didn't come up here to dispute the archaeology. He didn't come up here to dispute the
necessarily
paleontology.
believe in evolution either.
I'm just showing you how a belief could become science. A belief can become.
You need to show that the poetry came before the natural observance of natural selection, and you haven't done that either. So you ain't showing nothing. You showing that he wrote poetry about things he observed.
Who founded the idea of natural selection? Who coined that? Darwin, right? Charles Darwin.
No, his dad did in the book Zootopia, actually. But go check that out though, because you up here quoting it as a poetry book and it's not. You don't know that he was the first one to write about natural selection. You're trying to give it to his
no, he's the first one to write about evolution.
And you got this man trying to.
He's the first one to write about evolution.
You got this man trying to tango with you, and he don't even know the steps. And he about to get messed up. Stop following GDN Capone until you know he knows what he's talking about, Omar. You shouldn't. You're running up trying to verify everything he says before you verify it. First, verify that it's true. You ain't even doing that.
I don't care about Charles Darwin. He ain't my daddy.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, every time you bring up something, it further makes him look worse, and then it drags out me even proving the point. I stop and I let you read it only for it to say what I've been saying. It don't never say what he been saying.
Listen, man, I would be honest. I don't give a rat's ass about what none of this garbage say. Okay, I don't agree with this garbage. This is all this is. All this is what I'm looking at. Life beneath the shoreless. This is pure garbage.
That's why he's up here, because he don't agree with this shit either. Let me go ahead and bring up something out of one of my slideshows. I got some stuff coming up this week.
Else, man. You something else. I'm not doubting that they was abolitionists. I don't think Erasmus was, but I know that his other grandfather was Josiah. The Josiah dude, he was the abolitionist. I think Charles Darwin was.
I didn't say the other one was an abolitionist, though. My quote-unquote words were he was a vocal anti-slavery advocate.
Well, you said both of them was abolitionists.
I quote-unquote say he was a vocal anti-slavery advocate, and it's on my slides. Like, if you want me to go to that folder, pull that up, I can. But because I remember the slide, I remember what I said verbatim. And you may have caught me slipping and saying it because I'm talking too fast, because y'all are all over the fucking place. Yeah, I'm fighting two people who are both wrong as hell at the same time.
You gotta attack this way, because the foundation that is rooted in you gotta come from a different direction. You know, so you don't see the punch.
But what you just did was fallacious as hell.
How? All right, bro, I'm done.
You need me to show you how that's fallacious? Instead of talking about the science to debunk evolution, you want to talk about who came up with the ideas, what their background was they racist or not? What the hell does that have to do with 150 years of
I ain't say they was racist.
150 years of microbiology, 150 years of biological evolution. What does that have to do with all of these different sciences that converge to make this, that have tested and proven this? What does that have to do with the fossil record?
So grandfather was you saying that
everything but the things it takes to debunk.
So was Aramis correct? Was he correct in the terms of science? Was he correct?
Wrong one. Was he correct in what? What specific?
In his poetry, was he correct?
I'm gonna answer the question when you answer the question. Let's talk about Zoonomia, which wasn't a poetry. I don't want to talk about any of Charles Darwin's grandfather's poetry books. If you want to talk about Zoonomia, we could talk about that because it wasn't a poetry. I only want to talk about things of a scientific nature. You're not about to keep hitting me with this genetic fallacy and talking about a bunch of bullshit. If you don't want to talk about the science, when you can't defeat the science, you have to attack the scientists. I recognize what's going on. Get your ish together.
So
you can't come to the face off like this, brother. We selling $20 tickets. Come on now. Let's get it together.
An Gnostic scholar in 1954, he viewed his work as poetry, poems. Hey, I'm saying it's not just me, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Nigga, didn't I just tell you he had 2 books that were poetry? So you saying that doesn't say anything.
No, but he specifically cite in quotes from Zoonomia and give his critique on it afterwards.
Pull it up and share it on the screen.
I'm in the process of
so
getting.
Then we can say he a rabbit ass nut, and then let me pull up a scholar who says he's crazy.
Well,
we can go scholar for scholar.
Maybe science is just some nutty ass shit. I mean,
that's what you want people to believe. That's why you're trying to go to poetry. But I'm not about to let you get up here and make a mockery of science. Not on my watch, and not while you.
Not all science. But what if also is I'm just showing that scientific. Well, we already went through that. You already said it's rooted in belief. You already acquiesced to that. So.
Well, that's what a hypothesis is until it's proven true. Like we can all agree to that. So I don't even understand why you keep saying a guess, a hypothesis, a theory. Like that shit means something. It only means something till you prove it true. It's only magic till you learn the trick. Then it's science. It's only voodoo till you learn the science behind it. Then it's science. It ain't no longer voodoo. If you take a cell phone back in time right now, they're gonna think you doing magic too.
Okay, so what about creation? Is that still a belief? Or is that rooted in science?
The falsifiability filter, okay?
Come on, man. I don't want to fight. I gotta fight you in. Man.
You already asked me. You was asking me questions. And then when I said you was wrong, your homie jumped up off the bench and start trying to swing for you.
All right, go ahead.
So now I gotta give it to y'all.
Go ahead.
If you want to prove evolution wrong, you need to stop trying to show up talking about this nigga used to write poetry too. Nobody gives a fuck, bro. You need to come and show mammals and rock layers far older than expected. You need to show genetic patterns entirely contradicting evolutionary relationships across multiple sciences. This is the stuff that you need to bring if you want to debunk evolution. Y'all keep trying. He was racist. It's false.
Bro,
that's not how you present an argument, and that's not an argument, bro. It's an ad hominem, it's a fallacy, and that's all you trying to do is slander the man, make straw man arguments.
No, look, A1, nobody cares if he was racist or not. There's holes in Darwin's whole
Again,
bullshit.
I'm muting out because I'm not debating 2 people for free. I'm charging $20 to debate 1 person. So I don't know what y'all think y'all doing.
There's all kind of missing links,
but it's done. Y'all 2 can talk amongst each other.
You take it into
y'all can talk amongst each other. You got it.
And guess what? No, A1.
You taking it too personal, bro.
Yo, A1, get your monkey ass back up in here, G.
I ain't going nowhere. I ain't showing no more slides. I ain't talking about this.
Up in here.
It ain't face off day.
But
if you want to argue in circles and keep pretending like you're not wrong every time I prove you that you're wrong, everybody's seeing this. It's like 14. Both of y'all. You kept co-signing for him. Your credit get back he fucked your credit up.
I did.
You co-signed. You put your name on that joint.
A1. I did not co-sign for him.
Yes, you did.
No. I said you brought up good points, and GDN Capone brought up good points.
GDN didn't bring up no good points. He'll even tell you I was wrong. So right after he says I was wrong, you keep saying, but GDN brought up a good point. No, he didn't. Even he said he didn't. He said he was wrong.
I went back.
Everybody's saying he's wrong, including him. But you don't see a problem with that?
Yo,
I wasn't wrong.
Hold on, watch this.
I was misinformed about.
You was definitely wrong about the Anunnaki, bro. You were wrong. Okay, that's enough of that. Yeah, I got the drag of them. it was they was trying to make me work and debate for free. I had to stop it.
Definitely.
He said I wasn't wrong. I was just misinformed. Yeah, you was misinformed for an hour arguing with me. That's wrong. That's what was wrong.
Hey, you said you had questions about Kemet's origin,
Yes, I did.
cosmology story.
I did have some questions about Kemet's. Yeah, because they don't have they don't talk about evolution or you know any
So,
of that.
just like we brought up initially, you have people before Darwin that talk about that topic in a different frame. They frame it differently. So you have a survival of the fittest adaptation frame, and then you actually do have even some Europeans before Darwin talking about it in a different way. But when it goes back to Kemet, um, they have animals as a part of their divination system, and an important one was Tahuti as the baboon, and that was before it became the ibis. So the reason why they use the baboon is because it's the only animal that is relative to a human's intellect. Um, and they kept that as the symbol for Tahuti to show their East African origins for that divination as a part of their spiritual system. There's also a relief. Um, it's generally known as the panel relief of baboons with Wajet. So if you want, you can bring that up and share your screen. But I use this relief as a way to inform people that even the committee you understood certain levels of um, evolutionary biology.
Say that last part again for me. The
So I
evolutionary
use
biology
that
part.
relief. So I use the relief panel of the baboons with the Wajit.
You got a link for that? Can you drop a link for that in the back?
You can actually just go into any web search engine and type
Oh,
it in. But I use that in combination with Tahuti as a baboon to show that the committee you had an understanding of certain levels of uh, evolutionary biology.
how you spell Wajitet?
Oh, so it's Wajet. So it's WEDG, or I'm sorry, WEDJET. It should come up. It should be two baboons standing on their hind legs.
Holding the Eye of Horus. Is that the one?
Hootie was also, as the baboon, Tahuti was also the guide for the deceased in the underworld.
Well, there you
And
go, right there. That's our common ancestor right there. You see it? It's right on your picture. Matter of fact,
you said what? Yeah, definitely.
that's our common ancestor.
But there's another I
We
definitely
done
put
figured
a
it out. I just cracked the code,
yeah.
y'all. Right here on Titans Debate League.
Well,
That's
that just
why
say
actually
that to me that point to maybe Kemet was pointing to that, and later experimentation would have led to what we found out today about evolution. So you could be right about that, Tahuti. I mean, if you look at it in that aspect, maybe that was their landing point. Once they did have the technology to be able to look deeper into that topic of descendants, maybe they was pointing to that with that Tahuti. I'm with you, A1. I'm with you, Tahuti. I feel.
Yeah, and even then, just like we do today, we also associate our strength, our levels of strength, and our levels of savagery with a gorilla. You know, even though it's part fictitious, but we do that.
Say that again, Tootie.
Our
Your mic,
intellect
your mic
back
is coming low.
in. Oh, is it my mic is messing up?
No, it's just kind of low.
All right, what about now? Better?
Yeah,
Can you hear me now?
yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, so yeah, so
That is better.
the committee, you just like today, we associate strength, having a lot of strength, and having a lot of savagery and brutality with the gorilla. So back in ancient times, the committee, you related intellect with the baboon.
Okay, okay. Uh, the wise baboons. You know what I'm saying? They had to survive. The elder hominids, we should call them, huh? But people don't understand that. They say we. What did they say? We come from monkeys. We don't necessarily come from monkeys, but we are part of the taxon of great apes. Uh, and we're
Right.
apes the same way we're mammals, the same way we're vertebrates, the same way we're eukaryotes. So,
And
uh,
the comedic origin story also talks about, childbirth and being formed in the womb. We have canoe on the potter's wheel,
mm.
fashioning man.
So y'all got a little bit of all of that up in there. Y'all got the clay,
Yeah,
the baboon
definitely.
represent intellect.
I did a presentation on the Dendura light, and one of the things that I pointed out is that the French didn't become leaders in electrical engineering until they raided the Dendura temple. So they discovered the Shabaka stone, and they went from there because they discovered atomic theory back when they were Greeks and they were studying in Kemet. So that showed up again when they raided the temples, and they went from looting the temples to studying, and then they came up with Egyptology out of that. So a lot of your modern science, uh, it owes its authority to Kemet and the French raiding the temples.
Yeah, yeah. And I got this presentation over here, basically just covering what y'all saw me dealing with GDN Capone. So anybody can use this as a defense guide against. We got Elder Yara up here. Go ahead, Elder Yara. How you feeling today?
Hey, I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling best, man. Peace to y'all, man. Hey, man, I just had to jump on, man. My good brother Tahuti, man, like, you don't have a source for any of that, brother. Like, you don't, bro. And I get, man, that people like to have these feel good. People that play with the Bible like to do that. You know what I'm saying? I just got through, I argue with Hebrews and Christians when they try to get me to believe that a man was swallowed by a fish and lived in his belly for 3 days. Now, I'm a Hebrew Israelite. You can read those words in black and white in the text, but I'm smart enough to understand that it's metaphorical. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's holy wow, bro, that you try to say that. You understand? I know the reason why those baboons or the baboon was associated with Toph. I've known that for years. So and the
With
reason
who?
why is not what you say it is. There's no source that says that. I mean, it sounds romantic, but it doesn't exist. Y'all give these ancient people ideas and concepts that they never had, right? That's disingenuous scholarship. And then my man, when he asks you, do you have a link or a source for that? You told him to go and Google something, bro. That is not what he asked you.
I was definitely over here Googling it. Ain't nothing come up. I ain't see it, but
You gonna Google till your fingertips bleed, bro.
you
It's
see what I'm
not.
asking? Like, how do I?
I know why and you know what I'm saying? I want to hear the brothers reason again. I just why did they associate the baboon with Toth? Because Toth
Well,
is
well,
wisdom, but tell
first
us
you
why.
said you had an understanding, so I want to hear yours
See,
first,
no,
and
no, you
then,
ain't asked me no question with a question, bro. See, this is what I mean about
well,
when
I
I
already answered the
already know
question.
you're not. You're see when people do that to me, bro. That tells me they already shaky on what they think they know or what they've created. You see?
I got you, but again, we got to take that with a grain of salt because
No,
right
we
now we're
don't.
doing the
I I
presentation.
I asked you a
Right
direct
now,
question.
A1 is doing the presentation, and it focuses on Abrahamic pushback
Okay, that's perfectly fine.
for evolution.
That's
So
perfect.
now
I
here
don't have
you
it. See, here
are,
we go
right?
again. I
So
don't have
now
it.
here you are, you pop up on the panel, and
See,
you are
now he
a
deflected.
Abrahamic, right?
No,
You are a Hebrew Israelite.
let me help you. I don't let me help you. I don't have a pushback for evolution. That's where you go wrong. I believe in theistic evolution. I do believe in the evolutionary process. So, as a Hebrew Israelite, I believe that's what the text reads. You see? So, let me ask you again. Why do you associate the baboon with Toth? What is your understanding of that?
Well, I just told you. I already answered it.
Do
So
you have a source for that?
yeah, the pyramid text, the
Which
coffin
pyramid
text.
text? Which pyramid text?
You can. What are you talking about? Which pyramid? Do you know how
Which
to bring
there are
up?
many pyramid texts. Which one?
Do you know how to bring up the
I
pyramid
know how to
text?
search the TLA. Which pyramid
Okay,
text are you
so
referring to?
so when you search it, why
Brother, you
didn't
can
you?
tell me,
Why
you
didn't
could
you?
listen, you can tell me you can tell me it's the Harris Papyrus. You can tell me it's the pyramid text of Unis or where you can tell me which pyramid text are you referring to? Because you made a claim that exists in a pyramid text, and I'm asking you
I also
which
said the coffin
pyramid
text
text.
as
Okay,
well.
which coffin text?
So the pyramid text and the coffin text that I refer to are the
Mhm.
ones that are interpreted in Milana Karinga's book, and there's another one that's interpreted in another scholar of Africana studies.
What's the
So
name of
those
those
are the books
pyramid
that I
texts?
go on, right?
I'm asked. That's not what I
But I
asked you.
don't. But the thing is, that's what I go off of.
Oh, so
So
you don't really
directly,
know what the answer of those pyramids. You don't know. You don't know which pyramid texts those are or coffin texts they are. That's
not
what
off
you
the
just
top of
said.
my head, I don't. I
Okay,
don't
I
know off the
appreciate
top of
that
my head.
because that's all I asked you. That works for me. If you say I don't remember or I don't know, I got you.
Now let's
Hey,
move on. So,
yeah, I
what do
got you.
you understand about Tahuti and not thought? But because the Greek stuff, and this is how you
It's
know that Hebrew is Greek, because y'all always refer to the Hellenized versions of Kemetic identities.
Hey, bro, do you not know
So
that?
now I want you to answer my question. What is your understanding of why the baboon was used by the Committee U for Tahuti?
Okay, so now y'all listen to me, give him an answer and explain, right? And then why my good brother A1 Google searched me, then I want him to come back and tell me why me and A1 is wrong, because A1 is going to agree with what I'm about to say when he Google searches it, right? When you study the determinative, the baboon, because that's how they use it as a determinative, they use it as a symbol. They used it as a symbol for Thoth because they expressed that the baboon had wisdom, which Thoth or Tahuti is associated with, because of the way that the baboon naturally lives in its environment. What does that mean? The baboon is known to rock, to wake up at the crack of dawn when the sun begins to rise, which the Egyptians observed or were called Ra. So at the height of Ra, as he's coming up from another world, the baboon, that's the clock that they use naturally, internally. And so they would, and because of the baboon, how they would do that, they would yawn, they would stretch. So it would appear to the ancient Egyptians that the baboon was raising his hands to Ra and worshiping the deity. So that's why they associated the baboon with wisdom or Tahuti. Now, I want my good brother, the A1, to Google search that. I promise you that's the answer you're going to get. It ain't going to be none of that fugaziness this brother just made up. Okay?
What did I make up?
You made
Because
up
I
this,
also, hold on,
bruh,
I also said that the
bruh.
baboon was
You said
definitely
what?
associated with wisdom, right?
Why?
And I said its origins. I said they associated the baboon because they wanted to show that the origins of that spiritual concept came from East Africa, right?
That's
So
wrong.
you
That's
just
false.
added more
That's false.
detail to
You
it.
made that up, bro. That had nothing to
So
do
I
with
made
what.
that up.
Yes, you just created all of that, bro.
Well, we know hold on, we know baboons aren't native to Kemet.
Hey,
So,
thank
right?
you. They're not.
So if I say that they use that divination in the baboon
Uh
to
huh.
show that it came from Central or East Africa,
Uh huh.
right? That
Uh
doesn't
huh.
mean that I'm saying it's from Kemet. We're just
You
going further into the details based on you pushing for it and creating a narrative that I was incorrect.
you are incorrect because
I'm
why
not
did
incorrect.
you? I
It
just
all
told
is,
you. I
trust
just
me,
showed you incorrect because there's
you
no
didn't show me that I
ulterior
was
text.
incorrect.
Hold on, I'm getting ready to tell you right now because there's no ulterior text, no coffin text, no text that agrees with what you said.
So
None.
the coffin text says that he is a guide, and I didn't say the coffin text associates him with evolution. So
I didn't say nothing
I
about
made three
evolution.
points. So I said 3 points about Tahuti associated with the baboon. And one of the points that you only addressed one of those points, and we were both correct. You only added more detail to it. So in my second point, I went into uh, the fact that they have a relationship. They're the only animal that is divinized that has a relationship with a human based on its intellect. So you pretty much said everything that I had to say. Now you're creating a narrative that I'm incorrect. But go ahead.
No, so I'm not creating a narrative that you're incorrect. I'm showing you that you're incorrect because what you stated when you were asked to show a source for any of that, you said it's in the, you said coffin text. And then you said
No, he asked
ulterior.
me a source. I said you can generally look up in any web search inquiry. You can type in the panel relief of baboons with Wadjet, and he said he couldn't find it. So in fact, can you share your screen, A1, and type that
None of
in
it's going to
the
say
search
what you
engine?
said. Mhm.
That was my third point. So I made 3 points to build on: one, the reason why they demonize the baboon, and two, its relationship in showing that they understand levels of evolution. Again, you're adding layers onto it to create a narrative that I'm incorrect, all
No, I'm not
because he
adding
couldn't
layers on
bring
it.
up a panel relief.
I'm not adding
And
layers
I
on it.
said, so you asked a general question about Tahuti. Where is Tahuti found? And I said Tahuti is found in the pyramid text, the
I didn't ask
coffin
you where
text.
Tahuti was found. I never asked you that. You know, you're lying. What I asked you was what you stated. And we'll go back, and don't make me have to do this to you. Go back and listen to what you said. I didn't ask you anything about where Tahuti was found. Don't do that. Disingenuous. I asked you when you were talking about the baboon, right? And its relation to Tahuti, you made a
Right,
claim.
right. And you didn't even say what the incorrect claim was. You just
I
said
just
that that was generally incorrect. And you
I didn't say
said
it was
something that
generally
I
incorrect. I said
said
it was totally
with
incorrect.
adding, right. So even that's incorrect. That's disingenuous right there to say that is totally incorrect, being that you just heard me say that I made 3 points to build on why they demonized the baboon.
So again,
So now
your
you
three
all over the
points. So let me
place,
tell you
just
what
like
you did.
GDN Capone.
No, let me tell
So
you
we
what you
we have
did.
what we have here is another Hebrew
No, we're
Israelite
not going to do that.
who's
This is what you
trying to come
did.
up
No, this, let me tell you.
and
I'll let you go, bro. I'll let you go.
indirectly defend GDN
Let me
Capone
tell you what
by
you
trying to
did.
piggyback
You
on something
created,
that Tahuti supposedly said. But go ahead.
okay, you created by your own admission, you created a three-legged table. Soon as I kick out one of those legs, that table falls. So none of your premise can stand. If you really want to have the conversation with me. So again, you made that up.
What did I make up? You just keep saying
The
that I made
second part,
that up.
because I've
What is
already
what
stated
I
it and you
made
heard
up?
me exactly what I said. So go back and scrub it because you heard what I said when I first came on the panel. Number two, you mentioned you mentioned um
Yeah, make something up. Go ahead.
you mentioned animal.
Make it up.
You
Be
mentioned
Greek. Go
animal
ahead.
and DNA manipulation.
Nah, I ain't mentioned none of that. I ain't see, there you go.
That's exact,
I
bro. Do I have
mentioned
to go back and scrub this video,
animal
bro?
and DNA manipulation. I mentioned that.
Did I have
I
to
didn't
go?
say nothing about
That's
DNA
because you don't know
manipulation.
how because you don't know how to form it correctly. But that's what you were alluding
Nah,
to.
see now
That
you
the
trying to,
ancient
again, you
Egyptians.
creating a narrative.
Hold
You
on. No, I'm
creating the
not.
narrative,
No, I'm
bro.
not. You said
Yeah,
that.
you
You
are.
said
You
the
didn't even
ancient
know what you couldn't
Egyptians,
even remember what you wanted to
bro.
say.
You
That's why
said
you
the
know you was making
ancient,
it up.
bro. You said the ancient Egyptians was manipulating DNA. It's what you said.
Nah, I ain't say that.
You a liar, dog. You a liar and
Yeah,
a
laugh
never
it
to be
off. Laugh it
trusted.
off. Look
If
at
you
you
can,
laughing. Look at you. You
one.
just
If we
look
can
at you
we
on a
scrub
discrediting campaign. That's
can
what
we
y'all
scrub
Hebrew
this?
Israelites
Can we
do. Look
scrub
at
this
you.
timeline back? Can we
Yeah,
scrub
go
this
ahead and scrub
timeline
it
back?
back. Show where I said DNA manipulation at.
I know exactly what you were saying, bro. Gene splicing, DNA, that's DNA manipulation, bro. We're
And
gonna go
then
back and
you
scrub
messed
back
up and
everything you
said that's
said.
not how you try to frame it. So I said something that I didn't say, but you saying that I didn't say it correctly. So now you gonna try to tell me how I say it?
No, we're gonna
That
scrub
don't
it
even
back and
make no
listen to
sense,
exactly what you
brother. Like you
said.
gotta make sense. If
Our
you're gonna
man
create
making
a
sense to you.
narrative, at least try to be a
Hey,
little
bro,
bit more
listen. All we gotta
cunning and
do is
speeches
scrub
about it.
back
You
to
know what I
what you
mean?
said when you had my man first start Googling
You're
in the
not even
first
doing a
place.
good job at being devil's
That's all
advocate
we
right
gotta
now, brother.
do. That's all we gotta do. Because you died already on this whole baboon and talking. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Nah, it's too suspicious. This is
You may
suspect.
know you're
Again,
suspicious.
the whole show
You're
is about
suspicious, bro, because you
Hebrew
lied.
Israelites pushing back against evolution.
Bro,
And
I'm not.
now
I
here
don't push
you
back against
come.
evolution. I just told you
Ironically,
that.
here you come.
I don't
up
push back against
trying
evolution.
to
I
talk
just
about
told you that.
the
So now you're creating
relationship
a
with
narrative, right?
baboons and the
Yeah, it's
understanding of
really about
baboons from
anybody
the
who
committee
pushed back.
youth. That's what you want.
I just
That's
came
what
on
it's
this
He just happens
about.
to
panel
be a Hebrew
and I
Israelite.
told you I don't push back against evolution. You're creating a narrative. I said that clearly. So you're creating a narrative. I don't push back on evolution. So now let's scrub this timeline back and let's see if what you said you can actually substantiate, because you made a claim that you can't. And we
You
all
gotta
heard it.
you gotta scrub it back on like a
Because
secondary
my
marker.
man still because my man's still looking for that source. I know it don't exist. That's why I hit the panel. And then you talking about go to Malenga's book. Okay. Is he gonna mention the coffin text you said that it existed on? Because you did say coffin text, and then you said you didn't say it. And then you tried to say you said
What
that
exists on
Toph.
what? What you talking about?
Then you
What
said,
exists on what now?
then you
Because now you're
said,
saying a whole bunch of
then you
things.
said, no, I'm saying what you said, bro. That's why my man was Googling in the first place. A1 was on the keyboard Googling anyway, because you told him to Google it.
What did I tell him to Google?
You confused, bro. You told him to Google a bunch of BS that you can't substantiate, and that's why he's still looking for it now.
Well, he stopped looking for it.
Because he couldn't find it.
Nah, because he just wanted to stop looking for it.
He said he couldn't find it.
It's just a simple. It's
He
just
just
a simple
said he
web
couldn't
search.
find it, bro.
Okay, so somebody not being able to find something does not mean that something does not exist.
That's why we asked
That's
you
disingenuous,
to
brother.
substantiate your claim for the source
Okay, so if you was talking specifically about
that
that,
you haven't been
I
able to
just
do
told
as of yet.
I just told you what it was.
No, you didn't. You didn't tell nobody.
So
you
you
didn't
just
tell me.
hold on. So you just want to know what the actual name of the two baboons standing on their hind legs.
I didn't
That's
ask
what
you that. I asked
So
you.
okay, so
I
what do you
asked you
what is
what text does it exist in for the claim that you made?
Oh, that's not in the text.
Oh, so now
All I
so why
did.
did you
So when I
why
made
did you
my
tell me?
third
So why
point.
did you tell me it was in the text?
So when I made my third point, right? When I
So
was
why
making
did
my
you tell
third
me it was
point
in the text?
about the committee used, because first we already
Now you
established.
backtracking, bro.
So hold on. So if you ask me, so you backtrack too, didn't you? Did you not
I didn't
backtrack?
backtrack on nothing.
You backtrack.
I'm still asking for
So when I
for the
said,
source
so hold
that I
on.
came on
So hold
for
on. So first
that you
he
said, oh,
asked
I
me,
don't know.
I gave him everything that he asked me, right? And we concluded, right? And then here you popped up out of nowhere, and then you asked me for something totally different.
No, I
You
didn't.
asked me about Tahuti. Hold on. You asked me about Tahuti being in written text by the committee youth.
No, I did not.
And I gave
I
you.
never asked you
So
that.
okay, so now
I
the
never
point
asked
was
you
I had
that.
to backtrack because there was confusion about your
Why you
question.
lying? Why did you just lie?
So
I never asked
now
you
we
that.
need to clarify what your question is so I
Tahuti.
can answer it properly.
Tahuti, why did you
So
lie?
what are
Because
you
I never
asking
asked
me?
you that. Tahuti.
What are you asking me?
Tahuti,
Just ask me what you asked me.
Tahuti, I never asked you that. Why did you just lie? Huh?
Why can't you just ask me the
Tahuti,
correct
I
question
never
so I can
asked
answer
you
it?
anything about whether or not Tahuti existed in any text. Why did
Okay,
you
that's
lie?
fine, but ask me.
No, it's not
What do
fine
you
because you
want
just
to
lied,
know?
bro.
What do you want to know?
You just lied. I want to know what I
What did
asked
I
you when
lie
I hit the
about?
panel.
What did I lie about? What did
What
I
I
lie
asked
about?
you when I hit the panel. What did I ask you when I hit the panel?
I don't know. So how did I
So
lie about something
so
that I
now
don't know about?
what do
We
you mean
don't
you
know
don't know
about the
about?
question.
What do you
We don't know about the
you
question
don't
that
know
you
about?
asked. I'm still trying to find
What
out
do
what
you
the
mean you
question
don't know
that you
about?
asked.
I asked you, did you
Right.
know, do you know the actual reason why the baboon was associated with Thoth? Then you start talking about, see, I don't know. They talking about Tahuti. You never answered the question. And you still haven't.
Okay, yeah, I
And
did
you
answer
still
that
got
question.
A1 Googling.
And that's hold on. So he would have to Google the coffin text, or he would have to Google, and I would have to retrieve Karinga's books and Africana Studies books regarding that text. That's where we're at with that. As
So you
far as
don't
him
have
Googling something,
a source.
he's only Googling the panel.
I'm talking about the
You came
question
up
I
new
asked you.
with a burden of proof on
The
a
question
text,
that I
and
asked
I
you, you
gave you
don't
the
have a
text
source.
examples about what
So
tells
the
you and
question
lets you
I
know
asked you
that.
regarding
So
the
those are the
claim
two
that you
texts.
made,
So those are the two texts right there.
so
Those
the
are the two
question that I
texts.
asked you about the
Already
claim that
gave
you
you.
made, you don't have a source for. You just don't have a source for it. You made it up. So just say you made it up. Because at this point, you can't say you misspoke because you keep repeating the same lie. You just made it up. Now, I didn't come up here to push back against evolution because I believe evolution does exist. I don't push back against that.
Okay, so what text do we find
Why
what
you?
the answer is?
You tell me. That's why I came up here.
No,
You
hold on.
said
I'm supposed to be wrong. I can't be wrong when you don't know at the
no,
same
no, no, no,
time.
no, 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 no,
That can't be
no,
reality
no,
right there. That
no. See, here's
that
the
he
problem with you, bro. Listen, bro. I ain't started
know
doing
what
this
the text
yesterday.
is, but
No,
the
I ain't
text that
started doing this
Tahuti
yesterday.
gives is wrong.
I didn't
That don't
ask you
make sense,
nothing.
man.
I
Make
didn't
that make
ask
sense.
you whether or not
Hold on,
Tahuti
hold on. You
existed
said what
in
you
any
said.
text.
This is the new question.
No, there's no
How
new
is the
question
hold on? This is
because
the
you
new
didn't answer
question.
the first question.
This is the new question.
Just say
How
you
is the
made it
text
up,
that
bro.
somebody gives wrong
Just say you
if the
made it
other
up.
person who says it's wrong doesn't have a text?
No, the burden of proof lands with the person that makes the claim. You made a
Okay,
claim.
but so now you would have to prove that it's not in the
You
coffin
made a
text or in the
claim.
pyramid
That's not
text.
how it goes.
Not
You
if
made a
I remember
claim.
what version it's
You
in.
made a claim that it's in
So
a
no,
pyramid
that
text
don't even
or
make sense at
coffin
this point.
text, and you haven't proved
Hebrewisms
one, and you
101
haven't
right
produced
here.
it, and you haven't produced
Hebrewisms
it. You know
101.
why you can't produce it? Because you
Hebrewisms
can't
101.
produce it. So you know
Hebrewisms
what this
101.
is? This is moron 101. Who makes a
Yep.
claim he can't
Go ahead.
substantiate, and then tries to say, "Well,
Greeking and
show
Geeking
me." Hold on.
101.
Then he tries
Greeking
to
and
say.
Geeking
Then
101.
he tries to show me. Then he tries to
Greeking and
say,
Geeking
"Well, show me.
101.
Well, show. You can't tell me I'm wrong if I've made a claim that I can't substantiate. You can't tell me that I'm wrong." Who does that? Who does that, bro? Tahuti
Who
does
asks
that.
for a source, then
Right. You ask for
claims
you
that the
if you
source
make a
that's given
claim,
is
bro.
wrong, and then
Listen,
can't give
there's
another source
nobody on this
themselves?
panel. There's nobody on this panel that
So
would
you
agree
making
with
that
you,
up?
bro.
What are you saying right now, bro?
I'm
You
saying
just
you're a
saying a
liar.
whole bunch of
That's
nonsense.
what I'm saying. You lied about everything you
A
said,
Hebrew
bro.
Israelite calling
You lied.
somebody a liar.
Yeah,
We
you
got to
just
take that with a
lied.
grain of salt, though. We got to
I'm
take that
not
with a
saying,
grain of
hey,
salt,
listen, bro,
because you
you
believe
can
in
take it
weird
with
things already,
you can take
right
a
off the bat.
shot, a cold. I'm telling you, you lied. Period.
Okay,
That's
but
what
I'm
I'm
saying
saying.
we got to take that with a grain of
And you
salt.
can't,
Period.
no,
Because
we
you
don't
are
gotta
a
take a lot
Hebrew
with, listen, bro,
Israelite.
you can take it with whatever you want to take it for.
Okay, so you can say
You
whatever you want to
lied.
say. You can say that all you want.
You lied,
You can
bro.
say that all the
So
nobody's going to believe
again,
you.
your scholarship
Nobody
is
is going
trash
to believe you.
because you can't prove anything that you
You
stated
just
tonight.
theatrical at this point. You
Hey,
just
bro, I'm just
theatrical.
telling you. You said, bro,
You
it's
just
here, it's there,
theatrical.
it's in that person's book. Where? I asked you for a pyramid text. I asked you for a coffin text that you
This
said it
all
existed,
resides on me not
and you
being
don't know.
able to share my screen. Is that what
No,
that
it
relies
all
on?
resides
Is
on you
that what
saying
resides
it's
on?
all reside on you saying, "Hey, I made that up." Just say you made it up, and that's cool if you made it up. But don't lie and say there's a source for it when you know that it's not.
So okay, so there's no source for Tahuti's relationship with the baboon.
I never
Is that what
said
you're
that.
saying?
That's not what
All
I
right.
said. That was my question. My
So are you
question
saying
was,
so are
my
you saying that
question
it's
was,
not
I'm getting
found
ready
in
to
the
tell
coffin
you.
text or the
I'm
pyramid
not,
text at
that's
all? Is
not the
that what you're
question.
saying?
That was never the
Is that what you're
question.
saying?
That
No, no,
was
no, no.
never the
It's no. It's not a question
question.
at this point. You
The
making a
question
claim now.
was, you made a claim about the baboon's
You made a new
relationship
claim.
to Tahuti and what that relationship was. I told you you lied about that, the essence and the basis of that relationship. You
Right.
lied.
Again, we got to take that with a grain of salt. But
So
go
we
ahead.
got to go back and then we got to show and prove where you lied because we can do that. We can do that.
Why haven't you done it yet?
Hey, the burden of proof is on you, bro. Now, A1 already told you to go back and scrub it. He said you had to do it. So to prove me wrong and shut me up, go back and scrub it and show
Nah,
us
that don't even
where.
make sense.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Hey, bro, I don't
Oh,
know
that's
who
what
you.
you
I
thought
don't know
now?
what you think. I don't know
Just
what you
because
think
I
you
said
are.
that you don't make sense, now that's what you
A
thought?
A1, A1, A1. You hear me, bro? A1.
What's up?
Hey, man, put this meat packet in the ring with me, bro.
You want to debate Tahuti? Don't debate.
I can tell that most people that won't stand on their information won't dare do that.
Yeah, Tahuti don't debate, man.
Yeah, he won't do that, man. Is he on your squad, man? Is he on your team? He one of your team members?
He's not a Team Titans,
Oh,
but he
okay.
is part of the. You know,
Oh yeah,
he
yeah,
is
that's
part of
cool. That's
one of
cool.
the Titans.
Okay, yeah, that's
Titan
cool.
family, but not
Yeah,
one of
that's
the
cool. That's
debaters. He's
cool.
not a
That's cool. I'm
debater.
talking about Team Titan. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
I got you. I
It's
got you.
me,
I
Humble,
often to
William.
say, bro, because you got a
Got
weak
like
link,
five
bro.
artists.
I was gonna say you got
Being
to
eaten.
reevaluate. You
We
got a
got
weak
being
link, bro.
eaten. I know you've been trying to get it being eaten. We got being
Hey,
eaten.
he's running for me at this point. I'm convinced.
He got a show this Thursday coming up. So
He
finish
running for me. He
Thursday.
running for me at this point. And
About
hey,
that
look, I
over
don't got no
daughter.
problem. I don't got no problems with man. I ain't got no problem with the Hootie man. But I ain't got no problems with Ben. But he keep running from me, man. 'Cause he keep trolling me. But every time I try to catch up with him, man, he disappear for some reason, man.
You got to catch him on
Who
Thursday.
keep
He can't
trolling you,
run
man?
from you on Thursday.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I'm tell Ben you know I'm looking for him. You know I'm looking for him. You know I'm looking for him, man. I don't think Ben D wants to smoke, bro. You know, I don't know, man. Your people. Now, I ain't gonna say your people, but your Cavs is running from me, man.
So you
I
just
sure.
pretty much trying to promote yourself for a debate. You hungry for a debate? Is that what it is? The irony, huh?
It's the
That's
dude
why you
said.
came up here.
Dude said I'm hungry for a debate. Hey, bro, let me tell you something. It ain't no debate you heard, bro. Maybe except for a couple of I heard over here. It ain't no debates you heard, bro, that I ain't debated, bro, in the last 8-9 years, bro. So I ain't hungry for no debates, bro. What are you talking about? I can see you some of my papers, my published papers to read. I can see you some of my peer
So,
reviewed papers to read.
so now you
So I
psychic.
so I ain't hungry. So I ain't hungry for no debates, son. What are you talking about?
What you mean? How you not? Then that's what I'm saying. You do. You act one way, but then you say you not doing something, and that's what you was doing up here the whole time,
What?
and now you doing it again.
What am I doing
You
again? What
came
was I
up here.
doing?
You promoting yourself for a debate. You talking about who's dodging you, who doesn't want the
Well, we
smoke,
talking
and
about. I
then when
didn't
I
bring up being
ask you
eaten.
and
I didn't bring
say
up being eaten,
that you
but
hungry
I'm
for a
being
debate,
eaten. That's because
And that's what I'm saying. Like
trolling.
if this was boxing, if you was watching boxing on ESPN and this young fighter came out of nowhere,
You wouldn't.
said,
They wouldn't even let you
this
in the
person's
ring, bro.
dodging me. This person's doing this. Yeah, he running. You know full well he's hungry for a fight. So I don't know why you playing the games, man. Why you playing the games?
He trolls me. So that's a kind of inside. So that wasn't really for you to comment on. You understand? And I bring up one part of being please don't.
You cutting up. LD, all right?
You say I'm cutting up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound a little bit better.
Oh, yeah. I bring up being one part of
Yo, is it me or is it him?
I think it's him. Yeah,
think
it's
it might
his
be
thing
him.
messing up.
I mean, this time is up, man. Get back to the show. The point of the show.
Yeah, what was I doing over here? I think I was going into this presentation. I don't even feel like going into the presentation. I'm gonna save it for another day, man.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll get that panel relief that I was talking about. I'll put that in the back chat. And then actually I can probably maybe I can do a presentation on your channel about it.
Yeah, let me know when,
And
bro. Let me know when.
okay, there we go. That's how we do things the proper way. We get the trolls out of the way, the people who hungry for a debate but don't want to say it. You know what I mean? But anyway, I enjoyed the show, man. I enjoyed his antagonism. That's typical Abrahamics and Hebrew Israelites, and it was on point. Like I said, he followed the pattern, and but I appreciate the show, man, as always.
No doubt, man. No doubt. Let me see what was I even about to go into? I'm over here doing something else now. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, the misinformation and logical errors of GDN Capone for anybody who's stuck around. Yeah, we're gonna say that for another day. It's 3 o'clock in the morning now. Oli, what you doing over there, man?
Oh man, over here, toucan and listening to them.
They was going in for a little bit. I was definitely asking for that source. I didn't get it, but Tahuti said he's gonna put the presentation together, double back, and show us about the baboon, and some other stuff too. It's gonna be fire.
Yeah, I wonder what GDN at. I thought he'd probably be up here.
Yeah, see, he might have brought me. I should just go through the presentation, man, just to get it out the way, because it was bad. It was bad.
Why is you opening your book, but he got his book close to his chest?
You funny. That's just how it happened, man. This was a comprehensive tactical blueprint on how to defend against this type of misinformation and this type of fallacious behavior. A logical rebuttal framework for modern empirical science. Okay. Anchor the debate in modern empirical biology. And that's what I kept trying to do. Like, where are you going with this? What point are you trying to make? So that way I could say this has nothing to do with that. Because at the end, he kept trying to ask these questions and lead me down a path. But it was all non sequitur to the science that needs to be debunked if he wants to come up against evolution. So remember that to say we're not debating 18th century speculation. We're debating modern evolutionary biology based on genetics, fossils, and observe natural selection. This is a response that you can use for anybody who's trying to conflate poetry with his scientific work. Um, Say that we're following an old model. A lot of what you saw GDN Capone doing when they try to bring up their early theories and how some of the stuff may be wrong, some of their racist stuff and terminology that they used at the time. This is an excellent response for that. Stop them right in their tracks. Let them know we're not debating 18th century speculation. We're debating modern evolutionary biology based on genetics, fossils, and observed natural selection. The core principle. Say this early and say this often, okay?
This should be in your introduction.
This is the core principle of how to defend this fallacious behavior. This forces the conversation out of the historical weeds and into the correct scientific category. What are we actually talking about? And that's what I kept trying to do when he kept trying to conflate zoonomia as some type of poetry, and then saying it's contemporaries. Like it was just bad. It was all bad. Evolutionary theory is not frozen in the 18th century. Okay. Let's make it make sense. In 1700s, early pre-genetic natural philosophy, you had figures like Erasmus, Darwin, and some of his stuff, speculation, poetry, or literature. That's not to be confused with structured natural selection theory. Okay. Charles Darwin is one of the figures of that, and it's observed foundational theory. So confusing these eras is like claiming atomic theory is false today because early atom theorists guessed the wrong details. And it's just stuff like that people don't do. Nobody debates those topics. We see the bombs dropping. We know what works and what doesn't. But I don't know. Evolution just seems to be a tad bit different. They'll strawman the arguments. They'll come up here real fallacious. And it's never a good look for GDN Capone and anybody running, chasing behind them. Oh my. Conflating literature with empirical science is a category error. And this is what they were doing with the poetry. Real bad. He was mixing literary style with scientific validity, which this is just not what you're supposed to do. Writing style doesn't determine truth value. These are different domains of knowledge developed under completely different standards of evidence. And he actually had poetry books. At first, I'm like, well, maybe you're misquoting the book you're talking about. Maybe you're talking about a different book. But he was like, oh, no. So it was just, he kept running into all the jabs. Every jab I threw. This is the pre-face-off warm-up. What was this? I don't know. I don't know what to call this. Omar, what should we call this? Not Omar. I'm tripping. Omar, I don't care. Oli.
What up? What up?
What would we call this, man?
Conflating I ain't gonna even lie. I stepped away for a second. Conflating literature with empirical science is a category error. Literature and philosophy.
I was talking about in boxing. This is before the face-off, but this is our sparring session.
Oh yeah,
he got beat all around the ring. Yeah, and I gave him examples like the Botanic Garden, but he didn't jump on that when I said, "Are you talking about that book? Maybe you're misquoting the book you're talking about." And he went to this more scientific book, then tried to conflate it with his actual poetic writings to try to diminish his works. And it's just poor scholarship, to say at best. That's that's me being nice. I'm not gonna say they ain't got no integrity. That's what Omar says about somebody. They ain't got no integrity. Now we challenging people's character. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna just say it's poor scholarship. And he watched a couple YouTube videos that has some sway. I see why people be saying TikTok and stuff is dangerous, but I ain't gonna say it's dangerous, but yeah, you can get some bad ideas on there.
Yeah.
And the category error is conflating literary literature and philosophy versus empirical science. Okay, and he needs to stop doing it. Another thing that you should do is diagnose and neutralize historical misdirection fallacies. The fallacy, guilt by association, the trap. Erasmus Darwin wrote poetry, so evolution is false. This is really what GDN Capone was trying to say. He waited. He never really put the evolution is false, so I forced him to. Like, so go ahead and finish what you're trying to say. What's your point? That he wrote poetry, that this came all off a poetic idea, so it's false. That's what you really want to say. And then he was like, well, yeah. So it was like, and then I kept thinking of you, Oli, like how when somebody trying to smuggle God into the conversation when they talking. He was trying to smuggle that this was all bogus in there, and I'm like, I sensed it real early by how he was framing all of it, like this, because it was just weird to me. So that was the trap, the flaw, linking a scientific theory to a writer's unrelated stylistic choices. Okay, and here's how you rebut that. That's guilt by association. A writer's poetry has no bearing on modern biological science, which it doesn't. I kept referencing 150 to 160 years of study across several different fields of science that corroborate this theory of evolution by means of natural selection. So, again, what he needed to do is come up and dispute some of the science instead of trying to slander these men, conflate uh, their poetic writings with their scientific writings. It's also a genetic fallacy. Evolution was developed by certain historical figures, so it must be wrong. Judging an idea strictly by its historical origin rather than its current empirical evidence. What does science say about it today? Why do y'all keep trying to go to Darwin's granddaddy and all of this to try to say we shouldn't? Like it's silly to me. He said, "Let me ask you a question about evolution." That's how this all started. And all he's trying to do is slander his granddad. Like that's how somehow gonna make me not want to believe in the science that we currently have, the fossil record that we currently have, the genetic studies that we currently have. I don't know. It's just poor argumentation and horrible scholarship. Okay, and the rebuttal to this. That's a genetic fallacy, judging an idea by its origin instead of its evidence. What I do is I recognize it and then I try to make them realize it. But as you saw, they just kept pivoting and pivoting and pivoting. He had somebody to co-sign for him while he Googled more stuff to try to pivot on. And then they never stuck to one thing. They bounced around. I kicked their butt on one topic, then they would just move to the next. And then they double back to the first topic like they didn't get their butt kicked on it already. And until I eventually I stopped it. Like I'm not debating for free. This y'all trying to make me debate and this for free. I ain't doing this. Let's get into it. Identify logic traps that distort the scientific method. The straw man fallacy. Evolution is just old thinkers guessing about life. This is how GDN Capone was trying to diminish the theory of evolution by means of natural selection. One, he thinks that a theory is just a guess, when that's not what the definition of theory in science is. A scientific theory explains facts and scientific laws, patterns that we see in nature. That's what a scientific theory does. So he's just confused. The flaw, silently replacing complex modern science with a simplified caricature of Enlightenment era speculation in poetry. He's silently replacing complex modern science with Darwin's poetry writings. while simultaneously trying to conflate his scientific writings as poetry. This guy was just all over the place. So while committing category errors, he's also committing a straw man. Um, Modern evolution is based on DNA, fossils, evidence, and observed selection. So this is how you rebut that. Moving the goalposts, which we saw them doing the whole night. Like I say, I was kicking them around like a soccer ball. Even if evolution is supported, it still doesn't explain everything. That's the trap they try to set. Suddenly shifting the standard of proof to an impossible extreme. So you're going to see a lot of that in the rebuttal. That shifts the standard. A theory only needs strong explanatory power for the domain it covers to be valid. It can't explain everything. Science doesn't claim to explain everything. So, and they want to try to boil it down to a belief and really insult what it does is insult their own teachings. That when they call evolution a religion or call science a religion and call evolution a belief, they're trying to even the playing field and bring it down to the level of the Christian text or the Abrahamic faiths, like which is insulting to their own works. So they try to their insult to the people who've done the homework and are bringing back their findings is to call it, oh, that's a religion because they're religious. So like, what does it really say about religion then? If y'all are using it as an insult, I guess they forget they, I don't know. It's like, and I'm just here to hold up a mirror to people. You know what I'm saying? So that way they can see themselves. While simultaneously insulting people by calling science a religion, they'll try to use science to debunk science. When if science updates itself, that's just what it does. You know, it doesn't have a prophet, and there is no scripture that we have to follow to the letter. That has to be God's word. It can't be changed. Like, we're not adherent to all of that. Science is allowed to update itself. So when science does update itself, it doesn't mean all of science is therefore wrong. Don't follow it. Because they love to come with, look, science debunking itself again. No, that's science updating itself. And that's how science works. So sometimes things do update. But that doesn't mean science as a whole is wrong. That's also fallacious. I should have covered that. But another day, another pseudo. We'll get to it, I'm sure. A valid rebuttal requires dismantling modern data sets. To seriously challenge evolutionary theory, an opponent cannot attack historical literature. They are required to engage directly with modern evidence. So bringing up his granddaddy, it just needs to stop. Bringing up the abolitionist past, he was a racist. His granddaddy was a racist. Like, none of that stuff matters with what we found today. Slandering the man is not how you try to defeat evolution. If Darwin popped up today, he wouldn't even recognize evolution. He wouldn't recognize it. The science has come so far. The fossil record is so extensive now. He wouldn't even recognize natural selection as we know it today to explain it to anybody. We'd have to reteach it to him. Okay, even if Erasmus Darwin wrote only poetry, it would not logically follow that evolution is false. The conclusion simply does not follow the premise. It's non sequitur. And again, this is what they were dragging me through for about an hour and a half. Non sequiturs, genetic fallacies, straw man fallacies, moving the goalposts. And, eventually I just said, okay, I'm not doing this for free. I charge to teach, usually, so that Cash App does work. $ Titans Debate League. $ Titans Debate League. For the low price of $1, you can feed 20 people in Africa right now. Yes. Let's get back to it. Modern evolution rests on 4 empirical pillars: genetics, the fossil record, observed evolution, and predictive power. This is what you need to be trying to debunk if you want to come against evolution. And as soon as you do anything outside of this, I recognize you're being fallacious. And okay, here we go. That's what I say to myself. Oh, here we go again. Another one. Khaled, another one. Walking, talking fallacy, pseudo spitting. Hype man co-signing like that shit. It's hitting. It's not. You're pontificating all over the stage. Excuse my language. Let me tighten that. Genetics, though, DNA similarity across species. Okay. Shared genes in humans and primates. The fossil record. Chronological layering of species. Transitional forms. Land mammals to whales. Fish to amphibians. Observed evolution. Antibiotic resistance. Viral mutation. Documented speciation in labs and field studies, predictive power, nested family trees in DNA, geographic distribution of species, anatomical homologies. And this is what you need to be able to come against if you want to come against evolution. As soon as you start talking about anything else, Darwin granddaddy and all of that, I know you're about to take me for a long walk down a short pseudo path. And I don't want to go on that walk. I'm trying to save myself time and keep y'all on task.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. Go ahead. You cut out.
The scientific.
I couldn't hear your question. You cut out.
What have you ever met an Abrahamic or a Hebrew that's scientific and that makes sense?
Mm, that's scientific. Yeah, I'd rather be scientific sometimes. Some of the intelligent design people are more scientific because they'll accept evolution. They'll accept evolution and say like it was that's another part of God's creation, which I feel like is the strongest argument to make if you're gonna go for a creator, but it doesn't. It's still a bad argument for one at the same time. If but that's not what happened today. But so yeah, yeah. Did
Yeah,
that
I hear
answer your
you. I can
question?
respect that.
I met some,
Definitely. Yeah.
and I know some scientific Christians. And they're Christians and they still are scholars,
Yeah.
and they, but they don't use too much science. I haven't seen them try to use science to prove God.
But the pushback method is always the same. Is always built on like faulty foundation and stuff like that. But yeah, I respect your answer, man, because that does make sense. There are religious people, but I see that as them attempting to be scientific just to
Mhm.
justify their belief.
Yeah, I mean, you got a lot of them though. You got the young Earth creationists, and I feel like that's the bottom of the barrel when it comes to um, pretty much the creationists. They think the Earth is like 4 to 6 thousand years old, give or take a couple thousand years, and they think that Yahweh is, formed Adam and Eve, killed everybody twice, populated the earth through incest because that's families interbreeding. So it's not an ad hominem. This is actually me being accurate to the term. So that way, I can defend it the right way. Because you can't found a population off interbreeding or incest, mating too close within the gene pool. Um, and yeah, I forgot where I was going for a second. I start trying to do two things at once. But yeah, these are a lot of the arguments you're gonna come across. Just try to make sure you keep these people on task. We got a question from the chat. What other observable evolutions besides viruses? That's funny. I have a presentation on a few of them. We have observable evolution. I have this presentation I'm doing on a jellyfish, so be on the lookout for that. He said $1 a day will feed the hungry. It definitely will. Uh, I remember those commercials from when I was a kid. Like, for the low price of 13 cents a month, you can feed 20 kids in Africa. Like, now I'm looking back at the commercials like they was hustling, man. Um, um, yeah, like from the jellyfish to different forms of just how the brain evolved, um, neural networks and things like that. In the jellyfish, it didn't necessarily have a brain. You can cut a jellyfish in half and it'll operate because its neural network is in a web over its whole body. So you see the evolution of like the jellyfish to things that encapsulate. That's not the word I want to use. I guess form to protect that your neural network. So you see the evolution.
Can I
and
also
stuff like
say
that. That's observed.
childbirth? The
Yeah,
whole child development and childbirth is another example.
definitely. When you even look at small embryos, how they have they look like little fish, and then over the course of 9 months, it grows into bones form and all of that. But is that what you're talking about?
Most definitely.
You make me want to pull up a picture of that.
Yeah, because that's
Yeah,
definitely
let
an
me pull up a picture of
example of observed evolution.
that. Embryo, 9 months. Let's see if it comes up just off of that. I didn't put the M in embryo. Embryo to 9 months.
And then the the creation myth out of the pyramid text is recreated through childbirth because you come out of the abyss.
Okay, I don't know how big this is. Let me see. That one's kind of weak. Would bring me to a damn Facebook picture, but I still just want to share the picture. So, let's see what this says. The milestone of baby development in the womb from embryo to 9 months gestation in a square size. The journey from a single cell to a fully formed newborn is one of the most complex processes. First trimester, 1 to 12 weeks. The foundation, this is the period of organgenesis, where the basic structures of the body are formed. Month 1, embryo. Following fertilization and implantation, the zygote becomes an embryo, the neural tube, which becomes the brain and the spinal cord, and the primitive heart begin to form. Month 2, the heart begins to beat. Bud-like structures appear that will eventually become limbs, and major organs like the liver and kidneys start to develop. Month 3, fetus. By the end of this month, the embryo is officially a fetus. All organs and limbs are present, and the fetus begins to make small, spontaneous movements, though they are usually too faint to be felt. Okay, I don't want to go through all of this. This is a lot. But yeah, it looked like a little sea lion or something in a little sack. You know what I'm saying? And you can even see the evolution of embryos and childbirth. One of the first things to probably ever give birth to something was an egg, but you see other life forms giving birth to, some stuff produces what what you see in this first month early sac, an embryo, but without the casing. You know what I'm saying? Some of these have soft shells and they lay eggs. Some have hard shell eggs. Uh, and it's funny the evolution of it's almost like deadbeat parents. Some parents can lay eggs and dip. Some parents stay to protect. It's funny that even humans, if we were just born and put in the wild, we'd be pretty defenseless for a number of years. So we would need protection and guidance. Whereas certain animals, like a deer, just comes out the womb, shakes a little bit, and hops around and starts running. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I think that's interesting. But back to the presentation, forget my little thoughts on evolution. Let's stick to the basics and the facts. Control the debate using the 3-step checkmate framework. Okay. Clarify. This is the first thing you need to do. Force them to define their target, which you heard me doing. I kept saying, what's your point though? Let's say all of this was true. What's the point that you're trying to make? Because I wanted to identify the fallacy that he was trying to walk me through without being clear. He was being very vague with his style of questioning. So yeah, I forced him to define his target. Are you talking about Erasmus Darwin's writing style or modern evolutionary biology? And I told him to stop conflating the two. Because if you're trying to defeat evolution and you're trying to slander Erasmus Darwin's early writing style, they're not the same thing. So you're wasting your time, my time, just to try to be funny or slanderous. Or like Omar would say, no integrity. You ain't got no integrity if somebody was doing that. I'm not going to attack people's character though. I feel like saying somebody ain't got no integrity is attacking their personal character over some information that he obviously half read, so I can see him believing it. But after you clarify, you categorize, name the domain of their error, which I did. I told him y'all being fallacious. Those are two entirely different domains. If you're trying to conflate zoonomia with the botanic garden and his other poetic writings, you shouldn't be doing that one. And then if you're trying to compare that to modern evolutionary biology, that's another category error. Like you're tripping. So, identify that and put things in their correct category when you deal with these type of fallacies from people. Separate the literature versus the scientific theory. Separate the poetry from their scientific works. And don't let them conflate them as if they're the one and the same, because they're not. Step 3, redirect. Point immediately to the 2x2 dashboard data sets. If you want to challenge evolution, you have to address genetics, fossils, and observe natural selection, which was this right here. We just went over that. I'm expecting better from you gentlemen next time I see both of you guys. Omar, GDN Capone. I'm expecting better from you boys. That was a weak display of scholarship. To say that at best. That's me being nice. Okay. Deploy rapid fire rebuttals to disrupt bad faith arguments. That's a genetic fallacy. That's not evolution. That's enlightenment era speculation. You're confusing literary style with scientific validity. Evolution stands on genetics, not historical authors. You're attacking a caricature, not the actual theory. That's what I kept telling them. You're presenting the weakest form of the theory of this to try to dispute it. That's a straw man. You know, you got to call this stuff out in real time, which I do. You know, they can't get one pass over on OA1. I got it though. You got the right one, baby. I forgot who sang that song, but it just popped in my head. Yeah, some of that, man. Hadouken. You never have to defend historical figures. You only have to defend the data, which they refuse to really look at. I guess if they're scared to look at the science because they feel like they're going to agree with it. That's usually what happens. So then they just try to run these slander campaigns. That's all I've dealt with is slander campaigns. Nobody wants to talk about science. Nobody has any evidence. Just a bunch of non sequitur, straw mans, and genetic fallacies and category errors. Even if every early writer on biology was wrong or poetic, that wouldn't affect modern evolutionary theory. Science is judged by evidence, not by the literary style of its early thinkers. Okay? It's not judged by how poetic their writings are, or Darwin's granddad. You can't judge modern evolutionary biology based on his like it's silly. I can't believe y'all really came up here and did that to me though for like an hour and a half. I really feel like y'all owe me a cash app for that. GDN Capone, you owe me a cash app for that, bro. You're not just gonna waste my time for free like that. Like my time ain't valuable. We gotta do better, bro. Okay. Shift the burden of proof to the empirical data and close the door on historical speculation. He kept trying to lie and say that his contemporaries viewed the writings as poetic. That was false. Lie detector proved that was a lie. But even if it was true, it was all fallacious. Even if it was true, it was all fallacious. You feel me? So remember, you never have to defend historical figures. You only have to defend the data. Stop letting these people take you on a long walk down a short path. It's not, as you see, I shut down the argument. Like, you know what, I'm done. Y'all can argue amongst each other. There's nothing else to talk about here. I'm not doing this for free. I'm not doing this for free. Y'all got it, gentlemen? Y'all got it. Sometimes a wise man knows that it's not about winning every argument. It's about choosing the arguments that are worth fighting. You feel me? They weren't about to drain me of my energy, faint and confused when they understood what was spoken clearly the first time. I don't fall for that type of stuff. You got to be careful for the traps disguised as conversation. Be very careful for the traps disguised as conversation. Hey, let me ask you a question about evolution. Hey, Oli, let me ask you a question about onlyism. Be very careful of the traps disguised as conversation. Yeah, right. That's how they get you.
That's how they get you.
Remember when you first came around, right? That's how they used to try to slide up on you.
That's exactly how they did. I just got a question.
And you would explain it clearly. They'd just play confused to try to see if they could pull you off your center. Just try to see if they can get you out your hookup. You know what I'm saying? To try to see if there's kinks in your armor. Pause. That sounds a little weird. But yes, you know what I'm talking about. Like, and you just gotta watch out for that. That's I see it happen all the time.
The one that get me is when they just like Yara, shout out Yara, did to Hootie. When they try to tell you what you saying and you sitting there telling them, that ain't what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what you saying.
That was just torture. I literally tried to ask him to ask the question so many times or get to the point of what I was wrong about, and he just didn't really define it.
I think like y'all right like we got at you, man. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, man. You got a source.
I mean, of course, yeah, for the sake of the show and for the sake of theatrics, yeah, he got at me. He got at me. definitely, definitely.
He said you. He said you just be making up stuff, man. Show a source for that. And then what he cited was the correct definition, but I don't know. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone.
I
He's
mean,
not up here to argue the point, and I don't want to argue
what
the
we
point.
gotta, yeah, what we gotta understand when it comes to African, things and stuff, especially when it's pre-dynastic, you're not gonna find like sources on it, but you do find that their origin is from East Africa because of what Ra said with the actual, the vegetation and the environment that they come out of. Obviously, I didn't go into the, yawning and stuff like that and all this other stuff because, it wasn't about Tahuti. It was about pretty much the baboon and why they used it and stuff like that. So I kept it short, and other things. But you can find Tahuti in the coffin text. You can find it in the pyramid text. Obviously, I don't memorize what version it comes out of, but for the sake of the show, yeah, he got at me. He told me it out a lot, so we can run with that definitely.
All right, all right. Yeah, man. But I know you deal with that a lot, Oli. So be aware or beware of the traps disguised as conversation. You know.
Hey, Hoodoo came in on that too yesterday morning.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He came
He
in off
against
the
you too.
truck. Hey, can I ask y'all a question?
It was a trap. It's a trap. You know. But yeah, as you see, I beat them boys up all around the room the whole time. It was, I don't know. Then he's talking about it was just bad. When he was like, "Well, when you read, it reads like this," and I'm like, "Have you read it?" He's like, "Well, no, I haven't." Well, so why are you talking like that? Why are you talking in the context as if you are a seasoned, have experienced what it's like to read this, and you can formulate your own opinion of it? That was scary to me. Uh, and again, we're gonna call them Team U scholars. This Team U scholarship, you know,
Team U.
Team U scholarship. It don't stand against the pressure, man. When we put enough weight on it, it's gonna go crack and crumble. But stuff
Definitely.
feel weak as hell. Uh, yeah, that was wild. That's the end of the presentation I had for this. You
That was
know,
nice, man. And them boys know they was wrong because every time you was hitting them upside their head, they just be laughing.
yeah. Eventually, they just start slandering. They just came out like "fuck Darwin." They just start screaming like that, like some angry Knicks fans. Fuck Darwin. We don't fuck with
Shots
Darwin.
fired.
Yeah, yeah, like that. Yeah, I almost want to finish playing the video. The-
Come on, let's
Just a
finish. You
couple
gotta
more
finish it.
minutes. Just
Cause
a couple
Omar,
more minutes.
cause Omar, Omar the best. He always say, "I don't have a dog in the fight." You a lie. You
What I tell him, I say, nigga, you took the dog, put a leash on it, and walked it around the
walked
block.
around
What the
the
fuck you
block.
talking about? Excuse my language. What is you talking about? You don't got a dog in the fight. You over here pulling up sources, trying to tell this man who already admitted he was wrong that he's made a good point.
I don't know where I was at this night, but I'm glad I wasn't there so you could just beat him up by yourself.
I was definitely beating him up on myself, man. 2-on-1, man. I was beating them both up with one hand, looking like the Grand Master out here. That's why how they had me looking, bro.
Shout out GDN Capone and my man's Omar Muhammad.
Yeah, shout them out, man, because every gym needs a good sturdy punching bag. You know what I'm saying?
Which one was the speed bag and which one the
Hey,
punching bag?
Omar was the speed bag. GDN was the punching bag. I was laying all the heavy-handed shots on GDN. Omar was the speed bag. He kept trying to pop up at these little points. I'm like, nah, swatting that down.
Shout out the training equipment, man.
Every gym needs a good punching bag. Reliable, all reliable. Got the duct tape on it.
Should this
Shout out to
be even a debate topic at this point? Like y'all should
well,
stop doing debate topics about evolution versus creationism at this point.
no, we're gonna keep it going, man. If people want to continue to talk about it, as long as they continue to believe it, we're gonna continue to debate it.
I feel you, man.
Not until every mind has given up on this Adam and Eve incest, Noah off the boat with 8 zookeepers, keeping all of the animals on Earth in check, cleaning up all of the feces and poop off of the boat.
Just throw
feeding
it in
them
the
all.
water. Just throw it
These
in
are
the
the best zookeepers in the history of the planet. Crocodile Dundee could have took some lessons from them.
No.
He might be here right now. R.I.P. the homie Crocodile Dundee. Noah and his people stuff. But look, and then they repopulated the whole earth with 8 people. As long as people still believe that, we still got a lot of work to do. Tahuti. So yeah, these topics will still be debated. You're definitely gonna see, as long as we still have young earth creationists, we got to talk about this stuff. So let's let this finish. They brought up all them sources about the Anunnaki and said, but GDN was making good points about the Anunnaki.
I gotta
just
go
say the clay right here.
So I gotta
the clay
go
could be
through
early
the
hominids. Like, bro, you're way off.
I gotta go through the text about the Anunnaki. And
I'm
that's
gonna
the
replay
text.
this back and comment on this. This is crazy. Are y'all
You
high?
told me you was
Are
gonna do
y'all
it.
high?
AG, I got a question for you real quick. So
No, it's all good. Look, I'm not doing that though.
this is a question
A1.
for
You
GDN.
hear me asking them, like, are y'all high? Are y'all high right
He
now?
said, I'm gonna replay this. I got to show this. Them niggas busted up laughing. They know they wrong.
Hey, I feel like shout out Leandre McBride. I always mix a statement he said with that Dave Chappelle, what's his name? Rick James. They should have never gave you niggas internet. He say, I forgot how he say it, but I had to remix it. They should have never gave you niggas internet, man. It's not looking good, man. But this is what y'all are doing with it. Let's go.
You said that I'm doing something that I'm not. All I'm doing is putting out the argument from scholars.
You haven't made an argument. There is no argument that he wrote poetry too is not an argument. What are you think you're making an argument and you're not? Like, this is horrible. Like, bro, please don't come to the debate with this stuff. People are gonna be so disappointed if I gotta sit up there and debate these weak arguments that
it's kind of sound. It's kind of
they want to see you go into the science if we gonna talk
Charles
evolution.
Darwin on the pedestal, brother.
I'm not putting Charles. I'm putting argumentation on a pedestal. I'm putting not bringing fallacies to a debate on a pedestal.
I'm not even mentioning Charles Darwin don't got nothing to do with my debate.
Okay, good, because this is not your lane.
This is about
not your
you
lane
and
at all.
mortality, and y'all was mentioning Charles Darwin.
You scared me for a second. I was gonna say, yeah, we
right.
doing is intelligent design. I hope you do better than this. It's cool. I didn't even care about winning or losing, but it's obvious I'm gonna win. But I was expecting better.
Only thing you got over me is that you a good orator. I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
And I got the fact that I know how to look up sources. You don't.
No,
I don't know what you just did up here, but that shit was embarrassing.
All you do is just gaslight and deny shit. So
I'm not. I denied that Zootopia was a poetry. I was right about that. I denied that Sumerians came and altered the DNA of some archaic hominoid species that was here, and I was right about that. Then you admitted that you were wrong about both of them. The only person who keeps trying to say you made a good point after you admitted you were wrong is Omar. I'm confused.
No, like I said, with the Sumerian stuff, I was misinformed. I gotta go back and
you was misinformed, aka wrong. You were wrong.
No, I was misinformed,
aka wrong. Somebody misinformed you. You've been saying that stuff for months on end, and somebody finally challenged you on it, and you
Uh,
had to go
no,
correct
I
yourself.
wasn't. I haven't
That's what
said
happens
that
when
on
you're
Run Some.
wrong.
I never
It's okay
said
to
it.
be wrong, bro. Why can't you be wrong? You was just
No,
misinformed.
because you're not finna say that I'm wrong when I'm
Bro,
not.
okay, he wasn't
Because
wrong. He's just had misinformation in his bag for the last over maybe a year or two.
no,
Like,
no,
what the
no,
hell?
no. It ain't.
Oli, am I tripping? Is he unable to say he's wrong? I wasn't wrong. I was just misinformed and arguing the point. I'm not wrong.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, what the heck? What is the definition of wrong? Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I need to look up the definition of wrong. But see, I'm
It's
so
not
thorough, this is what I do.
misinformed, but we know that in order for somebody to be wrong, they would have to be. It would have to come from being misinformed. It's not going to be in the definition, but we know that those are synonymous.
That's what I just asked it too. Is wrong a synonym of misinformed? Yes, wrong could be considered a synonym of misinformed. Both terms imply a lack of correctness or accuracy in information or judgment. I'd say all of them. While wrong generally refers to something that is incorrect or not right. Misinformed specifically indicates that someone has received incorrect information, leading to a misunderstanding or error in their judgment. Okay. He's wrong though. So yeah, that's what that says. He's wrong. Let's get into it.
Ain't been a year. So
Okay, when did you watch this YouTube video that convinced you of this?
This is what you see. This
Right? Oh, it's not fun now, but what's the name wrote poetry? But I can do the same thing to you. Now let me go ahead and strawberry. When did you let this? You was out here getting misinformed by YouTube videos. What were you watching? Who were you watching?
Shit, I don't even know who.
Are you sure it wasn't TikTok? I've heard TikTok's been doing the same thing to people.
No. So this is what the misinformed part of it was. I didn't understand how popular the Zachariah Stitching thing was. So that's the misinterpretation where he was popularizing that the Sumerian tablets was talking about early hominids.
Bro, this is pathetic. I'm scared of you niggas that can't admit when y'all wrong. Because this has been happening. I've been bumping into a lot of people that don't never want to be motherfucking wrong. That shit is scary.
I say I'm wrong.
The lengths that you would go to try to save face instead of just saying, "Oh, my bad. You know what? I was wrong about that. I won't say that shit no more."
No, when I'm wrong, I have no problem with saying I'm wrong.
And that didn't happen here. That's what you're telling me?
No, I had, and when I went back and researched it, you're saying about the Darwin stuff.
So say it. I was wrong. Just say it.
Wrong about what?
Y'all got it. Continue. Y'all got the floor, bro. I'm about to go back to doing push-ups. This is what I was doing before y'all said, let me ask you a question. If you don't want to admit you wrong, it's cool. We got judges. They'll tell you when you're wrong. Since you
listen, this is
keep it a with me.
A1, this is what I'm saying. I have to go back and read. I have Sumerian text, so I'm gonna go back and read and look at it and read it for myself, because it must be something. So it's okay for the time being. I already said this anyway. I said the early hominid things. So there you go.
Hey, yo, A1. Hey, yo, A1. Before you go try to do them push-ups.
I'm not buying that because Omar actually just read it for you. And it showed you was wrong for the record twice. First, I told you was
that's
wrong.
in the
Omar read it and proved you was wrong.
A1. Before you go do,
you should just be able to be like, I was wrong.
Before you
no, I wasn't wrong. I was just misinformed. This is the same damn thing.
That's in the tablets of creation, though. You had an Atra Hasis, you had a Numa Leash. You know,
man, it's not in none of them, bro. It's not in none of them.
All right.
It's not in Gilgamesh. It's not in none of that.
So they had to get it from somewhere, though. It's something that it's a mistranslation, and that's the part that I want to get to.
So you want to talk about where Zachariah Stitch?
So I'm a double check myself. I ain't got no problem with doing that. But
Shout out
but
Omar for reading it to you and proving you was wrong. While saying you was making a good point though. I don't.
But
There
no,
was no point.
I wasn't here for that. I had to go get the what's it called?
Yeah.
I
no,
had to fact check the Raymond Darwin because I know that it says it on this Wikipedia. Now that's Wikipedia, so I did further research from the Wikipedia, which I already had a knowledge of Raymond Darwin in the Enlightenment era and everything, being a Freemason and all that other stuff. So I just did further research and I came across that article and I'm like, oh, look at this. You know, they calling it poetry, bro. And I'm not saying that they conflating
They calling what poetry? What are they calling poetry?
His writings.
All of his writings, they're calling poetry. So his writings on science, they're calling poetry. I just read how they're not doing that. Why do you keep saying that?
Because this dude wrote. It's the guy. He wrote the book 1954. He agnostic.
What's his
called
name again?
Man and His Gods, and his name is Homer Smith, and he cites zoonomia, and he says it's poetic.
Everybody says it was poetic, but nobody says it's a poetry.
Poetry is poetic.
Bro, now you see how you're trying to conflate the two, bro. And if you're not going to be intellectually honest, just don't.
So can you write science? Could you present science in a poetic fashion? That's what I want to ask you.
Yes, you can, but you don't call it poetry when you do it. It's still science. Stop trying to. You need to recognize they made a distinction between this poetry and the science, but you don't want to do it.
All right, bro. Whatever.
And I'm reading right here. No, there is no credible evidence that Homer W. Smith describes zoonomia as a poetry book. What Homer W. Smith was actually saying. Let's bring it up because.
Man, I'm not finna fight against AI, bro.
I mean, because AI is gonna kick your ass every time.
No,
and
it's not.
I'm not guiding it. I'm just asking the simple questions. The shit that you keep saying, I'm gonna ask it.
No, I'm not fighting against AI, man. I did that once.
Okay. Well, yeah. Homer W. Smith discussed Erasmus Darwin in the context of history, early biological thinking, the development of ideas about evolution and adaptation. When writers like Smith mention zoonomia, they typically mean it is speculative natural philosophy written in a literary.
My bad.
That's what it was at the time. They didn't have all the evidences for it yet. So yes, at the time, it would have been considered speculative. It was a hypothesis.
Mm-hmm. So
you want him to be the one to have proven it. That's the problem, since he didn't prove it when he first thought of it, and it took 150 years. That bothers.
He was a prophet.
Why did you say
visionary?
Okay, anyway. It is speculative natural philosophy. This is what Smith writes about it. But he never. Let me pause that, man. You see how he calling him a prophet? They keep trying to reduce science to religion, so that way there's an even playing field when they're fighting against it, because they know that their stuff is just a belief and they can't prove empirically that there is some cosmic Jewish zombie in another dimension who grants all their wishes if they pray hard enough. So they want to try to diminish science to be in a religion because they practice religion. How is calling something a religion an insult now, when that's what they're showing up to use to argue with? They're using dogma and scripture and to try to slander science by calling it a religion. Like, that's an insult now. You're following that religion, science. Now call this a religion is an insult. They're just trying to even the playing field. It's not testable. Science is the systematic method of investigating the natural world. It seeks to explain natural phenomena using examples and explanations that can be tested and potentially proven or disproven. I've been hitting the flashcards. Yeah. But yeah, come on. That's what science does. Science and methodological naturalism. Science doesn't look for supernatural explanations to prove anything. That's the difference between science and religion. So science can never be a religion. Science doesn't look for answers outside of nature. There is no supernatural explanations for none of this. That's not how science works. Science doesn't have a prophet, which GDN Capone keeps trying to call Darwin's granddaddy. Okay, he may be a prophet to you, but we don't consider him that in the realm of science. There is no prophet. That's like this God complex that they have. They trying to insert that onto what we doing, and we don't even get down like that over here. Can we test it? Can we observe it? Is it repeated? Is the predictive evidence coming true? I don't know. Yeah, that bothered me when they calling him a prophet. They just being funny, man. They clowning. Alludes to it being poetry, written in a literary, sometimes ornate style, influenced by Enlightenment era rhetoric, where the poetry confusion comes from. People sometimes misread commentary like eloquent prose, rich imagery, literary speculation as meaning poetry, but academically, Zoonomia is classified as a prose scientific writing, not verse, not poetry, not a poetic work. Nobody classified it as that. Not even the person you're saying classified as that. And everybody you keep trying to bring up that says that, it keeps saying that it doesn't say that. Everything that you keep bringing up that I keep fact checking says that you're wrong every step of the way on everything that you're talking about. Is that a coincidence, or are you just trying to go against?
All right.
Like I don't.
All right, bro. Hey, that's your opinion. That's your and AI opinion, bro.
Okay.
I'm reading the sources, bro. He just read a title and told you it just said his poetry sparked the evolution theory.
He never read anything else from it. Let's go ahead and go back to that article. Actually, I got it pulled up right here. Let me share the tab.
Hey, but before y'all go back to the article,
Hey, no, hold on,
Let's
real
share
quick,
this tab instead.
No, hold on, real quick, before you go there. Let me ask you this: is the stuff that's in Zoonomia, is that also in his poems?
I think that before you start talking, you should start Googling some things instead of keep letting me catch you. Maybe you can start catching yourself and then saying accurate things instead of just putting a bunch of stuff out there.
That's what y'all
random craziness out
there.
Bro,
listen, I can comprehend, bro. This is not,
exactly. So just look it up before you put it out. What is there to comprehend if you're not looking nothing up?
I already looked it up.
Is that what you're talking about?
I already looked it up.
Okay.
So most of the questions is rhetorical.
So I'm just supposed to play your fact check for the rest of the night. Because everything
I just want to see if you're gonna be genuine.
You said all night has been wrong. I'm just asking you to.
So why you can't just say I don't know?
Point, bro, I'm going back to doing what I was doing. It's 5 in the morning.
You could have just said I don't know.
I'm done. You right.
That's why I asked the question a certain way.
I'll let y'all be.
If you're gonna say that it's right or wrong, you're gonna go to AI, and AI gonna agree with.
If you're not gonna at least fact check what you're saying before you saying it, I just want to opt out of the conversation because I don't want to be here all night. This shit's gonna be a long night. Y'all ain't gonna stop.
I just want to shoot something real quick.
Y'all just gonna keep making up stuff and then making me
I ain't making
all
up
this time fact checking and then acting like you did not wrong when everything is saying that.
I admitted when I was wrong about.
You haven't admitted you was wrong about nothing. You said I was misinformed. You wouldn't say wrong,
bro. I admitted earlier before I already, bro. This is the second. That's the second time I did. I just did. That was the second time. First time
he died before his grandson Charles was even born. Erasmus Darwin anticipated the theory of evolution through natural selection, albeit in poetic form. In his humor, I can't read that. My shit too small. Humorously, it wouldn't be humorously because that's funny. Posthumously Yeah, there is no R in there. That shit tiny. Hold on, let me zoom in on this. I can't read this. I need to update my prescription, maybe. All right, that's a little bit better.
Zoonomia was
Published
written in 1794.
In the Temple of Nature. It doesn't say Zoonomia.
No, that one don't say Zoonomia.
Does it say Zoonomia anywhere in this article? But you keep talking about oh, here goes Zoonomia. Erasmus Darwin's reputation rested on his biological text, the Zoonomia. In here, it doesn't refer to Zoonomia as a poetry, but you keep trying to.
Posthumously.
I'm down here, and I'm gonna highlight where I'm at. Oh, thank you, Omar, for correcting my pronunciation of the word.
You're very welcome. Go ahead.
Erasmus Darwin's reputation rested on his biological text, Zoonomia. So even in this article where it's talking about his poetry that you made me look up, it refers to Zoonomia as a biological textbook. But you keep wanting to refer to it as a poetry, and then you keep acting like this article is why. This is why I keep saying stop and just slow down.
I didn't say this article was why. I said, so his poetry in that work is a collective of his, that's his works.
No.
It's
why would you conflate?
I'm not conflating.
You're mixing his scientific works.
This is his complete. So if you had his complete works, right? If you understand literature, I gave you the scholar, what's his name? Homer. What's his name? Homer Smith.
Doing this because I don't care if motherfucking Josephus wrote a damn fiction. They're not going to mix it in with his complete works of his history. So I don't understand why you keep trying to put poetry in with biological textbooks. It's fucking, oh my God, this is irresponsible as hell. And you know better than this.
Bro.
But you're trying to do it on my channel for what? Why are you conflating these two to try to trip me up in the art? Like, all I'm going to keep doing is pointing it out. Why are you conflating his poetry writings with his history writings? And then you're going to say, well, his complete works, nobody puts complete works together like that. They do it by genre. So it will be a complete works of his science stuff. Then it would be a complete works of poetry if he had enough. It wouldn't be poetry mixed in with science, mixed in with, oh, he did a history book over here too. Put it all together. That's not how it works. I don't even know why you're entertaining all of that into one conversation.
All right, A1, do your research, man.
No, because if you want to do it with me, it's just not going to fly. You got to stick to one thing so it makes sense. This shit don't make sense the way you present it, bro.
Yeah, that's because you saying it that way.
Bro, okay. I am saying it that way. That's how it is. It's fallacious. What you're doing is fallacious, bro.
You can frame it how you want to frame it. I have my evidence.
Me framing it as a fallacy isn't fallacious.
What I say. Listen, I have why I said, why I made the claims that I made. I'm not just saying
just gonna get beat up. As you see, they just gonna keep getting beat up.
Yeah, right.
If you bring this to a debate, I'm gonna beat it up the same way. And they gonna laugh.
If you say so, now if I was to present it, it'll be different.
Okay,
so
well,
now,
hey, I don't know why you came out here.
If you say so,
right? Okay, I do say so. That is what I say.
That's keep saying.
Yeah, it doesn't say in this works either that Zoonomia is yeah.
All right. Anybody? Anything else?
No.
A poet, man, bro. You get the fuck out.
He asking me if there's anything else, but he was the one that kept bringing up this source. Like, man, it was a source that said it's poetry. Like, what you mean? Is there anything else? Do you have anything else? I proved you wrong again. He asking me, is there anything else? Let's let the video play. This is bad.
I mean, my bad, bro.
No, you cool. I'm
over here my bad on that.
You ain't talking to me no way. I ain't talking to you. So you good.
No, I ain't saying it. I'm talking about using profanity on the channel. My bad, bro. I ain't even mean to do it. Like I ain't even mean to say that.
Oh, shit happened, man. You got me in the battlefield right now. But Zoonomia wasn't one where he's mixing poetry with science. Let's just be accurate with what we're talking about. because when you purposely
Charles
conflate
Darwin
things-
was an educated retard.
right, when you purposely conflate things, you let me pause it. You see how he just now when they lose and they just start throwing tables and chairs. That's like this is that right here. This is what Omar gonna come off the mic and say. Charles Darwin was an educated retard. He just gonna start saying stuff like Kanye on the stage, just to try to distract from the conversation because they mad they losing. Still can't bring a fact. Still can't formulate a solid argument. Now we just gonna hurl insults and see if we could trigger A1. But let's get into it. Like, it's propping up the weakest position to try to defeat. And then, like, that's not gonna get you no medals. It's not gonna get you no victories. It's not gonna get you no trophies. I don't know. And I would just never conflate the two, only in an effort to slander somebody. But it's obvious we've separated his scientific ideas. Like, what? Even if Charles Darwin couldn't separate his dad's poetry from scientific ideas, you think in 2026 we haven't? Like, we still confused? That's why I said you make no point, and it's a waste of time. To even go down that road. Like that's about to discredit 150 years of science and study and experimentation. It's not. Trying to, well, Darwin was influenced by his dad's poetry. What does that have to do with the fossil record? Does that disprove the fossil record? Does that disprove evolutionary biology? Does that disprove the genetics? These are the things you need to focus on. Going left and talking about all this man's personal shit is the worst way to try to defeat the argument. When you can't defeat the science, you have to attack the scientists.
Charles Darwin didn't stand on science. Charles Darwin was an educated retard.
Right. I'm about to go back to playing this video I was playing.
No.
You hear how now he can't win, they just go keep hurling insults. Now they want to throw chairs at tables because they lose in the fight. It's 1-on-2. Omar came off of mute to do that. That's crazy. They just, we can't win, so maybe we could trigger him and then point to that, and he'll be the problem.
That nigga do not like Charles Darwin.
And this is how fools win an argument. But I'm not about to I'm not about to engage in that. So, I just sidestepped that little, he threw the chair, I sidestepped it. Watch me work. I said, I'm about to go back to play the video, bro.
Do you mind if I bring something out real quick? Right
after I play the video. I'm about to let the video finish, then I got you.
All right, no sweat. I'll mute out.
Becoming a righteous individual.
And that was cap, because I knew the video was about like 6 more hours. I'm like, yeah, when the video over, bro. It's 6 hours, I got you. Like, come on, man. Y'all just want to throw slander now. Charles Darwin was an educated idiot. Charles Darwin was an educated idiot. He didn't stand on nothing. Like, you know what? Okay, I'm about to go home. I'm gonna take my ball. I'm about to go home. I keep winning, and now y'all want to fight.
Your ball flat. They keep saying your ball flat.
This was a poor scholarship at best. I could say a lot more, but I'm not. We're gonna leave it at that. We're gonna leave it at that.
Man.
GDN Capone got exposed today. Well, I exposed him that day. This was just a recap with the presentation. If you missed the presentation, make sure you double back and get a bite of that. Them slides was jumping. Yeah, man. I gave y'all the defensive playbook on how to deal with these fallacious arguments when they come your way. You know what I'm saying? So, you don't got to argue in circles with these people. And shout out Omar and GDN Capone for being the most reliable punching bags we got in the gym.
Since King J stepped away.
Ever since King J stepped away. You two have been the most reliable punching bags in the gym. Oh, King J, they knocked the stuffing out of King J.
Like the stuff
So
last
we
week.
might hang him back up. Get some duct tape, put it back together.
I remember when he took his boxing gloves and left. I don't go to box at this gym anymore.
You funny. I never heard it like that. I'm not boxing anymore. He got
I'm
hit
not
too
boxing
hard.
here anymore.
He done left the gym.
You said we were sporting. You hitting hard.
He done left the gym. He done took his gloves and got in the car and pulled off.
Humble did that.
It hit that boy so hard. That was a body shot he'll never forget. It be the body shot.
And be quick too when he hit. I thought you said we were sporting.
It ain't nothing like getting hit in the body and you can't breathe. You go to take that gas for air, ain't nothing there. That's the worst.
What about when you think you tough and you try to walk through it like it ain't hurting you?
That's what you gotta do. That's what you train for. So all that training is so that way in the ring when that happens, you can just keep going like that happened.
Like ain't nothing happening.
If you tough enough. Remember Garcia did that? And then he ended up taking that knee
End up taking that knee.
on Tank?
Mhm.
Yep, he caught him with that rib shot. That short check rib. Boom.
Boom. It didn't even hurt him at first. Or he didn't even feel like you say. He probably
Yeah,
tried to
didn't
tighten
feel it at
up.
first. He went to take a breath. It wasn't nothing there. And he was like, oh, shit.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
shit. You hold on a minute. Let me sit
Hold on.
down.
Like, hold on.
And that was after he had already got set down with that little straight to the face. Then he come back with a body blow.
That's what happens, man. And that's what, I hope they come back with something. GDN Capone, you got the stage anytime you want, man. If you want to do a rebuttal or come up here and correct the record or come do something, man. You got to redeem yourself after that, brother. You do a presentation or something. We'll give you the floor for the night. I'll sit in the crowd. We'll have some Humble or somebody else host it, man.
Put on the bodyguard when you come in there.
Yeah, man. And leave your hype man at home because he wasn't doing this job, man.
That's my coach. Hey, one, you can't tell me not to have my coach in the gym.
Yeah, that guy didn't bring you one solid source. He was useless out there.
What you say? What you say? Hey, wait, I'm starting not to like the word accredited.
Because he kept saying everybody was accredited.
Then you look at that source. That motherfucker done been edited by somebody else who didn't even write that source on another pen on a website that ain't a .com website.
But even if the source didn't say what they said, it said what I was saying. Every source they brought up said what I was saying. But while he's reading it, he'll say, but GDN makes a good point. Like, what are you talking about? This just proved him wrong. Where's the good point? That's why I was like, oh yeah, he riding. He riding my man's jock, man. Just because they both his Hebrew brother. And then at the end, he crashed out for him. Like that's at the end when like he see me talking to his man winning, and he hit me with Omar tried to hit me with the bottle. Oh, because he was just like Charles Darwin didn't stand on shit. He was an educated fool.
Shots fired.
Shots fired. Where's the Savio? We gotta clip that. We gotta clip the Savio and make that a sound effect. I'm clipping you niggas and making it sound effects. I'm clipping Omar. You ain't got no integrity. That's what we about to turn that into a sound effect. We about to turn all you niggas into sound effects, man. You better get me first before I get y'all.
Sound effects and songs.
Y'all
I
better
might make
start
you a song
podcasts.
called Shalaki.
We gotta have a Shalaki in there.
I'ma interrupt Shalaki. I don't give a fuck. Shalaki. Talk about your
make that a song. Shout out Omar. That's a good idea though. That might actually be hard. We're gonna have to actually put that down. You might be on to something with that one. No, sure.
I won't bring a source. Shalaki.
You crazy.
Source ain't credible. Shalaki.
Source incredible. Incredible. Hey, they was standing on all that weak ass. What the heck? That was crazy. It was like, I don't know.
And I'd rather bring no source than a source that confirm what the man I'm arguing
Yeah,
with.
it's like, dang, y'all not even gonna vet y'all sources. And they was reading it with their chest out. And then every time they thought they had a victory, they would get hype before reading the source. They got
Man,
all
that's
hype at that title. And then when we read it, it said Zoonomia was a biological text
right.
and separated it from his poetry. It's just bad out here, man.
That's what made him come back and say, fuck Charles Darwin. After they actually read what the source was saying. Hmm.
Yeah, that's like we rap battling and then Omar just tried to punch me. That was the equivalent of that.
Yeah.
Because I roasted his man. It's too bad. But I was getting
Yeah.
aggressive. I started cussing. I was listening when I played it back like, damn, I was getting aggressive. Maybe I forgot how I'd be.
Like Hitman hollering his brother. Hitman holler, say something his brother Jim. You can not sneak you and knock you up.
They had me in debate mode. They
For
was being
real.
cool though. I
It
shouldn't have
didn't even
started cussing though.
I was about to
I
say
was,
it didn't even seem like you was in debate mode. It seemed like you was in gaslight clown mode because you knew they didn't have no sources.
man, they ain't have no sources for everything he was saying was wrong from the beginning. But he made, and then Omar gonna say, but he made a good point. Where we just had to throw everything he said out. What are you talking about? Why are you digging in the trash trying to salvage a point out of that? It's not there. I just had a vision, a note looking for a crumb on the carpet. Like that's how he was looking for a point. Like he was nope, thinking he see a crumb. Like nope, that's just breadcrumbs. That's dust.
Hey, don't talk about
You
this,
know, that is not no work. Thinking they see some- That's how Omar was down there in the carpet looking for a point. Like a fiend looking for a little PC drop. This is crazy. Ain't nothing down there, Omar. Get up.
I thought that was something. Shalaki.
Get out that trash, Omar. You trying to salvage something out that trash ass premise that GDN have
Yeah.
10 premises. I kept letting them reformulate them and then just go ahead uninterrupted. Because I was really having fun. Like that's how I do. I just let them talk. Like, okay. The more I let them talk, the more pseudo it get. So I let them spit all that shit. Talking about they manipulating early hominid species. I said, nigga, what verse, what translation, what line? I don't believe you. I'm challenging you. That was a direct challenge. They was trying to get out of it. But yeah, man. Fun times. I'm surprised. Well, I'm not surprised that they didn't hit the panel. I wouldn't hit the panel either. After a performance like that, I'd be ducking, hiding, keeping my head in the hole. Like I'm gonna get that nigga A1.
Man, oh my, y'all better come up here, man. Stop playing if y'all in that chat.
I'm gonna get that nigga A1.
Shit. I mean, shoot, man.
I
Y'all
wonder
was the nut.
if cognitive dissonance will let them watch this the whole way through. Because to see themselves wrong like that, I don't know. It's either gonna be a shock or an awakening for them to be like, man, I gotta study. Boom, I gotta stop doing that. Boom, A1 called out all them fallacies. Damn.
And
Boom,
that was
damn.
just a few of them.
And then I taught them how to actually properly attack the information on top of it with the presentation.
That's what
I showed.
I was kind of skeptical about you doing that and doing that. You got a debate with somebody who actually has information and stuff. But
At least it's gonna be worth. People gonna get their money's worth, man.
yeah,
I need people to bring sound arguments, man. I don't want it to look like that. People show up.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? No, we not about to have that. So I'm about to give these boys a couple pointers. I'm not tripping. I know I'm good enough that I can, what they say. I can give them some. I'm gonna spot them a couple points.
Mm.
So
Give them
that's
something
all
to
right.
steal, man. And it ain't nothing like I'll give you all the information so you can steal me in my argument if you're a real debater.
Because I'm ready to rebuttal that in real time. So I don't need to have everything in my slides. If they say something crazy and jump out the window, I'll just screenshot that, slap it in there, and then have my rebuttal for it. But it's about to be easy work, man.
Oh,
They're not ready to stand up against science.
that's gonna always be my first question in my question and answer round from now on.
But
Could you please steal me in my argument?
ah, I'm about to start. I'm about to pick up the torch for quantum onlyism, man, and start debating quantum onlyism.
Ah,
Um, Coming soon, man. You're gonna see it probably before the end of this year, probably this winter for sure. You're gonna see me in the ring on quantum onlyism.
okay, get there. It
Just
got
make
a
some. Go ahead.
it got a nice little map for you to use and walk about. You get it
Yeah.
lined up, right? Shit, I know you.
Some people won't debate me unless I got something for them to attack.
Yeah,
So now I can be like, boom, here you go. Here go these two books. This is the framework I'm standing on. Here's what you can attack. And some
what
Christians
can
or Hebrews don't want to attack you if you don't got a belief system. Or don't I shouldn't say attack. They don't want to debate you.
yeah.
So boom, I do got one. Quantum only is you can't use that now. You can't get out of this debate now saying I ain't standing on nothing.
I got a whole philosophical system right here.
Got a
What you
whole
mean?
philosophical framework that
Yeah.
removes the devil and the creator from all of this.
Mm-hmm. Leave you with the highest power, a God and a goddess.
Let's go to a word from our sponsors real quick, man.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemis the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message titansdebateleague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here.
Yes, yes.
Man, I'm glad that's starting. I can't wait to be a part of that.
Yes. Oli is in that tournament. His name is on the bracket. We got the Evolutionist. We got OTK. We got Omar. I forgot if GDN Capone was on that list. We got Jill, Jesus is Lord, Rebuke and Reprove is on that list. Who else we got? We got Ben Eaton on
Humble.
that list. We got Humble Mystic on that list. We got another special guest on that list. The name's so big that we put them under special guests.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think we have 2 or 3 spots left. So make sure you email me fast, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Again, that's titansdebateleague@gmail.com if you want to enter. Yeah, I'm really saving them last couple spots for a couple bigger names. I'm vetting some people right now. But yeah, put your bid in. If your record is what it is, you know, we might slide you in there. So yeah, this one about to go, man. We up in the ante. We doubling the prize, doubling the grand prize. Let me change the background to that. $1,000 grand prize, $50 each round you win on the way to the finals. After each judgment comes out, when you're granted the winner, you will receive a cash app that same night for $50. Ask Pandemics that money is real and it comes. Cash app, Zelle, Venmo, whatever you got, we gonna make sure you get paid. $1,000 grand prize again. We doubled the ante to bring some bigger names out, and it definitely worked. So shout out to each and every one of these contestants who are brave enough to come up here and do what they do, because it's not easy. As you see, you know, I was just dragging these boys around the room tonight, embarrassing them. It's you know, it's not for the faint at heart. Cause yeah, how do you pick yourself up and come back from something like that, which what you witnessed tonight? Did the kid? Have you ever seen me in action like that?
No, not like that. That's like I said, that was like a sparse session for you. I kind of like that session more than I like regular debates. The face-offs be fun. That wasn't no face-off or nothing, but the way, I don't know where I was when y'all was having that night, but that night that's like one of the fun nights in Clash of in the debate Coliseum that I'm mad I missed. I must have been off flying somewhere doing something.
Yeah, you was flying around somewhere doing something. But yeah, hey, let me move this where I want it. Yeah, that was a light sparse session.
I spoke with Sapphire today. Me and Humble had Asay and Pitbull lined up. Pitbull said he was going to bed. They ended up finding him on
I was sick.
He was on Bigo and on 2K.
Oh yeah, I was
so
sick.
like he was asleep, but they rescheduled it for next Friday if it's open. I went ahead and scheduled it, but I didn't know if you had anything, because I'm sure
that's
you can
perfect.
move it around.
I appreciate you, man. Shout out to Vice President Oli in the building, man. Titans Debate League representing.
Man, we need them debates. It's debate or die. Hashtag debate or die. I can't believe.
Debate or die.
And that's one of GDN Capone's favorite hashtags. He loves saying debate or die, and then he came up with that type of tactic.
Mm-hmm. And shout out to the winner of the t-shirt competition, Michigan's Natural Living. He is the winner of the t-shirt raffle. Shout out to him. He was the only one that went and bought a bunch of tickets. So
listen up, Titan.
And it is July. We are doing another raffle for July. So go ahead and get your tickets, and we're going to pick the winner at the end of the month. We're going to do this every month.
Listen up, Titan family. The Coliseum of Arguments is officially opening the vaults, and this is your chance to win a piece of league history. We're running a massive high-stakes t-shirt raffle, and these are not your average tees. We're talking ultra-exclusive, limited edition, premium custom apparel that you can't buy anywhere else. Once they're gone forever. We're keeping the stakes high and the odds completely in your favor. Here's how it goes down. Tickets are only $2. The limit, $40 or 20 tickets per person to keep the playing field fair. The odds, we're picking a brand new winner for every 20 tickets sold. Think about the math. If you max out your 20 tickets, you are essentially guaranteeing a crowd milestone and forcing a new drawing. The more tickets moving, the more winners we crown back to back. Are you a $3.99 channel member? Then we've already got your back. As a thank you for holding down the foundation, every single $3.99 member is automatically getting one free ticket entered into the raffle. But don't just rely on that one ticket. Secure your stack, maximize your odds, and ensure your name gets called. These custom designs, from the legendary Debate or Die print to the official Titans Debate League emblems, are strictly limited edition. You don't want to be sitting in the chat watching everyone else flaunt their exclusive gear while you missed out over a $2 ticket. How to enter? Open up your Cash App. Send your entry to $Titans Debate League. Put your name/handle in the notes so we we know exactly who to crown. The clock is ticking, the tickets are moving, and the next 20-ticket milestone is closing fast. Lock your entries in now and claim your crown. Winners picked this Friday. Are you not entertained?
Yes, and we will be picking the winner on the last Friday of every month. Go ahead and get your tickets. It's going down. And again, shout out the winner, Michigan's Natural Living. I'm gonna bless him and send him 2 t-shirts, man. Shout out Michigan's Natural Living.
Yeah. Shout out Michigan's Natural Living. Got to make sure I get my raffles in.
Yes. Dang, I think I had a bracket already made somewhere. Kind of want to pull that up, but I kind of don't because I might change it.
I had Sapphire was in the chat today. We was gonna try to do a little face off after that debate today, but everything fell through. So Sapphire, if you watching, you get this. No, I ain't forgot you. We're gonna have our face off. I need to, since you know how to get in touch with us now, since you said you didn't that last time. I'm sure we fit to line it up, get it ready.
Hey, shout out Pep Talk Diva in the building. Peace to you, sis. Peace, Titan family. Peace to the chat too. Everybody who stuck around. This was a fire, funny ass episode, man. We did our thing. You got to watch me drag these two around the room on the information. Solo dolo. One man, one pillow. It was one of them type of nights, you know. Yeah, I'm excited to see you get in the ring, man, and see some of these people put quantum onlyism to the test. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, it's gonna be a nice little ordeal. I'll try to handle them lightly. Make sure I don't hurt nobody's feelings. But it's a lot of information, man. We're gonna get it out there. I think that's the best way for me to get it out too. With debates and questions, premises. See if anybody can beat time and nature, man. And not just that.
People be playing confused, like they don't get your theory, man. It'd be quite annoying to me. It's like, it's very simple. Like,
it's very simple.
Nothing exists outside of time and nature. They just that's hard for them to grasp for some reason.
Yeah, that's a tautology. That's not my entire philosophy. That's actually the axiom that starts off my philosophy. But you wouldn't know that if you just go by that one statement. So when I be talking to them and they tell me that isn't that a tautology, I already know that they critical thinking skills are malnourished. And so you got to start and you got to explain that, which that's what I told myself I was going to do when I started it. But sometimes I be thinking people just be being disingenuous when they be asking some of their questions. Like you was talking about earlier, they come in, I got a question for you. Mm-hmm. You don't got no question for me. You think you're trying to humiliate me or debunk something, make the philosophy look silly, and you never attack any of the premises that anybody gives you. I don't know. I like I said, I put up with it. I'm glad I came from a world where there was debating. It wasn't formal like this. Like we have the Lincoln Douglas setups. It was more of the argument alley type debates. Even though I knew how to debate, I just stayed over there on TikTok, refining it, making sure I could argue with some of those people. And I got over here, and I thought the conscious community would be a little bit harder, which I have met greater minds, but the amount of great minds compared to the minds that's actually seeking and don't have information is one-sided. And so you come up against a lot of people that still have a lot of questions, not just about your view. When you put a new view on it, some of their questions be because they haven't even finished questioning their own views, which they don't be their own views, they be somebody else's views that they arguing. Which, like I said, to me, that's always a handout for a win, because if we're about to interpret what you believe, and you're gonna be saying what this person said, and I'm gonna be saying what this person said, well then uh, that's wonderful. I don't gotta put you under the gun. I know where my target is at, because you have nothing.
Mm. Easy work, huh?
Easy work.
That's what I'm talking about, man. You got a presentation over there or something you want to play on this quantum onlyism? Catch us up.
Man,
Give us an introductory or something with an overview.
let me see.
You know, I'm still a student too, so I appreciate all the lessons and stuff you be passing out.
Let me see what I got in here. I might got a video or two. I can. Video slide.
And then I need you to send me something I could start the animation. Remember I told you I want to start the cartoon off of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, send me something to get that stuff going.
Bet. Let me see what this is.
At least for just one of your little explainers, you know.
Will knowingly do wrong. Traditional.
This right here is just one of my quick explainers. How do I start it up? Oh, it is at the start. My bad. And this is just a quick introduction into quantum onlyism. I did my last presentation before you critique. And this doesn't just go for quantum onlyism, just like you showed tonight. You know what I'm saying? Some people have critiques in different forms of saying things where all they do is fallacies within their argument. I don't know if this is genuine gaslighting or just I gotta say ignorance of the subject that they're speaking on. And so as you stated, one of the main things that you have to do when you come in to critique something or any view, any debates with any views, you really have to get in there and research and find sources about what you're talking about, what you're going to be rebutting in their views. And the cool thing is that you'll have a view about a topic and somebody else will have a view. And say A1 is the affirmative to a view and I'm the negative to a view. I can go find other debates that's going to have different people with the same topic. They're going to be talking about topics. They're going to have research. They're going to have papers. They're going to have evidence of these type of debates taking place. And so when people come to debates, without, especially debates, the face-offs are kind of okay, because to me, I would kind of use a face-off, like you said, as a sparring regimen. I'd throw some of my information out there, not all of it. Maybe I will make myself look like I don't know too much about the subject, just to see what not to give my opponent too much to talk about during debate or to debate about. But as you stated earlier, there's nothing like being able to straw man the nothing like being able to steel man the argument that you're rebutting. If you actually can steel man that argument, then you know exactly what you're arguing against and what you're up against. And so this is just another little video that kind of shows steps that you can take before you critique anything and make yourself look foolish.
People knowingly do wrong. Traditional explanations often point to a devil or an evil spirit. But if an external force controls the action, responsibility becomes fractured. Does the person bear the blame? The devil? The creator of the devil? The supernatural explanation acts as a placeholder, shielding the actual mechanics of human choice. Through an academic background in philosophy, history, and logic, the creator of quantum onlyism sought a coherent answer. The goal was to build a framework that investigated conditions and consequences, rather than relying on unproven inherited assumptions. When we assign human malice to a supernatural entity, we remove the mechanics of true accountability. To locate actual responsibility, we have to discard the scapegoat and examine the system of consequence itself. The innocent daughter paradox provides a stress test for inherited moral frameworks. Imagine a young woman who commits a minor theft, but dies suddenly before she has any opportunity to repent. Compare her outcome to someone who violently attacks her. The attacker survives, sincerely repents later in life, and accepts the required theological doctrine. Under strict inherited models, the attacker attains salvation while the victim is condemned. We have to ask if this framework is evaluating objective harm, the reality of suffering, and actual responsibility, or is it merely rewarding technical compliance with a specific doctrine? A system where doctrinal status overrides moral reality is intellectually and ethically incoherent. True accountability must be grounded in the observable consequences of our actions. Quantum onlyism replaces belief with recognition. Recognition is the discipline of continually refining an explanatory model based on contact with reality. It requires adjusting language and interpretation the moment new evidence appears. This flowchart outlines a Bayesian feedback loop. Action produces an outcome, providing feedback. The system registers this, updates its model through recognition, and refines its action. This cycle is an epistemological tool used to map truth, rather than an ontological proof of reality. To prevent debates from dissolving into semantics, the system relies on a universal reset tool called the Only Six. These are 6 sequential questions designed to strip any claim about reality down to its absolute functional floor. By walking through these questions, we establish that for any reality to be intelligible, it requires 2 irreducible conditions: ordered update and structural constraint. Remove either one, and reality becomes unknowable. True understanding is not achieved by clinging to static dogma. It is built through a rigorous, self-correcting mechanism of recognizing what actually survives logical scrutiny. This rigor is maintained by the Know the Ledge audit method, driven by the Standard of Only World Logic, or OWL. This rule demands the removal of contradictions and requires every claim to track actual, observable consequences. This audit is severe enough to dismantle its own architect's assumptions. Early on, the creator attempted to claim a supernatural connection to the philosophy. Applying the OWL standard inward exposed that claim. The creator was forced to recognize that appealing to a supernatural source was driven by ego and was logically incoherent within their own framework. The resulting intellectual correction meant the texts were drafted in reverse. Book 3, The Historical Reconstruction, and Book 2, The Research Program, were written while the core ideas were still being untangled. Book 1, containing the strict philosophical precondition arguments, had to be written last. It serves as the ultimate, rigorous bedrock that the previous explorations require. Despite the messy sequence of their creation, the proper reading order is strictly linear. Book 1 sets the foundation, Book 2 proposes the investigation, and Book 3 applies the history. A philosophy that cannot audit its architect is fragile. Quantum onlyism's authority comes directly from its vulnerability to its own standard of correction. To evaluate the arguments properly, critics must distinguish between three separate lanes: the philosophical logic, the scientific investigation, and the historical reconstruction. Confusing them breaks the analysis. In the philosophy lane, we define time, or fati, as a functional condition. It is the necessary requirement for any ordered sequence, change, or update to occur. We define nature, or mona, as the condition of form. It provides the boundary, identity, and structural constraint required for anything to exist as a distinct entity. We are not stating that existence is time and nature. We are stating that any intelligible claim about existence strictly requires these two constitutive conditions to be present. This logic tree maps the master syllogism. Because any agent must undergo change and possess form in order to act, no acting agent can exist above or outside time and nature. Therefore, the union of fati and mona is the highest functional power sustaining reality. Nothing exists outside of existence. Appealing to an external, supernatural creator is logically unnecessary, because that creator would have to use the very sequence and structure the theory claims they invented. To be clear on the boundaries, quantum onlyism is not materialism. It recognizes that structures exist beyond physical matter, including information and field relations. It is not standard panpsychism, and it entirely rejects substance dualism, which treats reality and the mind as disconnected worlds. It replaces traditional theism, and it goes beyond the purely negative stance of atheism. It is a functional, foundational realism. This is Oli, the canonical, visual embodiment of the complete philosophical system. The design elements of the character synthesize the core mechanics. The visual motifs integrate sequence, structural geometry, and the ongoing process of recognition into a single form. We are looking at the architecture of intelligibility. The search for meaning does not require abandoning logic or projecting intentions onto the cosmos. The system demands only that you understand its mechanics first. Read the foundation, follow the logic, and let the argument stand or fall purely on its reasoning.
And that was just a quick intro into the three-book system. It didn't tell you
So it said
too
that
much.
inserting God is unintelligible. Or what did it
Yeah,
say?
yeah. Inserting God. And well,
Was it?
I ain't gonna even say unintelligible. That's intelligible. It's incoherent though. Because you
Explain
can
that.
have, so when you're looking for a sound and valid argument and you propose your premises, I propose intelligibility as my groundwork for recognition, not intelligence that we possess, but the intelligibility of being able to map it out with our intelligence. And so when I have a intelligible answer, like if I come to Cleveland and I pull up in a car, I hop out and you say, how you get here, man? You here, how you get here? I say, oh, I rode my bike. That's intelligible. That's an intelligible answer. You can actually see me riding the bike here. But then you'll start thinking like, you rode your bike all the way from Oklahoma? And it becomes incoherent once you try to actualize, did I ride my bike to there? No, I drove. So the intelligible part is being able to have an intelligible answer. Somebody actually could get to you. I actually could get to you by riding a bike. Did I this time? No, I ain't sweating. There's no bike in sight. That's an incoherent thought then, which would be a lie, but I'm just showing you the difference between intelligible and that's how people get away with lying, because they have an intelligible answer, although it's not coherent when it comes to the answer because it's not the actual answer.
That's deep. That's deep. I also think inserting God into at least the creation conversation is incoherent, um, or anything that has to do with science, because inserting God is a philosophical position. It's, science doesn't test for supernatural things, so eh.
And that,
The incoherence.
the incoherence, and that's why I say like there was a time when we think about our ancestors and stuff and the way things are going, just like we think about the history of America and how even though we're at a spot where we at, the incoherence of the way we got here and the different stories that people have to conjure up to talk about how we got here, along with answering for some type of intentional, efficacious agent for existence, while clearly stating that that agent doesn't exist, or it exists, but not in the same way we exist. Like somebody told me one day, like, you closing the circle. Why are you doing that? Why are you closing the circle? And I'm just like, if I ask the question, I want to answer. So why would I leave a question open ended if I'm looking for an answer to that question? Unless I just want the question to go on forever. So,
What's the original question and what's the new question? What did they mean closing the circle?
well, my my question was, what has to be if I believed in a creator God, what would have to be the mechanism that allows that entity to work? It can't be his self. That can't be an answer. That would be circular reasoning. So that's where the infinite regress comes in. Was this God created? That leads to special pleading. No, he ain't created. He's always been. But this is not what we see. If we see something that has always been, it has been existing. And so my reasoning is just like I say, my proofs for my philosophy, they aren't empirical proofs. They're just logical proofs.
And that's facts though, because it's like religious people, when it comes to their God, they can accept the premise that um, something has always been and didn't need a creator for it. But when you apply that same premise to the universe itself, it's like they run from it and say that it can't possibly be. But then they take that same premise and will apply it to their God. Like, well, why can't the universe just always have been and didn't need to be created?
Especially if that's what we're seeing and experiencing. And that's what always get me. I'm just like, and they'll get mad at you too. Tell you going to hell. You believe in you worshiping the devil when you done took the devil all the way out the system with that move.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
and then, like you said, it becomes a case of special pleading. So, right there at that point where they try to make an excuse for their thing that doesn't apply across the board, like, well, no, tell me more about why it applies to your God but can't apply to the universe.
right.
Like, yeah, incoherent. And it's like they're not using the same standard of investigation. They're not applying the same standard of investigation to their religion as they are to any other idea, which proves it's dogmatic right there.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and then will tell you that's God. It's just some things you can't know. Why at the same time telling you how they know what you can't.
yeah, it's
know.
bad. It's bad. I try not to get it. I usually don't get into those type of arguments. I know to leave people where they at.
Yeah, and that's why I say that's why I kept it. That's why I made sure I kept it philosophy. I didn't try to get no theology. I saw the folly in doing that, which actually opened my eyes to what a lot of people had been doing. Let me take that back. Which seemed to be the case for me in my research. That's where a lot of ideas could have just been stated as research type things or conclusions, and then test those conclusions without special pleading. They made it where you shouldn't test the ideal of a creator God or you're going to hell. Now, I'm talking about they put in so many firewalls and what you call it
In the doctrine, yeah,
yeah,
it's a
in the
lot of
document,
firewalls and safeguards to
firewall
keep you trapped
safeguards.
up in there.
I'm talking about they
And
made
that's
sure
what
they
keep a
put
lot
them
of
in
people
there.
trapped. The fear and all of that. And they know what safeguards to put. I remember they was telling me you can't read everything. Everything ain't good knowledge. All knowledge ain't good knowledge. If I read a certain book, I'm going to hell. Like they was trying to get me, keep you away from learning anything that takes you out of that. Because when with don't eat from the tree of knowledge, it was telling you. I mean, it's subliminal in there. It'll take you away from God. That was the message.
That's the message. Then they'll tell you this the one that getting me, especially when they don't be like a preacher or somebody, just be a regular person. And they'll tell you, God said, let every man be a liar. You can't stand on your own reasoning. Yet I'm sitting here reasoning with you about your own reasoning. And you a man. So you a liar. What are you even talking to me for? Because I am never gonna believe you because you told me that God said, let every man be a liar. What is we doing? The incoherence is crazy within that system.
That's why I said if there was actually if the creator in the Bible was real, this would be the silliest way for him to disseminate his message.
Especially being all powerful.
Yeah, and then how could you deem people to hell for creating a sea of confusion, multiple religions, and then people not knowing which one to pick from? Like, so it's again, these are dilemmas that religious people usually don't want to deal with. And it's like they don't understand that they're only the religion that they're. Well, some people are converts, but outside of that, you're only the religion that you're in right now because of where you're born. So it's really based off geography.
Yeah. Especially when it comes to that base religion that you first start out believing in and worshiping due to your parents making you, or that's their lifestyle, their culture, and they go to church and you go to church with them, you're part of it. You have an innate way of believing. They teach you about belief. You read the Bible and the New Testament and the letters that Paul wrote to the churches, and it tell you about how you're supposed to believe. And when I read that, it's just actually just telling you to insult your own intelligence. Don't worry about nothing. There's this book. You won't understand it, but there's someone who will. Listen to them. And I found it to be true. A guy told me one time, if you want to be a Christian, then you should let the preacher read the Bible to you. Because if you don't want to be a Christian, all you got to do is just read the Bible for yourself. Even if you want to be a Christian, while you reading it yourself and having your own understanding, you're gonna deviate. I haven't found a person yet. And when I'm talking about, I take my man Shadow for instance, shout out Shadow or wherever you at. Like he talk about the precepts and how people should stick to their precepts and how it's the people that sticking to their precepts is done. It's a person that can stick to every one of them precepts and still do something that's not a precept. You can stick to every one of them precepts and then go about your day and still go about something that's going against one of them precepts. And then you still gonna say you holy. You still gonna say you got the way. You still gonna say that some reason you understand it because you've been touched by some type of knowledge. I'm gonna just call it knowledge. I ain't gonna say superpower. To get you to understand why at the same time you telling me that no man can understand it and let every man be a liar. These are the people that's ready for themselves but still want to stick to it. And so they have their own views. We come across a lot of them. Came across a lot of Christians who have several different beliefs within Christianity. Some new, some old. You know, it's all kind of what did we look up? And it ended up being about 150 different Christian denominations throughout the world. Don't seem like a lot, but when you get it within them churches, doctrines change. I think you read something one time that said that one church is some churches that have names of churches, but actually worship different things. And so it's just all incoherent to me when it comes to that type of theology and the creator, because then you have to look into other cultures and say, what do they say about this creator? And then they have their own concept of a creator, which is totally different from this creator. The only thing that they have in common is that they created, but they may have created in different ways. A lotus flower growing out of the belly button of a deity. A deity creating other beings and then creating us as beings in a hierarchy of worship. And you got to figure out where evil came from, who's really responsible for what you're doing. Man, the incoherence just stacks like Legos into structures that you become caught in. You build a wall around your critical thinking, and that right there is to me very detrimental to the thought processes of the entire human race. And I ain't gonna get too far ahead of myself, like my man Sadiq say. I don't want to jump too far in front of myself. But yeah, the incoherence is detrimental.
Yeah, it's bad. It's I don't know if there's any hope for the people, man. I don't know what to do. As you see, the incoherence was on display tonight. Apologetics is at an all-time high. It was GDN Apologetics. Omar was his first student.
Salakagetics.
Apologetics. Funny. Yeah.
Ain't that a Salaki mean? Apologize?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They need to
Salakagetics.
apologize to everybody for using the internet to spread that BS. I'm glad I was here to check them, man. They asked the right one, though. If
What
they
is
asked
it?
somebody else, I would have just let them go back and forth.
And shout out Omar, man. I'm talking about that's my guy. What was Omar's last conclusion? Fuck Laura.
He's an educated fool. He
When
ain't
your,
stand on shit. I
when
ain't
your,
just crash out and hit me with the bottle like that.
when your conclusions come up to stuff like that, that means the reasoning has fallen apart.
You can't attack the science. You must attack the scientists.
Yeah.
That's how you
Wherever
know
you at,
them
Omar
boys are
Shalaki, brother. Shalaki. I wouldn't.
good. That's what you're like. I apologize for putting the pause on you like that. It was bad.
GDN, you got a month and a half
2-on-1.
before y'all face off. Or it's just you and A1. You think you're gonna be able to stand up? I know you getting your information together. And like A1 said, when y'all have y'all debate, it ain't gonna be about evolution, which might be a good thing for you. Cause your evolution reasoning was I ain't gonna say horrible. But that would be the best word to describe it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know what else to call it. Shit, horrible is the best. Yeah. Tighten up, brother. Tighten up.
Yeah.
I think we should play a rerun or something.
What we got, man?
We never finished that episode from earlier.
Oh yeah,
That only went like halfway through.
the one with God Justice.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can.
But y'all was about to do a face off or something?
No, he ain't. Oh, when I cut it off.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. They had came in there. Humble was like, "Hey man, can you end it? We about to do this thing." We went in there and the pit bull tail
Mm-hmm.
had me kind of hot that I had ended the stream, but you know the Titans debate league always come back around. Let me see if I can't find this.
What time is it, man? Dang, it's 5:30. I gotta get ready to go work out.
Yeah, let me find this video. I could throw that on for us, man. We can sit back, ride on into the morning wake up.
And I'll go to a word from our sponsors while you get that up.
Gotcha.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message titansdebateleague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
And we're back.
Okay, I got it on there.
And
I
so
want you to be. I still don't have an answer to the question. I'm
You
so
don't-
confused.
that's what I'm
Come on,
saying.
3 or 4 minutes
That's-
into the answer.
absolute.
That's what,
Blow it up. The answer. Like,
that's what I'm
Right.
saying. He didn't get my question because here's the
I
thing.
got it.
You say something, Awa?
yeah, blow it up and close that window.
Oh yeah.
Good luck.
If we, this is why this is why I say you didn't get my question, because if you can do anything outside of the will of God, God can't be all powerful because He doesn't control your actions. He doesn't control anything. Now, here's the thing with the movie. God, wait, hold on, wait, hold on, wait, hold
He
on.
ain't done, bro. He's not done, Cosmo.
Thank you. So let me get this straight. Now, the devil is smarter and powerful than us. Keep this in mind. This in mind. The devil is smarter and powerful than us. There is a book in Revelation that tells you exactly how the devil would move, right? I know I can't be smarter than the devil. Wouldn't I make God a liar and say, you know what, since God said I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that and I'm going to be trying to anticipate the last days, you know what, I'm going to sit back and chill and make God a liar. That's the one way I would do it. But just like us, the devil got to play his role too. Revelations is things that haven't happened yet. And the devil know the Bible better than you. And yet and still, he's going to play out the role exactly how God designed it. If I'm on a football field with you, and if you give me your playbook, I'll know how to better battle you. So with that being said, when you asking me something about something that switches, it's hard to determine this. If God is the cause of all things that happen and everything has happened because of his cause, it's simply like a domino effect. We all know that, guess what? He is the ultimate cause, even of your actions. So even if you're still doing said things, all the things that you're doing, and we can all agree, the present, all of us standing in this moment is led up to by a whole bunch of decisions that led you up to the moment that you are right now. And I'm going to mute up in just a second, so it won't mic hog. But when we know that the present moment is contingent on the prior moment, and the future will be contingent on today's action, God being all knowing who he is, he knows how the domino effect would have fallen. We make decisions based on circumstances and prior moments and all of this. If I'm telling you, and I'm finna land here, if God said everything goes according to my plan, I would think that in order for God to be all powerful, you couldn't do anything outside of God's plan. If you have free will like that, then God can't be omniscient. He can't be omniscient because he doesn't know what you're going to do next, because you have your choice in your own decision making skills.
Or
separation
the
is
point
false.
is
We're not separated.
yeah.
Say
Or
that from the
point
beginning.
is to
Go ahead.
have free will. You dig what I'm talking about? That would be the point. The other point would be, as we see in reality, the point is to have free will. And what you're saying doesn't make sense, even in your made up world, right? In this, this situation, it doesn't make sense for the simple fact of, even in that made up world, right? There is sin and transgression, right? What transgression is literally going against the will of God. Sin is to turn your back on the will of the law of the Creator or God in this sense, right? So even in that made up world, there's still sin in real time, and there will still be transgressions, debunking the fact that you don't have free will. I'm saying life
by default.
Hold on. The crazy part is he admitted also that all you do is choose. Right in this life, you choose. But look, you may not have chose the conditions you are, but guess what? You can also choose to stay in them or not. You can change your whole program.
Because you're the observer. So look, when you're born, you're under somebody else's observer. The parents is the observer. That's why they determine your name.
By default of choice. By default of choice, we have free will. Just because there's resistance doesn't mean you're not choosing. If God is all merciful, that's why it's written. Right. The Father is merciful. He's only written for that reason, to let us know that even though he knows everything that's going to happen before it happens, it still doesn't negate the fact that he's allowing it all to happen to make free will come into fruition in its definitive form. Just because I knew you were going to open the door doesn't mean that I controlled you into open the door. No, it just means I knew you were going to choose.
No,
And
you
free
caused
will.
it. If you
Right.
caused it, and the reason why you caused it because you caused it because God is the ultimate cause of all things. Now here's the thing. No,
That's wrong.
yes,
That's wrong.
no, brother, no, hold on.
This is where you're going a little. This is where you're going a little.
God,
Let him explain before you
so-
tell him why he's wrong.
That's
Go
what
ahead,
if God is
Justice.
the
Go ahead.
just and before I go into my submission, that's why I use the domino analogy as an analogous thing. If the domino that fell, which one is the
You
ultimate
got an
cause?
echo,
The
Jay.
domino by do I got echo? Oh, sorry.
No, that was King.
No,
Jay
he's talking to
saying
Okay.
me. I was on mute. That was me. My bad.
So the domino that fell, which one is the ultimate cause of that domino falling? The domino behind it, or the one who ultimately started pushing the first domino to make all the dominoes fall? Which one is the ultimate cause?
The first one.
Okay, so that's my point. God is the literally ultimate cause of all things. He is the creator of all things. With that being said, with him being the creator of all things, he would be the ultimate cause. That's why it literally said, hold on.
Not only be the
I'm trying to understand what he's saying, but if you don't get to finish his thought, that won't happen. Go ahead. Go
Yeah, that's what I'm
so I
saying.
can try
Okay.
to get clarity.
Okay, so he's the ultimate cause of all things. He's the individual that pushed the dominoes in the beginning, not the domino behind me. I'm the result of the domino that fell behind me, but the ultimate result is the person who pushed the domino. Now let's go into, because when I get cut off, I lose my thought. But let's go back into cause effect. This is why I say everything goes according to the will of God. There's nothing that can happen outside of the will of God. It can't, because God planned for everything to happen. Hence, Ephesians 1:11.
And listen, what I'm saying
Hold on. Can I add a
is,
quick point? Because Cosmo, you
Hold
gonna
on,
go for
let
30
me
minutes.
ask a question for clarity though, because you said God planned for everything to happen.
Yes.
That's the difference, because that's why I was trying to figure out what the actual argument was, because it was semantics and people arguing past each other. Your actual claim is that God planned for everything to happen.
Right.
Yes, everything.
If I go eat a burger tomorrow, that God planned that. Like,
yes,
before I knew I wanted that burger, he had already planned that. That's
yes,
what you're saying.
and yes,
And I
if everything, if everything goes according to the will of God and everything goes according to God's plan, hence God's plan. If everything goes according to God's plan, I mean everything that's gonna happen, even to the minor things you do, that was all a part of God's plan to begin with. That's why things works together to begin with. He would not be a perfect God if it. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I'm cutting you off. My bad.
Oh no, you good, brother. You good. But even no, you good. Yeah,
until you get a chance, brother. We want to let's go a little further.
Yeah, that was God's plan. No, I'm saying is, when we come to having these conversations about hard determinism, if we understand God's omniscience, right, that means even the choices you made today literally got to start from him creating in the first place. Him putting the tree in the garden. And I really didn't want to really debate Christian, because when we're talking about God in the simple things that when we really can't prove, that's the point we get to the point of inserting things. And then we go down a whole nother rabbit hole for real. So I'm just only sticking on the hard deterministic part that we can prove scientifically that you can't get around cause and effect. That's all I'm saying.
Brother,
the whole God's,
go ahead.
Everything is God's plan, even stuff that I don't know I want yet. That's scary
territory,
because then you also every murder, everything evil, that's God's plan, right? He planned.
No, I disagree.
He planned the mass shooting that happened last week. God,
I think what it is.
That wasn't the devil.
Everybody a purpose.
If it's in the scripture, if it's in scripture, and I promise y'all, I got to bounce in a second, so I promise y'all. Yeah. But if the scripture literally says this, that everything goes according to the will of God, everything, that means the evil stuff too. And it's a testament to Isaiah 45, where it said God created good and evil. You know what I'm saying? God created the devil.
I got one more question for you, God Justice.
Can I have a last question? Yeah, and my last question would be, did God already know the devil was going to do what he was going to do before he created him?
Well, in the Bible, God sent the devil to do all the devilment he did.
So he planned. Thank you. He sent the devil.
That means that the God is a demon too.
So you don't believe in free will,
and
do you?
again,
No, I don't.
Okay, that makes
my
sense.
point is, what's really scary, A1, is that the outcome of what he's trying to say is that he's saying man should take no responsibility.
Right.
That's not what I'm saying.
Right.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's exactly
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying.
It neutralizes purpose.
Exactly
It
the
kills.
outcome of what you're saying.
It kills.
That's not what I'm saying.
May I build off of what? May I build off of what he just said?
That's not what he's saying, but that's
That's
an
not what I'm
inadvertent
saying.
side
At the
effect
end of
of
the day,
what
at the
he
end of the day.
believes in,
Right.
and I'm not sure he's not
That
saying
is
that.
not
You
what I'm
can't. You
saying.
can't blame the brother for thinking that, because that in and of itself, that's kind of what he's saying. If you
Wait,
really,
no, that's
if you
not
really
what.
boil it
That's
down.
not. That's not what. Hold on. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. The reason why I'm saying.
Okay, but listen, hold on, before y'all go far. It may not be what you're saying, but it's the outcome.
Implication. It's an implication.
What I'm saying.
That's still a bad implication is a bad word. Outcome is the best.
It is, and the reason why
Or
the
a side
implication would be
effect.
the bad.
The side
The
effect.
reason why but listen, the reason why the implication would be a bad. The reason why the implication would be bad, and I know things are getting a little tensions getting a little higher, but the reason why the implication would have been a little bit bad is only because I'm only doing for what you're inserting. See, the thing is, I don't believe in this God you believe in. So without that, I still. Okay, fair enough. I don't do personal attacks, but I don't believe in the God that you believe in. So with that being said, I'm only doing what you're inserting. And I'll make another example. When you come down and you insert the fact of Jesus resurrected, then I'm going to ask you how, based off the laws of entropy. I'm going to ask you that question. So if you're inserting that God is all powerful, all knowing, and this is what you're going to insert, and you're inserting this, and everything goes according to God's will, that's why I asked you that question. I still welcome that question, not just to you, but everybody on the panel. Did God know what the devil was going to do before he created him?
Yes, that's a simple question. We ain't even got to go outside.
So he's the ultimate cause.
One second. We ain't even got to go out of the Bible. The Bible said God sent the devil into the mouths to be a stumbling block for the prophets. He did that.
Facts.
Yeah.
We ain't got to make up no spooky ideas.
The devil
makes sense.
What we're saying,
listen to what you said.
Hold on. The outcome to man taking no responsibility for his actions, choices, and deeds, and just blaming it on biblical deity,
automation,
is lawlessness, chaos, and man taking and having no responsibility, right?
Listen to what you just said.
Even to nature. Nature doesn't work that way.
Facts.
But listen to what you just said. Listen to what you just said.
We don't have to put it on a spooky level. Hold on. What I'm saying is we don't have to put it on this spooky level. We can look out into nature. Right. Into the real physical world.
Nature don't function in absolute
things that go against this doctrine.
Actually, they do.
Because guess what? Because if he's the creator, he's not only the cause.
If you can't rotate.
He's not only the cause and the material that's happening or making the choice, but he's also the either way. You can go with that choice. The 3 or 4 or 5 ways you can go with that choice.
So you basically
hold on. So not only is he the cause, he's the potentiality for the outcome.
So you basically agree with rotate us around so that everybody can make their assessment on the matter.
This is my last submission. And this is my last submission. And the reason why I say this because you just agreed to me. But basically what you said to me, you said the devil came down. God sent the devil down here to be a stumbling block for humans. Which, by the way, the human is not smarter than the devil. And you send this person to come down here and be a stumbling block to imperfect people. Mind you, let's go into a little deeper. He sent this individual to be a stumbling block to people that didn't even know that they were naked. If I put you, hold on, wait, hold on, wait.
You made him let you finish, Cosmo. Let him finish.
Wait. So if I'm a parent, right? Right. And I got 2 children in the room, I say with all the toys that you're gonna play with, you can play with it. Don't play with this loaded gun. I leave the loaded gun in the room with those kids who doesn't know any better. And then on top of that,
Right.
I bring my worst enemy in there as a stumbling block to my children. And when you bring them in there, and I leave, by the way, and he tells the children, he said, hey, you can play with this. Nothing's going to happen to you. And my kid pick up the gun and do something harmful to themselves. And I come back in, and I look my kids in the eye, and I say, hey, didn't I tell you not to play with that gun? Now, I want to ask you this. Are they bad children, or am I a bad father?
In that story, you're a bad father.
Okay, so let's parallel. Let's parallel. So let's almost done. So let's parallel.
They didn't know any better.
Okay. So I'm a bad. Hold on, wait. I'm a bad father. So here's how this parallel with the Garden of Eden. God, who's the parent? Hold on, wait. Oh, God, who's the parent?
Right.
This is what's going to circle to be the cause of all things. God, who's the parent?
Cosmo, man. You making this harder than it got to be. He already got bad sound. And then it's on Shadow next.
Yeah. God, who's the parent, says the devil of individuals who didn't even know the difference between good and evil, right? So God send these people, send this stumbling block to these individuals who didn't know right from wrong, and left them alone with these individuals, and they ate the fruit.
Right.
And then God's come back after saying, yo, what happened? After he's the one that put the stumbling block and the tree there in the first place. Is he still not the ultimate cause?
No, because he wouldn't have to ask what happened if he was omnipresent.
That's facts, though. And that's why I think all of it is absurd, honestly. Because he's supposed to be omnipresent, but he comes to the garden. He don't know where Adam and Eve at. In the story of Job, the devil has snuck up on him. Where did you come from? Walking to and fro from the earth. Too many stories where he's completely clueless as to what's going on for an omnipresent.
So the bigger question would be, if he's not all knowing, he can't be all powerful, because to know the future, to control the future, you must have to know it. So if he's not omniscient in the way of not even knowing what his creation is, this would mean that he can't be all powerful either.
Not that biblical God, right?
You agree with me?
Real quick, before we pass it around, hold on. I want to shout out Issa Queen. We got Issa Queen to the panel. She's been sitting patiently. How you feeling, Issa Queen? Any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you've heard so far?
This is nice. I like this. Having a good time, guys.
Hey, peace, everybody.
Hey, what's up, Issa Queen?
Salute.
Y'all know I don't believe in the Bible, so I don't really have any thoughts to that.
Much love to the panel, but I gotta disconnect y'all. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to cut y'all off.
We'll catch you later, bro.
I didn't want to leave rudely. I'm so nice to meet y'all. Host, thank you so much for inviting me to your panel. Much love to everybody. Thank you.
It's nice to meet you, brother. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. See you soon.
Okay.
Have a good one.
You should line me up with a debate with him, because one-on-one, we'd be able to hash this out. But I'm gonna let Issa Queen.
We're about to set it up. I'm gonna have him back next week. And we'll get some face-off discussions.
Yeah, he should debate me on that. But
So
yeah,
you can go ahead and get set up in the league and everything. Appreciate you guys, Justice. I'll message you later tonight or early in the morning.
Yeah, go ahead, Issa Queen. What you gonna say? Because I'm a rebuttal.
I don't believe in these stories in a literal way. Obviously, they are fables and telling us how to deal with things. So if you look at it as a fable, then God doesn't have to be all present and omnipotent. And then the little discrepancies that we have, like the devil popping up on him and he's like confused, or can't find Adam and Eve in the garden that he created where he's all knowing and all seeing, that wouldn't matter, right? Because it's a fable. I think that life is a series of both fortunate and unfortunate events, like a lot like one of those, you ever read one of those books where you do your own adventures? And you pick the route that you want to go, and you go to the page, and you don't get to see what's in front. You don't get to see all the pages that you missed. You only get to see the decision that you made and what goes on in that future. And I think that's how life is.
All right. That's what's up, though. Hey, so let me. I'm gonna expound real quick on the brother that just left. Because I disagree and I like to debate him on the matter. I didn't get a real chance to to assert or to assess his logic behind his reasoning. But this is how I break it down, right? So I understand that brothers and sisters don't understand script, or not. I don't want to say understand that they reject the scriptures based off of their assessments. I do not fault them for that. I totally understand. I get it, but I understand scriptures to be principles told as stories at face value in terms of historical events. But once you assess the scriptures as it's formulated, you get the actuality of what's being testified. So in terms of Satan, Satan is a principle. We're personifying him as some individual or a person, like a mercenary or assassin that was sent by God. No, he's a principle. 2 Peter 5:8 says that he's like a roaring lion seeking to devour whoever he may please, and he's considered an adversary. The reason why it's written like that is because Satan is just, the only thing Satan means is opposition. So no matter what you're doing, Satan has to be involved because Satan is under the principle of the law, which is testified through the wisdom of knowledge, good and evil. That's duality. So anytime you're doing God's will, good things are happening in terms of what the scripture says. Anytime you're going against God's will, bad things are happening in terms of the scripture. That's where Satan comes in. Satan, by default, is just anything that is categorized under the principle of bad, which is the opposite of good. Good and evil is not the law. The law, good and evil emanates from the law. The law is perfect. The law is where everything is defined as perfection. And the way the story goes is in the garden, God looks down upon man and says, this is Genesis 2:18. He says, it is not good that man be found alone. This is where you get your precept of Psalms 14:1, Psalms 53:1, Romans 3:10, Ecclesiastes 7:20, where it says, not one is found good. I know not one that can be good under God. God looks down, not one can be found good on earth. This is why Christ says, he without sin may cast the first stone, because he was going to the precept, which is saying that whatever this God was in the Bible, in the garden, it was not the Father God. It was not the ineffable Father in terms of the principle. It was a fallen principle, which when God looked down, he says, it isn't good that man be found alone, meaning that's where duality came in. Before God divided Adam and put him in a deep sleep, it was just singularity. Adam was one. So when Adam falls asleep, he wakes up, he says, flesh and bone of mine own, I shall name thee woman because you were taken from me. Meaning that man and woman were one, as like an androgynous. They were both one and the same. But after the deep sleep, he was divided. Whoever this God was in the garden, he says, it isn't good. He was using knowledge. Knowledge is good and evil. So that was and it says in Genesis 3:22, it says, behold, man has become like one of us. One in us. One is singular, us is plural. So you have one and many being testified at the same time. And he says, it isn't good. He says, man has become like one of us, knowing both good and evil. So let us prevent him from the tree called life. So now we have in principle that we just took on an image that's disconnected from life. Whoever that God was in paradise, he bears the image of death. Genesis 2:17, touch this tree, eat from it, thou shalt die the death. And then you have, behold, man has become like one of us, knowing both good and evil. Let us prevent him from the tree called life, because he'll live forever. So this image that we have is not the image of the ineffable Father. It is the image of a fallen angel that represents death, wisdom, and knowledge. Now, that's why Christ says, I've come not to abolish the law, I've come to fulfill it, proving that the law was in its adolescent stage in the Old Testament. It comes to the New Testament, we get reconnected to the Father, which is a principle that is superior to the law. That's why it says the law condemns you. The law is not what justifies you. Faith does. Faith is letting us know that this world is condemned through imperfection, but we have the ability to, and the capacity in our imagination to perceive what perfection is, even if someone was to say perfection is not existent.
Right.
Now, with that,
Exactly. We always have that ability. Right.
right. So with that being said, I disagree with the brother when he says that we don't have free will when the Father's considered most merciful. The Father gave us the law. The law is what determines good, through the wisdom of knowledge what we do by choice, good and bad. Right. That's why it's written in John 5:22. Christ is the judge, not the Father. The Father gave all of his power and authority to Christ, and he determines amidst two witnesses to decide if what we did is good or bad. And the reason why it's written that way is because, once again, the Father is so superior to all principles and all concepts and all definitions. There's nothing you can think of that can even come close to this entity that we call the Father God. That's why it's written, all things fall short the glory thereof, because it comes down to Christ and the two witnesses. And with that being said, just because the Father knows all things and is so powerful that we can't even come close to scratching the surface of how to identify him or even define him, doesn't mean he plays a part in the good and the wickedness. So one last thing, and I'm gonna land my plane. The brother brought up Isaiah 45:7, saying, I, the Lord, create good and evil. I, the Lord, do these things. This is why we're given precepts, so that brothers cannot use their logic and distort scripture, as it's written in Proverbs 3:5. Lean not on your own understanding. Trust the Lord thy God in all your heart. Romans 3:4.
In that case, you agree with the brother then.
How am I disagreeing with the brother?
If you don't lean on your own understanding, absolutely, you might as well agree with the brother that just got off the phone.
How are you saying that?
What you just said.
No, lean not on your own.
Where it says lean not on your own understanding. Were you speaking in an absolute?
No, I'm speaking. I'm speaking in regard. Yeah, I'm speaking in regards to if I read the scriptures the way I'm taught. Like if it says that Christ walked on water, I can be like, oh man, maybe the water was shallow. Maybe that's why he was able to. No, what if the water is translated as many nations, and what if Christ is translated as a principle as the Son of God, the only begotten? So now I'm no longer personifying him or politicizing him. I'm taking him the way scripture is written, meaning I'm taking away the way I believe it's supposed to be read because of how I was trained. And I'm looking at it the way the scripture is actually written. The same way you would look at mathematical problems and not argue with the fact that you have to subtract or you have to divide. It just is what it is. In order for you to get to the definitive answer, you got to do exactly what the mathematical problem is asking you to do.
10 plus 10 is 20. So, but there's millions of ways to get to 20. If you found out another way to get to 20, are you a blasphemer?
Can I?
No,
I'm gonna repeat that because I'm breaking absolutes. If there's only one way to get to 20, 10 plus 10, according to your logic on how you read scripture, and let's say you belong to the 10 plus 10 church, right? And we got a 10 plus 10 mathematic book. The book only one page because it ain't much wisdom in it. So I gave you on that one paper, it got a scripture that down there says 10 plus 10 is 20. And I'm looking at the audience. Guys, you all hear that? I don't want to hear no 9. I don't want to hear about no 19 plus 1. I don't want to hear about no 21 take away 1. If so, you are of the devil. That is a witchcraft spirit. You see the ignorance. You see some of the ignorance in that. And so the point is that, bless my brother that was on here earlier, we have to push through experience so to earn additional wisdom. That's the purpose of life. And so there is no absolute purpose because we all have different purposes. And so the purpose of life is to find the purpose of life. Right?
Come on, Sadiq Rob.
I'm gonna stop there. So I'm just gonna stop there before I turn into Zion Warring on this motherfucker.
All right. Can I just hop in there really fast? So I heard.
And can I go after you?
Yes, ma'am. So I heard Darkness and the brother talking a bit, and they touched on two topics that I felt as though Darkness dropped the ball a little bit. The first topic they touched on was God all powerful, right? Darkness, I just want to ask you really fast before I continue. Do you believe that God is all powerful and omnipotent, as the Bible say?
Yeah, the ineffable Father, it makes all things possible, like our existence.
Okay. And so that was one of the topics. The other topic was the fact that God do all things, but it is us who create good and evil. Both of those statements are fallacies, even according to one's own text. I'm gonna share my screen and I'm gonna show y'all what I'm talking about. Right, one of these verses y'all done already went over, Isaiah 45:7. But I'm gonna bring up Matthew 19 and 20 really fast, and we're gonna see what that say.
Yeah, I tried to give a precept, I got cut off, but I'll give it on the next one.
And so the reason this is important, because these are some of the verses that strictly tell us, right, that God is all powerful, right? This is Matthew 19:26, the King James Version. But Jesus beheld them and said unto them, with men this is impossible, but with God all things are possible. Right? So that's what Jesus is telling the people. Jesus is telling the people, right, that with God all things are possible, meaning that God can do all things, right? Then here we go with Isaiah 45:7, right? I form the light and create the darkness. I bring prosperity and create disaster. I, the Lord, do all these things, right? Which means, even according to this verse, we really don't have no free will, because God do all these things. Now, this takes me
Can
to
you pause it real quick, Oldie?
Judges 1:19, right?
We
Because
got Kazak to the
all
stage.
these things and God is so powerful, right? Then why in Judges
Let me
1?
just take this down real quick. What's up, Kazak?
Hey, shalom, everyone. What's going on with you?
Shalom. How you feeling today?
I'm good, besides the fact that it's early, it's all outdoors, and I'm already at slavery.
I'm about to go and get my morning workout in right now. I'm just letting my phone get a little more juice. Actually, I'm about to run out of here in 3 minutes. Dude accepted the debate. We got a face off. Did you want to do it Sunday? Will Sunday work for you? Saturday?
If it's Sunday, it's got to be Sunday night, because
He asked me about
I work until 8, so 8 o'clock my time. I could do it Sunday. Saturday, it could be a little earlier. I don't know if I'm going to camp or not, but either day works for me. It's just gonna have to be after, let's say after 8 o'clock or 8 o'clock, either day, p.m.
Big
Were you
bet.
trying to do it during the day?
He just asked me what time. I told him this weekend coming up on the is Jesus the Most High God?
All right.
Yeah. So he ready.
All right. So just to make sure, in the little face off, I want to make sure he ain't playing semantics.
Yeah.
we,
I
we,
don't think
we,
he.
all, we all talking Bible, right?
Yes. I
I
don't
had
think
some
he plays semantics on you.
I had some cats on Discord. They told me that I can't remember how he said it, but basically what he was saying is sola scriptura was like evil. It was like heresy to just go by the scriptures. You got to go by the church fathers, the traditions,
That's
the
the first time
church,
I
the
heard that.
councils. Yeah, me too. It caught me out because I heard that term from them and I just brought it back up. I was like, yeah, I'm sola scriptura. I want to go about the scriptures. I want to go about the tradition. He was like, yeah, that's a heresy or something like that. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, dang. I'm about to have to start doing some calls in the Discord and get it up and jumping. I'm glad you spoke on that. I might start doing some early morning streams from the Discord to hear in an effort to get people to sign up. So, because it's a way that we could all link. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's so many apps and so many platforms, man. It's getting ridiculous. I can't keep up no more.
It is.
I just show up.
I'm glad you made it over here, man. What's
I
the
thought
word today?
this was live, man. I thought this was live what they was talking about, man.
Oh no, I did an episode on GDN Capone, the
Yeah,
incoherence.
GDN Capone come from Bigo.
Yeah. I dragged him around the room the other day, him and one of his partners, and then
What was the subject?
the subject evolution. They was trying to come at me about evolution, but it was just a bunch of logical fallacies. And
They believe in evolution, or you believe in evolution?
no, I was rocking with evolution. They was trying to come challenge me on it, but they didn't have their ducks in a row. You know, they weren't even asking the right questions, so they made it easy. But like I say, every gym needs a good punching bag. You know what I'm saying? So shout out GDN Capone and Omar Muhammad for being my punching bag, the most reliable.
Yeah, I don't like. It's like you gotta know where you at and what you're doing. You can't have a scientific conversation and include the Bible, even though it's science in the Bible.
Mhm.
The Bible is completely based on whether you believe in it or not. So science is that way too. However, it's a whole different avenue, I guess. It's like it's like a Christian and a Muslim arguing, and the Christian don't believe in the Quran and the Muslim don't believe in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
we
it's two
talking
different.
at each other.
It's two different conversations, two different fields of
Right.
study.
I think for a brother like GD, he try to be in those conversations, but then at the same time hold on to the Bible. You get what I'm saying? I think that's very difficult. I give you in my head, any brother that's trying to prove an invisible God to an atheist is gonna lose that debate,
Mm,
even though I believe in God.
mm.
See what I'm saying? Like, how can you prove it?
It's facts. That's what I be trying to tell them, man. Uh, damn, you know, it's and science doesn't look to prove that. Science is just uh, the observation of the natural world. So it doesn't look for supernatural causes or explanations. That's outside of the realm of science. So it's just like you say, it's semantics. Two people arguing past each other. You know, he's bringing a philosophy approach to a scientific conversation. You're gonna lose every time.
Right. Why is 2 + 2 equals 4? Because God said so.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. Yeah, no, that's the math and the philosophy. That's what he try to do, though. He definitely tries to step into them arenas.
That's what they do with Humble and Shane when he get in conversation with them about deity. Remember when they came on the joint where you interviewed me and they
Hmm.
started talking about these deities? I was like, I don't know, but I know what the Bible says. Say blah blah blah. And I will keep going back. I'm not gonna have no conversation with y'all about no ancient deities that I don't study, I don't believe in. Y'all
Yeah, you
got it.
ain't step outside your box. You stayed in pocket. That was good.
Right.
I wouldn't have said nothing because I was just interviewing that night, you know. But they
No,
was trying to pick on.
I do know a little bit, but it's like if that ain't what we talk about, that ain't what we talk about. Like if we going into history, I believe that'll be like history, anthropology, like stuff like that. And I deal with it a little bit, just because of I gotta have something to shoot at if somebody's shooting at the Bible. That's the only reason I deal with it. You know what I'm saying? But
I
it's
was
not
just
my
saying,
thing.
yeah, it's hard for the agnostics because people want to have something to come at, and it's like, well, you know, we don't have to. We can stand on some philosophies. I guess that's what I'm about to start doing, just to give y'all something to shoot at, like you said. You know, so yeah, just to have some fun. I'm getting back into the debate arena. I got some pay-per-views coming up, so
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, you got so you mostly be trying to debate like that type of stuff, like what you was doing with GDN Capone.
evolution. I mean, you know, I'm on the agnostic side, so all of that's wrapped up in there. I'll stand on science. I'll debate somebody just on the Bible, uh, certain things in the Bible, whether it's true or not, did it happen or not. What I've debated is the Bible the best thing for Black people? Or, I don't know. It's a bunch of topics people always come at me on.
Yeah, I'll take that debate.
Yeah.
You got to tell me what's better first.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was the debate I took. Is the Bible the best tool for Black people's liberation?
And you chose the no, the negative.
Yeah, I took the negative,
Did you win?
and the judges said I lost, but I think I beat him. But I ain't crying, complaining.
And what was you saying was better?
I really didn't. I didn't have nothing that was better.
That's why he lost.
Well, I did though. I did. You know what I did bring? I'll take that back. I brought Dr. Claude Anderson's plan, the Powernomics stuff. Um, but like I say, we had the Bible for 2,000 years. We ain't free yet. How
Yeah,
is
ain't
it the
nobody
best?
following.
Or else it would have already. We don't even got an example to show us the best. We can only show examples of it not
Ain't
getting
no,
the
ain't
job done.
nobody followed it though. A1. Nobody followed the Bible.
Oh man,
How you gonna follow the Bible? Nobody.
I like that rebuttal. Even he ain't come with that rebuttal. That's better than what
Christians
he
don't
came
follow
with.
it. Muslims don't follow it. Jewish people who got LGBTQ in Israel, man, them people don't follow no damn Bible. It's just there sitting on your coffee table. They open it. It's like an idol at this point. The Bible is like an idol at this point.
I agree. That's a good point. Definitely. Yeah. You get no disagreement out of me on that one.
Oh man.
If they pick and choose what they want to follow. That's why Christianity the easiest religion to be in, because it's like dude was saying, none of that. The different doctrines don't matter. It don't matter that it's a bunch of different denominations, as long
Unless
as
you
you.
unless you're an Israelite. I
Yes,
go on a Christian channel and say I have accepted Jesus as my Lord and Savior. They'll be like, nah, because you believe Joseph is the daddy. Nah, because you believe the law, you still got to live by the law. They'll just start.
uh,
It ain't good enough to to accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior when you're an Israelite.
I see what you're saying. Damn, that's crazy. Well, I got you. I got one for you.
Eastern Orthodox.
He about to be on all of that with you. I got you set up. I'm putting you in this tournament, man. We just about to put you in the opening round for the tournament. As you see, it's on the background right here. $1,000 grand prize, $50 each round. You win on the way to the finals. You feel me? 16 men. I'm only gonna do what? One debate a week. So you will debate like every 2 months. You'll have another debate set up, something like that. 3 rounds, $1,000. 3 debates, $1,000. You can't beat it.
Said win three debates, get $1,000.
Yep, it's only 3 debates into the finals. So I'm just gonna put you in the opening round. Your debate in the opening round. Kick this thing off.
With this you talking this Christian dude?
Yeah, with the Christian dude.
Apologist. What's his name?
Jill, Jesus is Lord. Rebuke and rebuke. I can always mess up this name. Rebuke and reprove.
Oh man. He debated on here before. He just
He got some open panels. He was on here doing this thing. He came up here and got me on the open panel the other day and corrected me on some stuff. He still
Jesus
didn't
is Lord.
change my mind about the whole point, but he corrected me on some
Nobody
stuff.
gonna change your mind. You know what I said in that interview when you said you liked it. I was like, for those people who believe, no evidence is necessary. For those that don't, no amount of evidence is gonna be enough.
Well, yeah, he didn't come at the major point. He was correcting some sub points. I was wrong on a couple like little things, but it didn't
Oh,
change the overall point that I was
you was
making.
talking Bible?
Yeah, I was talking about the Bible. What was our topic? Over 10,000 guys in the one, and you just happened to pick the right one.
I like that topic. I like that topic.
So yeah, we was up
Real
here getting it
talk.
in.
Cause I don't believe the God of the Bible is the God for everybody.
Mm. See, I like that. That's different. That's why I can appreciate an alternative perspective on the book, man. Anything that's just a little bit different from the traditional, I appreciate it because I'd be like, at least people thinking they doing something different. The diversity is there, but it just further accentuates my point that this would be the silliest way to disseminate your message if you was really the Most High. Like it's just a sea of confusion, and all knowing would have to know better. But
Oh no, man.
I like that. At least I made you laugh first thing in the morning.
All knowing we have to know better.
You making me laugh at my own self. Though. That was funny. You know, I got to put my own little twist of comedy on there. It gets the people going. You know what I said?
Yeah, you gotta have a couple things, some things that trigger people a little bit. It make the conversation.
And shout out the red. Shout out the red. I just hit 1K subscribers. It's going. It's going.
All right, keep building.
Yeah, I think I just hit yesterday. I was at 990 for like a week, 2 weeks.
All right, I'm gonna turn your platform up.
Let's go, man. Let's go.
Say a
Bring the
bunch of
whole
stuff.
One West
It's
through
the same
here,
thing.
man.
It's the same thing that like you just said. The most high, the all knowing will have to know better. Stuff like that. Little stuff like that. This is gonna say ruffle feathers. That's all you gotta do. Ruffle some feathers.
Ruffle some feathers.
Get people in their feelings. Now you can have a conversation with them, and
And
they're gonna
shout
say
out the
dumb.
red. I don't know
They're
who
gonna
this
say
is. He said the
dumb.
cocaine keeps me up at night. I've never done snorting a line in my life. That's funny though. I actually just worked third shift.
Oh, they try to say you up at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in
Yeah,
the morning. You
that's probably
must
JJ 7000. That sounds
must
like
be on
JJ.
them people.
Yeah,
Must be on that girl.
that's JJ 7000, man. I bet you. I guarantee you. Yeah, he said up all night talking about my numbers. JJ the only one that talk about my numbers. He said up all night, but still only gets less than 10 in his chat. I guess it's 9 people watching right now. Some days it'd be 9, some days it'd be 30. I'm not competing with nobody. You got to remember, I only been a channel 10 months. You know how much progress I made in 10 months? Organic growth. I ain't hit my numbers with the BBL and pay for the subscribers. I just got out here and was grinding. For real, it's stuff like this tournament. I just did a $500 tournament. You know what I'm saying? So that was 1.0. We moving to 1.1. Like I say, it's always the money that's gonna move the people. I got a bunch of new debaters. That's gonna bring 16 new fan bases, 16 new sets of subscribers. And then I'm gonna do it again, and I'm gonna do it again, and the prize is gonna go up from 1,000 to 1,500 to 2,500, and I'm gonna just keep having fun. You know, people compare me to pages and people that's been around 15 years. I only been around 10 months. I ain't even been here a year. But the fact that my name is in these conversations and that people are watching my numbers like that is just salute to me. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all. You know, for real, every time y'all hate, I put out 2 pieces of content. And that's what got me where I'm at right now. And I'm gonna look up in another year and I'm just gonna have outworked the people that's hating.
Man, you gotta keep some haters, man.
Yeah,
You ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
you ain't popping, man. I love it though, you know. And you know, I just made the red famous. That's JJ 7000. For real, probably. But yeah, man. I think I'm doing amazing. And then my viewer, if you pay attention to my subscriber viewer ratio, 10% is legit. And then when people go back and watch the playback, my numbers go up even higher. So for me to have 500 views and 1,000 subscribers is amazing. Versus people that's supposed to have been around longer than me, have more subscribers than me, and it's hitting the same numbers. But it's not that I'm pocket watching, because everybody's on their own journey, doing their own thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's not for me to compare my journey to nobody else's, compare my numbers to nobody else's. Like I say, some days you're gonna come in here and there's 30 people sitting in here at 8 in the morning. Give it some time. After this video, I bet you it jumped to past 20. To me, that's success, though. You know, I built this from the ground up. But, you know, I don't know. I don't know what's the point of trying to discourage me at 6 in the morning. It don't work. Like,
you're on the niggas' mind, yo.
I know. They came all the way
You're
to
in
my
their
channel.
dreams. You're in their dreams. They woke up before they even got coffee, brushed their teeth. They was like, let me go hate on A1.
I love it, though.
Now's a good time to hate on A1 right now.
Yeah. I'm just happy I hit 1K subscribers in less than a year. You know, I did a little less than 100 subscribers a month. To me, I felt like that was actually kind of weak. But looking at what other people do who just start out of nowhere, I did really amazing. So,
Well, you know, you was talking about organic. You can't really gauge what's good and bad no more, man. Like you called it a BBL. I never heard nobody use that term like that. but I completely understand.
yeah. So, and then I'm about to hit the streets with it, with my little sign and the T-shirts. I'm about to hop out there with ISUPK and them and get the filming with them. It's going, man. We about to spread this around, man. I gotta have my little bulletin board thing with the QR code so people can subscribe to the website, though. I'm getting one of them printed up this week. So when I pull up, boom, little cardboard sign. Subscribe to Titans Debate League. We out here. You feel me? But I'm pulling up like the news, baby. This shit about to be fun. But yeah, that's gonna make my page jump, because I feel like I'll probably get like 100 subscribers a day every time I go out there, from different people walking by, engaging, get some footage, different people answering questions, stuff like that. You know.
Dude, is he can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. He was muted for a second. And then he said have to pay people 1K to debate. Is that supposed to be slander? I just looked again. The stuff that they be saying really be promoting me. Like, I hope they don't run around saying this to other people, because that's definitely one of my haters being my biggest promoters. I have to pay people 1K to debate. Shoot, I'm paying because y'all actually, this shit is a sport. I'm trying to turn this shit into a sport and bring the best out of y'all. 1. 2, y'all been doing this for free for the longest. I was doing it for free. It feel good to get paid for your work. Ask Pandemics how it felt to get $500. You must be somebody that can't win. You must not have faith in your talents.
Hey, you can hear me, everyone?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I was a club promoter for a while, right? Before I came into the truth. And you always would have to come up with some type of gimmick. Let's say, for instance, if we're gonna be at the same club every single week, right? How do we make it feel different? So like people ain't getting the same old thing. So sometimes they'll do, all black night and everybody wear all black, all white night. Or we did a foam party. It's the same people coming into the same building to hear the same music, but you gotta make it exciting. You get what I'm saying? And one of the ones that jumped that I never would have thought we had, it was like an open mic night, right? where people came through and they got to perform. But what we did is we paid artists to perform.
That make it hit
So
different.
right, I'm talking about. So you could be an artist that nobody knows you ever heard your song. You know what I'm saying? You bring 20 people to the club. You know, they pay $10 to get in. We give you 5. So you made $100 that night to perform for your people. Man, listen, it was ingenious in the fact, like it's so simple, right? Just to think about it. Because we was on other nights we just let all the women in free and make the men pay. So it's the same thing anyway.
Same
Half
thing.
of the people ain't.
These
But
debaters put time into these presentations.
right, that's what I'm saying. The dudes that went to the studio, they done put their best outfit on, and all they people get to come watch them perform, and they got paid.
And they
Like
got
it's the same thing, bro. People gonna bring their people in to watch them debate, and if they do good, they get the money.
I say that's JJ 7000 saying that because that's a talking point that only he's been using. He talks about everything he says is really a bragging moment for me. He's like, why he going around using? He stole that white man's voice. He trying to sound like the white man. Listen to this. My advertisement. I do all my voiceovers.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here.
Yeah, so them was his 2 talking points. I got a rebuttal video. I guess he was kicking it with one of his homies and they was roasting me. But I'm about to play it back and rebuttal it because it was really just them bragging about everything I do for real. And they didn't realize it. Like maybe when they play it back, they'll start seeing that. A1 has to pay people $1,000. I don't have to, but they definitely appreciate it. Appreciate you, OG, on the 1,000 subs. Yeah, 1,000 subs. I'm paying $1,000, man. A1, rebuke and reprove. Get up here, rebuke and reprove real quick. Your opponent is actually on the stage right now. I'm happy that he's an early bird as well. Rebuke and reprove usually hops on when I'm live around now. Yeah, the opponent that I emailed you about is up here. So if you guys can just hop up here real quick and schedule a time together. You don't have to go over the topic if that's, if you're busy, but that would be amazing. Yeah, Jesus is Lord is his name. Just because you hear me?
You almost did it.
Yeah, I almost did it. See, I keep remembering. But you got me together on messing up a bunch of people's names, so I appreciate you. Because I was doing it and people weren't even saying nothing to me.
Well, it's like that too. I almost gave up on Bigo, and I just let him start calling me Chazak and Kazak and Chaz and all kinds.
Don't do it. I'll correct everybody nonstop.
I had time, like, all right. You know what I'm saying? My ribs call me daddy, so I'm all right.
Hey, and to my hater, I hope you subscribe too. Subscribe as well. We need to get our subscribers up. Appreciate your chat engagement. You helping tweak the algorithm so we popping. You are the best. Um, definitely no drugs. And if I was probably out here doing drugs, I probably wouldn't have $1,000 to give away to random people on the internet who find debating their hobby. You know, I'm just trying to make it fun for everybody. Appreciate me. Don't try to run me off. You see how they try to do? When y'all see people like that, boo people like that, heckle people like that. Like, why are you trying to run the only positive thing the debate community has to offer right now away? You feel me? That's funny. Yeah, my skin a little tougher than that though. It's gonna take a lot more than that for me to quit doing this. They want to trick me out my spot so they can do the same thing. So they can go try to mimic what I'm doing. Gotta watch out for people like that. Jesus is Lord. Rebuke and reprove. Pull up to the panel real quick. My homie who wanted to take that debate, is Jesus the Most High God, is up here right now. And since we have you two both in the same place at the same time, I'll drop that link again for you. It is pinned in the chat. It's funny because I'm supposed to be running right now. But I saw you here when I was about to walk out the door.
Yeah, get on out there, man. I ain't
No,
running, man.
that workout ain't going nowhere, man. I'm going to get it in regardless. Whether it's in the morning or at night, I'm going to still work out today. But yeah, I want him to pull up and get this time locked in with you so that way I can go ahead and make the flyer. Get your shit right. That link is in the chat, Jill. And then he can come and get that premise out to you. Yeah. Well, Kazak dropped off. See? See what happened? All right, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and play this video then. Forget the link. All right, y'all gentlemen, have a good day.
Question, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no
Oh
problem.
no, he's back. He's back. You got your camera on. Okay, there you go. Yeah, let's see if Jesus is Lord pulls up to lock this date in. Date and time. I know he's not scared. He's one of the toughest Christian debaters I've seen out here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's pretty good. He taught me a few things. So
All right.
it don't happen often, but it happened.
That ain't really saying much, considering his counterparts. But that's saying, that's saying a lot, though.
Yeah, it is. It is. Because
Because
I
there's
ain't learned much from most of these people.
2.1 billion Christians out here. That's one of the toughest you've seen, and that means he's pretty good.
Yeah, I put him in the top 3, top 5 right now. I know some scholars though. They smart on a lot of things, but they still believe. Can break down a bunch of science and stuff.
I ain't even in the top 100 of Israelites.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's gonna pull up. Maybe he just did a little drive by, came and said
Yeah,
what's
he
up.
probably did. He ain't expect nothing. He was like, "Oh, there's people there. They talking."
Yeah, we talking, Jill. We trying to get you to pull up and get this date
Right now.
locked in. You popped up.
Yeah,
Your
get with
opponent
him.
is here.
You got my number though. You can hit me anytime though.
I
Get
do.
it?
I got you locked in. You want to call her ID to the shot? It ain't going nowhere.
Set up. But yeah, anytime this weekend, just let me know ahead of time. Cause
Yep. I'm gonna pop on your panel over there on Bigo and let you know.
all right, yeah, I'll be live every day. About to go live right now. So gonna get that run in, man. Before it
Bet,
gets
bet.
and down here it's gonna get too hot. In Florida, it'll be 100 degrees by 12 o'clock.
Yeah, that's why I be working out early before it get too hot. 6 o'clock, I'll be trying to be out there already. It's only 6:30. But yeah, once that sun come up, it's over with.
All right, we'll wrap, man. If you run across old boy, you could just give me a call or you could just shoot through the live. Somebody will be live from you, PK. Now,
Bet.
I'm almost at the point where we got somebody live all the time.
Why she gonna try to hit the link as soon as you hop down?
Yeah, I know. I know.
All
It's
right.
so. All right, peace. We'll talk later.
Peace.
Now, mind you, yes, you obviously are showing up sequentially, as in one after the other. Yes, I get that. Obviously, we're both showing up to the house. Yes, I get that. But what I'm saying is if I'm leading you to the house and you're following me to the house, then I am the one that's making the way. You're the one that's going off of what I'm doing.
Yeah, but that doesn't refute the fact that we're going to reach the house at the same time.
And I never said nothing of that's not the argument. That's not the argument.
And it also doesn't mean that one came before the other either, right? Because even if you have the instructions, you're not a leader until I decide to follow you.
Okay, that's great. That's not the argument. You guys
just
are
a man
deviating from the
walking.
argument.
And
that's fine. That's not the argument.
You can also lead from the back. You don't have to be in front of a person.
Right.
You can lead from in back. You can instruct a person.
Right. You can also just follow the GPS.
Right.
Okay. All right, guys. You got it.
Literally,
you guys got it.
Person. Right. There's
okay. All right. I got another way to answer.
Right. You lead the car to where it needs to go, but the GPS.
I got another way. I got another question for y'all then. Since leading and following, right? I get it. I get what y'all are doing, and it's fine. It's great, right? I'm cool with that because y'all did say a lot of stuff that could be true. So it's not like I'm saying that y'all are wrong. All right. So let's do it like this. In terms of dominance, right? If one is dominating, does that mean the other has to submit by definition? Because and if I say dominant, right? If I say if I say A is dominating B, does that mean by default of the statement I just made, B is submitting?
No. Subjective.
Oh, okay. All right, guys, you got it. You guys
Everything
got it,
requires agreement or disagreement. Even in slavery, I will often makes this example a lot in different when different talking points are involved. But nonetheless, I'll use it to make this point here in this scenario. We didn't have to show up during slavery. We were being dominated, right, for hundreds of years. But some would argue we still agreed to go and be enslaved anyway because we would show up every morning. We just didn't have to under the force of domination, right? We would have been killed outright, but we could. That's an option. That was our prerogative. It could have been our prerogative if we wanted it to be. So even the explicit definition using utter domination, particularly in that scenario, still don't negate this domination necessarily of the subordinates. There's always an option to leave or just don't be dominated. I don't care what the scenario is. You see?
Even in the same iteration that Sadiq Rob brought it up during slavery.
Can I shoot, brothers? Can I shoot?
Right.
Can I shoot, brothers?
Revolts are objective proofs that
there's always
even
a
during
choice.
domination,
Always.
you don't
Right.
have to necessarily, even though you may be subject or dominant,
Right.
it doesn't mean that you gave into it.
Right.
I just wanted to know if I could shoot.
Go ahead, brother.
All right. My bad, because like I didn't get a chance to speak. I think y'all covered like maybe 3 or 4 things. The last thing I kind of heard was something about free will, but the brother who just said, So hold on. Let me address free will, and then I'm gonna address what the one brother just said, and I'm gonna address him. So when it comes to scripture, there's something called being predestined. Now, just because you predestined, does that take away from free will? But no, because guess what? As far as the biblical scripture, I'm gonna give 2 examples, and then I'm gonna reiterate and move. So 2 examples of predestination, but also having a choice, or what people say, free will. So let's look at Jacob and Esau. What did the prophecy say? The elder shall serve the younger. That was fulfilled. Now, no matter what happened, so no matter if it was over the pot of lentils, or it could have been a day or 2 later, no matter what, it was predestined in biblical scripture for Esau shall serve the younger. That's 1. Number 2, biblical scripture. It was a prophecy, predestined. Christ came to die for the nation of Israel. So it didn't matter if he had to die in Egypt, Rome, Israel. What did the prophecy say? He was going to die for his people. Predestined, but Jesus made choices. Jesus, he chose to keep the law. He chose to travel back to Israel for the Passover. So, he chose to eat. He chose not to eat pork. He still made choices. But the thing is, like Sister Issa Queen said, and I did want to iterate on this point. She said, remember those books? It was like not a road playing game. So you say, you turn a page. Okay, you in the castle. If you turn left, I turn right. Boom, I turn right. Now, this has a different path. So, but the only difference I have with Issa Queen said is no matter when they ask you that question, if you go left or go right, it all comes to the same ending. That's the only discrepancy I had with that. I want to move on. I forgot the second thing y'all said, man. Y'all was going for, I'm in my garage playing dots, with my wife. I think I heard somebody just say, who was the last brother talking? And he said, slaves had a choice. They had a choice to either to go to work in the field. It's the brother that's real nice and eloquent. And I don't mean to come at him hard. I just wanted to address that. It was one of the brother. You know who I'm talking about. Go ahead, brother. What's your name? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you, Brody.
Okay,
Yeah,
it was the one brother.
I can hear you, bro. Go ahead. What you saying?
Yeah, it was one brother that said, "Oh, the slaves had a choice. They had a choice when they woke up to either go to work in the field." So, here's the thing here. This is what I said. This is how predestination work. No matter if they had so here it go. No matter if they chose to wake up and work, or if they chose to wake up and rebel. Because certain roles, predestination, what did the scripture say? What did the scripture say? What did the scripture say? Oh, if you do these things, you should be above high. But if you do these things, you should be above low, and you shall serve your enemy. So the thing, so I'm trying to go into the context, and the other brother Darkness, I noticed y'all did it again. Y'all been on a high attacking Darkness, even though so like I said, some points that he brought out, I did disagree. But I'm a ride with the brother because he is biblical and he's been facing 15,000 questions. So he's mostly in the defense mode, and he doesn't have a chance to actually, like I said before, be on the attack. So respectfully, Sister Issa, Brother Humble, what gives y'all Morris compass? How was that carried out? And what foundation or what study gives you these ideas in this moral compass and you know, whatever it is y'all hold dear to heart as far as ideology, religious being, or spirituality, or even science. I want y'all to answer that question quick because I'm gonna have a few questions after y'all answer it. But go ahead, Sister Issa first, and then Humble.
Omar, after you're finished, I want to ask you a question pertaining to the questions I asked. I felt like they were kind of being disingenuous, and I mean that respectfully. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I just feel like
They was being disingenuous. I heard it. They was being low. They was being low key disingenuous.
Before we do all that,
No.
Because we're going to
Sister
leave,
Issa
we
still
already
here?
went off the track really
I
fast.
think she left. No. I think Issa left. So Humble. Just go. Try to keep it basic because, like I said, I sat muted out and I was listening, and y'all covered like 3 or 4 topics, and I didn't have a chance to address each one. But you heard my question. But go ahead, Brother Humble.
Yeah. So
I'm not
before
going to
I
interrupt
do
you.
that, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna get what me and Darkness was talking about because we veered off a little bit. It ain't gonna take me long, okay? But I'm gonna share my screen for both of them. So number one, right? Darkness asked me. Darkness said he don't know if Matthew wrote the Bible, if Matthew wrote the book of Matthew. So I asked, do the King James Version use the gospel according to Matthew?
Get in here and watch this.
Yes, absolutely. The King James Version uses the title, the gospel according to Saint Matthew, often abbreviated to refer to as the gospel according to Matthew at the beginning of the book. In fact, in the King James include the phrase gospel according to for all 4 of the gospels, according to Matthew, St. Mark, St. Luke, and St. John. Which, watch this. Why is it phrased that way? The word gospel comes from the Old English word God spell, which the good news, a translation of the Greek word ignion. By entitling it gospel according to Matthew, the translators were emphasizing that there is ultimately one gospel, the good news of Jesus Christ, but it is being told from the perspectives and account of Matthew. So this is why I had to go back to, was Matthew a real person? Because the Bible here is telling you that Matthew is a real person. Okay, now let me answer Brother Omar's question, right? And the reason, and that's too, right? Real fast too. This just letting you know I'm not being
that was in the scripture that you just read, that you just said.
I got you. I'm gonna be real quick.
All right.
Another reason this is important because it's letting y'all know that I'm not being facetious or disingenuous. I'm asking these questions because the brother Darkness is all over the place with his ideology. You see what I'm saying? One minute he's saying he believes in the Bible, the next minute he's giving his own interpretation.
I already know where you're going, Humble. I already know where you're going.
So I want to answer your question real fast, Omar. It's not going to take me long. I want to answer your question real fast. So now,
go ahead,
Omar,
brother.
you ask me, what do I stand by, right? That have the principle of polarity or the book of ethics and things of that nature, right? So we have the pyramid text that I read. I do read the pyramid text. The instructions of Ptah-hotep, right? Now, these both also have, they discuss ethics, politics, polarity, science, right? Down here, we also see the Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu, right? It also teaches about polarity, morality. These are some of the books, and these books came out way before the Bible. So this is what gives me precedence to actually read these books and take what I can from these books and apply them to my life.
Oh, okay. That was good enough. So now what I'm gonna do, and you know what? You did make a good point because at one point, like I said, I think Darkness was a little bit all over the place. Like I said, I agree with some of the things he said, and I disagree with some of the things he said. But like I said, for the most part, he stood his ground, and I think the brother did a good job. But this is what we're going to do, because I knew you was going to say that, Humble. So this is what we're going to do. Let's put the Bible aside, and now let's go on offense. So here we go. So as far as when it comes to these Kemetic texts, do you pick and choose which one? Do you pick and choose which one and what you wanna believe and throw out, or do you accept all these texts, all these spells, and all these confessions? Be quick.
So I don't believe these stories as literal stories. I understand that they are parabolic motifs. They are stories that teach me life lessons.
So kind of more how can I say more? Well, is so what you're saying, I want to make sure I'm clear before I attack again. Well, before I go on the offense.
Oh,
So are you saying more like parables to teach life lessons?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. I just want to make sure, and you don't have to be spot on. Like I said, I want to look at it from your lens.
Right.
So here's the thing here. Here's the thing here. Now, about maybe an hour and a half ago, brothers was talking about the Big Bang Theory, expansion, science. So here we go. Let's bring up Atune. Did not Atune impregnate his own self to create the galaxy and Earth? Did he stick his own phallus in his mouth to impregnate his own? Listen, did he stick his own phallus in his mouth to impregnate himself to create the galaxy and to create the Earth? That's a yes or no question. You should know that. You should know that. No. Humble. Answer my question, brother. No,
he didn't stick his own phallus in his mouth.
Humble. See, this is what darkness was talking about. See, the thing is, when y'all attack us, we at least try to be as honest as possible and stand on integrity. Humble. I specifically asked you, do you agree with all of these, the texts, the negative confessions, the walls, the scripts, the scribes? You was like, that's why I asked you that first. So the thing is, you can't, I heard you come in when they was talking about it was a polarity and everything was condensed. It heated up and boom. So listen here. You cannot accept the Kemetic text and then vouch for something being out there, the Big Bang, being condensed, heating up and exploding when Atune put his own phallus in his mouth and he impregnated himself to create the universe and the Earth. So humble. Brother, and this is respectfully. Nope. Let me land. You got 1 foot in and 1 foot out. You know the reason? Hold on. Let me land. You know the reason why I was on a panel, but you know the reason why I didn't chime in when these brothers was talking about the science and the Big Bang Theory? I chose not to chime in. Number one, that's really not my speed. I know a little bit about it, but I'm gonna tell you that's bullshit. Number 2 is I stand on Bible. I stand on Bible and everything it say, and I don't take it to be esoteric or none of that. I stand on it. And I will not be moved. So you need to address my question. You cannot be believing in these in certain areas of science, Big Bang Theory, evolution, and all these other things when Atune put his phallus in his mouth, impregnated himself, and then he gave birth to the galaxy and Earth. I need you to address that, brother. I need you to address that.
Go ahead, Humble.
I got you. So I'm gonna share my screen really fast. Share my screen really fast. See, this is why I like to share my screen, bro. So y'all ain't gotta always believe me. Y'all can also go look this stuff up for yourself. Who was Atum in Kemetic culture? Atum in ancient Egyptian religion, Atum, also spelled Atem, Amu, Atem, is the primordial creator. I hate when they say God. But it's the essence of the primordial creation. Now, watch it. He says, listen, this is so funny, right? He said that Atum put his phallus in his mouth to create the universe, right? Let's read what it say. It say in ancient Egyptian mythology, revered as the first deity to emerge from the primordial waters of chaos, Noon. How did he emerge, y'all? How did he emerge? Did he emerge from himself, or did he emerge from the primordial waters of Noon? This is why people have to study. People will go off of anything you. This is why when he asked me, oh, did he put his phallus in his mouth to create? No, he did not. You asked me a question. Hey, do you agree with da-da-da? Yes, I agree that these are ways da-da-da. Letting you know that these stories.
Read that back again. Humble. Do me a favor. Read, because I'm on my phone. It's too small for me to see. Please read that over again. I want everybody to listen carefully. Read that over again. What you just read.
Was the primordial creator Neter, an ancient Egyptian mythology revered as the first deity to emerge from the primordial waters of chaos, Noon, the source of all creation.
So, Humble, see, I want y'all to pay attention. I asked these questions. I knew Humble was going to go there. So, darkness. Let me show you how to attack. This is how you attack. What you just said was a bunch of word salad, respectfully. I specifically asked you. The only thing you read is, yes, he was the so-called creator, immortal, and no. How did he do it?
He came from Noon. It's showing you right here.
How did he do it?
Bro, hold on. I know a lot of y'all. I know somebody else in the panel is also reading this, right? Can y'all read this highlighted part right here for me? Can y'all read that? I don't want to be the only one reading it because he think I'm lying. Maybe he ain't got good eyes or something. So can somebody else read this? The highlighted part?
It says, well, you got to kind of read the beginning of it. Atum.
It says, go ahead.
Atum, also spelled Atim, Timu, and Tim was the primordial creator god in ancient Egyptian mythology, revered as the first deity to emerge from the primordial waters of chaos, Noon, and the source of all creation. I can't see the thing is in the way, brother.
So that's what I want you to read right there. Cosmo, answer this. Hold on.
I'm asking Cosmo a question first.
How did it say that?
How did he do it?
To be?
Hey, I want y'all to pay attention. I really want y'all to pay attention. I understand what you're saying. How did he do it? That's a specific question. How did he do it? Guess what? I know how he did it. Now let me read my source. Go
ahead. I'm gonna pull this down. Go ahead.
Atum is described as creating the first gods, Shu, and I don't even want to get contained. Discussing again. Hold on. How did he create Shu and Tefnut? Oh, let's see. Hold on. We're not even talking about the earth. I'm gonna get to it. How did Atum create Shu and Tefnut? Oh, I know. Let's read. Through a self-contained act of masturbation, ejaculating into his own mouth. Let's keep reading. Let's keep reading. This is damaging.
Yeah.
This is damaging. Let's keep reading. Hold on. Oh, the act. Early creation myth state that Atum first being masturbated. Hold on.
This guy's
hold on, man. Masturbated with his hand, representing the female principal interest within him own self. So first of all, the reason why he ejaculated in his mouth, because he was a goddamn hermaphrodite. He was a man and a woman. Disgusting. Let's move forward. The creation. Disgusting. Let's move forward. He then spat out his semen to form Tenu, who was named linguistically linked to what? The spot, universe, earth, subsequently wow, this is disgusting. Sneezed out Shu, linking his name to the word sneeze. Okay, let's move forward. The creation story as Kemet, hold on, because I'm not saying that they're homosexual. This is saying that they use allegory when they talk about the creation story. So here's my thing. I don't care if it's allegory or not.
Let me know when
If
it's
you
my
gonna
time.
listen. If you gonna believe in this, guess what? You gotta put pictures. You gotta put pictures of a tomb with his phallus in his mouth. You gotta put that all around your house because you believe in it. You believe in it.
Let me know when it's my turn.
I'm a land. Number two. I heard you. Like I said, you talked about the Big Bang. You talked about something heating up and something being a polarity and a singularity. And like I said, it was well spoken. It sounded good. But like I said, I sat back and I listened for an hour and 30 minutes without saying nothing. And the reason I did that, because I wanted to be clear. So I need you to address my question. How you look, you read that. I read what I read. I just want to know. I know you, like you said, creation. No. How did he do it? How did he do it?
Let you know right now that everything
honest,
you read
too.
was a lie. Because I'm about to
I'm gonna
read
mute
this.
out.
Hold on.
I'm gonna mute
about to
out.
read this. Creation through speech. He said, how did he do it? We about to break down how he really created all of these. And can y'all please, family, pay attention? I want y'all to listen and see if y'all ever hear anything that have to do with a phallus or a sexual act. Okay, please listen, y'all. We about to go through how he created these beings. Hold on, Omar. Let me get it in. I ain't cut you off. Let me get it in, Omar.
I'm gonna tell you. Be careful.
Omar. Let me get it in, Brody.
Be careful. That's all I'm gonna say. Go ahead, though. I'm gonna mute out.
So
Be careful.
we about to go into how he created these beings. Okay, and I don't even want to call them beings. These are netarus. I apologize. A term creation was mental and verbal acts. He visualized the world, land, sky, and the star, land, sky, sun, the stars. He spoke them into existence. What did he do, y'all? How did he create, y'all? He spoke them into existence. In Egyptian belief, the divine mind and the spoken word. Oh, let's say it again. What he say? In the Egyptian belief, the divine mind. Let me come up when I say this. The divine mind and the spoken word were the forces that shape reality. See, we ain't gotta go off of belief, right? Because what my brother up here was talking about earlier, he was right. The first law of thermodynamics, and that we got vibration. What is word? Vibration. What is the mind? See, we already see when we get into, we know this. Let's go into what he was talking about, Shu and Tefnut, right? Now, this is the story I really want to talk about, because this the phallus, y'all. Please, y'all, listen to this. How was Shu and Tefnut? Hold on, Omar. Let me get it in, bro. I didn't cut you off.
He ain't interrupt you, Omar.
Birth of Shu and Tefnut. How was Shu and Tefnut birth? A term first act of creation with the birth of his children, Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. In some versions, he spit them from his mouth. Did it say, hold on, did it say that he shot semen in his mouth to produce them?
That's
no,
in that story, though.
He spit them out his mouth. Hold on, Omar, because I'm not done. Hold on. In other stories, he spoke their names into existence. He said how? He spoke their names into existence. Y'all, family, tell me where you see a phallus in this. Tell me where you see any sexual devious acts. That ain't how else scripts are written. This is why I say they be trying to have anything on a Kemetic tradition. Anything. They be speaking lies, bro, and he want to see a source. This how we do it. We got the sources from the sources. To let you know this ain't no lie. How did he create these people? Or how did, I apologize once again, how did he create these Netaru? It show you how he created them. It don't talk about him ejaculating. It don't talk about him doing none of that. None of it. So I don't know where they get off, keep talking about ejaculation and all. Yo, that's crazy talk, bro. Crazy talk. I land my plane with that. You don't even got nothing else. I land my plane.
Are you done? Are you done? I'm asking you that for a reason. Are you done?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So I don't have the ability to show my screen. So I'm trying to find something right now. And what I'm gonna tell you what to pull up, and then I want you to explain this, because this is what we do. You can believe me, or you could believe humble. But you know what? I want to go.
Humble, believe
I
the
want to go to exhibit number 1. Let's go to what the walls show. Let's go to what the hieroglyphics show. So that way he can't put his twist and I can't put my twist. But just to say, what did I say? He spat out and spoke the word. How did he get the word? He ejaculated in his own mouth.
You said you was finished, humble. You said you was finished.
He did. He did. I'm telling you because I heard what you read. You said, "Oh, how did he do it?" He spoke the word and he spat it out into existence. How he spat it out into existence is he put his phallus in his own, you know what, and he boom, boom, boom to his own self, and then he spoke it to existence by spitting it out. Let's move forward, because like I said, you can either believe me.
Are you about to show us
humble,
the source?
or humble, or why don't we go to the walls? What is this? No, I'm not. No, babe, I'm not gonna take them to the east walls of Pepe yet. That's for later. Yeah, or should I go for the one-shot kill? No, we ain't gonna go for the
Teach
one
it all. Don't leave no stone uncovered. If you got sources, we would love to see them. You could drop the link and I'll pull them up.
Oh shit, man!
You can email me the link and I'll share it on the screen. There's no
trying to
excuse
tell you. I'm trying to tell
for
you
the
to go
sources
to
not
there.
to get put up.
I'm trying to. What did you get that from?
Look right here.
Where did you get that from? So I can tell A1 to type in what you type in and to put the picture up. So he has to defend that. Where's that from? No, where did you go to get that?
Right.
Yeah.
I don't even want to go to that.
We're just gonna go ahead. We just gonna go ahead and go for the kill shot. Because like I said, either believe me or believe humble. But this is what I'm finna do. I'm finna go what's inscribed on the walls of Kemet. What did you type in to pull that up? So I can tell A1 to type it in so he can pull it up.
All I typed it was exactly what you said verbatim. Attunes. Hold on. Okay, here we go. In Google, I type this. Attune putting his phallus in his mouth.
Okay, A1, do me a favor. Go to Google, put Attune, putting his phallus in his mouth. Screen share it. And I'm gonna tell you what specific one to go to. And then I want humble to defend this. Because like I said, either you can believe me, or you can believe humble. Yeah, you got to go to images. So type in what I said, and then you got to click on images. And then I want humble to defend this. Yeah, we just gonna go ahead and go to the kill shot right away. Because like I said, I'm having a good time. I'm having a drink with my lady. We in the garage playing dots. We just got done watching the MMA fight. Ronda Rousey put homegirl. Ronda Rousey put Gina Carano in a fucking armbar, won it in 14 seconds. 14 seconds in the first round.
Damn.
My bad. 16 seconds in the first round. Ronda Rousey wins by armbar. But because Gina Carano had her she had it in a choke, but Ronda Rousey popped her head out and then rolled her arm and went right for the she went right for the arm bar. 16 seconds in the first round. It was over like that.
I feel like they too much friends. I want to see her fight someone for real, but yeah.
Yeah, me too. And then Nick Diaz, oh my God, it was a bloodbath. Nick Diaz was, it was so much blood in the ring. He fought what's money name? Pitbull.
He got his ass whooped.
He got his ass whooped. Nick Diaz got his ass whooped. And then Francis Ngannou won by knockout. Francis Ngannou went right upside the dude equilibrium with that left hand check hook.
That's my bro right there.
Put dude up. Yeah, I like Francis Ngannou. He real heavy-handed. You know what I'm saying? That was a good fight too.
Yeah.
But let's get back to this information. Did you find it, anyone?
I didn't know phallus was spelled with a PH.
Well,
phallus is phallus is spelled with a PH. So you got to
put
put
phallus in his mouth. Is that what I'm supposed to look at?
And then you got to go to images and then screen share it. And I'm gonna tell you what you want to click on. And I just want everybody to look at this. And then I want Humble to defend this. Because like I said, don't believe me. Don't believe Humble. Let's go to the art. Let's go to the art. Let's go to the art that's on the walls. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know if Dog got it.
You got it, A1? You got it, A1?
Yeah, I got it. I'm about to share it right now.
Yeah, screen share it. And then
yeah, we can hear you, Cosmo.
Oh,
go ahead, Cosmo.
What I was gonna say.
Just don't be too long-winded.
You know what? Go ahead. There you go.
You know what? You know what? No. You know what? Salakia, go ahead. My bad. My bad, Cosmo. Salakia, go ahead, brother.
Let's hear it, Cos.
Okay. Or do you want? Hold on. Click on that first image, and I want you to blow this image up.
It's a Facebook page, though. It's not like an actual.
Oh, click on the third one. Click on the third one. All the way over on the top.
Is that one on the top left corner fake? That one on to the left,
yeah,
that black and white is fake.
Now click on it and then blow it up. Blow it up. No, it's the first one. It's the first one up top to the left.
Damn.
Yeah, y'all see it. Blow it up though.
All of this on.
Blow it up though, because I want to specifically show
this
what's
isn't
on
from
these walls.
This just isn't from a verifiable source. It's from Facebook.
That's a
but I'll pull
fake
it up.
image. Yeah.
And
This ain't no. I don't want to hear it. No, I don't want to hear it. That's what I'm saying. The way I found it is the way I found it. I Google it.
Yeah, look at the image. That's funny.
This
Who
image
drew that
is
on this guy?
I want to say it might be
Somebody
on,
drew
it
that
might
on
be
there.
on the east walls of Pepe. But click on the image, man. Click on the image. I'm tired of
when I click it, did you click it already? I think you should click it on your phone first and see where it takes you to.
I'm not on my phone. Listen, I'm on my woman's phone.
It takes you to a Facebook page. It doesn't take you to anything that we could consider a credible source.
So he can look at
and it doesn't show the picture on the. Omar, listen to me. Stop talking, Omar, and listen to me. Thank you. I'm telling you, it takes you to a Facebook page that isn't a verifiable source. And when I click the picture to go to the page, the picture that I clicked isn't even there. That's what I was trying to tell you, but you were over talking me and weren't getting that.
Okay. So, like I said, what I have, because like I said, I'm on my phone, so I'm having my girl look it up. Where I'm looking, where I'm looking at this picture at is not on Facebook, brother. It is not on Facebook.
Okay. So I just did it. I followed your instructions. You told me to click the first picture. When I clicked the first picture, let me go back.
I want to click, baby.
And even on the first picture, if you look at the bottom of the first picture, it says Facebook. It has a Facebook icon. Then it says God Atune masturbated himself, which is all cool. When I click it, I'm going to click it like you told me. Then it brings
That's
me
not it. Then that's not it. That's
to this
not it.
Facebook
like
page right here.
Hey, you know that same image. You know, Noom got a penis too.
Hold on.
You didn't see that too?
Hold on, brothers.
The other one got a penis too.
Hold on, brothers.
I think that image is fake.
Sadiq, hold on, so we can figure this out. There's too much confusion right now. Hold on, Sadiq. Let us get this figured out.
I agree.
Image, they both got penis.
I agree, but like I said, what I'm looking at is not from Facebook.
Can you have her copy the link and either email it to me,
put it in the chat?
Yeah, because if this isn't working, that's why I was trying to. I'm trying to talk to you to tell you how we can figure it out. I don't know.
She's gonna do it. She's gonna do it right now.
The confusion doesn't need.
He said copy the link because that's the one you looking at in Facebook, is it? Okay, so copy that link, and then go to YouTube to A1 joint.
To help him, A1.
Yeah, go to A1 joint.
There's a website. It's called Egypt Tours. Egypt Tours.
The problem
it's on the tour East Walls of Pepe. So I don't. because I know that's where y'all want to go.
Yeah,
you
but
know,
the problem is that's not a tomb.
Tell him again, bro. Tell him again, bro.
Okay. I think it's hold on. I think it's not a tomb. I think it's Geb. But hold on.
That would be Geb, the earth. And
Okay, I think it is Geb. But my point being is if you stand by you can't pick and choose what you want from Kemet. You can't listen. You can't pick and choose what you want to take and leave out from Kemet. You gotta take it all. So I don't care if it's a tomb or Geb.
we
Pull
just
it up,
need
baby.
you to figure out where
Pull
the
it up.
source is and what's actually
I'm
going
doing it
on.
now.
Okay.
Man, this picture is validated, man.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm trying to get you to do this with accuracy, so that way, bro, that's not a problem. Can you just show us what's going on, bro?
Hey, brother, let A1 speak. So, but it's that Egyptian story.
He's talking about Gab. Now, what did you just say Gab was, A1?
The earth.
Gab was the earth. When we
I'm
go
not
outside,
dumb. I know that. I know that.
When
Listen,
we go
listen,
outside,
listen,
Let him speak. Let him speak, brother. Let him speak real quick.
When we go outside and we plant apple seeds and orange seeds and grape seeds and banana, where do we plant that stuff at, y'all? Do we plant it in the sky or do we plant it in Gab? Like, I don't be understanding these guys, bro. It don't. That's crazy. Oh, is my joint messing up?
I tried to help him out. Now he getting punched on. He had a point for a minute.
I'm just saying, bro. You show me.
You
show me somebody that planted a seed in the sky.
You gotta show that source, cuz.
No.
I'm trying to help you.
Y'all, first of all, y'all niggas see what's on that first picture. The only thing why A1 won't take it credible because it came off of a Facebook. This picture is in a this picture is in a goddamn archives, and it's a fact. I didn't make it up. It's in there.
Okay.
You see her put it in? Click on that. Defend this, nigga. Defend it. Defend it.
You can use this picture.
No. I don't care if it's a tool. I don't care if it's a tool. I don't care if it's a tool or a gap.
You
gotta defend it.
You gotta let me
look, A1.
Just don't interject when he's talking, brother. Allow him to speak. That way he can rebuttal.
Well, no, it's just echoing because I'm in my garage. Look, A1. Look. If somebody want to debunk this, if somebody want to debunk it, let them niggas look up the picture in they spare time and pull it up. I'm playing darts with my woman. I just wanted to shoot right quick to get back to my dart game. That's why I am getting a little frustrated. This picture is verified. Blow it up, and scroll down. Like I said, I don't care if it's new or a tune. I don't care if it's Gab or tune.
Okay. So
just click on it. Just click on the first picture and blow it up, man. I'm tired of playing games.
Let me explain it. You want me to explain it, but you ain't let me get it.
Yeah, blow it up. So everybody can see this, man.
Let him explain it real quick. He's gonna drop it real fast. Let's see what he say.
So
man, I don't care. What do you gotta say?
So this is a picture of Gab. Gab is the earth.
I corrected myself. I said that.
Okay. The last time I checked, whenever we plant anything, we plant it in the earth. Anything we plant it in the earth. So this is not obscure to say that to get life, you must plant seed in the earth. All seed come from the earth. So what are we doing? We're not doing anything but planting the earth or the seed of the earth back into the earth. That's how you get an apple. That's how you get a watermelon. That's how you get a grape, by putting the seed of the earth back into the earth. I don't know. I don't understand how people don't understand Bible.
I don't know why y'all are running away. click on it, put the picture up, and blow it up.
Yeah, I looked it up. It's in
No. I want everybody to see it.
Yeah,
I
you
want
can
everybody
pull
to see it.
you can pull it up though. Yeah, it's in the internet.
Man, they can do it, man.
It's on the internet. It says I copulated with my own fist.
Hold on.
I masturbated with my own hand. And I ejaculated into my mouth.
Hold on. Is that darkness talking? Is that darkness? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to cut you off. So you got the picture pulled up? Do you got the picture pulled up?
Oh, me, I'm looking through Gemini, and Gemini is giving me several sources.
Listen, pull the picture up and blow it up and just scroll down. I want everybody to see this.
Do you want some real help?
It's in
I'm trying to make it basic, man.
Hey, brother, it's in the Bremner Rhine Papyrus, the book of overthrowing a pep.
Uh-oh.
In the hymn of Atum.
No, pull the picture up.
Listen, just be quiet for a minute, Omar, because you don't know what you're talking about. Real quick, A1, type in the hymn of Atum. HYMNOF Atum, ATUM.
And go to images and pull it up.
It ain't gonna be in no image. That ain't what it say.
Man, this what I'm talking about, man. Click. My wife put the link in the chat. Click on it and blow the goddamn picture up, man.
Listen, the thing about Gabe,
y'all don't like that, man. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. I know it hurts. I know it hurts. I know it. Listen, I know it hurts. I know it hurts. And now y'all helping him out. I didn't ask you to. Come on, Cosmo. I didn't ask you.
Hold on, brother.
Cosmo, did I ask you the question?
I'm still gonna say
did
what
I
I'm
ask
gonna
you?
say. I'm saying you
Brother,
wrong.
You can't do that, man.
I'm
you
saying
can't
you
do
wrong.
that.
Because you started
brother.
off talking about Atum, but you were really talking about Geb.
Okay. No, I was right about Atum.
One second.
One mic, guys.
Listen, 1 second, bro. Just be quiet for a minute.
Just put the fucking picture
right,
up.
since you want to be so.
Why is that so hard to do?
Yeah. What we saying is, why is it so hard for you? So, anyways, right? In the hymn of Atum is what you're talking about. You dig what I'm saying? You didn't even know what the source.
How much I got 97.
Right. Then you switch it up in mid-conversation, get to talking about Geb.
Hold on, it's on me.
You did.
No. I'm listening to you, brother. I'm listening to you, brother.
Now the whole point was I was trying to help you where you was going. I already had it pulled up. I did this debate and whooped Kimmy with the information.
It does say Atum. It does say Atum was the one that did it.
You dig what I'm talking about? So this would have been before Geb. Right? It happens multiple times in the story, but you was putting your own foot in your own mouth. This is why dog is punching on you. And it don't make no sense.
It's your turn, baby. It says it's Atum that did the ejaculating in his mouth. It's Atum, ATUM.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, can somebody please pull up the goddamn picture and just blow it up, man? Trying to hurry. See, y'all trying to drag this out because it's damage control, and y'all trying to help your brother humble. I'm not talking to darkness either. I'm not talking to darkness. So the thing is, we can end this conversation by pulling up the picture and just blowing it up. How come we can't do that?
We can see it. We don't need it blowed up.
Man, everybody can't see it that's on this panel, man. Put the goddamn picture up and blow it up, man.
I think they all conceded that you are correct in your assessment regarding Atum.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm correct in my assessment regarding Atum, and like I said, I'm doubling down because what we're doing, I'm building a case. So not only is it Atum, it's Geb also. So anybody looking at that picture, blow it up, scroll down. You see this nigga like in a goddamn Boston crab, fucking with his legs back. Where's his phallus at? Where's Gab's phallus at? Conversation over. Let's move. Hey, you know what? Good night, brothers. I'm done. I'm chilling with my wife, having a drink, we playing 501. We in the dark game. I'm finna kick it with the wifey, have a couple more drinks, play some darts, listen to some music. Conversation over. He can't come back from that. And you know what? I'm gonna go off panel, but guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna still chime in and listen. So you might see me address some things up in the chat, but I feel, I'm done. I don't need to be here any longer. I just had to prove a point on how, look, when these guys want to attack and ask question after question, and then hold on, they ask you a question, you're in the middle of answering that question, you get two more questions. You didn't even get a chance to answer the first question. That's what they do. But darkness, this is how you attack. So darkness sees what I pulled. I'm almost done, and I'm leaving the panel, and y'all can go at it. So darkness, you are diligent because guess what? You pulled up and you said, you know what? You did validate your point. Darkness is looking at it, but this is how you do it, darkness. Don't always just be sitting answering 10,000 questions. Put these niggas on a goddamn hot seat and make them answer questions. Salakia, listen, I must say, this is the nice Omar. I want y'all brothers to know. Listen, and this is genuine. I want everybody to know on the panel. I want everybody to know on the panel. This is a channel. This is a channel for contention. But I had to come in hot. But at the end of the night, I truly love all y'all. Nah, man, I gotta get to my dark game, man.
No. All right, Omar, don't go anywhere.
She just poured me another drink.
Don't go.
I gotta finish the dark game. You know.
Hold on, Omar. Don't go.
Enjoy yourself, Omar. Enjoy yourself, bro.
Yeah.
Omar,
Hey, baby, get that ass up here.
Omar, listen. Before you go anywhere, Omar, don't go nowhere. I gotta say this. I appreciate you, brother. That's how you bring the heat, bro. Hey, yo, I just told that nigga on leave, bro. He terrible.
Yeah, and
but shout out to the brother Omar, man. That's how you bring the heat. I would say I would advise Omar to do a little more studying, because when you come like maybe on somebody like King J, this will work. But somebody like me, I'm too adept to stuff like this. So I already know what to pull up. I already know what to look for. I already know how to get around those type of arguments, so this type of stuff don't work. That was a great try though, bro. That was a great try. And yeah, my man Omar came out swinging, man. That's how you supposed to do. I don't know. Y'all said quit drinking. If drinking make him come out with the information like that, he needs to keep drinking, man. Look, if drinking make him come out swinging like that with the information, hey, he need a couple up, man.
You gotta get the information correct though when you swinging. You
gotta get it
right. You like, dog, hey, what's dog in that movie? Don't drink your juice in the hood. You just come in knocking all the kids out. Just,
right.
Yeah,
Oh my God, a timeless classic.
so and earlier, brother, you said that it was written that Matthew said he wrote the book. It's not in there, brother.
It is. I just showed you. Hold on, I'm gonna pull it back up.
All right, yeah, because it's not in there, brother. It's not. There's no Matthew saying that he wrote the book.
Yeah, real fast. I'm gonna pull it up real fast. Can I share my screen real quick?
All right, yeah. Pull up book, chapter, and verse. It's gonna have Matthew saying he wrote it, right?
Yeah.
All right. And to the brothers and the sisters that was like harping on Isaiah 45:7. That's a precept. You have to keep your precepts. That way you don't read it wrong or you read it the way you think you're supposed to read it. That's not how you're supposed to read it. In Isaiah 45:7, it says, I, the Lord, do these things, and there's none besides me. But you're failing to realize that God and gods is a principle that's attained to the law, and the ineffable Father is superior to the law. So anytime you see God and gods, you're dealing with the image of man, which is the image of God, but that isn't the ineffable creator. That's the fallen entity. So the precept to Isaiah 45:7 would be Deuteronomy 32:39, where it says, see now, I, even I, he says it twice, I, even I am he, and there is no God with me. I kill, I make alive, I wound, and I heal. There is neither any that can deliver out of my hand. So you'll notice he says, just like Isaiah 45:7, I do good, I do bad, I kill, and I make alive. But at the same time, you see him saying in Deuteronomy 32:39, he says it twice, I, even I, because that's a precept, like Isaiah 28:10-13, saying precept upon.
All right, it's my turn.
Go ahead, humble.
In
Okay.
depth, it show y'all that scripture is written a certain way.
Okay,
You
so
just gotta follow it.
all right,
So
so
go ahead.
I asked. Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
go ahead.
All right. So I asked, do the King James Version of the Bible use the gospel according to Matthew? Yes, absolutely. The King James Version, the KJV, used the title Gospel according to Saint Matthew, often abbreviated, referred to as the Gospel according to Matthew, at the beginning of the book. Where do it say it was at, y'all? At the beginning of the book. In fact, in the King James includes the phrase the Gospel according to for all four Gospels, Saint Matthew, Saint Mark, Saint Luke, Saint John. Why is it phrased that way? The word gospel comes from Old English gospel, which means good news, a translation of the Greek word
evangelion.
Evangelion. Thank you for that. By titling it the gospel according to Matthew, the translators were emphasizing that there is ultimately one gospel, the good news of Jesus Christ, but it is being told from the perspectives and account of Matthew. The account of Matthew. So in the beginning of the book, it says the gospel according to Matthew.
No, brother, listen to what I'm saying, asking, right? I'm asking, what is the book, chapter, and verse in the Word of God where Matthew is saying, I wrote the book? Where's
In
that?
the beginning of the book.
Where's that at?
Right there.
Book, chapter, and verse. Where's the beginning of the book? In Genesis 1:1?
What he's
Or
saying
John
is,
1:1? What?
no, he's saying at the beginning of the chapter or book of Matthew, it says
it's in Matthew 1:1.
Gospel. Hold on, it's the gospel according to Matthew.
So
that's
it's
what
in
he's saying. Right at the beginning, at the title of the book.
May I ask a question?
That's what he's saying.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Is it in Matthew verse 1, chapter 1 of the book of Matthew?
It's in the title of the book.
Okay, so it's not in the chapter or the verses, is what I was asking.
That's part of it, ain't it?
No, if it's not in the chapter and the verses, it's not the testimony.
So the title don't mean nothing.
In terms of the King James, if it says according to whatever, right? That isn't the verse and the chapter. That isn't the testimony that's being prescribed in the book of Matthew.
Testimony being described from Matthew's point of view.
Oh, it's in verse 1.
Can we read right here real fast?
It's not in verse 1.
Hold on 1 second.
Which one?
1 second. Let's read this again, because maybe the people in the back didn't hear me. By titling it the gospel according to Matthew, the translators were emphasizing that there is ultimately one gospel, the good news of Jesus Christ, but it's being told from the perspective and the account. What's an account, y'all?
Yeah.
What's an account? An account is when somebody is documenting something of Matthew. This is letting you know that Matthew wrote this.
Right. But essentially, we're both right. You have it in the book of Genesis. You have it in the book of King James that it says, according to Matthew, Luke, John, these things. But in verse 1, chapter 1, it doesn't say that. It says the book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham.
Who is writing that?
So essentially,
who wrote that?
Well,
So you saying?
Hold on.
Saying is you for you to believe that Matthew actually wrote this, you need Matthew to say, "Hey, I wrote this down, and this is my account in the book."
No, essentially, this is what my premise is. My premise is because I'm not allowed to bear false witness. I only go by what I can definitively prove, whether analogically or physically. If I can't do that, then I would be bearing false witness to tell you what I can't prove. I don't have a time travel machine, and I can't take you to definitively. And inside that, hold on, and inside that book.
You just went out, brother. Say it again. Your whole thing cut out.
Okay. What I was saying is I in accordance to my faith, in accordance to the law, I am not allowed to bear false witness. So if I cannot definitively prove what my claim is, I leave it alone. I give it to God. So if I can definitively take you onto a time travel machine and take you to the place, time, and location of where and who wrote that book, the book of Matthew, I would then make the claim. But since I cannot, I go by what I do have, which is there is a book of Matthew. We can all read the book of Matthew. We can all read that what is testified within the book of Matthew. Now, I was under the assumption that we were going to read in the book of Matthew that Matthew, wrote this book, but that's not what happened. That's what I was saying.
Wait, with that logic, hold on, with that logic, what would be, if your logic is, if you can't prove it to be true or false and don't want to bear false witness, what's the point of reading the book entirely and believing it? Because you got to understand, these are anecdotal experience of other people that we don't even know to prove to be existent for real either. We have no evidence. Well, no, excuse me. We have no proof or no concrete proof that these people existed. Only thing we have is the word of mouth of other people. That's all we have. So with that being said, if you, and I'm only going based off the logic that you presented, based off that logic you have, what's the point in following the book at all?
Facts. Oh, he came back up here. Go ahead, Darkness.
My bad. I accidentally clicked out of here. My bad, guys. What was the brother saying? I accidentally clicked out. I missed what he said, so I apologize for that. What
Can
was
you
he
hear me?
saying?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I can hear you.
There's a delay.
Yeah, somebody's got somebody's got another video on, and we can hear feedback coming out of the video.
I'm trying to see who it is.
We can hear you good though.
Yeah, I can hear you.
What was the brother saying before I got clicked out?
So he was asking. So he was saying,
Yep.
to you, go ahead, Justice. Go ahead, God Justice. Is on you.
Wait, drop me and bring me back in.
I got you. No problem.
Your audio's good.
Yeah, your audio was good.
I don't
God
think
Justice.
you could hear though.
All right.
You back up here, Brody?
Yeah.
Kick him totally from the studio and then make him reset it. Yeah. He gonna reset. He'll be back in.
Yeah.
All right. Uh-oh, I can hear my feedback again.
For some reason that came through mine. I don't know why, but I
don't hear any feedback on my side.
Yeah, if anybody's got like a video where they're watching this episode, they're watching this show in live stream. If you have another external source that's that's playing this live stream, it's gonna pop up on the audio and it's gonna give feedback.
Yeah, you clear.
We can hear you.
Snaps up.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what the brother was saying before I left.
Oh, go ahead, God Justice. What you was asking, Darkness.
It all stemmed from I was basically saying that in my faith I'm commanded as a man of truth, as a man of faith, I'm not supposed to be out here just saying stuff that I can't prove. That's like going to a customer service line and demanding a refund when you don't got the proof of purchase stamp. It just doesn't make sense. If you, as a man, anything that you say or claim, and definitely claim, you should be able to definitively prove that claim and make it evident. Otherwise, it's just a claim, baseless.
Okay. Am I good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. With your logic saying you can't prove anything, if you can't prove anything, you leave it alone. I want to ask you, with that logic, what's the point in following the book in the first place? Because we don't have proof anybody existed, just word of mouth and quote unquote eyewitness testimony. And some of these eyewitness testimony, we don't even have proof that they actually existed. The only evidence we have are writings and scripts and all these different things. So with that, and I'm not attacking the religion when I say that, but I'm saying with that logic, if you know to something that you don't prove, you can't prove, you don't want to bear false witness. Why even follow the book anyway?
Yeah, that's a good question. So my what I do is I prove that the scripture is not just stories written in terms of historical events. It's like the saying it believe. So essentially what's happening is you have principality. Principality is that I can prove that scripture is not random stories, that scripture definitively speaks on behalf of the laws, or what I like to call inescapable laws that pertain to our earthly experience, ranging from the individual to the collective. So if I'm able to stand on those grounds and prove it, like I can prove that good and bad is existent, and we interact with that principle, and that we can determine whether or not that good and bad is an illusion through each other, or if they stand as units that and are isolated. Either way, good and bad is a premise that we all understand in terms of our earthly experience. So with those given principles, that's why I am able to speak on behalf of scripture, and I stand on what is written. I can prove to you or anybody in here what is actually written versus what is actually not written. And I can prove to you what those names, in terms of the names in the Bible, instead of personifying them and saying, well, I can't prove to you that Jesus existed as a personality, but I can prove to you that he existed as a testimony, as a man with the name of Jesus and Christ, who has a testimony, and he gives us stories that can be broke down into principles. That I can prove to you definitively. So that's why I believe in scripture, and that's why I refer to scripture.
But how could you actually prove that this entity existed? Because you got to understand something. Even with that situation, if we go down to it, even if there was a man named Yeshua existed, there was plenty carpenters and miracle workers that existed around that particular time with that same name. Yeshua was actually a common name. And I don't know when you go to all the Bible stories and all this, we're talking about meaning, and besides morality is subjective itself. What's good and bad is subjective, something we agree on. Then we'll step into the conversation of ethics and all of these different things. But with that being said, ultimately, still, when you understand that the Bible, if you're seeing they're written in parables, that means parables is up for interpretation. So you can't help but to lean upon your own understanding based off, or if you don't lean upon your understanding, you have to read scripture as is. That's the only way, because when you dealing with parables, what I get out of the parable, you may not get out of the parable.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so with that being said, I'm just kind of thinking like, it's still it's still kind of a code to crack. You know what I'm saying? So no one can really definitively prove anything about this book other than somebody wrote it. But these things that actually happen and the added meanings that we give into the things we added to and taken away as humans, things like that. I mean, we can't honestly say that this stuff actually happened. We really have no proof. That's why we have to have faith. We accept it to be true.
No, but you said a lot there. In terms of the scripture, yes, there's stories. Once again, once they're broken down into principles, it's not about proving it a personified character existed or not. It's not about proving if he was 6 foot tall, if he was 5 foot tall, if he was black, if he was white, if he was this, if he was that. It's about he has a name, and the name is and the name can be translated, and the scriptures dealing with his testimony that we have. And by doing that, we understand that scriptures is existed through the test of time as allegorical stories written as a record of events that can be broke down into principles. Now, as far as parables, parables is just encrypted messages. Anything can be encrypted. I'll make an example. And just because it's encrypted doesn't mean that it's open for interpretation. There's even scripture that says the Bible is not written for privatized interpretation. The reason why it's written that way is because the Bible is dealing in principles, which is not limited to the individual. It is universal truth, which means that it pertains to everybody that exists within it, within its confinements, within the paradigm of wisdom and knowledge, which is good and bad, and the perception thereof. So when it comes to parables, I can definitively prove that they're not open for interpretation. They're just written in parables because of their source, their structure. I'll make an example.
If it's
Hold on, I'm gonna lay my plan real quick.
Go ahead.
If when P. Diddy said to his son, which could have been an AI video, but I'm just using it as an example because it's actually, I believe it's a pretty good one, analogically. When P. Diddy said to his son, he said while he was in prison, we know that phone calls are monitored in prison. They're on record. So the way the story goes is that one of his phone calls got leaked, and the phone call was brief, and it has P. Diddy and his son exchanging words. And P. Diddy says to his son, he says, "Recycle all of the plastic and get rid of the pizza boxes." Now, the issue is that it went viral not because of the fact that P. Diddy and his son's phone leaked. It went viral because people thought P. Diddy was speaking in code. Now, that principle actually applies to the reason why parables are written, because in terms of the scripture of the Israelites, they're under captivity, meaning that they're being oppressed by a higher power that's holding them hostage. So what they did is they took their very own master's language. They took the language from their master and they encrypted the words. That's like me taking English like P. Diddy did and flipping it. I can make pizza whatever meaning I want it to be, and I can make it, let's say you and I, we say pizza actually means this. You and I would know that, but nobody else does. Now, that doesn't leave that open for interpretation just because it's a parable. It's a parable because it's encrypted, meaning only you and I understand what it actually means. No one else. The way scripture is once you keep your precepts, you realize that all the words are encrypted, and there's plenty of times where scripture actually translates the words. So with that being said, it's not about interpretation. It's actually about definitive understanding.
A parable is something, it's to tell a story to give a deeper message. And literally what that message would be for me may not be for you. I may look at the same thing you're looking and I get something totally different out of it. You ever watch a movie one time or see a movie with your friends and they see something, or you saw something your friends didn't see? And then after y'all go to the movies, y'all have a dinner or whatever, y'all eat and y'all talk about the movie and what you peeped and the hidden Easter eggs and all these different things. A fake story to give a deeper message. And so with this being said, you even said so yourself, a lot of this stuff didn't even happen. These are, Moses wasn't a literal person and all of these different things. But ultimately still, when it comes to morality itself, right or wrong, it's still ultimately subjective. We can't get away from around it. So there's no universal truth about something subjective, because whether you think something is good, another person on the whole side of the world of it might think that would be bad based on how they grew up, the qualities they set with. There's no such thing as universal. Now we got facts. Facts is something that which can be proven and observed, but even words change meaning over time and all these different things, and how people once interpret the word this way, now they interpret it that way now, and all of these different things. And see, this is what I'm saying. And I think this is why Christianity gets such a bad rap, because now we understand why there are so many thousands and thousands of different denominations, because we're looking at this message, but I'm looking at this. You're looking at a 9, and I'm looking at a 6. And the only thing is, we're on a different side of the number. So I'm starting to understand now. It's about how you're reading it. And I heard you earlier. You said don't lean upon your own understanding. But if somebody's teaching you the Bible, aren't you leaning on the understanding of somebody who ain't even supposed to be leaning upon their own understanding as well? And the message I get from that is, if somebody tell me read this book and don't lean upon your own understanding, then I would just have to read the book as it is. I would literally have to read it as it's saying. And that's just me, and that's just the message I receive. You may read that statement leaning upon your own understanding, get a whole different message. You see how parables could be up for interpretation. One more parable. They said in the Bible that a man meets his woman and become one flesh. One would think of a marriage. I could receive that message totally different. And a man and a woman reproduce and become one flesh. Technically they are, because they literally joining together, reproducing. They become one flesh, and that's how they make their child. I could literally interpret it that way. So there's literally nothing definitive. There's always some holes that could be poked, and even into the things that I'm bringing to the table could be holes poked in it as well about the Bible. The water analogy of him walking, the water could have been shallow when he said he walked on water. Yeah, until you read in the context that Peter was starting to sink in that same water that could have been shallow. So I mean, I don't know. It's just too many holes that could be poked in this.
Yeah, I'm gonna let anybody else add on before I rebuttal that. That way, I'm not like hogging the mic and stuff. Other brothers can get in on this, but I can't rebuttal what you just said. So nobody's taking the mic. All right, so I'll make an example, right? Because you spoke a lot again. You got into objectivity versus subjectivity. Do you believe that both exist and we can interact with both principles, objectivity and subjectivity?
Yes, but not in the same accordance.
Okay, not yeah, but you do agree that we can interact with both. Like 2 + 2 is an objective truth, right?
I would say a fact. Because
Would you call that objective truth? That fact?
I don't. And forgive me when I say this, and I promise I won't go long with it. I don't deal with it. I don't deal with objective truth, because if you can even look this up. No, listen. Let me get it out. What I'm saying is this: truth can be subjective, because what's true to you may not be the facts. You know what I'm saying? There's literally, you can look it up every single line. Just type in truth versus fact, and it'll literally tell you truth can be facts, and truth can be the facts, and it could be subjective, because what you believe to be true may not be the facts. I can give you a lot of tickets right now, and you really believe what you're saying is true, and you'll pass it. But is it the facts though?
Yeah,
that's
but
what I'm saying.
I don't think true got anything to do with belief. Because you could say the blind man says there's no light. He just telling his version of his belief. That don't mean that there ain't no light.
Right. Well, I got a request, host. If I can, I don't know how to do the YouTube screen, but if you could you type in the difference between truth and fact and put it on the big screen for us to read it?
So brother, while he's doing that, it's like all I'm hearing is that you're to me, you don't realize it, but you're agreeing a lot with what the Bible teaches. You just got done saying, well, here's what you just did though. You just said you don't really like to dabble too much in what you would call definitive truth. And you made...
That's not what I said.
But you did take 2 words that are synonymous. You took 2 synonymous words and you isolated them into their own definition. And you based your premise off of what a fact is versus what you would say is an objective truth. Did you just not do that?
I didn't agree with anything with the Bible.
But how do you know? How do you know until I demonstrate?
Because one thing is, I'm not referencing the Bible at all in my statements. What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is, when you're talking about truth, and that's why I asked him to pull up the difference, the host. when he reads it to us, he's gonna break it down how truth and facts aren't necessarily the same thing. So when you say objective truth, it kind of like I'm taken aback a little bit because truth can be subjective as well. And and before we move forward, host, do you have it?
I like to gauge your logic on who would you say is older, the Bible or you?
The Bible, but before we move forward, host, do you have it?
Yeah, it says, I asked the question, right? To the AI, it says, I asked, what is the difference between truth and fact, or are they the same? It says, while people often use them interchangeably in casual conversation, truth and fact are not the exact same thing. The easiest way to understand the difference, hold on one second. The easiest way to understand the difference is that a fact is objective, undeniable piece of data about reality, while truth is the deeper meaning, interpretation, and context applied to that fact.
So when we use interpretation, that means the truth can be subjective. That's why they're not the same fact, and that's why. Thank you so much, host. That's why I invited that conversation. So when we use the word truth, truth can be used too loosely because what's true to you, like you believe what you believe in, right? And you believe it's true. You believe your religion to be true, and although you believe your religion to be true, your religion, and I'm not saying this to be disrespectful, but your truth may not be the facts though. That's why a lot of things you have to go by faith because there's a lot of things you really can't prove.
So, like I was saying, like you're agreeing with the Bible, but you just don't know it. I'll explain. One is you did make a difference between objective truth versus fact, and you explained your reason, especially through agreement with the brother who just read through the AI. So what the scripture says, it starts at John 18:38, where Governor Pilate, he's a Gentile, so that means by principle he's a worldly individual. He's rooted in only his nature. He only answers to his nature, which is worldly, thirst, hunger, sleep, wake, these things. And he asks a question to Christ. He says, "What is truth?" He asks it directly. We don't get an answer in the biblical edit. However, if you go to the Gospel of Nicodemus, we get the answer. Christ says that truth inherently doesn't come from the earth. He says truth comes from heaven or the spirit. And Pilate then asks, he doubles down and he says, so are you telling me truth doesn't come from the earth? And Christ says, no, truth doesn't come from the earth alone. Truth comes from faith. If you were to believe that truth comes from the earth, then you would form righteous judgment. So essentially what Christ was saying is that the earth testifies as a witness to a truth. You testify as a witness to a truth. And truth, therefore, is established through agreement, definitively. That's why you were able to make the distinction between objective truth and fact, because just because 1,000 or 1 billion or a gazillion people believe in something that they believe is true doesn't mean that one person against gazillions of people can prove that that truth is actually a lie. And that's why truth in this world is established through agreement, but that doesn't make it a fact just because people agree on that truth.
So you're not actually, you're actually agreeing with me. I'm not agreeing with the Bible. And the Gospel of Nicodemus is not in the Bible, it's in the Apocryphal. When we,
right.
and you're using non-canonical scriptures to try to back up what you're saying. But,
right.
I did not use, I did not say that I was trying to separate truth from objective truth. I was just trying to tear apart that word objective truth entirely. I wasn't comparing it to facts. When I asked the host to type in the thing in the search bar, I didn't say the difference between objective truth and facts. I said, what's the difference between truth and fact? I took objective out of there. And the reason why I took objective out of it, because objective is the facts. It's like saying, what's the difference between facts and facts? So I have a problem with that word truth when it comes to that, because your truth can still be subjective, because although, like you just said, we can all shake hands and agree that something is true, and they may not be, but we believe them to be true. So yeah, so the truth ultimately is still the truth ultimately can still be subjective versus the
Well, y'all
facts which
arguing,
are
but y'all
objective.
saying the same thing.
Exactly.
He's saying what I'm
Thank you, brother.
saying.
Thank you for saying that.
He's saying what I'm saying. I'm not saying what the Bible is saying. And then
brother, I'm drawing my source from the Bible.
He brought it out the Bible. The Bible is
the Gospel of Nicodemus is not in the Bible.
It's
It's
in
in the
the King
Apocrypha.
James Version.
Brother, I'm
That's
a Gnostic. I'm a
not the
Christian Gnostic.
Bible.
It is the Bible.
And that
I'm a Christian Gnostic, brother. It's scripture. It's all
It
scripture.
got all of it. It just didn't.
Okay,
It just didn't kick out the non-canonical stuff. It just didn't.
Yeah, it's not in the bid. That's why I said biblical edit. That's why I used the word edit.
So are we?
I made that very clear.
So are we accepting going forward? Are we
accept all the text, every text?
So if we accept the non-canonical thing, and I'm not saying it to be disingenuous, we even accept the part of Jesus being a slave master.
Brother, where do you drawn from?
The
What
gospel
source are you coming from?
the Gospel of Thomas.
And the Gospel of Thomas, what saying?
He sold Thomas into slavery in the Gospel of Thomas. That's in a non-canonical version in the Gospel of Thomas.
And can you give me the
those wouldn't
number?
be considered Christian texts.
That's what I'm saying. So neither would be the Gospel of Nicodemus.
To acknowledge what they're acknowledging that they
wait.
acknowledge, and they don't acknowledge the Apocrypha. They don't subscribe to the Apocrypha. Now, if you want to put that, if Dwayne wants to put that in there,
well,
just the nuance and context just needs to be,
That's why I said what I said. So going forward, if we're going to use non-canonical text like the Gospel of Nicodemus, we got to also include the Gospel of Thomas. And it's literally you can fact check that. And host, I promise you, I won't ask you to look this up. You can just type it in your search bar, and it'll take you right to it. Just ask in the Gospel of Thomas, the non-canonical version, did Jesus not sell Thomas into slavery? That's the slave master.
So you said Jesus sold Thomas into slavery.
Yes, in the Gospel of Thomas and the Apocrypha, he sold Thomas into slavery. Yes.
And I'm gonna
read it.
out.
I'll read it. Hold on.
Yeah, please. Now, like think of Deuteronomy 28:68, where it says that on ships they were sold, but no man shall buy them. Well, it turns out that when it comes to slavery, we've today, like they weaponized it to mean to take on a connotation of which the Bible was not intending. For one, the Bible is older than the transatlantic slave trade, and not only that. In regards to slavery, it's a principle dealing with it's like the same as saying leader and follow. Without a master, there is no servant. Without a servant, there is no master. They exist through each other the same way a man and a woman does. So essentially, if I use the connotation correctly, the way that the Bible describes servitude and mastery, then it would be me saying that I'm a master at cooking. But by being a master at cooking, that means I am a slave to cooking, because what you serve is what you master, and what you master is what you serve. That's why it's written in the scriptures more than a dozen times, no servant is greater than its master, because they go hand in hand in principle. It's not dealing with human trafficking. It's not talking about literally taking other humans against their will and beating them. That's not what it's saying. Even when the scripture talks about the rod, they say, well, what about the one where it says the rod and the slave? The rod is dealing with the knowledge and the wisdom. That's why it's written that in Exodus chapter 4, he says, what is in your hand? He says, it's a rod. He says, throw it down. It turns into a serpent, which is why I was trying to tell you about, because you were bringing up Proverbs 3:5, do not lean on your own understanding. It does say that. But in in 2 Kings 18:21 and Isaiah 36:6, it says that if you do lean on your own understanding, it will go through your hand, and you will be like Pharaoh, and you will be like an Egyptian, and trusting Pharaoh in your heart. You will be just like Pharaoh, which is directly aligned with Proverbs 3:5, where it says, do not lean on your understanding and trust the Lord thy God in all your heart. Because if you don't, then it's going to go through your hand, and you're going to end up being like an Egyptian that trusts Pharaoh in all his heart. So it actually has an explanation that goes together if you keep your precepts. And these aren't interpretations. These are definitive commandments that you can literally obey the same way that 2 + 2 = 4. It's direct. There isn't interpretation involved in it. That's why it's written.
Hey,
There is nothing definitive
just to get
about,
back on
and I
topic.
think we got to be honest about this. There's nothing definitive about the Bible. It's not, and even in the context of what I was using, which, excuse me, it wasn't the Gospel of Thomas, it was the Acts of Thomas. I won't.
Yeah, that's what I was like, what's going on? And now I got to read that.
It was the Acts of Thomas, the Acts, not the Gospel of Acts. My bad.
I know my books well, man.
Yeah,
I
but
was
in
like,
the Acts
what?
in the Acts of Thomas, he did, not the Gospel of the Acts. But that's not the context it was using. But I mean, like I say, there's nothing definitive about parables. And like I said, when we have these conversations, and that's what I'm saying, it's still up for interpretation, because that's how you would interpret it. Somebody could come up here. I can easily invite a Christian up here who would probably go deeper. It's not. You can find out. I think you know him, host. His name is Chap. He got like 1,000 books that goes in deep on certain scriptures, the etymology of certain words, what words meant at the time, and all this other stuff. So when we're talking about something definitive, we're talking about something concrete. And you're saying something about rules that are concrete. And like I said, even from a pantheistic point of view, I said the true God, you can't break real laws. You can't break you can break the rule of man. And sometimes you can get away with it. You got different killers out here who still on the loose, never got caught. You can't break the laws of motion. You can't break the laws of thermodynamics. You can't break the laws of gravity. You can't. Those are real laws. Man-made laws, however, you can break those any time of the day. Now there will be consequence for some if you get caught, maybe. But as far as we talk about something definitive, which is something that can be proven, even when you're going into meaning of words, we still can't really prove this. And then you asked me a question. You said that but and before I go forward with this, what was you saying? What would you ask me when you said, is the Bible not older than me? So I can answer that correctly.
Say
I don't
what?
want to.
Say what?
You asked me was the Bible older than me?
Yeah, it's because I knew that you were going to say, oh, well, just because we're agreeing doesn't mean that I took it from the Bible. But the Bible was written long before you and I were conceived as even an idea.
Okay.
And so essentially what happened is you actually was preaching principles that are testified in the scripture. And just to furthermore add to what you just said about the Acts of Thomas, because I'm going to have to look into that book. I haven't really read it. In 1 Corinthians 7:22, it says, for he that is called in the Lord is being a servant, is the Lord's free man. Likewise, also he that is called being free is Christ's servant. So if you translate that, it says, for he that is called in the Lord is being a slave, and it is the Lord's freed slave. Likewise, also he that is called being free is also Christ's slave, because it's using the connotation of servitude and mastery, not as human trafficking. It's using the connotation in terms of the laws of duality or relativity. When you speak of thermodynamics, you're not escaping what the Bible had already testified in regards to inescapable laws. The laws, in terms of the Torah, it talks about the law establishes 2 or 3 witnesses, meaning nothing you can think of and nothing you can observe, whether immaterial or material, doesn't escape this principle that everything has an op to it. That means if you say energy always was, I can say, well, energy never has been. It's the opposite to each other because they both exist to each other. You're only telling me what something always was because you don't want me to think that it never has been. That's why you said it. That's how scripture, that's what the scripture testifies.
If you were to say that, then you would be intellectually honest, because the fact that energy can't be created nor destroyed, that lets you know right there that law energy always was. So just because you insert that, you would have to prove in what you're inserting. And as far as the slavery goes, not everybody in the Bible was that type of slave. Some were, there were chattel slavery there. You got Leviticus 25:44-46. You got Exodus 21:20-21.
Talking about the rod?
you got you got the New Testament, which was Ephesians 6:5. You got First Peter 2:18. You got scriptures in there that said, "Obey your earthly masters, no matter how harshly they are." There's literally scriptures that literally says that. So, and if I'm thinking about the slaves, the black people when we were in slavery, and they read that scripture, it tells them to obey their earthly masters no matter how harsh they are. And if you need me to, I will go get the exact scripture for that. It won't be a problem.
Yeah, okay.
The all slavery in the Bible isn't associated with, oh, you're a slave for God, especially when you got things in there, Numbers 31:17-18, kill the men but keep the young girls for yourselves, and all these different things. That's what I'm saying. We start going into these, we can't cherry pick certain scriptures that sound beautiful to us and then turn a blind eye to the one that doesn't sound so beautiful. And then when the scriptures don't sound pleasant to the ears, we try not to lean upon our own understanding when it comes to this, So I mean, I don't know. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing anything definitive for real. I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, like Ephesians 6:5, it says, "Servants, be obedient to them that are your masters according to the flesh, with fear and trembling, in the singleness of your heart, as unto Christ." In terms of, once again, it goes back to the principle: nothing escapes the law of 2 or 3 witnesses that testify all matters concerning our observation, whether immaterial or material. We have to think everything has ops. Like in terms of the energy, you said I was being dishonest. I wasn't being dishonest in terms of why.
I said you would be, not that you was.
No, I got you. But like, if I wasn't saying that, if somebody said energy always existed, I'm not saying that they lied. I'm just saying they're only saying that so that we don't think the opposite, which is never was. That's a premise.
That it can be produced.
Right. That's a principle where this is where Christ says the first is the last is the first. I'll get to that in a second. But it says, "Servants, be obedient to them that are masters." It says, "according to the flesh," which is written that the flesh, either the flesh can dominate your mind or the mind will dominate your flesh, but one has to dominate the other so the other submits. That's a principle. And then it also speaks about fear and trembling. It also says in scripture that knowledge and wisdom doesn't even begin until you have fear of the Lord. And that's why it just said, in the singleness of your heart, because it's telling you when it comes to the knowledge and the wisdom, you're dealing with, once again, you're dealing with the law of the 2 or 3, which is opposition. No matter which way you go, you can either go in the middle or you can take the left or the right. But one way or another, you have to choose in that spectrum. We're kind of trapped in that spectrum. So all the principles pertain to that spectrum. Even if you try to, and again, if you go to the scripture where it says, oh, right here, it says, don't beat if you're going to beat a slave, don't beat him to death with a rod or something like that. Well, if you really look hard into the scripture, it's telling you what the rod is. The rod is a measuring stick that's given to 2 witnesses, and it's the same stick that's why Aaron had to join Moses, and that's why the Egyptian Pharaoh had to choose 2 magicians, because everything works. Because everything works in 2s and 3s. That's why the story's written the way it is.
Let's stay on slavery for a second, though. What do you get out of 2 Peter, though? Not second, but 1 Peter 2:8, though. What do you get out of that?
You said 1 Peter 2:8?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Obey your earthly master, even those who are harsh. That's scripture.
Yeah, I'll read it. You said 1 Peter, right? 2:8?
1 Peter 2 verse 8.
Weird. 1 Peter chapter 2 verse 8 says, "A stone of stumbling and a rock."
18.
All right. I was wondering.
18.
Okay, one second.
It's off the top. I read the Bible from age 12, Genesis through Revelation, so I'm a little rusty. It's been a while. But
I got you. No, it's all good. And I'm gonna read it in context. Let me pull it up real quick. 1 Peter 2:8.
Read it how it is first, though. I want us to lean upon our own understanding.
Yeah, but I just gave a precept to that. So it's not like lean on the understanding is dealing with the rod, the very same rod that is testified about the slave, which shows you that the rod doesn't mean what we think it does. We have to go in here and keep the precepts. But it says right here, as you said, First Peter, or was it Second Peter?
First
Second
Peter
Peter.
2.
Oh, it's First Peter. First Peter 2:18. I actually quickly. First Peter. First Peter 2. It says, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, it says, servants, be subject to your masters with all fear, not only to the good and gentle, but also to the froward. So it says, servants, be subject to your masters with all fear, not only to good. Now, once again, if these masters, because it says, for this is thanksworthy if a man for conscience towards God endure grief, suffering wrongfully. I'm gonna have to pull that in a different translation because that's old school stuff. But because look what it says. That, if a man for like you asked me if you understand what it says. It says if a man for conscience towards God endure grief, suffering wrongfully. What do you think that means? You see what I'm saying? That's why
I already know where that goes.
I've
I've debated that scripture back in my old days. Basically, it's saying that your suffering is basically suffering for God is glorious. Basically, it's like for an example, when a slave getting beaten and all these different things, it's like, yeah, but it's kind of like you endured that. You was long suffering for that for God.
Yeah,
It was a way I
like
broke it down,
being
and
a
I had
martyr.
that debate like when I was maybe about 21 years old, maybe or something. I don't know, but
It's
I've
kind of like
had
being
that
made a martyr.
particular debate about that though. But that's what I'm saying. But when we talk about the scripture, have fear for this and obey your earthly masters, even the harsh ones. So just think about it like this. I'm telling this person. I'm telling my great grandfather who was enslaved, and I show him this scripture, and I would just wanted to justify it. And if I want to make it seem like what he's going through is divine, you're like, look, he's harsh. Sure, he's trigger warning. Sure, he's doing this and doing that. He slowed your babies off. Sure, he's gonna sell your babies off. Sure, he's gonna mistreat your women sexually. Sure, he's gonna do this. Sure, he's gonna do that. But obey this earthly master, no matter how harsh he is. And I think, and this is, not trying to champion a book, but I think we should kind of tap into the book called How to Make a Negro Christian. I really think we should really tap into that book. I think that'll be a good read for
Now, I will concede and give you this basis that Scripture does ask for something that a lot of people aren't going to meet eye to eye with, because you have the fulfillment of the law and the adolescence of the law. And by the way, these laws are not necessarily something that it's like I said again, it's inescapable laws. If someone slaps you, you might try to block it, or you might want to slap them back. That's almost written within you, the same way a cat would pounce on a ball of yarn or a dog would bark. It's almost something that's just programmed within you. You don't really got to be taught to defend yourself. You're just going to defend yourself. With that being said, it's written the eye for eye logic. It says eye for eye, tooth for tooth. And Christ says, turn the cheek. If he slaps you, turn the cheek. So essentially what he's saying is that when you're in the flesh, you're under a test. You're in the trials and tribulations. And God has casted a delusion, which is the world. The world is considered corrupt. It's a corrupted realm because it's not from the place that you come from, which is perfection. That's why you're always in autocorrect. No matter what you do, you're always trying to fix whatever goes wrong because it's innately within you. But the problem is now that you're in a corrupt realm, you might be made subject to a corrupt person, someone who's not of the law or someone that is a hypocrite. But the problem is what it's saying is you're not supposed to emulate him to prove to him that he's wrong. So essentially, it goes to the proverbial expression that two wrongs don't make a right. So Christ says you can't serve two masters at once. When he said that, he wasn't necessarily speaking about personified individuals. It doesn't have to be humans. It can be principles. You can't serve, you know what I'm saying? You can't be loyal and disloyal at the same time. You can't be good and bad at the same time. You have to choose one or the other. But the problem is the line is blurred between good, bad, left, right, and all these things because they're inherently connected. You only know what left is because of right. You only know what bad is because of good, and so on and so forth. So essentially, if you're made subject to somebody that's a hypocrite, what God is asking you to do is don't be a hypocrite just to show him that hypocrisy is wrong. You have to overcome it. You may have to.
But it's an extra step too. He's also saying that in overcoming it by enduring that, you did one while suffering.
Where'd he go?
It's a godly thing. You did what I'm talking about. He's saying it's a
there you go.
thing. It's and I'm not on neither side. I don't got no dog in this fight. I'm just calling it straight down the middle.
But
because what y'all saying
is this just me or is he breaking up? Is it me?
Hey, brother.
Yeah, it's just
no,
you.
I can hear him. I can hear him really well.
Yeah, it's just what I'm seeing is that what both of you are saying, the text is saying.
I'm not talking about you.
No, he's talking about the text. He's adding to what we're talking about.
Yeah. I'm just
all I hear is you.
What? You can hear me or him?
You. All I hear is you.
Oh, you don't hear him?
No.
Oh, what? Yeah, he's talking. Yeah, he's talking right now.
You got to drop off and come back up. You can only hear him.
Oh my goodness, this is I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
I don't mean to
come back up.
Whoever's talking off. I just can't hear you. I'm only hearing you.
Can you hear me, God Justice?
Can you hear A1? Because A1's telling you to come out and come back in.
Okay.
And tell him if he has a PC or a computer, that'll be better, and he probably won't have this problem.
Use a PC if you do have one, a laptop, a PC, that might be better for you. I think he already hopped out.
Yeah, I think so too.
But yeah, what the brother was saying, what he was saying, I was listening.
Yeah, I mean, it says both things. That's all I was bringing up to the point that, in fact, neither one of you are right. I mean, wrong. It does say servants be subject to your masters with all respect, but it also does say be when a man being mindful of God suffers through a thing, it's to his spiritual benefit. It's a gracious thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's almost like saying endure the pain that this man gets you through, because I favor that.
Or try a way to overcome it. You can get out of this. You don't have to stay in the situation. Just try a way to get out of there without becoming that person, without emulating his wickedness.
That's not what they said. The brother just read.
No, go ahead.
The brother just read it of what he would have to endure going through that.
Mm-hmm.
God would bless him for it, basically.
Yeah.
But you don't have to stay in a situation like that. There's plenty of scripture that says when a man is doing wicked and you correct him, but he chooses otherwise, you can treat him as a heathen and basically disassociate yourself with him.
Yeah, and basically it kind of says proving that right in the next verse. Because look, in the new ESV version, because to take it out of the King James, and it says this, and I'm gonna just read 18 through 21. Right? Mm-hmm. It says, servants, be subject to your masters with all respect, not only to the good and gentle, but to the unjust. For this is a gracious thing when mindful of God, one endures sorrows while suffering unjustly. And this is where it kind of was leading to, for what credit is it if when you sin and are beaten for it, you endure? But if when you do good and suffer for it, you endure, this is a gracious thing in the sight of God. For to this you have been called, because Christ also suffered for you, leaving you an example so that you might follow in his steps.
So basically, yeah. So you being wow. I mean, and I do got to get up super
But
early.
I
So
don't
this will be
I
my
don't argue with those principles.
I do, and
I
I'm
don't
gonna tell you
argue with those
why.
principles.
I do, and I'm
But
gonna
go
tell you
ahead.
why I do. Because you can easily use that to justify slavery. Obey your master, and guess what? If your master say don't run off my plantation, if you run off the plantation, you're literally disobeying your earthly master. So in that situation, you would have to stay in that situation based on you obeying your earthly masters, no matter how.
Well,
And then we're talking about somebody who's unjust.
yeah, and well, when we look in history, what you're saying we actually see is called the slave Bible. They taught it, even though it wasn't probably meant that way. You dig what I'm talking about? They twisted the meaning.
They did.
Mean it exactly how the brother God Justice is saying it, to minimize a man and make him believe that this is what God wanted for you.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right about that. But I believe in. Do you believe in? Because I know you don't believe in God or the God of the Bible. But do you believe in karma? Do you believe that just because you got away with something in terms of this worldly standard, that you're going to get away with it when you leave it when you leave this earth?
I don't believe in it. I know it's real. But see, everybody talk about karma, but they don't speak about the other half of it. You see, with karma comes dharma. Yeah, they only talk about one half of it. You better do some deeper research coming at Cosmon with this, because what I'm telling you is, it also says that things happen just because you born a certain way.
Right. Well, this world is corrupt.
I don't
This world is
believe.
corrupt in
I'm
principle.
not with the BS. I know this is a purposely told lie, and this is why y'all can argue from both sides of a thing in the same text, because it ain't true. Because even though they say don't use your own, don't lean on your own understanding, who else understanding would you lean on?
Exactly my point. And you would lean on.
About,
yeah, I dig it.
So what I'm saying is, it says both things. So we know, obviously, either both of them tell the truth or both of them lying. It can't be one of the truth. They're the same God saying the same different thing.
Well,
my only, let me say, because this is my final submission. I really do got to get up early. I left, but I came back, but I really got to get up early. My only submission with that, not just to do too much pushback on you, because me and you kind of standing on the same page with that. My only thing is with the karma part. I'm not disagreeing, but I'm a little sketchy, because with everything that's going on in the world.
Listen. I know that how they break it down to you, and they give you karma on a dumbed down version. But karma is, in a sense, the conditions, right, that must preset for anything to happen. So it's the check and balance. It's the up for every down. It's the electricity for every magnetism.
You're not going to get away with it. You're not going to get away with it.
That's what
basically
karma
you're saying
is. Karma
you're
is
basically saying cause and effect.
Yeah, but karma is the balancing effect, the get back to zero thing. See, when you're going up, sometimes you got to come down. And to get back to zero, and that's what karma is, and it's actually explained that way in the Vedas, not how they give it to us through the religious ideology. I get what you're saying.
Well, I'll tell you what I would do. Before I go, I definitely will ponder on that, because I do think you pay for everything. I do think everything costs, even if. And this is where
your diet, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even when the situation we're talking about karma. Even if, let's just say, for instance, the things you put out there, that's the things you get back and stuff like that. You know, they're always saying you get served what you deserve. You know the things that they say.
Mm-hmm.
But I will look more deeper into that, because I think you are right. Everything will eventually cost you sooner or later. They don't get you in a wash; they'll get you in a ranch type thing. But you know what? As far as the karma thing is concerned, I definitely will ponder on that a little bit more tomorrow. I just want to say, y'all, thank y'all for inviting me to the
no
panel
problem, bro.
again.
No doubt.
I will be looking for this live to look for the replays, and yeah, y'all, I gotta admit that y'all did it. Y'all gave me a lot to think about. This was fun. I definitely got to come back. You know.
For sure. I appreciate it.
I'm gonna hit you up to get you scheduled for something next week. I know a couple people want you to come back so we can set up some debates. So
okay,
for sure.
All right, brother. Take it easy. Thank y'all for everything.
God bless, bro. God bless.
God bless. All right.
Yeah, we locked in. Have a good night.
Okay.
My stance on the whole matter is this. I would rather suffer knowing that this earth is a short travel. I'm only here. Like the proverbial expression goes, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. So, with that being said, to all the people that suffered during the transatlantic slave trade and all types of slavery, even the people that are suffering now in human trafficking and things of that sort. I believe that it's not right that they're suffering. No, it's not right that they're a victim. No, it's not right how this world, in the nature of this world and how it conducts. I don't even think it's right that a wolf has to eat sheep just to survive. But the world is the way it is because it's wicked under that principle. But the good news is we're not here for a long time. And if something was to happen to me and I got put into human trafficking, absolutely, I would think it's wrong. Absolutely, I would hate it with all my being. But the thing is with the principles that I have and the knowledge that I've accumulated, I would take it as, okay, this is the universe putting me to the ultimate test because it's basically saying, I'm putting you through this because what's in store for you is worth it. And once I'm taken out of this earth, and no, it's never worth it to be preyed upon. But if I endure for a little time here, and then they put me out of my misery, and God says, "Hey, man, you didn't become them as much as you wanted to, as much as you wanted to become the killer and defend yourself. You basically laid your flesh down, and you did it. So now I live eternally, which means I don't have a short time. I have a long time." And I get to live as a king or a god immortally. And I would say it was worth it, as opposed to me being in this little short travel and saying, you know what, ain't nobody gonna do me like that. Let somebody try to do this to me. Watch what I do. You might as well just go to hell with them.
Scary though to me. Like that whole mindset you just presented.
Yeah, it is scary.
It's very scary to think that because. My bad. I'm gonna let you land your plane, then I'll respond.
No, go ahead. No, I was already there, bro.
It just lends credence to the people who say that this book makes you docile, things like that. It's to keep, they indoctrinated us into this way of thinking to keep us from fighting back, so they can tell us, our heaven is in the sky while they make theirs here on this earth. All of those things that you're doing allow for that to happen, and I don't know. It's a very scary thing to think that, hey, I'm just going to allow somebody to dominate me or do whatever they want to me. I'm not going to defend myself. I don't believe in that. And it's crazy that this has been passed down and through a game of telephone. It's not even like God cracks the sky and talks to us individually. Again, you're leaning on the understanding of somebody who's leaning on it's almost like social media. Everybody's following somebody who's following somebody who's following somebody. And they don't even really know where the original trend started. If we go all the way back, half the trends that Christianity has today weren't even in the first set of Christianity. Christianity is a totally different religion today.
This whole show on
so this is very scary for people to take a definite stance of not defending themselves off of something that could possibly be completely false. When you laid your flesh down, we don't know what's on the other side yet.
Right.
We've been told to believe. But ain't nobody I know that made it back to tell. So
but look what Christ did. He laid his flesh down. He allowed them to come pick him up. He allowed them to beat him. He allowed them to force him to carry a cross. He allowed them to nail him to the cross. And he did this under the guise of, or under the premise of, hey, they don't know what they're doing. Lord, forgive them, because I'm going to be resurrected. Oh, this is going to be worth it. This is just for a little time. I would look at it the same way. Now, mind you, I'm not going to just let them dominate me. I will do my best to escape. I will do my best to overcome the situation without transgressing and becoming them. That's just where I fit in. But if I can't overcome them and I can't escape them, then I will have to endure. I will have to suffer. I can't become them, because if I become them in the name of, well, they're doing it to me, well, then you're no different than they are. You're trying to use their logic to prove to them that you're basically that's why it's written, no servant is greater than his master. The moment you try to outmaster the master of wickedness, you're a wicked servant. That's just, and it's a terrible premise to take, though.
I
It is
understand
scary.
that part.
It
And
is
there,
scary.
I understand not becoming your enemies, but that doesn't mean let them do whatever to you. I didn't
No,
say that either. You know what I'm saying?
no, you definitely got to overcome the situation or try to rise out of it, or try to get up out of there. Yeah.
Because I've been in situations like that, literally, and I didn't become the people who were coming against me. So,
And that says a lot about you. That says that, even though you may say, and that's the thing. Have you noticed this, brother? That a lot of the people that are predatory in nature, they do it under the guise of victimhood. It's, well, I'm a victim, so that's why you should be a victim.
yeah. See, it's funny. Like, I was getting blackballed when I first started. So since I couldn't go anywhere and share my stuff, and I couldn't even hop in people's comments, I was going to make it like that for them. But I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to do that. Y'all can share anything. Y'all can shout anybody out. I'm not going to. Maybe I need to be the light to show how.
Exactly. That's it.
To show how we need to stay away from the darkness, pretty much. And
They
not
say
you.
you want to
No
be the
point.
light of the world, A1.
Yep. That's
Yeah,
it.
y'all
Right
know.
there.
I mean, y'all seen it in real time. Y'all probably just ain't thought about it, but all the time.
No, I have seen it.
I'll snap and I want to become that person, and then I'll go meditate, self-reflect, and come back and check myself. Because I did it in my group chat once. I'm like, hey, don't nobody share this person's stuff in here again. They got me blocked for some weird reason. I ain't did nothing. And then I double back, like, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. I'm making life hard for y'all. Like, who cares, man?
They jealous how you conduct your show, bro. You got the effects, you got the presentation, you got the announcements, you got the plugs, you got all this stuff that I know brothers that have been running panel way longer than you, been in the game longer than you, and they're not even on that level. But people have a way of like being jealous, and it's usually when people treat you bad, it's because you got a light and you got a skill, you got an influence, you got a presence that they know is real, and they just don't want to give you that credit. So instead of giving you the credit, they just hate on you and try to like dim your light. But that's a sign, though. That's actually a good thing when brothers and sisters treat you that way, because it's letting you know you're doing something. You're doing something that's effective. Because if you wasn't doing it like that, then they wouldn't have no reason to hate on you.
And you blow up.
Yeah.
And you'd already be big. If you got out here to try to do some darkness and had a negative idea, if this show was pop your pee, freak Nick 95, you dig what I'm talking about, every day, you would have 3 million followers. But since you taking that road that's not, usually traveled, the higher road, you dig what I'm saying? It get lonely up here. And that's what you gotta be prepared for when you gotta set a knowledge in a moral base that the world around you can't conceive. That's when it get lonely. That's when it get off. That's when you got to do some self-reflecting on yourself. Like I can't go back that way.
I can't. I know what you're talking about too.
Yeah.
I know you get it with the Owaspi, because I know since y'all don't deal with homicidal deities the same way I don't as an agnostic. Like, I'm looking at the moral compass of the people who follow these type of deities and entities. Like, my moral compass doesn't resonate with that, and I just can't. Like, it's impossible. I will never. It just won't happen.
And wouldn't that be proof of the inspiration of what the God is asking for, what the people are doing? Yeah. Wouldn't that be proof of the inspiration?
And I just feel like if the first, I feel like that's the reason why I really feel like the reason everything is so messed up in the world right now is literally because of religion. I'm not even gonna lie to you. How can you have the creator of all be homicidal, jealous, like all of this crazy stuff, and then we make excuses for it, which is okay. But I feel like that's where, once we do that and make that excuse for that, then we go. That's why it continues to happen and manifest in real life. Because
when texts like OWASP come out that dispute that, where the creator says judgment is against all nations and peoples who engage in war where any man is died. Judgment already against you. I'm holding the nigga who general, captain, colonel, private. I don't care if you was in the mess hall or in the quartermaster.
Let's go.
you are abetting war and judgment already against you. So in OWASP, it clears up what the brother is saying, that listen, this deity that is offering and justifying war and as acceptable in any way, that can't be the creator. And now a new text come out and says, well, look, that wasn't even me. This is what I'm saying.
And it's so deep. I'll refuse to even vote. Y'all not about to make me pick between the lesser of two evils.
Right. I've never voted.
I feel like the righteous don't play that game.
I've never voted. Never ever voted.
That's what OWASP say. A1. It say, why would you expect an ungodly man to do a godly thing, or an ungodly government to do a godly thing?
I'm not registered. Never have been. Never will be. Never registered to vote, never will vote. Now, mind you, the Bible is edited. The reason why they got brothers and sisters talking about, oh, that's heresy, that's non-canonical. That's what the oppressor wants you to say, because that's the whole reason why they took books out in the Bible, so that we would think the Bible is a mess. The Bible ain't a mess. They made it a mess. The Bible is edited, brother. The Bible is edited. They took books out so that we would be lost in the sauce, and they're using the Bible to hey, they're gonna get it the worst, bro. Even the scriptures say it. Even the Bible say it. The ones that use the word of God in vain, the ones that use the word of God to do wickedness, and they use it to justify their wickedness, they're gonna get it worse than the wicked man that owns his wickedness.
Yeah, but and you dig what I'm saying? They're using it as a tool of control. Period. I'm saying that is the birth of the religion. That's why.
And I feel like the first time that humans have to pick the lesser of two evils is when deciding between God, who floods the earth, who tells people to commit genocide against other nations, like who does all of this stuff, against the devil, who ain't killed nobody. I think the first time as children we're forced to pick between the lesser of two evils, and then it continues on through life. Instead of teaching revolution, rebellion, fighting for righteous causes, not settling for less. I don't know. Like I really feel like these are the concepts that it's teaching you without it being the main theme. They're not putting it on the cover. They know what's going on though. I don't know how. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Cosmo.
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Finish.
Yeah, I feel like, and everything that we see happening in the book is manifesting in real life, in different various ways. And this is how somebody can justify themselves killing somebody. If the creator of all, I don't know, if the creator of all is doing it and making excuses for it and telling other people to do it inside of his book, we're always going to find a reason to justify it.
Exactly. Right. So what if, like I said, it was used as a tool of control and a way to justify these negative actions? You did.
The law of the universe, the law of our consciousness, the law of like actuality, meaning in this world and after this world, I really confidently feel like they're going to get dealt with, man. And they're going to wish that they never even tricked themselves into the stupidity that you're going to be able to do what you want on earth and get away with it. You're just not going to get away with it. And if I'm wrong, then that's the only benefit that I have of believing what I have, is because what's the worst that can happen? I die and I just become grass, fertilizer. Okay, I would rather believe that there's something beyond becoming grass versus believing I'm going to be grass. Because if I'm right about what I believe, then I'm going to reap the benefits triple. But if I'm wrong about what I believe, the worst is that the atheist is correct. The atheist is already screwed by what he believes. He believes he's just going to be grass and it's over. But if the atheist is wrong, he's screwed. Me, at least I got something to hope for. And at worst, I'll just go out like the atheist. But it's actually better if you believe in something versus, oh, well, I'm going to just definitively say that we're just going to become grass and that's it. All right. And if you're wrong, you're going to wish that you know what I'm saying? You really listen to yourself, because everybody knows that what they're doing is wrong. They just do it anyways.
But what if the problem is belief?
And I wanted to respond to what he said
Go ahead,
too,
bro.
because there are a lot of people who say, well, I'm gonna believe just in case. Believe what just in case is the question. There are 2,400 active religions being practiced right now. So you still got a 1 in 2,400 chance of picking, even if you did decide belief. You act like it's only 1 in 1. Like, oh, it's either, atheist or Christ. No, we got Islam. There's so many different religions. You still could be picking wrong. But and that's why I'm like, oh no, the creator, if there was a creator of all who knew all, there's no way that he would pick this system. Because even as a human, I understand that this is the most foolish way to get your message across, and I would never use it today. So why would he use it as if he's supposed to be all like, no, when he knows man isn't supposed to be trusted. He knows man. He even regrets making man because he's feel the sin and all of that. But we're supposed to trust man with his word. Like it just doesn't, it's not logical.
It's not logical.
It's not logical. And the creator of all, as smart as he is, I don't think that, respectfully would do something. I don't want to call it dumb, but what's the word? Something that could have so much room for error. I don't think he would do that if our souls were relying on that. We're just gonna play this game. Because even right now, I can pull up the book. I got all these books over here. We can go to Jesus Wars. What's being practiced in Christianity isn't what was being practiced back then. Christianity has changed so much over time, even down to, what's the thing, the cracker and the drinking of the wine and all, like everything. And we have to actually call it Christianities, not Christianity. IES on the end of that, because every denomination is technically a different religion. They share different beliefs. They think different things that get you sent to hell. They have different practices. Some believe in baptism, some don't. Some talk in tongues, some don't. These are different religions, actually. Just because they have the same JC, we can't call all of these Christianity. I think they all need to be identified as separate religions, honestly. I don't know. I'm just over here venting, man. I'm not coming at you either, though.
I got it.
I'm just trying to.
No, well, it's the truth. It's the truth. There's a lot of there's people that pick and choose what it's cherry picking. They cherry pick. That's why I take all the scripture. I don't just believe in the Bible. Because I'm not in my heart, I'm not an evil person, and I'm not somebody that'll make a judgment that I don't have definitive proof on. And even and I can. And one of the things is I know I could still be wrong, even if I think I'm definitively right. I could still be wrong, but I'm always humble to accept that. And I always am thankful whenever I'm wrong about something, because that's what helps me be right about something. So it's like practicing for the bullseye. If you miss, don't get mad. I mean, if you go too far to the right, you just got to move a little more to the left. Shit like that. I look at everything like that, and the people out there that want to take the book and be like, I believe this part, but not, because that's where most of the denominations come from, is people cherry picking what they want to take and what they don't want to take, versus Take all of it, because if you're gonna get wet, then go all the way in. Ain't no I got my right foot wet and that's all I wanted. If you're getting wet, you get wet. If not, then stay the fuck out of the pool. If you're gonna get into the scripture shit, go all the way in. And with that being said, brother, I know that y'all got shit to do. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to hold y'all up, man, but it's been a really good build, man.
Hey, yeah, we 7 hours in right now. I ain't going nowhere, man. I'm third shift life, so I'm gonna be up to about 6 o'clock anyway.
Oh, that's what's up, bro. That's what's
I
up.
agree with you on all of that too. You just said it's just if a person's going to believe just in case, it's just like, well, you can't just be a Christian just in case. You got to be a Muslim just in case. You got to be a Buddhist just in case. You got to go through them all and be all of them just in case.
I read all of it, bro. I read all of it. Real shit. I do. I read all of it. Like I can smack a Muslim left and right, not because of what I know in the Bible. It's because of what I know in the Quran. I read it all, brother, because I'm really trying to figure this shit out in terms of like, what does all this mean? Why is people living? And honestly, that's really one of the biggest things.
You should read OWASP. Those questions you asking are answered directly.
And OWASP? I haven't heard of that, so I gotta look that up. I've never even heard of that, bro.
I still got to get a copy of OWASP. It's on my
telling
to-do
y'all
list
it's
for
the
this
dog.
year,
Listen.
I'm about to get one this year and look into it.
If you a good person, you should read OWASP. Just for that reason, you should just read it. If you believe you're a good person, you should read OWASP. But I would say this. If you got any amount of melanin, OWASP is a must read.
Yeah, I got you. Well, my name's Darkness, if that counts, but
salute to Darkness, brother.
Hey, unless we albinos, everybody got some melanin.
Word, straight up.
Even if you got that, because it's got something in there for you too. If you an albino,
I'm gonna have to check it out this year, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep game on it, man. And I'm gonna wish y'all a good night, man, and God bless.
Appreciate you pulling up and holding it down with us tonight, man.
Most def, man. And we gotta do this again. And I like to debate that, brother, too, on some of the topics. You're in my room. I'm in your room, man. I shouldn't be able to miss no shows. And most importantly, I need to get in some debates, man. I think I need one of these a couple shows where I can have 10-minute breakdowns of stuff where I can really show people that I'm not into the shit because I'm one of those weirdos that just want to believe in something to say that I believe in something. Nah, man, all this stuff is rooted in my opinion, rooted in academic facts that can be demonstrated. And the only way I can prove that is, you know what I'm saying? I got to get into some debates and let's do it like that, man.
We got you lined up with Humble next, right?
Yeah, that's right. Cause we did that discussion, but we got to do that follow up. So yes, absolutely.
So we're gonna make that happen. We're gonna make that follow-up happen this week and get you I'm gonna talk to you in the back chat. We're gonna get you locked in a schedule so we can get you something.
Most def, brother.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I want to get you in with Humble first.
Yeah, I'm with it. 100.
That'll be a big name for you for your first debate.
Yep. I'm with it, man. I just need to schedule the details, the time, the place, and I'm with it.
Got you. We're gonna be in the back chat together.
All right, then. Hey, peaceful blessings, Siddiq. Big was that Cloud?
Sadiq and
Cosmon. Yeah, Cosmon. Hey, it was good meeting y'all, brothers, man. Good build. I love this stuff, man. This is what I'm about. And y'all some deep-minded fellas, man. This is a beautiful thing, man. So I'll see you on the next one, A1.
Appreciate you, big dog. Everybody give Darkness a round of applause. Be looking for him to be debating Humble real soon. And I'm sure he'll be back up this week on some of these panels. So check him out. Back to you, gentlemen. Sadiq, you there? You fall asleep already? Oh, yeah, he's out.
Sadiq off that wine and Funyuns.
Shout out A Golf Twiddler in the chat. That's a new addition to the chat. If you aren't subscribed, make sure you hit that bell so you get a notification every time we go live so you don't miss any of this fire action. Shout out to you. We got Old Account. That's a new name in the chat as well. Oh, yeah, they've been rocking with us for a minute. Harris Duncan up with us. Go ahead, talk to him, Cosmon.
Oh man, you dig what I'm saying? It was a nice little bill. You dig what I'm saying? Like I said when I came in, this whole thing hints towards everything that I've been saying for a decade. It's good to see my work. You dig what I'm saying? And the work of the hand of the creator just can't be stopped. Right? Everybody up here noticing that the actions of the God can't be the actions of the creator that they know is all love, all peace. Huh? They making that distinction. Boy, they used to try to go crazy on Cosmos. Oh, you don't know it. Now they up here arguing my points, every one of them. Huh? See, we be telling y'all over at the gang, man, we don't ride the wave. We set the wave. We make them. Nobody was saying gang, gang before us. Nobody brought it into what y'all need to understand is this is not just a movement. This is an understanding. This is a way of life. You dig what I'm talking about? It's all encompassing, and it leads you right back into your natural standing.
Now you're talking about the OWASP?
Yeah, in the understanding of it. Because all them questions y'all be asking, what is life for? Why we here? How is life made? Where do it come from? How do you make stuff? What was it? Every question, why is there war? The dope part about it is it answer every one of them. Every question, as a matter of fact, OWASP calls this overall voice of good man. See, good men have always asked the same questions. Why you let this happen, God? Why this for the babies? Why this? Why that? Good men have always asked the same question. That is in OWASP, it's called TAE. 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 Right? And it's got a whole book on questions that man asks the creator. And creator turn around and give him objective answers. And you can turn around and point at them.
Give me an example. Can you pull some of these scriptures up for me?
Yeah, let me show you. Like, it'll say something like, hold on. Let me bring it up. Oh, dang.
And I missed that Omar was up here earlier and he was going, I had pulled up the Facebook thing, but then my phone rang and I was on the phone for 30 minutes. And when I came back, he was gone. Did they ever get that source up for what he was talking about?
No, he didn't.
He couldn't find it. It wasn't AONE. And then I heard him say it was Gab.
It was AONE, but he didn't know where to get it. And so he showed Gab, you know what I mean? And that threw his whole little.
I actually want him to be able to get those sources if he knows where they're at so we can show him. You know, I'm Team Kemet too, I guess, but you know, I'm not hiding nothing for nobody. If it's out there, you know, I'll pull it up.
This is called Tae's Prayer. This is the book of Tae's Prayer. These are the questions man have always asked, right?
Gotcha.
Right? Basically, right? So let me. Right. Okay. Okay. Let's go right here to start at 3. Now notice God is saying something, and God is going to tell him that it's a power over him. The creator called Yahweh or Jehovah. Right? Eoah, same thing, whatever. God said, behold me, old man, I am an elder brother, not the father. I'm your brother. I have passed through death and found the glory of the unseen worlds. That's what a God is. Jehovah gave me, the Creator gave me, your God, dominion over the heavens and the earth and her heavens. And look, man said, I have found truth in physicality. I know I live, that trees grow and die, that this is true knowledge. Give me truth regarding the unseen and a way that I can prove its truth. Right? So look what it says. And in the stirring up of man's soul, the Creator spoke through his sons and daughters. His voice came up out of the marsh and down from the heavens above. And the children of men heard and saw and rose up because of the spirit in them. They responded to him who is almighty. And their voices were called Tay. Right? So this is the voice of all spiritual men. Right? Because it is the what? It is the universal word of all children born. So it represents the universal prayer of mankind. Right? He asks for different types of stuff. Man has always asked this, right? Reveal, oh Father, give me light. I see the wide earth, I see the sun, the moon, the stars, but the great vault of heaven appears to be just an empty sky. Where is the dwelling place of the dead? The place of souls of men, right? They asking question. In times past, you have quickened seers and prophets, and through them lifted up your children and proclaimed other worlds. He's asking, am I less worthy than those of the past? All the while, my forefathers and I have abided with your mighty presence. By your own hand, you have quickened my consciousness to be dissatisfied with the old revelations and made me peer deeper into the cause and place of things and to desire further light from your holy place. Right? Now look, these things are so old, you get the truth told and twisted up even in biblical text. Now people gonna say, oh, Washby tried to get this from Bible, but we see that this ain't talking about nothing that Bible talking about, especially in the way it's talking about. Watch this. By your power, my manhood or womanhood has been raised up. Only by your power and wisdom will I be appeased. When I was a child, I believed as a child because it was told to me. But now I am grown. I desire to know who your prophets were and how they attained their gifts and wisdom of words. Right? So let's just go down to some of these answers. He said the Creator heard Tay's prayer and answered him. He said, let the angels of heaven go down to earth. My blessed son calls to me in wisdom and truth. And the angels of heaven descended to the earth, for it was early in the days of Dani, or in the time of great spiritual light. In the firmament of heaven, and the angels manifested and proved the immortal life of man. The Creator said, let this day be the beginning of the reign of Cosmon, the new era we in right now. For it's the beginning of wisdom of earth joined with the wisdom of heaven. Right? Hold on. Tay asks a question. Yet not even half is answered. Oh, my Father in heaven, since you have proved the immortal life, you have stirred me to my soul's foundations. Where do these inhabitants of the unseen worlds come from? Where lies this heavenly footstool of majesty? How many times have man said, where is heaven? How do the angels live? What happened to grandma after she died? Right? If when I am dead, I shall see the place, is the germ of that sight not already in me? He's asking the question. How am I made to see that I see, but do not see this? Hear, but do not hear this. If I am now dead to that which is to be, will I not then be dead to that which is here now? Give me light, O Father, right? Creator said, I gave you a what? A corporeal body, a physical body, right? to man so that he could learn corporeal things. I gave you a physical body so you could learn physical things. But I made death, right? So people be asking, why? Right? Why life? I gave you a corporeal body to man so that he could learn corporeal things, but I made death so that he could rise in spirit as an angel and inhabit my ethereal worlds. So now we know the reason for death. Tay said, you made both the seen and the unseen. Are they at war or in harmony? My corporeal body is made of earth or flesh and stone, minerals, bones, and water. Is the spiritual body then not made of air, oxygen, and hydrogen, and imperceptible dust? Right? Look what he says. The angels you have sent have feet and legs. Why? Do they walk on air or waves? Do they have look what he says. They have no wings. They have no wings. They cannot fly. They say they have not seen the illustrious angels who have long been dead. Must I also go into the spirit or the spirit world or heaven simply to meet my neighbors and never salute the wise of ancient days? Give me light, O Creator, right? So these questions is being asked, right? Then it says, the Creator spoke saying, to all men and women, I gave 2 senses. Listen, to all men and women, I gave 2 senses, corpore and es, or physicality and spirit. In the time of Cephas, or in the time past, right? In the time behind us, the old school, right? In the time of Cephas, I allotted man to mature physically or materially, right? Corporally. But now, in the time of Cosmon, in the current time, 2026, right? Which is the new era. In the time, he says, but now that the time of Cosmon has come, the new era we in, man shall mature spiritually. It is well that you be believing, listen, it is well that you be believing towards men and angels, but it is better for you to develop yourself. You have desired to know the mysteries of my unseen worlds and the past histories of the earth. Behold, listen, I will give you a new sense. Remember, everybody be talking about, oh, the 6th sense. They don't know what it is. In fact, it's clairvoyance, clairaudience, everything that they tell you is witchcraft and devilment and obsession. It's a sense, just like you smell, just like you see, just like you taste, just like you feel. Clairaudience, clairvoyance is the ability to hear, see, and interact with the spiritual world or things below or higher than 350 nanometers to 700 nanometers. Listen, it is well that you be believing towards men and angels, but it's better that if you develop yourself. You have desired to know the mysteries of the unseen world and the past histories of earth. Behold, I will give you a new sense, which will fulfill your soul's desire, and with it, you shall read the books in the libraries of heaven. In the past, so that shows you right there that what they call in time travel is not like a man going in the machine and you go to time. No, you go into self and bring time to you. See, in the past, have I not said that all things shall be revealed? Do not think that do not think that a loud speaking messenger will come, crack the sky, and save niggas, for man would not believe. Huh? What the first thing a white boy gonna do? What the first thing you gonna do? A ship hover over you. You shooting at it first. And they'll sort it out later. Ain't nobody coming out, ain't no loud speaking messenger coming out the sky to save you, because man won't even believe it. But look what he says, but I quicken the righteous, listen, the righteous with my own hand, and they will comprehend without belief. So this is why I was telling the brother, maybe belief is the problem. You believing in too much shit without no proof. You don't know shit. You can't know anything if you believe in it. You can't believe and know a thing at the same time. Look what it say. Look what it say. This is what a wasp be hitting at. And this is why it's the most dangerous book on earth. Because the time of preaching and believing is at an end. Man, so leaning on God and fear of the Lord, right? The time for all that preaching and believing is at an end. Meaning that if you gotta believe it, it's already false. The time of preaching and believing is at an end. All that man worship is over with. Man shall know by his own knowledge and practice that which he knows. In this, practicing what you know by your own knowledge, my light is being manifested in 2026. And again, the Creator spoke in heaven to answer Tay's prayer. And what? O Ospi, the book of earth, sky, and spirit, came forth, being the first fruits. We don't give babies fruit. You give babies the juice of the fruit. So if this is just the first fruit, we still babies in spirit. In this type of understanding. This is just the first of it. So that means, guess what? It's something else coming too. Right? And look what it says. It says, do not think that a messenger would come, for man would not believe, but I have quickened the righteousness with my own hand, and they will comprehend without belief. That is, look what it says right here, right next to it. That is, within themselves, they shall perceive the truth or gist of the matter, and thus perceive beyond that which is accepted as true or believed to be true, merely because of tradition, guesswork, unsubstantiated testimony, manipulation of logic or emotion, etc. So it go into answering all these questions. And think about it, right? If you supposedly this creator and you did all this, whatever, right? But if you wanted to give man information in a book, that would be a simple thing to do, right? That would be very simple to do. If you the nigga that makes suns and quasars,
Facts.
right? To give good words to a holy man would be a simple thing to do. I'm telling you, it got done. And y'all fighting us about it. But everything these brothers got up here and touted all night is what I stand on. This is directly in OWASP. They got up here and tore Bible apart all day. Not even the Bible, it's the biblical God himself. Called into question every questionable deed he did, and that's what you must do. Because what we can't do is believe it.
I just downloaded an OWASP, man.
Listen, bro. The time of preaching and believing is at an end, A1. Man gonna know by his own knowledge that killing a baby is bad. Don't matter who tried to tell you that. So no matter if it's God, Moses, Creator, whoever. Jalen Brunson could come off the Knicks like, Cosma, killing the baby is good. You know he fake. Why? Because by your own knowledge, you know that's evil. You know, God had to tell you that. But it hit different when it's laid out systematically, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3 of spirituality. And see, spirituality is combined with the corporeal, with the physical. They're opposites. And yet one is inside the other. One makes the other go. He said, I gave you a physical body so you can learn physical stuff. But I gave you a spiritual body so you can learn spiritual stuff. The physical acquiesces to the physical. The spiritual acquiesces to the spiritual. But how they react in real time and how they function in real time are opposites. Yeah. For instance, right? How you get rich physically is the opposite of how you get big or rich spiritually. To get rich physically, you must constantly take in. You must hoard, right? While you're still taking in, you must hoard, right? What more is a rich man than a great watchdog? Right? So that's how you get in. That's how you get big. So it's me, right? It's just the opposite of how you get big spiritually. You got to constantly be giving away. You got to constantly be aggregating. This is why there's no better feeling than doing something good for somebody else. There's no better feeling than that. It is its own benefit. Because that's how you get rich, big. You dig what I'm talking about spiritually. Same reason why Jesus was telling y'all that this is what the whole law hangs on. He ain't say nothing about preaching. Said nothing about talking. Said talking about doing something. And what he was talking about doing was treating people like you want to be treated.
Facts. I don't know why. I don't know. I was about to get into how people, it's like do as I say and not as I do. And that's how it is with God. And it's just like,
that's evil.
Morality don't apply to him. And then, they're going to say, well, he created morality. He's outside of all of that. Like, why? Why does he get to be evil?
He's jealous.
Well, it's not evil if he does
jealous.
it. Like, when he does anything, it's always good. Even creating evil was good. Like, I don't know, the mental gymnastics that people have to do to, I feel like, make it make sense.
You can't justify that. Ain't no making sense of that. How you gonna justify killing the titty baby?
Right.
How you gonna justify killing her daddy and then you can cut her hair off, killing her whole family, wiping them all out? You see a little bad, little chocolate little thing in the mix. You dig what I'm talking about? They got caught up. Long as you cut off her hair, right? Pare her nails, change her clothes. After 30 days, you can get that wet, that gawk 3000. You dig what I'm talking about? That sit and spin. You dig what I'm saying? And dig this, A1. If for any reason it's not good, right? You can't sell her. You just got to kick her out to the street like a dog because you've already humiliated her.
Yeah.
Huh? The Bible say that.
When I bring that up, I brought that up in a debate I had. Does the Bible condone rape? And yeah, they didn't have any explanation for that,
Oh, ain't no explanation. It's just evil. They just don't want to, they just can't comprehend that it's, or they don't want to comprehend that it's the God of their Bible authoring it. You see what I'm talking about? But it is what it is. Let me see something real quick.
Yeah, you just had me down.
Watch this.
OIC
Watch
PDF,
this. Let me show you this. Let me show y'all this real quick. Because we was talking about war and all that stuff, right? Is the screen still up?
Mm-hmm.
Watch this. Remember we was just talking about war and the creator justifying war and all, or the God in the Bible justifying war and all that. Well, this is what the creator got to say about war, right? Judgment is rendered against every nation and people in the world who carry on war. So who is that telling to go and kill and eradicate genocidally the Amalekites if judgment is already rendered against any nation and all people in the world who carry on war? Right? Or who are accessory to war in which any man created alive by the creator is slain in defense of any king or other ruler or in defense of any country or government in the world. So there goes your so-called patriotism out the window. Can't kill for that neither. And whether, listen, because they'll try to say what they'll say, but what if he coming to your house, Cosmon? What are you going to do? And whether any war is offensive or defensive. My judgment is against its aiders and abettors and against the kings and queens or other rulers, presidents, emperors, who are parties to war willingly, knowingly, or otherwise. And I judge him guilty, who is also general, the commodore, captain, sergeant, or private that engages in war or partakes in it, aiding, abetting, or otherwise in which any man created by the creator is slain or caused to suffer death. And yet, watch this, because he says that, but why? And yet, aside from angels who are in chaos, because this is what happens when you kill a person, physically, they're born spiritually into chaos. And yet, aside from angels who are in chaos, there are hundreds of millions who are in declension instead of resurrection. Such angels are those who in mortal life were whipped and tortured in prisons, or perhaps were hanged or otherwise put to death. This is what your outcome for enduring that slavery is. Because they always worried about what happens to them. OISP, the only book in the world that tells you what happens to not only the slave, but the slave master and his descendants in 2026. Such angels are those who in mortal life were whooped or tortured in prisons, or were perhaps hanged or otherwise put to death. These angels take the delight in evil instead of good. Sometimes they go about singularly, or sometimes in gangs of hundreds and even thousands. In the past, watch this, in the past, the false gods used such angels to fulfill curses on mortals. Why is that? Because only a false god can curse. So that needs to beg to ask the question, who is that cursing these so-called Israelites in that Bible? Because only false gods use these demonic angels to fulfill curses on mortals. Don't that make more sense that an evil God would use evil angels? How do they do it? They carry poison in the air. They inoculate mortals with foul diseases. Behold, in this day, right? In this day, my angels have shown you that they can bring flowers and ponderous bodies. Similarly, the false gods with their trained warrior angels, who delighted in evil, could cast mortals into death by poisons and suffocations. Judgment is rendered against all nations and people who use prisons as a place for whipping and torturing prisoners, and against all nations and peoples who put to death by hanging, shooting, or in any other way whatsoever any prisoner. America, or any person whom the Creator created alive. This is how the Creator really feel, y'all. Don't this make more sense? Judgment is rendered against the judge, listen, and the jury who condemn to death any man, and against the lawmakers who make or have left in force a law authorizing death as a penalty against any person the Creator created alive, and against any sheriff, the popo, or executioner who puts to death willingly or knowingly any person the Creator created alive. See, a Creator don't teach you to be docile. It teaches you to question authority always. And this is the bondage I put upon all those who do not obey my judgments and conform to them, right? They shall not rise above the first resurrection in earth while war remains upon the earth. Learn about the resurrections, these so-called heavens, right? Even your Bible hints at it, that there are levels to this. Even though their bondage is 100 years or 1,000 years, yet this, my judgment against them shall not be put aside. So, nigga, you can't even die and get away with this. Neither shall any king or queen, Queen Elizabeth, nor any other ruler in the world impress as a soldier any man who is unwilling to engage in war. And whoever does not obey this, my judgment shall not rise above it. My judgment shall not rise above the first resurrection in heaven while war remains on earth. Nor will I anymore consider the prayers of any king, queen, or any other ruler, or the prayers of any nation or people in the world anywhere who engage in war, offensive or defensive, or who aid or abet in war in any way whatsoever. So I'm telling you, the nigga who cooked the pancakes, who gave the soldier the energy to go out there and massacre a child, you just as guilty. The nigga who make the boots and quartermaster, right? Who gave you the equipment to go out there and get, he just as guilty. The lieutenant, the general, the judge, the lawyer, the sheriff. Listen what happens, y'all. Listen what happens. I will, not I might, I could, maybe, hopefully, you know what I mean? You know, in the future, it could, I mean, maybe it might happen, Cosmo, who knows? No, it says, I will abandon all such people, and my Lord shall abandon them. My holy angels shall abandon them, and they shall be left as prey to their own harvest of evil spirits and to all manners of juju. Watch this. Ask yourself, have you been seeing this in your country lately? Right? Because these are symptoms to show you the signs of government going against the ways of the Creator. Just like if you going against the ways of cleanliness, you get sick. Right? Countries and nations who go against the way of the Creator, they have a way of getting sick too, of how you know it's going in the wrong direction. Right? And this is how you know. And they shall be afflicted with assassinations. And intriguers. You ever heard of Snowden? And despoilers. Anybody ever heard of Bibi Netanyahu?
Mm-hmm.
And with, watch this, anarchy, riots, and destruction. We see these, huh? We see these. They damn near, they tried to kill Trump 3 times. Didn't they kill Charlie? Didn't they assassinate Charlie Kirk?
Mm-hmm.
Huh? I'm saying we see these. Y'all want to get this sick? Do y'all want to get this sick? Because this is what's coming. Anarchy, riots, and destruction. For what? For they shall be made to understand that whoever the Creator created alive is sacred upon the earth, and that whoever does not heed these, my judgment, sins against the Almighty. Behold, it is not sufficient apology for them to say, you can't justify it, to saying, Saddam Hussein will come upon the country and possess it. It is not sufficient for Israel to say that, the Iran can't have nuclear weapons, so we must kill them. It's not a sufficient apology. What about Osama? They're going to come overthrow our country. The Muslims. Behold, it is not a sufficient apology for them to say, an evil king will come upon my country and possess it. So I got to kill these niggas. I say to you, old man, listen, all countries are the creators. I say to you, old niggas, all countries are the creators. Be his servant for peace and righteousness, having faith in him, not no God. This God telling you to praise Creator. God, your brother, not your father. Both of y'all got the same daddy. Both of y'all praise the same source. Both of y'all are going to become the same thing in time. Man, God is just the density of man. God is a density of man. Just like water can be solid, liquid, and gaseous. Man can be physical, spiritual, and etheric, or godlike. Gaseous to a extent, right? Behold, your God, listen, I say behold, your God has come to put away old things and to give you the kingdoms of the Creator as they are in his exalted heavens. Heed the judgments of your God. You cannot stop the hand of the Almighty. That seemed more like caring, peaceful, balanced, just, fair, logical, common sense type creator thing. Regardless to what we saying, because A1.
What's that?
Hey, ain't them the Amalekites over there? Hey, remember what they was doing to y'all niggas when you came out of Egypt, right? Oh, yeah. I remember that. I remember what they was doing. Wouldn't even let us on the highways get no water. Yeah. Hey, tell Saul, Samuel, tell Saul to go to the Amalekites. Now, even though it's been hundreds of years later, I know they ain't oppressing you right now. I know you already in the land. Yeah, don't worry about that though. Remember what they did back in the day? Yeah. I want you to go and lay waste to all of it. Kill the men, the women, suckling babies, kill the dog, the frog, the cat, kill everything, and you bet not leave nothing breathe. Now, which one sounds
Except for the virgins. Except for the virgins.
Yeah, hold on. If she thick though,
Huh?
hold on, wait a minute. Hey, well, if she thick now, hold on. Might be a sin to kill her. Now, I want y'all to use y'all common sense. If there is a creator, right? I'm not pushing it on you, right? But if there is, which one sounds like the true one, right? Which one sounds like the true one to you? Kill women, infants, and children? Or all the one that speaks all light, justice, freedom, equality? Which one of those are the creator? Kill everything, don't war at all. Which one sound like the creator to you? You got to make up your mind for that. All I'm saying is when you're done making up your mind, I got a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track and not your wig pushed back. All them questions, I'm telling you, all the questions that they asked, answered in OWASP. And then it doubled down and give you the what's next.
What's next? Let's talk about it.
I'm just saying, niggas been praising that God figure for how many years? They've been saying what? Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. God say, man, I'm not coming to fix up them old tattered rags. Who ready to build it now? When you gonna stop talking about it? It's got a step-by-step process to win in the capitalist society and not bend to it. It already lets you know you can't expect the government to do a good thing. You can't expect the ungodly to do a godlike thing. It tell you, don't even worry about the government. They gonna do stuff. When you gonna create your own? Not only do it tell you how to create it, but it give you the process of even how to choose the people to go in to where you're going. It teach you how to write a whole new system of an understanding of how to teach your children to raise them up with that sixth sense also. That clairvoyance, that clairaudience, that is a part of your genetics. No spooky. It's like a muscle. If you don't know it's there, you don't use it, well, then it don't work in a sense. But how many of us have had deja vu? That's that sense trying to turn on.
Well,
and what y'all don't know, and what y'all don't know is how to turn it on. Cosmo, I'm gonna tell you that. I ain't gonna never hold nothing back from you. The quickest way to do that, quickest way to get that right is to change your diet.
Break that down again. The quickest way to fix what is to change your diet?
No, the quickest way to turn that sense on. That quote unquote sixth sense, the clairvoyance, clairaudience, the ability to hear and see the quote unquote supernatural. Or what I know in real time is the ability to see below 350 nanometers or above 700 nanometers. Same stuff is right here. You just can't see it. Right? Because there's a part of the whole creation that is seen, and there is a part that is unseen, correct? Right? Can't get around that. It's the part you can see, part you can't see. Right? Same thing with man. It's part you can see, part you can't see.
Man, I just found this PDF. Like while you're over here talking, I'm uploading PDFs to my Discord. So I'm starting a little library in there. But I just found this PDF. It's a presentation though. It says, is Nuwapian or Nuwapi foundation based in Mesopotamian religion? And is it based in facts? Or it's called How to Kill a Nuwapian with Right Knowledge, Sound Reasoning, and Proper Understanding. Did you send me this?
I didn't send that. I don't think so.
It's like it looks like it's a presentation for somebody's debate, but how long have I had this?
How to Kill a Nuwapian?
That's the name of the PDF, or To Kill a Nuwapian. Wow. I almost want to, I don't know who this is. I don't remember who sent it to me. I didn't put this together. Let me see the date that I got this downloaded. It says, oh, wow, 2025. I wasn't even doing this in 2025. So yeah, this is actually very old. So nobody recently sent it to me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off or distract you. I don't know why I thought this might have been yours. This presentation looks so nice.
What is he saying? You can't run from my question. What question?
I'll put it on the, I think it's on the screen right now.
How to read lines 9 to 19. Oh, that's the, hold on, let me go back. That's the Book of Tay. Hold on, and let me go look at it real quick. Because it's probably got something right there to, explain what it's saying. He say one, what was the verse? Hold on, let me go back and look. It was one, how to read the 2 lines in 1, 2, and 19. Hold on. 2 and 19. Let me go back and look at it. 2, 1, 2, we at 9, 10. Let's go to 19. Okay, the time of preaching and believing is at an end. Okay, man shall know by his own knowledge and practice that which he knows. And this, my light is being manifested in this day. Right? So let's go to 20 and 21 since you want some explanation behind 21 and 22. It say, this may seem by some to contradict 2:17. Let's go back to 2:17. All right. This may seem to contradict 2:17. It is well that you be believing toward men and angels, but it is better to develop yourself. You have desired to know the mysteries of my unseen worlds and the past histories of the earth. Behold, I will give you a new sense, which will fulfill your soul's desires, and with it you shall read the books in the libraries of heaven. Okay, right? Man shall know by his own knowledge, right? Remember, this is still happening in in his mind, within himself, right? This is a practice, something he's going to have to do, right? Watch this. It says, this may seem to some to contradict, which says believing is on the right road. But the verse also recommends developing beyond belief. Like I kept saying, belief is the problem. Because when you believe, you don't know. And in 2:19, we learn it is because mere belief is insufficient to attain to in our common era, or what is called cosmon. Cosmon means balance, y'all. And then we can go back to explain what he's talking about in 22, under the 22, it says that is, when they say this right here, this is what he's talking about. And what he's talking about right here, man shall know by his own knowledge and practice that which he knows. Right? You wanted an explanation, it's right in the book. That is, that knowledge man has, he will have acquired through his own understanding. And so put it into practice that which he knows. Ain't that logical? Don't that make sense? Like if I was going to prove that to you in real time, right? I would show you that shit. You can't even pay the youngsters to go to church today. Can't even pay them. Why? Because they using their own knowledge. They know that Reverend Jackson punching on Sister Brownlee. You know that the deacons over there, come buy dope from him. Soon as church is out. So man gonna use his own knowledge and his own understanding and put that into practice. You see what I'm saying? So no, I don't duck no questions. I just can't see. I couldn't see the chat. You dig what I'm talking about? The two vertical lines at the end of the paragraph.
Yeah, he's up here on the panel now. Y'all can talk. He just hit the panel.
Okay. What are you talking about, bro?
Testing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what you talking about at the end of the paragraph?
Yes.
Vertical line.
Okay, you see day, and then it's a it's a period. Then it's two vertical lines.
Yeah.
Yes. How do you read that? That was
how do you read it?
I know how to
how
read
do
it.
you read it?
I mean, it's a sign.
I see that as a break in the text.
Right.
What do you think that is?
It's a breathing mark. A Hindu breathing mark. And you notice they put that, it's special, you know what I mean? But like the way they got it formatted, because you notice you don't see them all the time, but sometimes you may see them. It represents, I don't want to tell you it because then it's like, it's best that you know
I
for
don't
yourself.
think that's what it even means.
Okay.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
Dre
you
Theo.
can give your point of view on it.
Dre Theo, were you the guy who came up and was going through the
language?
The language about the deaf?
Yes, sir.
So, you're not about to do that same thing that you did.
No, I'm asking about the two vertical lines. That's why I'm asking him to explain what it is, and that's it. I'm not going to say nothing.
You were playing with us for like a few hours.
No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't.
Do you remember that, Kai?
It's not even a big thing.
Okay, I'm just asking about the two lines, and that's it.
Yeah, it's just a pause in the text. Like all that extra meaning you're adding onto it, that's just your subjective opinion and not real.
Okay, that's my only question. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I remember you brought the sign language book up. Was that what it was?
It's about it's about the writing, how the text is written. When you read something, you just don't read it. You got to identify the format, how it's presented. You just don't read anything. Everything have a form. Everything have laws to writing, and the most important laws are the writing laws, because your whole life in existence depends on it and how you interpret it. So when I seen the mark in this paragraph, I just asked him, just how do you read it? And he said it don't mean nothing. I'm not going to expound on it, but it means a whole lot more. Because if you can't read that mark,
if you believe so,
but I can't.
You can apply. Listen, brother, it's two lines. It means a break in the text, right? If you want to apply more to it,
what's its function?
It's got some secret type of old secret handshake and Junior Woodchuck guidebook understanding to it. Well, then that's just something you made up. You dig what I'm talking about? It don't say that in a WASP. Whatever you type, you playing into or.
No, I'm not going to explain nothing. That's why I just asked. That's all.
I'm just saying it. Whatever you saying it mean, you can have that understanding. I'm just saying I know that to be just a break in the text.
Okay.
Right? What do you think it means?
No, I'm not going to give my opinion.
No,
I'm not going to give my opinion because then
we're not going to jump on you, man.
Nah, because it's much more serious than you could ever imagine. And if I'm saying something,
well, why would you leave without expounding on it then? If it's much more serious than we could ever imagine.
Yeah, it is. But it's a symbol, it's a sign. But it's in his book. I just asked, I'm just gonna leave it like that because it's just gonna
You gotta
lead back
teach
to
us
what.
now, brother. You gotta teach now. It's on
Yeah.
you.
What that mean? What them two
No,
strokes mean?
I mean, Cosmo, no, he got the knowledge and everything. He'll find out everything about
What
it.
it mean? Yeah, I know I got the knowledge. What it mean?
Yeah, I know you got the knowledge. That's why I wait for you.
So are you saying it don't mean what I saying it means?
So when it comes back up, I mean, you can explain it to me. Then I'm taking it.
I'm saying no. You can just make it up.
No, I mean,
you made it up anyway. So even if I say what it means, you gonna come with a different understanding.
No, I'm not. I can't do that.
Well, what does it mean?
It's a symbol.
What does it mean? So
I can't
when
do
I
that.
go back and I study it, because if you saying it means something special, I'm gonna go back and study it other than what you're saying. And if it does, right, then I can just say I can agree with you. So what are you saying it is?
No, I'm not saying nothing. I'm just asking you, how do you read it? Everybody reads different, so it's someone else
Right,
that's.
I'm saying it's a break in the tip.
Okay.
And he's not saying anything. So
right, he ain't saying
no, because it's far too complicated. When I went back through the whole language thing, you see what I'm saying?
Complicated,
and I don't want to go back there. That's why I just asked you. But I'm pretty sure when Cosmo come back on here, he's gonna have an answer for all of us, and he's gonna.
I already got an answer.
Okay.
You just can't accept it.
No, I accept it because that's your understanding of it. I can't tell you.
Okay,
that
what's
you're
your
wrong.
understanding of it?
I can't explain. I'd rather not try to or attempt to explain.
I know.
I was hoping that you had something that we could have. But
well, silencio. Yeah, well, be quiet on that, bro, because you ain't got no light to share on it.
Oh man, trust me, I am the light when it comes to this.
No, you ain't.
Yeah. All right, get someone else to identify.
I think you cap.
No, I'm not cap. You're not gonna comprehend the language.
I don't think you know.
The sun shines no matter who's bothered by it.
Right,
even
the
garbage
light,
can, I don't know why you.
But if the sun shines too bright, you're just going to avoid it.
No, it ain't. No, we not. We
Either
going
way,
outside.
are you shining or not? Are you the light or not?
Right.
If you the light, you're not worried about.
I'm just gonna wait for Cosmo to come back and just ask him. That's
no,
all.
I just answered your question. You can't.
I'm already over it. I don't even care no more.
Yeah,
he didn't have me on the. I don't like chasing. I feel like I'm chasing a damn female now.
Man, you call me a female?
No, not like that. I didn't call you a female. I'm talking about in the sense of this cat and mouse game. Like, hey, you coming over? I'm not about to be chasing and playing.
But
you got the information that you don't. You said you don't. Okay, I dropped it. Let's move on. I don't want to get anxiety trying to bring nothing up out of you that you don't want to teach. But that's what you did to us. Hey, I got higher knowledge on that. Oh, no, I'm not going to share it with you. No, can't do that. I'm the light, though. But no, I'm not going to share it. Hey, what?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Charlatans, man.
That's like...
These boys are charlatans, man. Cap. He want to be the groovy guru. I know everything you don't, Cosmo. Shut up, man. Y'all so full of cap, man.
I just asked you about
that was crazy. That's like a female flirting with me, but not about to let me.
Liar,
like, go on ahead, girl.
Ignorant liars.
Get out my face, flirting with me, and you ain't.
Flirt.
Got no holler from me for real. That's what you did to me. You flirted some shit to me, like, ooh, dangled it. I'm not about to chase it though. That's good. I said it was appealing, but I'm not gonna chase it. You know where to come when you're ready to teach, though, brother. You are always welcome.
Yeah, man. Maybe
so
that's why certain people should just stay in the chat.
I was in the chat.
You should have stayed there. Because you came up here.
Yo, if you would have answered my question, I wouldn't have came up.
Breathing up A1 good ass air over here on the Titan channel.
I put it in the chat like 3 to 4 times.
You didn't say nothing.
A1.
No, he did. He been saying it for a minute.
Thank you.
I shared it on the screen. You was just into your, but you couldn't see the screen because you was probably reading from the PDF.
No, he was ducking it because it was way before the screen. You know that?
Yeah, I think he was on his PDF.
Yeah, we know he was PD ducking. Yeah, we know that.
You the one ducking. You won't tell him. He asked you a question.
You're the one up here with your knees
how are you
knocking
calling
like
him
a
the ducker?
naked newborn. Knees up here knocking like a naked newborn. That nigga up here, Cosmo is scaring me.
Hey man, this is funny, man. Hey, this July, I'm pulling up I'm coming out to Detroit, man. We about to make a museum run. So we're gonna have to gather up everybody in the D, pause, everybody out there in Detroit or in the Michigan area. We about to do a little event out there, man. Cosmo, you gonna help me put it together?
Yeah, man. Hit me up, man.
I'm definitely about to hit you. I'm trying to get something. You know, I'm trying to get boots on the ground and get us linked up. Because it's a bunch of people who be on this channel out there. So I know Ewok, Sadiq be out there. You, yeah, if we can all come together and link up one day and share some knowledge for the people in person, I think that's gonna be major. So be on the lookout for that, y'all. Come on, Drathio. We got questions, man, and you claim to have the answers.
This is Sparta. These boys be getting punched on quiet. Hadouken! Like I was saying, some of y'all should just stay in the chat, man. Stop it, man. You do it too much. You dig what I'm talking about? And look, it's not like this is a hard thing to do. Look, like I told him from it, that two or that sign, right? At the very end of a sentence, its meaning depends entirely on context. Here are the three most common reasons it appears. Right? Part is a name or suffix. You dig what I'm talking about? It is text-based emoticon or symbol, or as what? A pause symbol. Huh? It is also a folding or coding typo. It could be that too, but it ain't. Because we see in the text, it ain't no, it's right on point what it's saying. It's a pause, right? A lot of times, even in different biblical texts, a word is said in there, like amen or shalom. It's a pause, right? This ain't hard to answer. You dig what I'm talking about? Ain't no secret, nothing. Right? If it's secret, if it's hidden and you got to believe in it, I'm telling you, it's already fake. That's why you got to believe in it, because it can't prove itself to you. Same thing with God, right? If you got to believe in your God, it's fake. If he ain't made himself overly objective, right? If you got any doubt, your God fake. If you need to believe in, it's fake. You know what I mean? Good point to start at. So if your God, your whoever ain't proving itself objectively to you in real time, it's fake. That's the difference between OWASP and any other spiritual text. And two, the people who standing with OWASP, standing with Creator. We ain't got no fear. We punch on any type of unlogical, illogical assertions onto us. Like with this 2-line stuff, just silly talking points. Nothing. A nothing burger. Got his ass Hadouken messing around with Cosmo. You don't know I love this shit. I love embarrassing you fake ass groovy gurus who think you know something. I love proving it. Soon as I walk into it, you are no longer the smartest person in it. Stop doing all that extra.
Hey, shalom.
Shalom, man. You did what I'm talking about. I think it'd be better builds if we try to focus on what we have in common than always trying to focus on what we got separated or different. Because you ain't got the higher light and trying to deal with Cosmon with that. Come on, man. Not with all that shit in the Bible holding over a nigga head. Hell no.
Hey, Cosmo, I'm curious to know what's your definition of belief or belief?
Yeah, it's a subjective understanding of or feeling about what's going on in the world. It's real in your mind. It's just made up on beliefs and stuff about how you perceiving something. That's subjective.
Yeah, but okay, so we got the right to believe in whatever we want to believe in, right?
Right.
True or false, right?
Right.
But so I believe in things that I know. That's what strengthens the belief.
But you can't believe in a thing you know.
Why not?
Because you know it. Belief is the opposite of knowing.
It's a diagram, right? It's a diagram.
Yeah, but belief is the opposite of knowing.
I think this is in logic. It's a diagram.
Belief,
on one side it has belief, and on the other side it has knowledge, and in the middle it has truth. Right? So
they on opposite sides.
Belief and knowledge equals truth. That's what it's saying.
No, you can't listen. They're on opposite sides.
No.
Yeah.
When you put them together, when they merge together. Listen.
Oxymoronic, sir.
Hold on, I'm gonna pull
That's
up.
That's an oxymoron.
Let me see what
you
it's
can't
called.
believe a thing and know it. You don't believe your mama is your mama. You know it.
No, but bro, see, this is what I'm saying, bro. Whenever y'all try to make these arguments, y'all go into this jailhouse understanding. I'm not talking about if somebody know if they parents are their parents.
We talking about belief.
We talking about belief
you can't know a thing.
Knowing.
You know what? I'm not gonna keep it.
So belief is based off of knowledge.
No,
that's what strengthens the belief.
No, it's not.
How come it's not? So if you didn't know about a Christ, how could you believe in him?
Because you're not supposed to believe in it. You're supposed to know it. That's the difference. Right?
See,
that's the difference.
You get what I'm, bro. So y'all making these. Y'all making these is very minuscule, right? You making these arguments about belief and not and this is heavy in the conscious community. Believe a lie and all this. You believe this and all this, but never get to the definition of what belief is, right? So I'm asking you, can you provide a definition? So you saying belief is subjective?
Yes.
Is knowledge subjective?
Can be.
Okay then. So what you arguing about then? If you telling somebody you need to know something and you saying that's subjective, and you telling someone they belief is false because they believe in it and that's subjective, then what's the argument? You see what I'm saying? By your own words, it's like it's circular. It's just gonna keep going around and around and around. When both of y'all are saying the same thing, y'all both are talking about something that you feel that you deem is subjective. So there's no truth there.
What I'm telling you is, first of all, belief and knowledge are not the same thing, and they are not mutually exclusive. You can't. Okay. Knowledge is knowing something. Belief is the subjective understanding of the thing that you actually know.
So
right?
you
For instance, knowledge is a certainty, right? Belief is acceptance. You agree?
say it again.
That knowledge is a certainty.
Okay, so
Right?
hold on.
And that belief is acceptance. Do you believe that? Do you understand that?
Knowledge is a certainty and belief is a acceptance. I don't know how I feel about that right now at this moment. But let me move. Let's go back to your example that you made, right? About your parents, right? Or your mother. Do you need proof to know that your mother is your mother?
Yes.
What proof do you need? I thought you know it. So what you need proof for if you knew it?
Yeah, that's how you know it. Proof is a certainty. Knowledge is a certainty. That's a thing that it involves being aware through observation. You aware that that's your mother because all your life she has raised. Hold on, because all your life she has raised you and called you son, right? And said that she birthed you, and through observation she treats you like a mother does, right?
Yeah, but that could be a foster mother though.
That is observation or information that is called knowledge. That's truthful. That's truthful. That's a certainty.
What if it was a foster mother though?
Right.
And she did the same thing.
You would know that too through observation, inquiry, and verified information.
All right, but what I'm saying is you need no proof to understand who your parents are.
You can believe you know.
So that's what I'm saying. So your argument is faulty.
No, what I'm saying is
there's
a certain knowledge that is a certainty. Hold on, your belief about that knowledge is subjective. That's my whole point.
The knowledge you just said knowledge is subjective.
My whole point is that you getting away from is that belief is subjective, always.
So it's a belief is the mental attitude that something is true or exists, often withheld without absolute or objective proof.
It is the acceptance, correct, of something that is likely true, which can be as a bridge to knowledge. But it's not true, it's subjective.
But you just said that knowledge is subjective.
No, I said knowledge is a certainty. Belief is acceptance.
Knowledge. That's good. Let's pull up knowledge.
Right.
You using
knowledge
these words out of context. You using the two words out of context.
Observation, inquiry, or
verified
information.
No. Knowledge is a familiarity. Awareness, which is consciousness, right? Or understanding of facts, skills, and concepts acquired through the experience, education, and reasoning.
Exactly. You just agree with me.
Yeah, but your belief can be strengthened by the knowledge. That's my point.
Do you know what subjective means?
Yes.
What does subjective mean?
It means that it's subject to scrutiny.
No, that's not what it means.
That is what it means. It means that it's opposite of objective.
Watch this. No, that's not what it means. You don't even know what it means, sir. Hold on, let me bring up the definition for you. Subjective meaning, right? Based on or influenced by personal feelings, taste, or opinions related to or denoting a case. Hold on. That is subjective, right? It's personal, personalized, individual, internal, emotional. Right?
Okay.
It's based on subjective means it's an adjective based on or influenced by personal feelings, taste, or opinions. Those are subjective.
Right. Feelings, taste, or opinions. Okay.
Yeah, so it's subjective. That's my whole point, that beliefs are subjective.
Belief can be subjective.
They are.
Oh man, this is crazy. Go ahead,
Cognitive dissonance
Omar.
is real.
This is crazy, bro.
Subjective means based on or influenced by personal feelings, taste, opinions, or experiences rather than on hard, observable facts. Hadouken. It is unique to the individual perceiving it.
Is knowledge subjective?
Knowledge is a certainty.
So knowledge is not subjective.
Right. And whether you know, this is why not knowing is no excuse of the law.
So I say knowledge is generally considered a mix of objective and subjective elements.
Yeah.
But y'all can go ahead.
Because how you get to objective knowledge many times is through subjective thoughts.
So what's the point?
Thoughts are subjective, but knowledge is not subjective.
So look, let's go back to
knowledge is gained through
right?
experience. Hold on. Knowledge is gained through experience. Do you agree with that?
Knowledge is gained through experience and application.
Right. Oh, but and the opposite, do you agree with the opposite of subjective, right? It means that it deals in hard, verifiable facts that never change, regardless of who is observing them or who can't observe them. It don't never change. That's what objective mean, right?
Well, when it don't never change, that mean that it's immutable.
That means it's objective. Subjective mean it's based on your feelings. Objective mean it's based on facts that never change. Do you understand that now? Because you was just confused about you didn't know.
Hold on. Facts is just that's what I'm saying. Like I understand the definition of these words that you're saying.
But you didn't. We
just proved that you did. The facts could be subjective. What are you talking about? The facts is a group of things that's agreed upon, right? Whether they are objective or subjective. If it's agreed upon, then it becomes a fact. For instance, one fact was that blacks, African Americans, was considered 3/5 of a person at one point in time. That was a fact.
Yeah.
Now,
it was also a fact that they weren't. They were never 3/5 of a person. They were always one person.
I said considered. I said considered. I said considered. Listen to the words that I'm saying. I said they was considered.
That's a subjective point of view.
All right, man. I'm done, bro.
Yeah, I know.
I'm done, bro. Y'all play these words and these gymnastics, and you start asking for definitions and to use the word in the proper context according to the definition.
You don't even have a context, though. You ain't using the word right.
It gets crazy.
You didn't even have a definition to put it in the
crazy. Every word I read every definition. Every word I said, I read the definition. To make sure that
you didn't know it.
Show that I'm using it in the proper
context. You didn't know what it was till
so
after you pulled it up.
What I was saying at first, I said in logic.
One mic, y'all. One mic.
It's a diagram, right? It's a diagram, and it has belief on one side, and it has knowledge on the other, and it's a comparable diagram. And in the middle, it shows truth. And that's all I was showing, that this is actually a logical or mathematical thing. Hold on, let me concept.
All I was showing you was subjective and objective are opposites. They're different.
So I can show y'all what I'm talking about.
And that belief is subjective. That's all I'm showing. My point has been, hold on, let me just, I can pull it up real quick, right? I'm already got it pulled up, but you dig what I'm talking about. If I gotta show it, I will. Must I?
Why not?
One time for the one time.
One time for the one time. All right, let's just pull up. The meaning of subjective, right? Let me blow it up a little bit so everybody can see it.
So it's a
What is
Venn
the
diagram.
hold on. I got you. We got you. What is the simple meaning of subjective? Subjective means based on or influenced by personal feelings, taste, opinions, or experiences, rather than on hard observable facts. It is unique to the individual perceiving it. A simple example is saying that the soup is delicious, right? That is subjective because it is just your personal opinion. The opposite of that is what is objective, right? Which means dealing with hard, verifiable facts that never change regardless of who is observing them. Right? Just to put all this to bed, I'm showing you that subjective is opposite of objective, and that any belief and every belief, which are based on personal feelings, your taste, or your opinion, is not an observable fact. So it's just your opinion.
So your feelings toward the belief in the God of the Bible, you debunking yourself. These are all your personal opinions.
Yes, but I'm saying the belief in the biblical deity is subjective.
That's your personal opinion.
No, that's real. That's subjective.
No, that's your personal opinion.
No, that's objective. Whether you know it whether you know it or not, religions are subjective.
Oh, my bad. Your screen sharing now.
You didn't know that? Religions are subjective. You got to believe in them.
I'm not talking about a religion.
Right.
So
that's what is
the
belief in
religion,
God.
the religion can be subjective all it wants.
The belief in the God is subjective too.
But hold on. But what I'm saying is that I lost my damn train of thought. Fucking around with you.
You said the belief is subjective, and then you lost your train of thought there.
Yep. I'm saying the belief is subjective too.
Oh,
maybe that's what he said.
Oh, no, I'm saying something about that's his opinion. That's what I was saying. That's your opinion.
I'm just telling you, no, it's not my opinion. That's objective reality. Whether you can see it or not, that is a verifiable fact that a religion must be believed in to be practiced.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about a religion. Was religion utilized off this from this understanding? Of course. I'm not talking about a religion. What you just had up on the screen is a religion. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about a religion. I'm talking about facts. I mean, not even facts. I'm talking about your opinion being subjective. That's what I'm talking about.
But what I'm saying,
so you can say all of that. That don't make it true.
Listen,
that's what I'm saying.
What aren't you understanding that all opinions are subjective?
Right, and that's my point. That's my point.
Well, guess what? A belief like Christianity, like religion, is subjective too. What aren't you getting?
Why is you study talking about Christianity? I never mentioned nothing about Christianity. I never mentioned, but listen, I never mentioned nothing about Christianity.
Wait, so what? I'm mentioning it. I'm talking about religion.
Okay, well, go ahead.
About belief. A religion is a belief.
Belief ain't just in Christianity. We was talking about things that you believe in, like your mother being your mother, or we was talking about arbitrary.
GDN Capone. Hey, GDN Capone. Let me cook right quick because his Shalom. Yeah, what up? So here's the thing. Let's stop playing games with him. So you can get beat up too. So check this out.
So hold on before
Hold
you
on,
get
one mic, Cosmo. Let him get it out first.
I knew you was gonna do it, Cosmo. I knew you was gonna do it, Cosmo. I knew you was gonna do it. I knew you was gonna do it.
Okay,
I
well,
knew you was gonna do it.
that I was gonna do it. Acquiesce.
Listen.
You knew I was gonna do it. Acquiesce.
See?
I'm saying, do you believe the same way he believes?
Let me know when I got the floor.
Is not subjective.
Go ahead and keep talking, and let me know when I can talk. I'm gonna mute out. Go ahead.
All
No,
right.
no,
Again.
No, brother. I came on to ask you a question. No, brother. No. Hey, GDN Capone, let me show you something. GDN,
come on, man. We not about to do this at 5:30, man.
GDN Capone, let me show you something. Because the reason I came on was to piggyback. I don't know if GDN Capone saw this a couple of hours ago. I was in there playing darts with my woman up in the garage. And then I had I was talking about a certain papyrus. But what I want to show GDN Capone, because I've been listening on this conversation. And the thing is, Cosmon did it again. Well, what about this, GDN Capone? What about this? What about that? What about Bible? What about this? What about that? You know what, GDN Capone? Let's put OSPI on trial. So now, let's ask this nigga 16,001 questions. Let's put him on the defense.
You can't.
Let's put him on the defense.
You can't.
Let's put him on the defense. So go ahead, GDN. Hold on. Calm down. I just want to hear. So I did come in, and I was kind of in and out because I was, I got done playing darts. I was coming up in my room. I was grabbing my. I'm on my laptop right now. But if you can just reiterate real quick, GDN Capone, on the things that Cosmon was asking you, and just the thing, not even your retort on how you responded, just on some of the things that he was asking you. Go ahead, GDN Capone.
No, it's all good, bro. We was talking about belief and knowledge, because he used both of them in one sentence. He was like something about you shouldn't believe, you should know. Some mess he was saying. He used them. He used it loosely.
Right? He used it very loosely.
Contrastively, right? Contrastly. And the thing about it is, a lot of people misrepresent what belief is and what knowledge is. You know what I'm saying? And they use it in a way to make it seem like the understanding of someone is faulty. And instead of looking at the big picture of what the person is trying to convey or articulate, right? So so they hide behind these words of belief. Oh, that's your belief. Instead of saying, well, that's your opinion. You have a right to that opinion. That's more non I don't want to say biased. I can't think of the word for it, but that's the more like a non-biased approach to it. You know what I'm saying? But
What up, man? It's your boy Oli. We back in the Titans Debate League studios. I see there's a lot of people getting busy in that chat. Would anybody like to come up and have a quick dialogue about it? We always open to that. If not, I'm gonna let this play because Cosmon and Omar about to get to the information. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this, and we're gonna get it started.
By you saying that's somebody's belief, now you are observing that, and now you're dictating that your knowledge is superior to this person's belief, which that's not true, bro. That's not true at all. That's what I'm saying. That everything that people are saying, even me today, right now, these are my opinions. And I can show you facts that strengthen my stance. You know what I'm saying? So saying something is subjective, objective, you don't know what's objective, right?
I got you. Okay, so watch this, GDN Capone, and thank you, brother.
Hold on, let me land. What I'm saying is, you don't know
land, GDN Capone, land, and then watch how I operate. Watch how I operate.
Go ahead.
Could easily become subjective and be wrong, and we thought that it was right, but it's wrong. For instance, for the longest, it was said that it was 9 planets, right? Now there's only 8. So to understand that these things is, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, things change all the time. That's what I'm saying. Like, the information, the knowledge, the capability of us understanding the natural world, the science.
I don't get why you're trying to dance away from the fact that I said beliefs are subjective.
Cosma, you can't do that, brother.
I specifically, I'm doing it.
Look,
hey, share my screen, A1.
No, man, come on, man.
Let him cook. Y'all two just passed it to each other and didn't let him speak.
No.
Omar.
A1.
Let him go for a second. You just went.
No, I asked GDN Capone a question just so. You know what? I'll wait. I'll wait.
Right?
So he can pass it back to you? Y'all trying to omit Cosma from the conversation? I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
I barely talk, but you know, I'll wait 30 minutes again.
I doubt if it takes that long. You ain't no getting around me. Ain't no getting around me. Let me body bag their whole talking point, because my whole talking point was that beliefs are subjective. Beliefs are generally considered subjective because they are personal, internal, mental states, attitudes, opinions, or convictions, like these niggas. They just convinced. Nothing truthful about what they saying, is just what they believe. It's a conviction, an opinion held by an individual. While a belief can be about an objective fact, I believe it is raining. The act of holding that belief is subjective, as it relies on personal interpretation, perception, and conviction, rather than directly observable truths. Hadouken. Right? So let's put this whole shit to bed. Neither one of these Negroes knew what subjective meant. They didn't know it is the object that is the opposite, and that objective facts are used in beliefs to try to make them seem real, but yet they are subjective because they're only based on your feelings, your attitude, your mental state. So I just wanted to, I don't make these boys run into the punches. I just hold my fist out. Simple.
Go ahead, Omar. It's on you two gentlemen, Omar and GDN.
Right. So so my whole thing was, I asked him, was knowledge subjective? Because you said you should know something, right? And he said yes. So that proves my stance. Now you can go through this whole thing about belief.
Is knowledge subjective? Was your question? That was a real question?
Yeah.
I never heard you say that.
I didn't hear that neither.
I can't even.
I don't even.
I'm not saying you didn't. I'm just saying I didn't hear it, because that on his face sounds crazy. Is knowledge subjective? I would have been like, huh? What do you mean by that? Like, so we've been talking about belief being subjective for like 30 minutes. I know that for a fact. But I'm gonna let you go ahead, because that one blew me. Is knowledge subjective?
So it says knowledge is generally considered a mix of objective and subjective elements. It is often described as justified true belief, which requires an objective, verifiable truth, the fact, paired with the subjective belief and individual acceptance and understanding of the fact.
Hold on, I have a problem with what you asked, though.
Yeah.
It's knowledge. What is knowledge? Bro, why would you?
Are the facts
Right,
subjective?
that's what I'm
Like,
saying. These are
what is
abstract.
knowledge?
These are
Knowledge
abstract.
isn't a word that you should
Not
use when
abstract.
asking is something objective. I don't know. That just blew me right there. What is knowledge? Let me type this in, man.
Knowledge is the facts, information,
Knowledge
and
is the
skills
amount of
acquired by
data.
a person through experience or education, the theoretical or practical understanding of a subject. Knowledge is two, awareness or familiarity gained by experience of a fact or situation.
Why is he trying to figure out if knowledge is subjective? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I've got the definition on the screen. Knowledge is a familiarity with facts, information, and skills acquired through experience, observation, or education.
Mm-hmm.
Knowledge of what though? Everybody's knowledge is different. So I don't know why
Right,
you
that's
would go
what make
there.
it. That's what make it subjective. That was my point.
What you
can
were trying
have
to prove to
knowledge of
him?
something. You can have.
You
go
see
ahead.
how he confusing
I'm
it?
sorry. No, go. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let him cook. Maybe he's getting
Go
somewhere.
ahead. Go ahead. Because I want to hear what y'all say. Go ahead.
I think you were getting somewhere though. You were kind of starting to make sense to me. So that's why I was gonna be quiet and let you go instead.
Oh no, so I
was
was
starting to
saying
see your
you
perspective.
can
is what I
have
was saying.
knowledge of something and someone can deem that or disprove that knowledge. It could be faulty knowledge. You know what I'm saying? It could be faulty information or data that you gathered over time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, then it was just a belief. It wasn't knowledge.
But hold on.
If it can be proved false, it's just a belief.
All right, man.
So was this a response to when he said you either know or you believe, and then you said knowledge can be subjective? But he wasn't talking about knowledge when he said to know.
Yeah,
like you switched the terms and put knowledge.
I told him he switched it up.
Like that's not this knowledge and to know. They're two different terms.
Yep.
Knowledge again has a completely different definition than to know. So to know, we mean that we know. Knowledge, and I see what you're trying to do there, but it's just I don't know. It ain't a debate, so it's not like I'm jumping in the middle of nothing. But I don't know.
To know is basically the familiar is basically the awareness and familiarity that you have with something. So that when you apply that becomes knowledge.
That becomes wisdom. When you apply it correctly, comes wisdom.
That's why
knowledge
used it.
Applied correctly is wisdom.
That's why I can't say is to know subjective. That makes no sense. That's why I say. That's why I used it as a noun, which would be knowledge.
And since we're gonna go into knowledge, the reason it's subjective is because it has multiple meanings and you haven't defined it. There are three different types of knowledge that I'm sharing on the screen right here: declarative knowledge, procedural knowledge, and structural knowledge. Declarative knowledge, factual information, and mental models. Knowing that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. This is something that we know. This isn't subjective. You see what I'm saying? So when you played the game, knowledge is subjective. You playing with, I don't know. I'm not the debater, but I wouldn't let you play with me like that. Like I would have been broken down like, we know water boils at 100 degrees. Now that's subjective. That's not subjective. We know that. So knowledge, to define what type of knowledge and then go into that maybe. But if you were to bring that to a debate, somebody could easily break that down.
Hadouken you easily again. Because he used it wrong. He used the whole word wrong.
That don't make it, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's your opinion. You've been spreading your opinion all day, bro.
I'm not dealing with no opinions. I got a source for everything I'm saying now. Everything I'm saying is on the screen. Now we could type in, can knowledge be subjective? And then I'm sure it'll break down which type of knowledge, but the facts are the facts. Certain things aren't subjective, bro. Like, and you act like You just tried to make the whole world subjective. Is that what every piece of knowledge in existence is subjective? Is that what you were just trying to do to us?
Yeah, because things are subject to change because of change. Like it's things that we could consider that we know, but it could change over time.
Well, then they're not facts, right?
The data could depreciate, whatever. It could.
Well,
Facts are
knowledge it's objective knowledge
data that's agreed upon.
But it's objective knowledge that fire is hot.
Now here's the answer to his question.
I'm not to know that fire gonna be hot, regardless if you subjectively believe it or not.
Now I typed in. This is just the AI overview, but
yeah,
I'm gonna look for some better source, some actual source material on
that's
this.
What popped up when that's the same thing that I had that. But what I saw was from Reddit. But yeah.
But real quick, it just says knowledge is considered both.
Let me get an A1. I already had that pulled up. But if you want to go ahead, but I was going to break that down. I was going to break knowledge down, subjective, and then we was going to hop into these scriptures of the OASB Bible. But if you want to go, but the thing is, I didn't.
So you go right after me. I'm just about to read the first paragraph.
Put the nail in the coffin.
Go ahead, brother. I'm about to just read the first paragraph. I don't think you agree with me, so I think you'll still be able to put the nail in the coffin. I'm not about to do it for you. Knowledge is considered both subjective, unless you go ahead. You read it. My bad. Let me fall back and let you do your thing. Let me see where y'all go with it. And if I feel like y'all are way off, I'll play cleanup. It's 5:30. I was quiet all night, so it's my time to shine.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. This is good.
So hold on.
It's on Omar. Let Omar get it in.
No. Go ahead and land, GDN Capone. Go ahead and land.
No. I was done.
Okay. So hold on. Hey. Remember, I love y'all brothers. I'm what I'm finna do, I'm finna give some breakdowns, but I'm gonna put a little satire to it, just a little comedy to it. So, hey, remember that nigga Kane? Yo, you want to kick some knowledge? Oh, you got a page or two? Oh, you a baller? Hold on. Let's kick some knowledge. So this is the thing.
Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed.
So let's just go ahead and kick some knowledge like Kane. So let's break it down. This is a familiar rarity with facts, information, skills. And this is something that's acquired through what? Experience, looking at something, aka observation. What else? Learning, education. So what it does, it represents the confident understanding of what A1 said, subject, ranging from theoretical concepts to making something practical. Okay, let's hop into this now. Because
Oh, you sharing your screen?
No, I don't know how to share my screen.
So it seems like
you said you was on your computer, right?
It was a debate on Reddit.
Yeah.
I can show you how to share your screen. Down at the bottom of the screen, hold on. Listen, Omar. At the bottom of the screen, there's something that looks like a TV with a plus sign in the middle of it.
Okay.
You click that.
You said at the bottom that looked like a plus sign?
Yeah, right next to the to the camera and the mic.
Yeah, it should be a microphone, a camera. Oh, that's my screen sharing. Let me stop my screen.
Hold on.
Yeah, it should be the third button.
A plus sign?
Do you see a microphone, a camera, and then something that looks like a TV with a plus sign?
Oh, create?
No.
So hold on. So I see the microphone to the top right, top middle. I see a microphone, and then right next to that, I see a plus sign, but mine say create. It say plus, create.
Are you at the bottom of your screen, though?
No, I'm at the top of my joint.
No, you shouldn't be at the top. You should be at the bottom.
Okay, man. I know.
What are you on? Are you on StreamYard?
He's got to be. I'm on
StreamYard. No. So I'm talking on my phone, but I have my laptop in front of me.
Oh, you got to be on your laptop to share your screen. I thought you were.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
but
So
he can still, well, I think he can
Wait,
still.
are you talking on the phone right now? Oh, that's what you're
yeah.
talking
So
into? Okay, don't worry
I'm
about it. Don't worry about it. You're not even on here on your computer. I thought you were on here on your computer.
no. I'm actually on YouTube on my. I'm on YouTube
Yeah.
on my laptop.
Start coming on here on stream. Start getting on your computer, clicking that StreamYard link, and coming up here on your computer.
Right.
Not on the phone. One, your audio will be way better. Well, eventually, and you can share your screen and your sources. You can't do
Okay.
it from the
Okay.
phone.
So this is what I'm finna do. So I can click StreamYard on my laptop.
Brother, everybody who's serious never uses a phone. Because you can't share no sources from your phone.
My bad.
So anybody who takes this the least bit serious is not using what you using.
All right, man. Remember,
No, I'm
man,
not saying I'm not coming down on you. I'm just letting you know, like,
I'm used to the John. Hold on.
I know you take it serious, so you gonna start putting that phone down and start dropping sources and screen shares on people instead of having to read it to us. You can show
Okay, so it says continue with YouTube. Let me continue with YouTube. I'm gonna go with so I'm gonna talk to y'all through my phone, but I'm finna hop in the StreamYard through my other account, which is Ashley and Omar.
Bet. Just make sure you mute your microphone on that account when you come in, so we don't get the double.
Okay, Google Stream. Okay, this is like
etc. And I'll mute you too.
The same
And
way
then
you
turn
come
your
in on
computer,
phone.
turn your computer down so you can't hear it either.
Okay.
Yep. And the same way you hit the link to come in on your phone is the same way you hit the link in the chat to come in on StreamYard.
Yep, same way.
Allow. StreamYard.com wants to use microphone. Okay, allow.
Man, I just thought it was confusing because they came up here and used subjective wrong, used objective wrong. You dig what I'm saying? You know, I just had to source that up to show that, you know, we can't even believe in their subjective opinions and beliefs, right?
Okay, I didn't use nothing
are
wrong, bro.
subjective.
Here we go.
Okay, so
all belief is subjective.
Okay, so now I'm trying to think. So should I get off on my phone?
No, you can. You could talk through the Omar one. Either way, though.
Okay.
Either way, to share your screen on your computer, though, now that you just hear it, just stay on the phone with me for a second. Do you see the microphone, the camera, and the TV sign with the plus at the bottom of your computer?
Yes, I do see the TV sign with the plus.
Hit the TV sign. That should be the third button.
Okay,
And
it
then
says slide in PDF, video, image, share screen.
Yep. Well, you want to go to, what would you go to? Yeah, you're gonna hit share screen. And you probably don't even got the tab pulled up yet. But if you go to Google, you can share any tab.
Yeah, or you go up on the Chrome tab and tap in what you looking at, and then press share.
Okay, I don't. Okay, I'm looking at Microsoft tabs. Okay, hold on. Damn, man, I got all these fucking tabs, man.
That's all right.
You already got what you got to
Did you pull up your source though yet, or did you pull up what you want to show us?
Yeah,
you got to pull that up first.
Okay, that's pulled up as on another tab already.
Yeah, but my tabs is up top, but I'm looking at something in the middle. It says choose what to share with StreamYard. And it's showing something in the
on your phone. If you flip the camera, show us your computer, and I can tell you what to do right now. I could tell you what to do without looking, but it's easier if I see what your, some computers are a little bit different. What's up, Jose? How you feeling?
What's up? I'm just listening to the conversation. And I say, let me jump in and say something. People have to understand belief does not mean you know. Belief means somebody told you something and you accepted it as knowledge. That's what belief actually means.
Some belief.
That's what it says.
Some belief don't have to deal with someone telling you anything. We just read that it can be personal conviction.
Right.
Yeah, you should be able to pick which tab you want to share right there, Omar. Like knowledge, the Google search. Do you see that right there?
Like if that's the one you wanted to share, you would click that.
Yeah, turn it around. We can't see that weird. We don't want to see you, weirdo. Now, see on the
up, nigga. No, help me out though. Help me out. Help me out. Help me out, man.
No, click on what you want to go on. Click on your source.
Which
Man,
one is your source?
I don't. Hold on. So I want to click up here.
No,
but do I click on
ignorant
it here?
nigga. Just shut up.
You click on it right there. You click on it right there.
Right there.
That's the one that you click on it in there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't-
nigga. God
if you
damn.
wanted to share.
Yeah, those are
Alright,
the tabs
man.
that you have
Fucking
available. Those are the
Just
tabs
because
you have available.
you've been doing
Those
that
are
shit
the
for
tabs
50
at the
years,
top.
nigga.
Those are the tabs at the top. Click on one.
No, don't click on a tab at the top. Oh my
No.
gosh, we just told you.
No,
not
in
to
the
do
Chrome
that.
tab.
No, in the box. In the box. In the box, click on those are your tabs that you got open.
No, he just go back to StreamYard.
Let's let just one person. Just let me do it, please. It's too confusing with three people.
I can do this shit, huh?
You got to go back to StreamYard and hit share screen again.
I can't find the goddamn.
Why do you have so many windows open, bro?
No,
That's an
bro,
excessive amount of windows.
Right.
Bro, you've got over 20 tabs open.
You know people don't close their tabs, man, sometimes, bro. It's all good. But yeah, you gotta
Oh man, I done lost the god. Hold on, I think this is a StreamYard.
It's got a little red dot on it, man.
God's mod is funny. It do got a red dot on it.
Have some patience, bro.
Yeah, let me take a deep
I'm back
breath.
to it.
Go
I'm
right
back to
there.
it.
Okay.
Now click in that right there.
Yeah, find the one you want
Any
in
one
there.
of them. Click any one of them.
Not anyone, the one you want.
You can click any one of them. Because he want to go back up to the top anyway. He's so enamored with the fucking top. Click any one of them.
No, nigga.
Oh, I see what he's saying. No, he's trying to. I know what he's trying to show you now. Yeah, do what Cosmon is saying. Click any one.
Oh, there we go.
Click any one.
Hold on.
Yeah, because what Cosmon is saying, you can click any one, and once you share a Chrome browser, you can go to the one you're looking for and click share this tab instead. So that I think that's what Cosmon was about to walk you through, which will be faster than you doing this. But yeah, whatever. Take your time, man. Shout out King Hurt.
Hey, baby. Hey, you need to come exit out this one thing because she was on here fucking looking for pennies for me earlier.
Wow.
Hey, take this off, baby.
Yeah, we don't need no.
No. Just go to the one.
Really?
Yeah, bro.
Just scroll up. Just scroll up to the most recent one.
We don't need no gorilla situations
just make
going
sure,
on.
so you can know that it works. So you can know that that it's working correctly.
Yeah,
I gotta
we don't
roll up
want to click the
something,
wrong
man.
one and expose certain things.
I'm sorry, man. I ran out of shells at about midnight, man. I ain't smoked all night, man.
That's why you gotta get you some of them zigzag kings, boy. Them bugs.
Just for the backup,
Nigga,
right?
A1, Cosmon. Y'all niggas, nigga, don't smoke your goddamn lungs out, nigga. Like, damn.
Nigga, you need to smoke because you can't work a computer. You need to hit this shit and comb the fuck out. You need to cool out.
That's a nice.
You making it act like it's the hardest thing in the world to do.
Nah, shit. I ain't smoked no weed probably in more than 10 years.
Well, you shouldn't smoke it.
I used to smoke like fucking 20 blunts a day.
I'm taking it off.
God damn it.
You should never smoke.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so hold on. So I'm clicking. Look, I'm clicking on it. Is it showing?
Bro, double click share at the bottom now, or double click the one you want.
Oh.
What up, man? Don't forget, we up in here. OTK, I see you done came in. Shout out. I see Hoodoo in the comments. Max, what up, man? What y'all got going this morning, man? Been running this video, watching some of the Titans and some of the conversations, man. Come on up. If you ain't doing nothing, put this chat. OTK, I ain't talk to you in a minute, man. I I ain't had the morning show yet, but we was just talking about getting it started again, man. So we can definitely get that the Titans morning information out. Got some good stuff coming, man. For the end of the summer. Holidays over, so I know now everybody got to start saving that money for the kids to get them back to school. There go my man Gideon in the building. What's up with it, Gideon? How you doing this morning?
I'm good. What's good, Audi, man? All praises to the Most High in the name of Yahshua, bro. It's good with you.
Oh man, I'm good.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah.
Just in here getting a little information from one of the old videos that we had. Listening to Cosmine talk about some old waspy and listening to my Omar right now trying to get on his head.
Yeah. You know, soon as our brother Omar figure out that share screen, he gonna be a fool with it.
Man, he got. Hey, I'm gonna tell you one thing. He do got. He know how to go find some information. Now, one thing I can say, sometimes he bring the wrong information to the table, and some of the information might be going against his word. But when he have time to look over the information, that's one of the good things and bad things about modern technology when it comes to being able to find information over subjects. Well, you can find information over a subject just like that without even looking for it, which is good. But if you start talking about it without doing an in-depth study in it, you might sound silly as all outdoors.
Real easy to fall in that trap and start looking crazy. But yeah, man, I seen the people in the chat, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat. And I seen my fellow my fellow Louisiana brother Hoodoo on there. And I heard
Yeah.
him say some things about voodoo and hoodoo. I was just wanting to, try to see if I can get some clarification from him on. You know what I'm saying? But, I don't know what he got going on, but yeah, man, because I think he said something to the effect of that, voodoo or, voodoo is two entirely different things, and yeah, that's not necessarily the case.
Oh, it's not? Because now these voodoo and hoodoo are two subjects that I haven't done a lot of research on. In fact, I'm gonna say I've done no research on them except for old folklore information and word of mouth. I put it like that, just getting information from them from word of mouth about hoodoo and voodoo. So I would also like to hear about that too. And my man Voodoo, he come up here and talk.
Yeah.
If you in there, Hoodoo, come on up, man, because I'd like a little bit of expounding on that topic and
Because
things like
it would be no voodoo, however, because I did hear him say it was two different things. But there is none of that without, its origins coming from Africa. So that'd have been interesting for him to explain that. But yeah, man, other than that, man, it's all good. Everything's good.
Yeah. You see, OTK, I see you in the chat, man. Come on up if you want to. We're trying to hear from you, Hoodoo. You was on here a couple days ago, asking questions, and now somebody got some questions for you. Let's see if we can't get some of them answered.
Yeah, man, but it's very interesting, that whole, religion and, concept behind it.
Yeah, I don't know if you. I think you cutting out, Gideon.
Oh, I am? Oh, okay.
If you're spitting, it was
Yeah,
cutting
you
out.
got
I
a
heard
little
you.
echo. Shalom, Gideon.
Oh, Shalom. What's good, A1? What's good, bro?
Chilling.
Shut up, man. Just saying what's up this morning, man. Trying to see if we can get a conversation on speaking on some of these lowers and orishas, and first thing we gotta understand, they didn't go on as far as claiming to have any power over nature or physical aspects of life, they've been proven to be false. But actually, that whole religious system is just a corruption of all the African systems we see that doesn't worship the Most High. They corrupt themselves with other priesthoods, other manifestations of nature, and things like that. When it's only one creator and sustainer and manipulator of all those things that we see in nature. So
Yeah. OTK. What up, my man? Open the knowledge in the building. It's going down.
Man, what's going on, man? What's up, Oli? A1, my dog, leader of the Titans, Gideon. What's going on, Kenpo? Told all is well with you and your family. You already know.
Doing amazing. Peace to
what's
you.
good? What's
Your
good?
mic kind of low.
Yeah, you know me, man.
Oh, okay, all right.
You just came
Man,
in.
yeah, I've been watching. I've been watching Cosmo and them boy go at it for a second.
I remember
watching
this
all
show.
the reruns. I've been watching all the reruns. One show I thought was live. I'm talking shit to A1 like, damn, dog, I got bad. I can't come up. He was like, nah, this is a rerun. I was like, oh shit. Good shit, man.
Them replays be good because we still moving and growing organically, and so some people don't even know some of the information that be coming across Titans Debate League, man, and it be new to them. Even some of it be new to me. I've been here for some months, but he got all kind of content, and it's just good information every time, whether it's live or not.
Hey, Gideon, hey, you from New Orleans, right? Ain't you from Louisiana, Gideon?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know you know about the hoodoo culture down there, correct?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And you probably have heard about the voodoo culture that's in the Caribbean, correct?
Right. But see what people don't see it as hoodoo is just the name that was put on the American practice of voodoo. And it really didn't have it. Hoodoo. Well, I wouldn't say by the French, no. Well, I would have to go ahead. What you got to say?
Some of the first to see the spiritual practice when they came down to Louisiana.
Oh yeah, nah, they were the first to witness the shamanism amongst the natives. Even
Shamanism. There you go. The midwife. Yep.
but yeah, man. But hoodoo is just like using like stuff that's on the continent, like as far as like for healing. It really isn't like it's structured as voodoo. You know what I'm saying? They don't carry the same gods with them. And it's really not even gods in it. But it all stems from Africa. And what I try to have people understand is that the religious system that we see in Africa that they like to call animism, and different systems we see in Europe, like the Greeks had, the Egyptians had, all that's the same religion. You know what I'm saying? Whereas they worshiping lesser gods. But
All right. That's African.
You borged out all the way until you said that's African, OTK.
Oh, okay. So, are you saying, Gideon, is the American culture of hoodoo in Louisiana and the Caribbean culture pretty much Haiti area right there, in the Caribs, they practice voodoo. You saying that's African?
yeah, the voodoo that we see in Haiti, the Santeria, that we see in the other Caribbean islands and Cuba, all that come from Africa, bro. Meaning like, the natives, they like the practices of that we see the Aztecs have. It's all the same. You know what I'm saying? It's just different gods. You know what I'm saying? And
Okay.
with the different gods, you got different priesthoods, and those priesthoods tell you how to walk out your faith. So it's gonna look different from what the Aztecs doing. They sacrificing people and all that stuff. It's gonna look different than what the Igbo people are doing. You know what I'm saying? Because their priesthood are two different things, but they still have the same religious system, if that makes sense.
All right. So does that make them the same, or that one comes from the other, or could that mean that two different people develop the same type of spiritual?
Well, in the cases when the slaves came to the northern hemisphere, they just mixed their religious culture with the natives, but the African culture, their traditions is what prevailed amongst the natives, because the natives, they basically died out. So it was the
No,
Africans,
that's a lie. That's a
Nah, they did,
lie.
bro.
That's a lie. Quit saying
Nah,
that,
bro. Like,
GDN. All of the
nah,
Indians did not die out, dog.
nah,
That's
bro.
more
They was,
textbook fable, man. Come on, bro. If
so
they died
so
out, how did they fight to the 1800s, 1900s, bro? How did they fight to the end if they died out?
so when you look at the records from like the 16th century, 17th century, that has nothing to do with America, nothing to do with hiding the identity of black people. That's not on their agenda. You know what I'm saying? They are writing and they are saying how like, I have numbers. Like, say for instance, they go to Ireland, it's like 100,000 natives there. When they finish doing they want to, and when they establish themselves, it might be like 2,000 natives left. And that what was happening all across the Caribbean with the natives, the Koreans and the Arawaks. And not even when we go to North America, bro. Like, when we go to North America, bro, like the colonists, they destroy. If it wasn't for the Spanish Empire, you probably wouldn't have you know what I'm saying, no Mexicans or natives in North America. Like, you're really like, yeah, bro. Like, that's amazing.
No,
Like
have you
like the
ever
Tunica
studied the?
people, like the
Hold
Tunica
on. Have
people,
you
bro.
ever?
It's no people. The last person that spoke that language died, I think, maybe 20 years ago. Like, it's
You're
nobody
talking
left.
about one chieftain. You're bringing up one chieftain out of thousands, hundreds of thousands of chieftains on the East Coast. You're bringing up one chieftain. You can't take the story of one chieftain and equate it for all the rest. You can't do that, bro. So now,
Right.
have you studied the book called American Indian Wars from 1492 to 1886?
No, I haven't read that book. What's the name of it?
Get that book. It's called The American Indian Wars. Dog, we warred for 400
Is
years
it
over
written
here.
by a scholar or a novelist?
Brother, it got every war in there, the treaty that came behind the war or the agreement that came behind the war. And you
Okay.
can see that, dog, they did not kill all these people off. They started making agreements with them and started trading with them.
Well,
Now,
the
later,
the, the, the
1800s is when everybody started thinking about your boy with the Indian Removal Act and all of that stuff like that. But no, bro, their life expectancy of them coming over here was only a year and a half to 3 years. Not ours. We already had a form of malaria over here. So we could have combated that. That didn't kill us off. Our immune system adapted to that, to where we already had a form of that. Yellow fever. We had these things over here because we was in swamp lands over here down south. We're
so
in the
let me ask
south
you
part
this.
of the.
Let me ask you this.
So a lot of the stories, dog, is fable, man.
Right.
For
How
real.
come that didn't survive amongst us as a people? Like, you know, like, say for instance, if they really like, if we are really the Native Americans, and they like why are we not still saying it? Like in the 60s, the 50s, the 40s, like nobody was saying that. Like
Dog, you
they
come from
destroyed, like they
Indiana,
destroyed. If what if your position is true, you saying they destroyed our language, they destroyed like from our even knowing that we was here. Like how does that happen? We see in Africa, they colonized those people, but those people still say that they from that land and they still have their language. So I just like, even like, so a lot of the independent sources who don't much have a dog in this fight, they lay the groundwork for why I say, so-called black people are not the quote unquote Native American. You know what I'm saying? Like,
why
so
black
you have a
from all
source,
over
you
the
have a
world?
you have a source saying that they have horsehair, that they are ready complexion with horsehair. You know what I'm saying? So
No, you
I
saw
I
all
don't
different types over here. You also heard them say that, right?
I haven't
That's
I
why they
haven't
say
come you
because
see
they saw all types.
I haven't came
Go ahead.
across that. I haven't came across that. So if you show me that, you'll be showing me something.
Okay, bet. I'm gonna have to jump on my laptop when I come back,
Yeah.
man. I don't know how long
Yeah.
it's gonna be, but yeah,
What is it? Is
definitely.
it something I can look up for you?
I'll show
Is
you
it
some
something I can look
things.
up for you,
I'll show you
OTK?
some things. You can go and look up the Aboriginal races. It's a book. It's in the Internet Archive. It's called the Aboriginal Races of North America.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't
Got
came across it. And I would
yeah,
like
you
to
got
think I kind of looked hard for the information. I've only seen what we would call Africans, being in the Caribbean before slavery. I don't see them so
how can
much
you be
in
called?
North
How can you be
America.
called Africa? Africa was called Africa.
Well,
How can they
we
be
just
calling you
we just
African?
speaking in
Now
we
that
just
you know
speaking
that's
in
crazy.
yeah, we just speaking in layman terms, but like, like for the continent of Africa.
Yeah, but you gotta label directly where you coming from over there, dog. You can't just say you African.
Now you can say you can definitely say they came from the continent of Africa. And in some like the specific sources, I could tell you where they from. Some say they were from. I have one. I don't want to say because I don't want to be mistaken, but it's basically he was a black man that came from Africa that was already a Caribbean by the time some of Europeans got there. So um,
Listen, man, I'm a do some real work over here, man, for real, And I think Oli is the good dude that I can do work with on A1 side over here, man. Dog, I'm gonna show you that it's no way all of these ships could because
you breaking up.
Okay. You ever heard of the Pirates of the Caribbean? Not the movie now.
I mean, yeah, they had pirates in the Caribbean. Yeah.
Right. So during the time of the pirates, dog, it wasn't no ships so-called coming through bringing no slaves because they wouldn't letting them come through.
That's not necessarily true, bro.
Okay, well, I'll show
Because
you what they said.
because a lot of those pirates, they worked for certain governments and certain kingdoms, and like
No. Stop. Once they become pirates, they're no longer working for no kingdom. When they was working for the kingdom, they was called privateers.
yeah,
When
privateers.
they
Yeah.
became pirates, they
Right.
was on their own. And they was robbing
So check this
anybody.
out. So check this out. What they gonna do? What the pirates gonna do?
What you mean? They started their own country. Matter of fact, you go on
Okay,
a
so I'm saying,
cruise there.
so you got France. So you got France on, and they got 200 slaves on the ship. What's gonna happen? What the pirates
You
gonna do
can't
to
take
them?
200. You can't take 200 slaves on no ship, on no schooner ship, bro. So you got to do your research on it.
Okay, bro. So how? So look.
You need 100
What?
people just to damn near guide the ship.
Okay. However many slaves you can fit on the ship, because the point that you're trying to make is that the pirates prevent. So if you have France with an X number of slaves on the ship, what's gonna happen to them? What the pirates are gonna do to them?
France wasn't coming through the Caribbean, brother, at this
Oh,
time.
see, you going to different. That's what I'm saying. You going to different points. Nah, so instead of you OTK, instead of you saying the pirates would have never, because you know where I'm gonna go at with that. Instead of you saying the pirates would have never let it happen, your point should have been France don't go there, and then we could have dealt with that, and I could have showed you how France definitely dealt with that. But France was much later in the slave trade.
Yeah, and they was dealing with mostly your pirates up there in Boston way. You had pirates in Boston first.
So what was, so what about the, let me ask you this. Maybe this will clarify more. What about the pirates that nullify the slave trade?
Which ones?
Bro, my goodness, bro. Now you getting like Jose, bro.
Bro,
It
I'm
doesn't
asking you
matter
which
this
one.
point. The transatlantic slave trade. You said the transatlantic. You said the transatlantic slave trade could never happen because of pirates. I'm asking you why. Because what you because what that, because you never answer a question. You answer questions with questions. And I'm not gonna let you do that.
I'm through, bro. All right, I'm through, man. I'm through.
Yeah, bro.
Don't even ask me. Don't even ask me nothing. Then get in.
Go, but there go the source like that, bro.
No,
That go
I
the
was
source.
giving you this for you to read. I was giving you this
Nah,
for
that's
you to
the
read.
source.
So you can see what they describing, what they saw.
No, that it don't. Again, it don't work like that, bro.
What? You see how big this book is?
I mean, but exactly. So, bro, why would you want me, who never went through this book before, to try to find it, as opposed to you, who probably can go to the exact page? Like you should know where it's at.
The whole book is a good read, bro. The whole
Oh,
book.
bro,
They talk about the color stuff, the proper color people.
bro, I know you was a fool in dodgeball, boy. I know your ass was a fool.
I ain't never played dodgeball.
You playing the hell out of it right now. Ali, what you can do, you can go like you can search for black. Like if you're not gonna bring us to the source and have a search, but we can't read all this. So go to black. So how they describe? Are you gonna bring us to the source?
Copper color people, bro. Copper color.
Bro, we're not, bro. That doesn't describe us.
They are all different complexions. That's what they're gonna tell you in this book, dog.
Bruh,
We ran across all different complexions. That's why I say you need to read the book, bro. I asked you, did you come across this? You said you never came across that.
Yeah, but copper color, bro. Copper color isn't doing it though, bro.
All right.
Nah, for real. Because the Native Americans are called coppers too, right? You had the Washington Redskins. You had the Washington Redskins.
The Washingtons.
That's copper color.
The Washingtons are a tribe of the Iroquois, so the Iroquois Confederacy, man. You know that's upper north. You know what I'm talking about. They got changed.
Yeah, but we're not gonna do all that. I'm talking about the Washington Redskins, the football team. the District of Columbia, Washington, that place. They have a general picture of the Redskins, and that was what was described as copper colored people. And that was the source that I've read that was in America. They were I forgot how they described their skin tone, but they said they had horse hair. And you see, that's what we see in the Native American. They're brown skin, they copper color, and they got horse hair. No offense, like not trying to say like horse, but that was the grade of their hair.
Stop, bro. You really need to stop, dog. For real. You sound crazy as hell. So now you saying anybody that's black with curly hair, they not Indian, they African. No,
Nah,
bro.
but don't shift. We not gonna shift like that, my brother. We ain't about to shift like that. You know, OTK, stop it, bro. I'm not about to argue about curly hair people because I did not mention curly hair people. I mentioned straight hair people, bro. That's a big difference, bro. There's a big difference, bro.
All right, man. All right, Gideon.
Don't do that to me, bro. We too cool for that, bro. Don't do that, bro.
Man, you try to hit me off with the red hair, the horse hair and all of that. Now you trying to say that that's how everybody look. No, bro, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. American Indians or whatever they saw in Canada. You got the Spanish priors and friars that was writing about what they saw in the Caribbeans and in Mexico, what the races that they saw in the bottom part of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. They wrote what they saw. The Portuguese
Now
was writing
that
about what they saw. You know what I
now
mean?
that's good. That source right there on page 28. What is that about? I'm looking at my TV. I don't know if it's linked up all the way, but it's speaking about.
It
Yeah, go ahead.
says, page 28 says, Moors are but the intrusions of Negroes arriving first, Africa, as we generally conceive of Madagascar and the adjoining islands, who retain the same complexion unto this day. But this defect of latitude upon complexion is more remarkable in America. Which, although subjected unto both the tropics, yet are the
Yet are not.
are not inhalated blacks between or near or neither or under either, neither to the southward in Brazil, Chile, or Peru, nor yet to the north in Hispaniola, Castilla del Oro, or Nicaragua. And although in many parts thereof there be at present swarms of Negroes or Negios serving under the Spaniard, yet were they all transported from Africa since the discovery of Columbus, and are not indigenous or proper Native American.
Damn, bro, you just died at your source, bro. Let me read that real fast. Bro. Moors are but the intrusions of Negroes arriving first from Africa, as we generally conceive of Madagascar and the adjoining islands, who retain the same complexion unto this day. But this defect of latitude upon complexion is more remarkable in America, which, although subjected unto both the tropics, yet are not the inhabitants black, between or near or under either, neither to the southward in Brazil, Chile, or Peru, nor yet to the northward in Hispaniola, Castilla, del Oro, or Nicaragua. And although in many parts thereof there be at present swarms of Negroes serving under the Spaniard, yet were they all transported from Africa since the discovery of Columbus, and are not indigenous or proper natives of America. Damn, somebody wake up OTK, bro. Bro, that's cold blooded, bro.
Hold on, bro. Doesn't
Let's go on to page
like
20. Yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah.
You gotta read some more.
Yet.
Let's
in the
go.
same latitude, other Negroes with beards, some of them having wool and some hair on their heads, and among them other animals quite white, having neither hair nor wool, but a kind of wild silk. It does not very. It does not very. What is that, dearly? Can you read this?
Yeah, let me in the
Because
same
you was putting
latitude.
them word. You was putting them words. Where they should, like, you can, you know what they say. Because I don't know if
In the
that's dearly or dearly.
in the same latitude, other Negroes with beards, some of them having wool and some hair on their heads, and among them other animals quite white, having neither hair nor wool, but a kind of white silk. It does not very readily appear what should have prevented God from placing on another continent animals of the same species of a copper color. In the same latitude in which in Africa and Asia they are found black, or even from making them without beards in the very same latitude in which other possesses them. To what lengths are we carried by the rage for systems joined with the tyranny of prejudice? We see these animals. It is agreed that God has had the power to place them where they are, yet it is not agreed that he has so placed them. The same persons who readily admit that the beavers of Canada of our Canadian origin assert that the men must have come there in boats and that Mexico must have been peopled by some of the descendants of Magog. As well might it be said that if there be men in the moon, they must have been taken there by Apollo on his whatever, when he went to fetch rolling censers, which were corked up in a bottle. If okay, so that says they must have been taken there by Alfonso on his whatever when he went to fetch rolling censers. Yeah, that's something dealing with the Moors, which were corked up in a bottle. If America had been discovered in his time, and there had then been men in Europe systematic enough to have advanced with the Jesuit, that the Caribbean descended from the inhabitants of Korea and the Hurons from the Jews, he would have done well to have brought back the bottle containing the wits of these reasoners, which he would doubtless have found in the moon, along with those of Angelica's lover. The first thing done when an inhabited island is covered in the Indian Ocean or in the South Sea is to inquire where came these people. But as for the trees and the tortoises, they are without any hesitation pronounced to be indigenous, as if it were more difficult for nature to make men than to make tortoises. One thing, however, which seems to countenance this system is that there is scarcely an island in the eastern or western, but yeah, but so Western Ocean, which does not contain jugglers, quacks, knaves, lured fools. This is this, it is probable, gave rise to the opinion that these animals are of the same race with ourselves. So yeah, I don't see it, bro. I just say something to the
All
contrary,
right.
bro.
So
But
now, what it's telling you that in America,
it seems like when you get loud,
You
I
you
get
you
bored out.
you bugging out. OTK, can I think you might just be talking loud. Can you just talk regular? I think that's why you be boring when you be getting excited.
people are found in America and the Caribbeans and all of that. That's why I tell you, you got to keep reading, bro, because you got so amped. But yet it say yet. So once it say yet, it's letting you know it's about to pose a different narrative. And what it's also telling you is not only do you find copper colored people, they got a habit of saying, well, damn, because these people are here, that they had to have been brought by these people, or these people came from this place and they had to be brought by these people. That's why he gave you all the different narratives about different things that was found.
That was
If they was
coming,
found.
yeah.
So
But
now what it's also telling you is that, hold on, you can look at a damn animal and say, oh, that animal is indigenous to here. But when they see copper colored people over here, they got to give an expression.
yeah, I'm not arguing that the copper color people weren't here.
Huh?
I agree that the copper colored people was here in America. We not the copper colored people though. We the Negro. In all those texts, we the Negro.
They calling you a Negro. You didn't hear him calling them Negroes? The Negroes was found.
Yeah, and that's what he said on page
With
28.
beards.
He said it was
Some with
Negroes
beards.
and the Moors that was here. But then he went on to say, he said in that same latitude, it was Negroes with beards, meaning he could distinguish the Moors from the Negroes that was there with beards, having wool hair. And then he starts saying, now these are the people that's saying that was there. Does it not verily dearly appear that should have prevented God from placing other continent animals of the same species of a copper color, of any copper color? I guess he meaning like different shades of copper, like we be seeing in the same latitude in which. And now he arguing like, so do we have to say they from Africa or Asia just because that's where we see most of those people? He said the links that were carried by the rage in the systems. And then he goes on to start talking about beavers in Canada, saying could the beavers from Canada had came from somewhere else, but they still say that they're from Canada. And that Mexico have been people by some of the descendants of Magog, meaning the people could have already mooned. Say that if there be men in the moon, that must have been taken there by Astolfo. And then he just doing reasoning. Like if it's a man on the moon, then they must have been taken about Astolfo. I don't know who Astolfo is or what kind of chariots or whatever he had, ships to get him to the moon, but that seems to be what he's implying. If there happens to be a man on the moon, that's the only way that he would have got there, which were corked up in the Bible. If America had been discovered in his time and there had then been men in Europe systematic enough to have advanced. So yeah, he's saying that the Caribbean descendants from the inhabitants. So I guess he's just making an argument for the same thing, like maybe it pronounced to be indigenous, as if they were more difficult from nature than to make men, than to make tortoises. So he giving the type of reasoning that's saying maybe it is some black people.
Yeah, now we would have to look at that. I would have to look at that at least a couple more times and read the whole thing in context to see what he's even saying.
And that's why I say we need to read more pages.
But what we read on page 28, what we read on page 28, that explicitly stated that the Negroes they were not there. So we would have to I would have to look at that and see what he's talking about in context.
Yeah.
Now, OTK, if you're saying we copper color people, you know, that's something because a lot of them are copper colored and a lot of them will be considered black. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, the majority of us, we come from Africa. Like, you know, so I do agree that it was copper colored people, you know, that kind of look black. You know what I'm saying? Even with the curly hair to that extent. I call them the Dravidian type. But the Dravidian type is not the Negro type. Although the Dravidian type could be included with the Negro, he'll be lumped in with the Negro. You know what I'm saying? But you can make that. I'll go with you on that argument if that's what you're saying.
He gave an example of that too. So are you trying to say that because these people got complexion like this, that they come from the Jews, that the Jews brought them here? This is how he's writing. He's going against all these narrative about these black people over here, these Negroes that was found over here came from Africa, or somebody brought them over here.
Yeah, bro, because the traditions, bro, we don't have any culture that's tied to this land. The only thing we have that ties us to this land is our grandmother saying they got Indian in their family.
No.
And that's like
what culture does cornrows come from? In Africa.
Talking about the hairstyle?
Yeah, cornrows.
Yeah. Got cornrows all over Africa, bro.
No. Where was it known for at? Well, I mean, like for it to get its name. Where was it known? Since you saying that's an African culture, that's not our culture. That's just one of the
it is our culture.
You just said we don't have no culture that ties us back to this land.
No, like once we
Can't
got
have
here as
corn.
slaves,
Not
once
corn.
once we got here as slaves, we developed a culture.
Oh
But we
no,
don't have no culture like this. Something we've been doing before the European came. We don't have none of that. We don't much have that
name
in
an
the
African
oral
culture.
tradition.
Name an African culture that y'all brought over here. I thought y'all forgot everything. I thought y'all got scripted y'all language, y'all names. Y'all didn't know who y'all was.
No, we
So
didn't. We didn't
how
forget
did y'all bring?
everything. We didn't forget everything.
All right.
Like say for
Name.
instance, Mardi Gras Indians they use a term called umba, which means to bow. That word, and it's funny, because people don't understand how Creole forms, but that's that's a Nigerian word, and it means the same thing. It means to bow, because that's what the big chief, that's what they make the other chief do. They make them bow down, but they say no umba, so that means they not gonna bow. That's the exact word from Africa. So that's the tie that we see in New Orleans, amongst like 1,000 other things that ties us back to Africa. But that's something real specific, and you can see.
Hey, this is a good read now. You know what I mean, Holy man. If you want to go through this sometime, man, we can definitely do shows because they got a bunch of stuff in it, dog. You see, it's all over. You go all the way back to like 1630 something. So he let you know that they was Indians that they was calling so-called. They calling them black. You know what I mean? But
I
they
haven't
talk about
seen that
Indians.
yet.
Some of these.
I haven't seen that
What?
yet, bro. I'm just keeping it calling them black. I haven't seen no
Scroll back up.
Indian been called black yet. I seen them called copper
Hey,
color.
scroll back up, bro.
Yeah, sure.
Scroll back up. Go up. Oli. No. Go up. Go back. Yeah, keep going back up. I thought I saw something at the top of that page. Right there. Go stop right up in there. Hold on. Hold. Stop. Go back down. Go back. Go. Damn. Oh, you got a lag. Yeah. Oli,
Go
you
under
can hear
page
me, bro.
77. Go under page 77.
Going down. It was at the beginning of a paragraph that you had on the screen for a second. I was reading
Yeah, I
something,
seen
but I
it.
didn't get.
It's right after 77. Right there. Page 87.
No, he wasn't on page 87. It was like page
Nah,
20
go to
something.
page 87.
He had
I
it.
seen something.
Oh, I ain't even see page 87. Go ahead.
You see it right there?
Yeah, some black, some red, some yellow, and some white.
That's what I seen. But then I would have to see who were they talking about.
All right, so right there, page 112. Scroll down a little bit right there. Let's talk about that. Manitoulin, also called Black William, was a sanctum. I was reading that. I was trying to see what that was saying right there, bro. Was settled by the whites. His father was Swampagoo, and was also a Sagamore, but probably was dead before the English settled in the country. Travel on this from the wilderness, one of the Blitz, Indian Duke. God damn, that's a crazy ass spelling, boy. You know that ain't American English.
Yeah, that's crazy. And like they weren't even spell checking. They were just putting that out.
Yeah. Indian Duke out of the generosity. He was a great friend to the white. So they talking about a black Indian who was a friend to the white right there.
That's what it seemed like. This is a mixed breed. I mean, I ain't gonna say a mixed breed, but it seems like it's an Indian who they understood was black,
Yeah, that was
who might have came to his place by his father dying.
mm-hmm.
His daddy was
What his name was Black William.
Black William
Yeah.
or Black
But his
Evilium.
real name
Black
was
Evilium.
Manitou. Yeah, his real name was Mana
Taka.
Man
Manitaqua.
Yeah,
Manitaqua.
Yeah,
Manitaqua.
Manitaqua. Yeah, that was his real name, Manitaqua.
Say he was friendly with
Yeah,
the
I
white.
noticed now. But once they came across it, they started giving these boys English biblical names now.
Because of course, if black people was
Metacom,
here, they was mixing with, and they was all mixing, man. So you can't say that. I mean, I ain't gonna say what you can say. You can say whatever, but one can only assume that once blood is mixed, these people are people of this land.
these pirate hunters hang black millions. So these are pirate hunters. So this dude right here probably was a pirate.
He said it too. I didn't like his wording up at the top when he was talking about the Moors and stuff. Then he said the beasts and how they did something.
Mm-hmm. But see, I think a lot of this, man, he's writing in some instances, he's writing like from their point of view, like how they look at it, and he's bringing his alternative view. Like, but no, once we see this, we see that there's different proof of it.
I wonder who the Sagamores is. Was these the ones that they knew was mixed with Indian and black? Sagamores? And their number of men on behind, only short before, none on his face at all. He asked for some beer. That's like my homeboy Scholar. My homeboy Scholar, daddy is Native American. His mom is Native American too, but she black. So he looked just like these people talking about. Now the black people in his family, they got that facial hair and everything, but he don't because he does have native. So and
no facial hair at all.
And so these people, I could only assume that the population of these people expanded and rose, and then these people came into power. By the time that the people got here, you couldn't tell what blood had already mixed, especially if you're telling me that Moors was over here before them. Now, I'm not saying that there wasn't already a black people, but let's just assume that it was the Moors that they talking about. And they say, oh, it was Moors, it was some people over here. Was the Moors just by themselves and not mixing with these races? If a Moor man have a baby by an Indian woman, and this Indian woman's daddy was the chief, and then this chief raised this kid to be Indian chief now, and he running it, and he got kids, and they running around with this blood and stuff. Are they? Those are native people. Those are indigenous Aboriginal people.
Oh no, that's a fact.
And that's where it gets. It's the mixing of when these things start mixing and people still trying to say that no, these ain't these people, or no, those aren't those people.
The Moors did a lot of they mixing in the Caribbeans, bro.
Yeah,
we gotta be for real.
That's why it's still
They did a
friend.
lot of they mixing in the Caribbeans, bro.
I
They
believe
tore
the
that
Moors
motherfucker
was.
apart, man. They tore that bitch apart, dog. Straight up. They even had problems with the sailors, the so-called colonists. They had problems with them because remember, these are the ones who just got freed out of jail. They didn't have no reason to go back to England. You know, they just paid off their little servitude contract or their little indentured servitude contract. Started breeding in with the people down there in the Caribbeans and all of that right there. Now they controlling the trade. Now you got to come do business with us. You know, that's how the Moors got their foothold in the Caribbeans, man. I mean, point blank. They got most of the artifacts of the Indians from down there. They took it back. They got it in the Peabody Museum. They even got a book about it. thick book about all the artifacts that they took. Yeah, all this stuff documented now. You can find it. You just got to know what you're looking for. Some things now you might have to have somebody who in college, or either you got to pay for the subscription, because a lot of stuff now, dog, they putting up underneath these colleges and JSTOR and stuff like that. So you got to have either like a college type access, or either you pay for it. Even
Yeah,
some
I gotta
stuff on
read
Internet
this.
Archive.
I wonder what page 135 said, because this 136 jumped to cited or will be taken in payment of the debt. Vingard said the governor should do as he pleased about it, and then inquired how much he had sent. It being deposited in the, he said he had sent 30 fathom of black and 45 of white in value together. I don't know what fathom is. That might be talking about something totally different than people's was sent for the state.
Because you only got black typed in the keyword, so it's gonna skip pages where you need to
Yeah,
look at.
that's all right. Made me wanted to read it even more. Like you said, we can start going over this book. This might be a read. We can do chapter by chapter.
Page 1. Just do chapter by chapter, or we can do like 10 pages and then break it down, you know? You gotta do
Yeah.
that long of a show with.
Yeah. That's how many pages was it? I think it was 799 pages.
That Peabody Museum book is like 900 and something, boy.
And how to get back to the, how to get back to the red. Let me see. Maybe I gotta put this up like this. Can't even see it like that. I done messed it up, man. But these 799 pages be something good to look at. Let me see. I ain't looked at the chat for a minute. I've been reading this. What the chat talking about? Ain't nobody saying that.
I can't see it.
Oh, that's Babylon, Babylon Dunn. He indigenous Indian too. Married into it. And he's part native. But he said he got some he got evidence of his claim to Aboriginal down there in I think he might be in the Carolinas somewhere.
Yeah, a lot of those texts, Ali, will definitely, because like I noticed that you real good at breaking stuff down and looking at it, so it'd be good if we can go over a lot of those like writings, because I know I'm used to like reading it and they be like misprinted words, so I'm used to that. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, I see you done did it a lot with some of the you must have done read some more texts that have that same type of structure where you can tell
yeah, a
it's
lot of
it's the words,
yeah.
so the words be different.
Yeah,
That's cool.
but I seen how you broke down that second page, and it definitely showed that you definitely know how to break stuff down. So I don't know, man. Maybe we have a symposium on Aboriginals, But yeah, man.
I mean, it's gonna always be a topic within existence because, like I said, it's some people who have a rightful claim to the things they be claiming. Now, it'll be people who never even heard that information. So when they do hear it, it might sound outlandish or redundant to them. Like, why are you saying this? Why are you saying this? But then you go look at a whole bunch of other people claiming what they claim, and they have their reasons for claiming it. And so then it comes down to the coherence of the matter. And that's where we got to do what you just said. Like, you got to break it down. You have to you have to take into account your experiences and try to see if you can deduce what they talk about. And to me, that's kind of what he was talking about. Like you said, he was talking about the Moors, like he didn't like it that the Moors was over there. But then he went down that next page. It seemed that he was talking about a group of people who was among those people without hair on their face that they had that, and they seemed to not be of Moorish descent. And then he started talking about his reason. It seemed to me that he was talking about reasoning, like, man, you start thinking about animals, and when you see them in places and stuff, and then you see them in other places, do you know where they really came from? Can you actually say that they from that place and not this place? And so his reasoning at that time was wonderful to me, and that's kind of what I saw. And we all know that my reasoning could be wrong about it, but that's why we all have opinions about what we read, because we'll never be able to be exactly in the mind of that person, which makes it for a great argument in this discourse.
Yeah. And see how you just ingested that? I would have to read something like that like 10 times. Like,
Yeah, I do read things 10 times just to make sure I get an understanding, and then I'm gonna ask somebody else's point of view. Like, yo, bro, what you get out
I
of
need
this?
to read it 10 times just to get a basic understanding sometimes.
Me too, bro. Especially when we
I
read
do
something
too.
with different languages involved.
I pick up on
I be reading
keywords.
stuff, man. Yeah, like it be
Yeah.
stuff like when these
I see
niggas be
that.
writing something, they be writing with an F. That's an S. Like they S's look like F's. So if you're not looking closely, you can mispronounce a word. You know what I mean? So yeah, man. So you're dealing with different languages, you got to read it over more than once and then get the gist of it.
Yeah, and that's why I said, like, I try to find keywords and different things. Yesterday, me and somebody, I can't remember, we was talking about something, but he read me something, and we was trying to figure out what the difference was. And it was two words. One of them was attendees, and the other one was participants. And me just picking up on those two words within it, I understood that it must be a difference when they talking about attendees and when they're talking about participants. Attendees would be people that's just attending. Participants are people actually participating within the event that's going on. And so it just be little things that I pick up on that I don't know why, but for some reason when I be reasoning, that's one of the things that I always see. I find words that mean a whole lot or don't mean nothing. Like when they'll go find the source and they'll be like, this is my source, and then the source will say, it seems to be that it could be, we propose, you know what I'm saying? And they ain't saying that this is what they claiming. They're proposing ideas. They're
What they
showing
think, just like
correlation.
what you think.
Mm-hmm. And so it'd be big words that you have to see why they seem little, but a scientific research paper might say something about it shows great correlation, and then people will say that this is fact, that this is what happened. No, they just said it shows correlation. It never said that something was a fact. And so when we be reading, I pick up, like I said, it just be little keywords that I pick up on, and I try to see exactly what they mean or what they could mean in the context of what we read. But like I say, reading one page or something, you still can't get the full context. You got to read sometimes far before what you were seeing, especially in that thing that we was just looking at, to me. And like I say, I want to get into it with all of us and see exactly if we can't reason out what these people was trying to say.
And Oli, and I read these racist writers too, who was coming across here, who was calling us savages and stuff like that. I read their words too, because
Yeah,
they're describing what they see
not what they
from
see. I
their
mean,
point of view.
that's what I was gonna
Yeah,
say.
from
Not
their
what they see, but they're straight. They picks
perception.
when they see it. Oh,
Yes.
these people ain't dressed like us and stuff. They over there got on look like animal skin and stuff. They wild. I ain't went over there and had no talk with them or nothing to see why they wearing that. It's warmer over here. This is more economically stable and what they say efficient. So this is why we doing this over here. But they gonna call us
That's why
savages
when
and
they see these pyramids and these advanced civilizations in South America and stuff like that, they would see it was something totally different on the islands. But once they got inland and they started hitting South America and in Mexico, they saw some great shit. In the bottom of Florida, they saw pyramids. They saw some great shit that fucked their head up.
They did, man, but then they seen some treacherous stuff too. We know about the sacrifices and some of the rituals that we hear about there, and so that's what they was using to do. They savages, and so they would use this to be able to take over the land. What we would call not
These
legally, but
sacrifices, man, these sacrifices was like war captive. We
and the
sacrifice
sacrifices
on
could have been totally different than what they telling us they was. They was just trying to make these
telling
people
them.
look savage. That's what I don't
Correct.
like about it. Like when you have a plan, like we got to go take over this. How do we have justification to take over these people's stuff if they already here? Well, they savages and they don't belong here, and that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna make
Yeah,
them savage.
facts. Hey, I'm gonna check out for a minute, bro. If y'all brothers still here, I'm gonna hop back on, man. But shalom to y'all brothers, man.
All right, Gideon Shalom, man. Thank you for stepping through. You know, it's always a pleasure to have you on the panels when I'm here. Now, you know, Titans Debate League always. I think everyone might have stepped away from the computer. He might still be here. But you know, we appreciate it. Over here, I'm a
Yeah,
Titans
no
fighter.
doubt.
Give acknowledgement and give you your flowers because I love it when you come up on the stage.
Yeah, I'm a dog right
Yeah,
there.
no doubt. Likewise, bro.
And
Shalom.
thank you for telling me about one thing before you go. Thank you for telling me about hoodoo and voodoo. I do remember my studies, and that was it. Why they call it hoodoo, because while they still had the same practices, some of the animals or some of the things had to change due to the what we had over here in America, and that was
Yeah,
one of the things that they told me. They that's why it's known as hoodoo because there's just some things you do over here that you can't do there, or that they can't do, or we can't do here due to the animals or different things that we're using in the rituals. So thank you
yeah,
for that open. I remembered that.
for sure. All praise, bro. No doubt, bro. I'll let y'all brothers later, man.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, OTK man, thank you for that source.
But
I've been
that's just a read, man. You know. Now, if you want to take pieces of it and turn it to a source, but that's just a read because we got to understand it's their subjective thought of what they're writing. You know what I mean. So
yeah.
that's why I just like to read, bro. I like to see what they thinking, what they was writing about when they came over here.
hmm And I
The
always get
Jesuits,
upset in
the
that last.
Jesuits letters, all of those stuff. I read all. I get a little bit of all of them, man, and I go into them.
Yeah, as you should. And me myself, one thing that I have is a bias. When I start reading stuff and I start hearing them saying stuff like we was talking about the savages, these savage people, and you know what I'm saying, knowing that I could be a part of those people that they talking about, it upsets me sometimes. And so that's why I say when I see sources like this, I find them so I can argue points that they making because that last page what Gideon was talking about, when you take your interpretation, because that's what you have to do after you read it. What did you get from this? I do get that. I do get that he was saying, man, hold on now. It might be a group of these people that was here even before the Moors. How did they get here? Don't matter. After you somewhere for so long, you are aboriginal or indigenous to that place, especially after years, especially if you was there before what they call the natives. It's those different terminologies of aboriginal, indigenous, and native need to be talked about and explained in better orientation. And so we got a nice task ahead of us when it comes to this part of the conscious community.
Well, you know, the first people that was calling themselves native, what? Well, they pretty much was calling us natives. I mean, native Indians. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? But then when the first group of your whites started being born over here, pretty much after the Constitution and shit like this, those first whites that was being born over here, like Five and 5 Points and shit, Ellis Island, they started calling themselves the natives because
native,
all these
right?
immigrants was coming across here.
And they was
So the
born
Native
here on the
Americans,
land.
right? So because they was born here, they started calling themselves native. So remember now, American was only applied to the indigenous people of America, but later applied to anybody of European uh, bloodline that was born over here. You see? So now these people are calling themselves native and all these Irish and stuff like that that's coming through, they like, oh no, y'all don't belong here. So now you warring with each other. All
Yeah, they
right. So the
taking their
Native American,
daughters.
yeah, the Native American, that they call the Native American today, they didn't get that name till like 1960 something, bro. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, to
That's
be
that's
nationally recognized. Yeah, to be nationally and legally recognized.
yeah, yeah. And they replaced these people on these reservations, and now it's all hitting the fan now because when they try to go to get paperwork done, they was like, "Yo, y'all not these people." When they was
Hmm.
trying to get them artifacts back from the museum, they was like, "Yo, these are not your people."
And
Oh
that's the
yeah,
good
I'm
thing about them
132nd.
treaty.
I'm
That's
132nd blood. How you 132nd blood when they wasn't even doing no blood samples back then when they was doing this blood quantum stuff? You wasn't taking
nah,
no blood from nobody.
nah. And that's what I say. That's all they had to do was grab an Indian girl, mate with her, have some kids, and then start mating them kids back with regular um population, and then they could say that they
Yep.
got blood. And that's what they was doing. They was taking.
Well,
I
you
mean,
seen that in the movie with the Osazi people. We seen that in that movie. The killing of a flower. Damn, what's the name of that movie? But it was about these white people coming over here, marrying into the family, killing damn near the whole family. You know what I mean? Murdering people in the family and taking the land deeds, killing all the men. So it's only women left. Now, once you marry the woman, everything you inherit all of this.
right.
You ain't never heard of that? It's called the
Oh
Osazi
yeah.
murders.
I look. I
Killers
didn't
of the
even have to. I didn't even
killers of
have
the
to
flower.
read. I didn't even have to read nothing about that to just to reason that because of the stories that I heard. You know, like I said, I grew up in Oklahoma in Kiowa County, and it's a
Yeah,
lot
yeah,
of Indians down here. That's where my grandma, she was, she had Indian lineage, and then it's just a bunch of Indians, mainly like we call them the broke Indian nations. They don't get as much federal help because of the size. But then you get down and you say, why is the size so little? It's because they was knocking off the population in order to take the land around the reservations. Before they even made them reservations, they would have took the reservations too. But had it not been for the treaties and the well kept receipts of those treaties that the government had to abide by, they still trying to take them out. But they've found ways to recognize different tribes and pay, I ain't gonna say homage or tribute, but pay for a reparation type thing for knowing that they took over the land. The problem that we have is that when they categorize the skin colors, it took us out of that, and so we still fight to today. Or there's a group of people. I ain't gonna say we, because then people will start trying to put a finger on. There's a people today who still have the right to say that they're prisoners of war. We know if you're a prisoner of war, your information probably is erased and you won't know who you are. It wouldn't have to necessarily be because of being taken from another land or being a certain people of history. And it could be people who are what they call it, casualties of war, unknowingly. And so that could wipe an identity of people. And that's what seems to have taken place to me. It's a group of people in this United States who are prisoners of war, not not necessarily saying that the slave trade didn't happen and that people didn't come via slave trade that might have the same skin color. It's just that there's a separation, and these people don't necessarily have an identity except for what they have oral traditions or artifacts showing that their families have always been here. We got that, and um, especially once you spread past the 13 original colonies and you get past Mississippi and further west. Um, Once the government was set up, those people, due to things like the Oklahoma land run and archived history that show that they came and just took over the land. They make like it wasn't people here and that they was just having the land run for open territory. And it wasn't. It was people on that territory. They didn't get here by the Trail of Tears. Some might have came through the Trail of Tears, but it was people waiting when they got here. And so that's gonna always be a topic that we can discourse about.
Definitely people was already. Definitely. We know that for sure. Yeah, man, and that's another thing people don't know too. See, over here on the East Coast, northeast and southeast, man, we got a lot of history that's written and that started over here, man. Like you said, man, they didn't even know about no other American Indian chieftains on the other side of the Appalachians until like the 1800s.
Come on, man. Slavery didn't reach across the entire United States. That's what people got to understand. Right. Once they set that government up, they took the whole slavery thing away because they knew it wasn't going to work. We'd have been in here still fighting.
Remember, they closed the biggest port down. Remember, the biggest import port supposed to have been Charleston now. You know what I mean? That got closed in 1808. That got closed in 1808 now. So what's going on now?
I don't like it. It still like baffles me today when I be doing some of my reads and stuff, how they feel like the entire United States was a wilderness and they came and chopped down all the trees and it was just some wild people living in the trees. And yeah, once where the slaves stopped at Mississippi, we crossed the Appalachians. My bad, you was borging out. What you say, LTK? You was breaking up. I don't know if you might can't hear me. Can you hear me, LTK?
Yeah, got you, bro. I was just doing something in the yard. So go ahead. I got you. I'm listening.
Oh yeah. No, that's all I was about to say. I didn't know if you had something, but I do know about this time we probably need to get in one of these good old commercials. And what better commercial than the newest commercial we got?
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemis the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message Titans Debate League at gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
Yeah, man. We're gonna get back to some of this video, man, that we was on. Omar was on his Omar. I don't know what else to call it.
I'm gonna be right back, Oli.
Bet I'll be here, man. We're gonna play some more of this. See if we can't get some more topics started. Talk about.
Okay.
Taking him off the
God,
dictionary.
damn
You
it.
should never smoke.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so hold on. So I'm clicking. Look, I'm clicking on it. Is it showing?
Bro, double click share at the bottom now. Or double click the one you want.
Okay.
Now you shared your screen. But look, now here's what Cosmon was about to show you. That when he was telling you click any one, because you can go to any tab and you see how at the top of every one it says share this tab instead. I don't know what he's doing.
Hold on. Can y'all see that? Am I sharing this?
Yeah, I'll share it. Ancient Egyptian turned erotic papyrus.
Hold on, because before I address Cosmon, I don't know if GDN Capone was on here earlier on what I showed. So let's go to the source. What did they say?
Y'all showed this man how to share. It's over with.
It's over with now.
That's what's up, man.
Okay.
No, I was watching the show earlier off and on.
So check it out, GDN Capone.
You showed the thing with Gab.
This is my source. Exactly. So this is Gab, and this is my source. This is from the ancient Egypt Turin erotic papyrus. What they say? Oh man, that's not real. Yes,
Why they named it the erotic
Hold on.
papyrus? That's crazy work.
Because it's disgusting. Hold on. No. I didn't interrupt you, brother. No, brother. I didn't. Hey, listen, brother.
Hey,
Egyptian nigga.
Jose,
Man, it's 5:30 in the morning. Why is there chaos on my panel right now? Why is there chaos on my damn panel at 5:30 in the morning? Y'all grown ass men, man. Y'all not about to do this. Get it together and moderate yourselves. I don't like when it gets like this. And I notice who does it and when it happens. Just tighten up, man. Let this nigga cook, man. Then you can respond.
Thank you, Titan. Thank you. Because I waited my turn a very long time.
And if it's wrong, you can show it's wrong. But to cut him off and never let him get it out, we not about to play them type of games. Go ahead, Omar. And I'm Team Kemet. But I still want to see the truth. No matter what it is, I don't care. Go ahead, Omar.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Because nigga, the hell with Kemet. So this is what I was bringing out to Humble earlier when I asked him what he stand by, what's his moral compass, what's his foundation, what his ideology is. And then he was like, oh, take some of the Kemet this. So my thing is, I'm a brother. So when it comes to Bible, I accept it all. I don't have one foot in and one foot out. And I don't care if you disagree with me. I accept it all. So you can't say, oh, I'm Team Kemet, but some things in Kemet I want to believe in, but some things I don't believe in. So this is the thing here. If you're Team Kemet, you have to believe in this. Hold on. Let's scroll down some because, yeah, this hurts. This hurts. And like I said, my source is ancient Egypt, Turin, erotic papyrus. Look at that. What did I say about Gab? Look what Gab is doing. Look what he's doing. So like I said.
Showing us? Or I'm not trying to
you ain't
interrupt
showing it. You got to go to the screen and
you
press
gotta.
share.
Did you click turn?
Whatever you, yeah.
I don't see. Sometimes when you click the source, it'll pull it up on a new tab, and you got to share that tab instead. You're still like
at the top where it says
AI
show this
overview.
tab. Share this instead. What you looking at? I'm talking about on the page that you looking at. Remember, look at the top where it say share this instead. Press it.
Hold on. Oh, I see it.
There we go. Okay.
There you go.
But what website is this now? What's the source on this?
Look at it. Look at it up top. It says,
what's the source?
culturalcollective.com from history. And like I said, the specific name of this papyrus is called Ancient Egypt Turin Erotic Papyrus. Who is this scumbag down here? Who is this scumbag? That's Gab. What is Gab doing? What is Gab doing? What is Gab doing? Gab is putting seed in his own mouth. What a disgusting son of a gun. And guess what? I don't care how these comedic niggas want to say, oh, well, you don't, they necessarily wasn't saying this. This was spiritual and nigga, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it because here's my point. Just like I told Humble, if you believe in this garbage, put this picture in your son and your daughter room. Because guess what? Oh, we believe in this. None of y'all niggas will put this in your goddamn son or daughter's room, but you believe in it. Hey, guess what? I invite my friends over. It's Sunday. We finna watch the basketball game. My niggas come in the door. I got this crap on my living room wall. These niggas gonna be like, yo, man, I don't care what that means. What the hell is wrong with you, man? Let's stand on business. Look at this scumbag. Look at this. I didn't like I told Humble. Don't believe Omar. Don't believe Humble. Let's go to these papyruses and let's go to these walls of Kemet. I didn't draw this.
Can I respond now, Omar?
Omar didn't draw it.
Can I respond now, Omar?
No, it's not your turn, man. You gotta wait. I waited over an hour to speak. I'm just not gonna speak for 3-4 minutes. I'm not done either. I'm not done.
Can you do me a favor though, real quick, before you continue? Can you go back to the Google page with the AI overview and then click the Wikipedia for where it says the Shroud of Turin, so we can actually see the details and the history instead of just looking at the picture with your commentary?
Yes, sir. Hold on. Damn, man.
I mean, I could pull it up, but I forgot what you said it was called. Erotic Shroud.
Hold on, I got
put
it.
in Erotic
I got
Shroud
it.
of Geb. I don't think.
Turin erotic tablet.
Oh, you know what? Erotic Shroud of Geb brought it up though. That's funny. Hey, and before, dang, it's not fair for me to go before. I'm gonna wait till after.
But no.
Jose goes before I go because I have a response too.
Okay, but remember, A1, I waited for over an hour.
You did.
I did
take your
that.
time, brother.
I waited for over an hour. Let's move forward, man. Look at this, man. You know what? For any person that believe in this, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get a professional picture of this, and I'm gonna blow it up like the size of a 100-inch TV. And guess what? I'm gonna send it to your house, and when I send it to your house, if you believe in Kemet, I want you to hang this in your living room wall. Let's move forward, man. Yeah, we cooking. I know it hurts. It hurts, and it hurts bad. It's like I said, I didn't make this drawing. Let's move forward. Let me figure this other thing to share on the other screen, man. Because now we finna deal with this Owaspy next, boy. Yeah.
Don't go to Owaspy before. Hold on, we staying on this before you go to
Okay. So
yeah, don't
I'm
get
looking.
several people
Okay.
that respond to
we
what
already
you just
debunked
brought
you,
up.
bro. You
Okay.
gotta come
Okay. Hold on.
Too fast.
Hold on.
A1, check my Discord.
Hey,
bro.
how do I pull up that thing again? Okay, hold on. Okay. Share screen again. Let's go to my Google. Was it this one? I think this is it. So let's click it and let's share this. Am I sharing it?
Oh, my bad. I'm over here. I'm in my Discord. My bad. Yes, you
Am I
are.
sharing it?
Now it's on the screen.
Hey,
Hey, we done taught this nigga how to share screen. It's going down.
yeah, it's on and popping now. Now I know how to share. Okay, it's on and popping. Let's cook. So, boom, ancient Egypt, Turin erotic papyrus, Turin 150 years BC. So they can't say, oh, is this age? Is that age? Nope. What is it? It's an 8.5 foot ancient Egyptian scroll that's known as the world's oldest surviving. So it's kind of like a little man's magazine or whatever. Disgusting. It was the first Playboy. Let's move forward.
There's no citation for that. I already read the whole source.
Yeah,
Wait,
discovered
hold on.
where?
How big
Where?
it is again?
No.
What did it say?
Oh, wait,
Let's
are you-
tear this garbage down.
What screen are you sharing? What screen are you reading from? Are you making
I'm
sure
reading
that
from
you
my
share it
own.
at the top?
No,
Yeah, y'all don't see it?
Oh, wait, you read from the AI overview. I just want to make sure we're all on the same
Yeah,
page.
I am.
Really, you should click Turin Erotic Papyrus, the Wikipedia link down there, because it's giving you a brief AI overview
Okay.
from Wikipedia. Let's read the whole thing.
I am. But let me finish reading this, and then I'm gonna click that. Discovered in this is Deir El Medina. It featured what? 12 graphic, highly acrobatic. Acrobatic how? This nigga put his own self in the Boston Crab. The Boston Crab is something. The Boston Crab is something I do when I hold on. When I'm fornicating with a woman. I don't really mean that. That was like y'all know that's just being commentary. But yeah, these niggas put their own self in the Boston Crab and suck their own thing. Disgusting. Acrobatic vignettes of sexual exercise, strategical topsy-turvy illustrations, and little vectors other. Okay, so let's do what A1 said. Let's click the Wikipedia. Okay. The Turin Erotic Papyrus, also called the Erotic Papyrus. Turin Egyptian Papyrus Scroll, painting that was created during the Ramesside period.
Ramesside, yeah.
Hold on. Get it, Ramsey, Ramside.
Ramesside.
Yo, I made that up. I know that's not true. Like I said, I'm just adding a comical feature on, when I'm breaking it down. Okay, approximately what? 1,150 years BC. Where was it discovered at? Deir El
You're not sharing
Medina.
the right screen. If you're reading approximately isn't on the screen that's sharing on the StreamYard.
Oh, I gotta go share this tab instead. Okay, I'm learning. No, hold on, nobody told me. I'm learning. Y'all see it now?
Yeah, you see where it says world's first men's mag, citation needed. That's not verified, but it's
Okay, but even that's not verified. This is verified. The Turin Erotic Papyrus 55001. I guess they got multiple different things, and when the people that excavated and found this is the number that they label it as, so it has a specific number, so you can pull it up. What? Also called the Erotic Papyrus, or even the Turin Papyrus, is an Egyptian papyrus scroll. What? Painting. This was created what? During the Ramesside period. And that's suspect right there, the Ramesside. That's nasty work. What? 1,150 years BC, discovered Deir El Medina. This is nasty work, man.
Get your fucking off, man. Because I know Jose about to let you have it.
Now you know. That's not what he showed initially, right? You know that's not the same papyrus.
Hey, Egyptian nigga, I know it hurts. Hey, do that, man.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I know it hurts.
My fault.
Hey,
that was my fault.
Hey, yo,
Blame
Jose,
me,
I
Omar.
know it
Blame
hurts,
me.
man.
My
Thank
bad.
you. I know it hurts, Jose. No, I know it hurts, Jose. I'll let you cook. What is this? Has been dubbed the words First Man's Mag. Okay, let's leave First Man's Mag out. But what does it measure? 8.5 by 10 inch. Is consistent of two parts. One which contains what? 12 erratic vignettes depicting various sex positions. It is currently housed by what? Mussolini E. Enzio, and where? In Turin, Italy. And that's what they call it. And that's why they call it the Turin Papyrus, because Turin ain't in Kemet or Egypt. It was found Damn, it was found. It was found in the Valley of the Kings because I pulled that earlier. It was found in the Valley of the Kings. They took the papyrus and they took the papyrus and they took it. They took it back to Turin in Italy, where they broke it down and studied it. And that's what they called it. But it was found in the Valley of the Dead. Yeah, man. This is yo. I don't want to hear no nigga from Kemet ever say nothing about the Bible again, man. This is absolutely fucking disgusting, man. What is this? The final 2/3 of the Turin erotic papyrus consisted of what? A series of 12 vignettes showing what? Men and women in various sex positions. So the thing is, you know what? I give it some props because I pulled up other ones. I pulled up other ones, and it did show men with men putting women in certain positions too, or what they want to call their netters. Because I'm sorry, I can't call them gods, because then if I call them gods, oh, they boxed in with the Abrahamic faith. Stop it. Let's move forward. Yeah. Boom, 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 with extra exaggerated large genitals. Yo, they got the one picture of that one guy. Yo, that nigga was standing up with hold on, this nigga was standing up with an erect penis in front of his own daddy. Yo, I don't ever want to hear these commanded niggas talking about the Bible this. Oh, y'all got a sky deck. Oh, this and this and that. Because you know what these niggas do? They pick and choose on what they want to take in, and then some of the stuff they throw out. Now, there is a few comedic niggas that I have heard say that they agree. They agree with this stuff. And you know what? Even if I don't agree with it, I can respect that. But how dare you? How dare a nigga who stand behind Kemet talk garbage about the Bible? Man, this is obscene. They are even holding items traditionally associated with Hathor, the goddess of love, such as what? The lotus flower, monkeys, and artistic qualities indicate that this was produced either for a wealthy audience or by a group of scribes or contour artists. This is my thing. What does this say? For a wealthy audience or a group of scribes. So the thing is, the scribes and the priests are the sick bastards, the goddamn psychopaths that drew this garbage. And listen, I want to be clear. I'm not saying that this represents homosexuality or anything like that. So I want to be clear. I'm not saying that it represents this, but what this disgusting stuff shows is this is somebody's sick and distorted mind to explain stories of netters and gods in their mind on how creation happened and the whole background of the thing. So once again, this has nothing to do with homosexuality. I'm not saying that. But the sick bastard, whatever priest, this goddamn scumbag priest who put a nigga in a goddamn Boston crab to contort his body to give his own self fellatio with his own goddamn phallus is a scumbag, and this is disgusting. Hang this picture in your living room. This is disgusting, man. Yo, I got loads of them. You know what? No, calm down, Jose. I'm gonna let you go, brother. I waited over an hour.
That was GDN. But you got 60 more seconds.
My bad. I'm almost done. Yo, I don't even need 60 seconds. Give me 20 seconds and I'll be done. So this is the thing here. When these people talking about, oh, the Bible this, y'all sick. oh, this and this and that. Oh, Kemetic this. Listen, you know why these Kemetic niggas talk the way that they talk? Because they don't want to be boxed in with religion. I'm gonna tell you like this: that Kemetic garbage stuff is so-called religion too. Because what did they do? They did offerings. They deified. They built pyramids, megalithic structures, artwork, paintwork, traditions, scribes, hieroglyphics. Hold on. But it's not religion. These niggas prayed. They gave offerings too. But guess what they say? Listen, I'm gonna tell you, this term that y'all need to use, Abrahamic faiths, I'm gonna tell you why they use it. Because they want to box us in. Guess what? I believe in only one Abrahamic faith. And that's the Most High, the children of Israel.
We about to extend your time because King Hercules
I'm
says,
almost done.
read the purpose.
Man, I don't give a damn about the purpose.
I mean, we read everything else.
Man, listen. He can read the purpose. He can read the purpose. What sick bastard? What
all right,
sick bastard?
Hey, Omar, 60 seconds is up though. Okay, let's pass it
done.
around now.
I'm done. So 5 seconds. So I don't care who drew it. I don't care what's the meaning. I don't care what's the purpose. What sick scumbag psychopath in his head drew this garbage? I'm gonna say it like this: anybody with good intelligence, that's really smart and educated, what they say, knowledge. Wait, oh, you want to kick knowledge, nigga? Hercules, you want to kick knowledge, nigga?
Oh man.
Any person in a sane mind.
Omar,
I'm almost
done.
done.
Omar, you're done.
A1, I'm brother. Trust me, I'm almost done.
20 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 minutes
I'm almost done. I know. A1, please, brother, let me land. Please let me land. Hold on, please, let me land. So my point is, if a person is truly educated, articulate, and has a bright mind, he can find himself to articulate and get a point across than drawing this garbage with a man with a goddamn phallus in his own mouth. I'm done. Body bag. It's over. Go ahead. I'm gonna listen in. It's over.
Can I respond, please?
So let's break it down.
Hold on, sorry.
I'm sorry.
That don't get no Hadouken.
It's the first time he shared his screen, man. He get a Hadouken for at least.
No, he can't get no Dukins for that.
Hey, how do I take this down?
Let's let Jose respond because he waited patiently.
No. Hey, A1, I just want to figure out, how do I take this down so it don't show, so they can go? How do I take this down?
Go to stop share screen at the top of your screen.
Oh, I see it.
Okay,
okay, I'm done. I'm gonna mute out.
I hope that he's aware that he showed two different images and two different papyri. Right? He doesn't realize that the first one he showed is not the same one that he just showed. It's two different papyri to begin with.
So can I ask for clarification? Can I clarify that real quick with you, Jose? So the one with Geb, where it looked like Geb was upside down with his phallus in his mouth, that's the one that doesn't go with the actual erotic shroud?
That's not the torn erotic papyri. The one that he showed is a fragmented shroud. That's what he just showed, and that is the torn erotic.
You show it. You clear it up for
me. I don't have to clear it up.
Tell him the other one I showed
actually not Jose. Hold on, everybody. It's actually not Jose, and I'm on your side, and I want you to be right, but nobody knows. Nobody knows until somebody shows it. Oh, Asara's here. We got Asara up here. He can share his
We know, but if you don't know, my brother Jose is just stepped to the side so I can get to the finish.
He's showing the same thing because he did not.
I'm not arguing. I'm showing you to show the distinction for the people who are at home. They just hear you, but they don't know until they know.
Step to the side so I can get to the finish.
No. My only question is, Listen,
we don't need a long time. We know exactly what it is.
Omar, no, Omar, you gotta wait till
See, hold
everybody
on,
done.
want you to go because he knows you're careful right now. He's about to get that back.
Omar, I just muted you, Omar. You gotta wait till everybody done. I made everybody wait till you was finished.
I just muted myself. Salaki, my bad. I'm gonna mute myself out. My bad. I won't hop back in.
I won't hop back in. Let it happen, right? Let it happen. So we gonna cover the whole gamut. Number one, the papyrus he pulls up is showing Geb and Newt above, and a Sar is going over the top of him. And it mentions this in the text. It's on my channel, the Heck in the Chair channel, where we break this papyrus down. Gab tells you, I spit. Don't put nothing in its mouth. Says I spit and I create people. So when he says he spits on it, he's saying he spits on it and then he impregnates new.
Hey, Athar, can you show that in the
brother?
text?
Don't hop in while I'm talking. All right, sit
I'm
back.
hopping in. Can you
brother,
show
don't
it in
hop
the
in
text?
while I'm talking. You hopping in now.
I'm just
brother, you hopping in now. Hey, mute him out, A1. Mute him out, A1. I can't show it. I'm in the shop. Mute him out, A1. Cut me off while I'm talking.
Hey, can you show us?
Don't use double talk. A1, cut him out.
Let's let everybody cook. It's 6 in the morning. Hold on, I ain't had to work all night. Now I got to work at 5:30 in the morning.
Now I got it.
Now I got to come off
had a
from
whole
you to do all
hour
this.
to
And I had a
explain.
smooth ass night. Don't do me like this at 6 a.m.
Yeah, he done had hours to explain. Now he want to try to hop in while I'm talking. So if you pull up the papyrus, I'll read it for you. It's not a big brother. Quit talking while I'm talking. Look.
What?
Or what? You want to get in the ring or something? We can set up a cage, man. I can come right to your city. We can get it in. How you want it?
Get it in. But why
Let's
don't you
get it in.
source up
What city you in?
so we can?
I'm a promoter in your town.
Man, don't do this. I'm trying to learn something, man. Everybody got a chance.
So I see you. That's what. Now, all right. So, like I was saying, when it comes to the first papyrus, just now they kind of flustered a little bit. And I just left Ohio. And from Dayton, and Aaron Pryor was my old coach. We could get it in. Cousins all in Cleveland, Dayton family, B-Box Clyde, Westmore, Southmore, all that. Now, when it comes to that first papyrus, Gab is telling you, I spit. And when he spits, he's talking about creation. When he's talking about the creation, Nuke is right over next to him, and they talk about the sexual act that him and Nuke have. Gab and Nuke create people, and that's how the world is populated. So that's part of a creation story. So he's not putting any phallus in his mouth. He says he taps, he spits. So number one, you're wrong because you can't read. So it's. I think your man was on here bragging about his Hebrew powers, but he wouldn't read for us. But when it comes to the metal lecture, we read that. So we see he's fat. He didn't suck anything. Number two, the other papyrus where it's got positions of men and women getting busy, they call it the Kama Sutra papyrus because they're showing you that men get busy with the women in ancient Kemet. So you shouldn't be mad that a man got a girl and he's showing you how to get busy. You got Benjamites running all through Israel getting busy with guys, breaking down doors, pressing their butt too hard, breaking down doors to get inside of them. That's your Lot story. That's your Sodom and Gomorrah story, and that's the man and his concubine story. So you prefer to have tough sissies because they beat y'all up 3 times in the Bible when you try to pursue the Benjamites, who are Israelite faction, by the way, and you ain't do nothing about it, but you mad because we blazing honeys and putting it on a papyrus. It makes absolutely no sense. And then the last part, since I got off of here, nobody was brave enough to say anything at that time about Moses. They like, oh, his Hebrew brother, his Hebrew. Well, no, duh. The Midianites spoke Hebrew too. The Amorites spoke Hebrew too. The Canaanites spoke Hebrew too. You know why? Because Hebrew is a slash part of Canaanite languages. It's one of the lower languages. In fact, it's the last of the Canaanite languages to be made, silly. So you still didn't prove Moses was an Israelite. and Moses is still a Canaanite as
So
far
they
as we
come
know,
get you.
but he married a Cushite woman.
But
So you
Moses
still
is
ain't proved
speaking
that. Go ahead, the
Metanetta.
floor is
If
yours
it's
now.
correct, then like
Moses would have
at
been
12.
speaking Metanetta.
I'll leave
So
about
with
12:15.
the first generation of Israelites,
You think
well,
they
that's
get
I think that's like the third
something they
generation.
scared?
They would have all been speaking Egyptian, some type of common Egyptian language, whichever was the lingua franca.
I'm sorry, babe. I
I
hope
just
that's
wanted
not
to
gonna
point
happen.
that out. They wouldn't be speaking their
No.
native.
It's Omar. It's Omar. You know what? Asar? That was pretty. Hold on. What's that word that they use? It was what you just said. It was demure. It was demure. It was demure. It was demure. But the question you won't ask. If you stand behind Kemet, I guarantee you ain't gonna put that crap in your home. You're not gonna hang that.
Omar, you were wrong.
Well, you got to understand that was
Here's
graffiti on the
actually
wall.
what that picture
Yeah,
that you were showing.
nobody
This is
hangs
where
that
the
in the
picture
wall.
is
It's a
from.
papyrus. It's rolled up. It's for
I'll
it's
wait.
for its dough.
I'll play cleanup, and I'll correct the record on everything. Go ahead.
Hold on.
Y'all let me know when y'all
Hold
finish.
on. I want to address what A1. Hold on. Asar. I'm gonna let you go, brother. I want to address what A1 said. Because, like I said, I stand on integrity. Now, is this a papyrus that was drawn by the Egyptians? Yes. Now, was I wrong? While y'all was talking, I looked it up, and you know what? I was wrong, but it still doesn't take the fact. This is Geb in this picture. This is Geb in the ancient Kemetic people drew this picture.
If you actually look at your
Man,
screen, look at your TV. Look at your TV, bro. Just look at your TV. You don't gotta get mad at me, bro.
But that's but actually that's during the Ptolemaic time. So that's the Greeks actually make that papyrus. But even if you blame it on Egypt because that's where it's found, this is not part of the religious text. This is cast telling their story how they want to tell it.
Oh, so that's not Geb?
No, it's not Geb. And it's not even from the chart. Hold up, man.
Hold on, GDN
let me talk.
Hold on,
man. Let me
GDN
talk.
Capone.
It's my turn now. It's my turn now. The shit ain't from the damn whatever he said it was. And I'm only upset because niggas keep trying to talk over me. For what?
So is it
y'all been talking over each other. Y'all shouldn't have been doing.
Is it from the Ptolemaic?
I'm gonna tell you all of that. You don't have to ask me no questions.
I'll mute. My bad, A1. I'll mute.
Yeah, that's around the Ptolemaic era right there, that particular picture. And when you go right next to Geb, behind, well, in front of him, because you read it from right to left, that particular papyrus, it's gonna blow it up. I'll read it for you right now.
Yeah, I'm about to actually show y'all where it's from, what it's about, and all of that. Fuck the speculation. I don't do the speculation. I'll let y'all speculate for 45 goddamn minutes straight. Now it's my time.
Let's go.
And it's not even like I'm defending this or nothing. I just want the accurate information out. Like I should have been able to jump in and just, hey, like this was wrong. But everybody want to jump on me and shit. I don't got no dogs in the fight because I don't care about none of this stuff like that. I'm agnostic. I don't subscribe to nan one of them. To your stuff, to they stuff. Once they start talking about the afterlife and other stuff we couldn't prove, I had to sit it down. You're right, Omar. This is from the Book of the Dead and this source right here is the World History Encyclopedia. Y'all need to, well, we got Omar to learn how to share screen. Next, we're going to get him to vet sources a little bit better. And actually, but step one step at a time. I'm not coming down on you either. I'm only coming down on you because when I was trying to come correct the shit, you wouldn't let me. The Book of the Dead, I don't even know how to pronounce that my bad. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I broke it down before. You all good? Keep going.
Can you do it for me? Actually, I don't know this stuff, but I know how to find the source. I know how to find when shit is bullshit, and what he was showing was bullshit. I only knew because I looked it up to try to prove it. Like, let me make sure this is right.
Yeah, but we read it. So yeah,
go ahead, do your thing, and I should be learning from you. I'm not in no position to really teach this.
Nah, you good? Go ahead.
I just saw that what he showed wasn't from the Shroud of Turin or whatever that he was showing. So that's why I brought this up. Like, let me figure out where it's really from, because I saw that he was wrong in real time. Like, I didn't know about none of this before today.
I was wrong. Hey.
I know you was wrong. That's why when I started talking, I just knew you wanted to clean up, but that's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so hold on. Can I go right quick, A1?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So this is what I did, because you know what? I stand on integrity. And the thing is, I'm one of those brothers. You know what? I stand corrected. I was wrong. This drawing was during the Ptolemaic era. I was wrong, but this is also what I did, because this is what we do. We pull back up. So what I did is I went to
Ptolemaic. It's actually before the Ptolemies.
So
it's right around that time, though. You could say Persian and Ptolemy either.
Okay, so hold on, because I'm looking at some other sources that said that even during the Ptolemaic, the Ptolemaic era, era, in pre-Ptolemaic era, that there was still priests with a bloodline strictly from their ancestors of the first and second dynasty. But this is what you got to do. You always got to have a second source. So this is what we did. We just went to the first kingdom. Let's go to the first kingdom.
Wait. Before you go into your second source, can I actually explain what this really is? Because you didn't do that at all. You explained the shroud of. You explained some shroud that wasn't even this.
Actually, I was semi-wrong.
Before you go into that, let's let people actually see what this really is.
I'll meet out.
You're still about to leave them lost and confused. And you
got First Kingdom.
You gave 20 minutes about how this is diabolical, how these people were psychopaths. Like this, I don't know. Okay, but let's get into it. The Book of the Dead from Hensaway, or however you pronounce it. The winged serpent god Nebuku is depicted. Yeah, on the left. In the center of the papyrus is Osiris. So this is actually Osiris, who you're calling Geb.
Asar is above. Geb is at the bottom. Nut is on the far right up top. And that's Geb again at the bottom. You're basically getting a rendition of Geb. The Greeks give the story of Geb doing something rude to Nut, his wife. You see Shu in the back. You see that red over there? That's supposed to be Shu coming out of a war, I think with the pep, if I remember correctly. And he's kind of bloody at the end of the war, all this other stuff. But it talks about the boat of a star, of a star right above a star. He's basically coming in and ushering in to take over. He's basically like the new soul of the earth. And Geb is spitting to create. He's talking about his children. And it mentions Aset in the middle of the text underneath Nut, which is on the far right. So he never mentions the female on the far right. Geb is underneath her right there on the far right. Now he's rolling out spitting, and you see a star over the top of him because that's his gate. You see the stars in his body basically coming to earth. He's creating children with his wife, Nut, who's on the right. That's why you see them above and below each other. She's riding, if you will, respectively. And then he spits on it. Just like if you in the hood and you ain't got no lubricant, you gonna spit on it. You know what it is. So yeah, that's what you're watching essentially. Not no homoerotic type situation, but you'll be mad at this and pictures of Kama Sutra where you showing how to get busy with a girl, but you ain't mad at Benjamites bodying each other.
Right.
So you're backwards right here. I don't get it, but go ahead. Take it down, A1.
Hold on. It's still my turn. Hey, A1. Read what you just read again. Read it again, A1.
You on the British Museum?
Right.
Yeah, I'm on the British Museum.
I'm actually
on.
Right before Asar said something, Well, you said something first, and then Asar piggyback. I want you to say what you said first, because this is how we pay attention. Go ahead, and then hold on, because I have multiple sources. But go ahead,
bro. You need to go through your sources first before you present them.
Right.
We just talked
Go ahead,
about to share
A1.
your
It's
screen
cool.
tonight,
It's
but it's
cool.
cool.
It's
'Cause I
cool.
made everybody shut the hell up who knew what they was talking about for 20 minutes to let you be wrong. You see what I'm saying? I made them mute the hell out so you could be wrong for 20 minutes. But that's the type of floor I give people. Because when you put your own foot in your mouth, like there's nothing better than letting people talk themselves into a hole. But sometimes I'm trying to teach Jose to let people do that and a few other people. Sit back. Like, don't be in such a rush to jump on people and correct them. Let them dig deeper. And then play
Read it,
cleanup and
A1.
make them
Read
sit
it.
quiet the
Read it,
same way
brother.
they made you sit.
I understand. I
But
understand.
I'm gonna get into
I
this.
stood corrected. Read it.
Right before I stopped talking, I think I just said, in the center of the papyrus is Osiris, who lies beneath the personification of the night sky. That's all I said.
No. You said something else.
Well, tell me what it was. I don't remember.
You mentioned a certain period, and I know for a fact what you said was pre.
That was Cosmon. He said it was before the Ptolemaic period, and
but no, some
and then
one of y'all
Asar
said,
and Candace. He said something like that. That wasn't me. I didn't say that.
hold on.
I don't even know nothing about that. I'm not that dope.
Go ahead. Hey, hold on. Asar. Go ahead and cook, but I don't want you to take too long because I just wanted clarification so I can cook and pass it back over. I'm letting you cook because I want clarity. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, so it's talking about the amplified when you get right behind Newt's rear. So it's a text like MDY information. It's telling what's going on. If you go right behind Gab as he's rolled up in the pole there, circular because he's the Earth. That's why he's basically bent like that. They're telling you that they know the Earth is round. There's other pictures they call a star, the Great Round. So that's why he's circular or kind of bent in that fashion. It's fitting. When you go behind, you can see the text. That's why I said if you blow that picture up, we can read it real time right now. But I'm in the truck, as you can see. The brother is driving right now, right? So I'm on my way to Philadelphia. If you get some pictures, we can go over some of the text in there, and then I can break it down. We can do that later once I land. But I'm in the truck, so I don't want to get in trouble.
I do want to respond to. No,
I had a quick question for Asar.
Any questions before I go?
Real quick, Asar. What you just said was that Ptolemaic area or pre-Ptolemaic era? Era.
I believe that's Ptolemaic era, and if it's not, then it's the Persian era. So either way, it's not the dynastic era. Darius and company have already taken over. It's already been a war, and it's well. And so you'll get another story, right?
No, Asar. I asked that question really quick because I want to be quick.
No, but I already answered. That's why I'm just giving you more context.
So I have another question. So let's go to First Kingdom. So let's go to men. So dealing with First Kingdom and men, was that not directly Kemetic people?
They say that this story is in the First Kingdom on that source you have.
Were they Kemetic? No. I know for a fact they're definitely not Ptolemaic because we talking about 1,000 years before.
Bro,
we talking about. Hold on. We talking about. That's why I brought up First Dynasty, and I know that's hard to answer that question.
My challenge would be
talking about men, First Dynasty. Was that all not Kemetic influenced?
No. So watch. Like I said, well, listen to what I'm saying. your source says First Dynasty. The only thing you're gonna find in the First Dynasty is the story of Geb and Shu breaking them apart. Find that in the book that I
the story of who? Hold on, the story of
Let me
who?
finish because I gotta go.
Geb and Shu breaking them apart. Did you not hear him, or you just want him to repeat it?
No, I can't.
Man.
I can't hear him. I got the other thing going in the background. Hey, one my bad.
Sorry. I'm thinking you just being disruptive to him. My
Yeah,
bad.
because I'm in charge. So I'm gonna shout. I've been shouting so you can hear me. So when it comes to make sure, of course, okay, yeah, 470 East. So when it comes to this story, the dynasty in the First Dynasty only had the Geb, Nuke, and Shu story. This extra stuff, you don't see it. So if you're saying that this story is in the First Dynasty, I would challenge you to find the papyrus that shows it in this fashion. And then last, what you're viewing is the Greek version of things taking place, or the Persian version of things taking place. So you'll start to find things like the Seven Scorpions story, where they disrespect Asten at the end and call her as the B word of a mother to Heru. And then you find the Dog Star, Sirius is what they named it, instead of calling it what it always was, which was Sepdot. And so Sepdot goes from being a version of our Set, and when the Greeks come in, she becomes a constellation of a dog, because you know the B word is a female dog. And so this is the thinking. They also have the story. Like, dig this up. We ready for that too? Heru, when the Greeks get a hold of it, Heru raped his mother. He raped his mother, and this is the elder Heru, who is blind, and all of a sudden he can't see, and he rapes his mother. And all of this comes in the fashion of turning the ancient Egyptian Heru into the Titans. So you see in the Greek version, the Neteru are the Titans from Greece. Sar becomes Dionysus, etc., etc. So it's basically, you're watching the disrespect start to take place of the ancient Egyptian Neteru by the other cultures that had loved it.
What was the name? Okay, I get it. What was the name of the king / pharaoh who bought the different regions of my bad, because I gotta use y'all term. Who was the ancient king or pharaoh who bought the different areas, northern, middle, southern, of Ta? What is it? Ta? Where we? Correct me. Ta? No. Ta. Man, you know what I'm talking about, Asor. Ta? Where we? Or thank you. So.
Yeah, Norma.
Yeah, Norma. Okay, Norma. Now, once he brought them together, what was the name of that period? What was the name of that period? The what dynastic period?
That's called
the what dynastic period?
Yeah, that's called the first.
No. Say it again. No. Say it again.
So Norma is during the first dynasty. And before Narmer, you have double zero dynasty. And then before him, you have
do me a favor.
and Naphtaliah.
I know, Asar. I know that. I'm asking you specific questions to land my plane. That way I'm quick, and that way you can get to the road. Yeah, I know. And make sure you get on the road, don't look down at the phone too much. They may shake your seat. That's that Netradine. I know you know what I'm talking about.
Your interpretation of this depiction, and you not letting me speak now.
Okay, I got it. Asar, let's go quick. Hold on. Let's go quick. Asar. Who was men?
Yeah.
Who's men?
Who's what?
Who's men? Men.
Say it for him, A1.
Men. My bad. M-I-N. Men.
Oh, who's men?
Not M-E-N. But
yeah, men is the version of Heru. So there's and I'll just help you out because I know where you're going. We have what's called the Men's Festival. And
Is he not from? Is he not from? Is man not from?
Brother, let me tell you.
Hold on. Is man not from the era when Narma?
Bro, I can tell. Hold on, man. I can tell you've been in the toughest environment to be in for way too long, Omar, because you making everybody fight to have to get the responses. Hold on, no, bro. I'm about to drop you down for a second. Now I'm getting pissed off. This is supposed to be a place of leisure. This ain't the toughest environment to be in. Nobody should have to fight to get their goddamn sentences out. Now let this man talk and quit talking over him. Take that shit back to the toughest environment. I don't want it to be that. It ain't the toughest because of the scholarship. It's the toughest because of the decorum is shitty. Get your shit together. 6 in a goddamn morning and I'm yelling because y'all don't want to respect each other. Let this man talk. He said he got to go and you over talking him. You asked him a question, he got 2 sentence words out. And no. Let the nigga talk, man.
So he's going to refer to what we call the Men's Festival. In ancient Africa, we always want people to be virile. We want more children, right? You got robust children everywhere because the more children you make, the more long-lasting the community will be. So during the Men's Festival, it's encouraged to have sex. We want you to go out and multiply. This is the best time to do it.
Sound like the Mormon.
This is one of the better moments in life to get it done. And the Men's Festival pushes that. So when you see men, they call him Ithis Phallus. He's basically holding his phallus. He's ready to get busy. He's virile. And one of the great things about being African is that we're virile. We love making love. There's nothing wrong with making love. So that's why I say it made no sense why you would attack the so-called Kama Sutra papyrus. It's showing men and women getting busy. That's what you want them to do. That's how you reproduce. That's how you make children. And it's also how we see the universe. You notice everything in our universe has a family. It's not 3 men together reproducing. It's women involved. Y'all got mad because we showed Asherah reproducing with Yah, reproducing with El. This is because we know it was taken from ancient Kemet ideas. We create a family situation, and we don't want the children to ever think any different. So yeah, men holds his phallus. Men is ready to get busy, and when he see a pretty girl, that's what he better do. That's what you should do. This is stop some of this bent stuff going around that y'all upset about. No disrespect to the LGBTQ community. I just move in a different fashion. We want different for our children. That's all. I gotta go. Imhotep. Don't get your Moses work up if y'all about to get that Moses work.
I was just gonna say, is that
I'll wait.
the British
Capone. I'll wait.
No sweat. The British Museum, they got a explanation from the curator.
Can you send me the link so I can share it on the screen? So we can all learn together.
British Museum.
So we can all come to the same understanding, or at least see the same thing. We might not all understand it the same. My whole thing is if this was Gab, the earth fertilizes itself in real life. So if this was supposed to be a personification of Geb, why would that be obscene or absurd or diabolical or psychopathic?
Can I talk, A1?
You can respond to that.
Thank you, brother. This is the reason it would be obscene, psychopathic, and absolutely delusional. Listen. And I know people they're gonna disagree with me. So let's say if I was, hold on. Let's just be generic. If they said, Omar, draw a picture of how these things was created, what I would do, I would draw boom, 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 boom. I'm not finna draw a man in a contorted position with his phallus in his mouth, swallowing semen.
You don't see none of that, but that's what your imagination. Go ahead, though. Go ahead.
To illustrate fertility. So that's one. That's one. Number two, the reason why I brought up men and I asked them, you know what? I don't even want to bring that up because Asar's not here to defend this point. You know, I'm gonna save that because I have like 4 sources up, but out of respect to the brother Asar, I don't want to mention it because he wouldn't be here to defend himself, and I don't think that's that has nothing. That's not me standing. That's not me standing.
He may still
That's
be
not me
listening.
standing on integrity.
He's still listening.
I'll
It's not
save
about
it.
him to- Whatever.
Okay, quick. Okay.
Forget
Okay,
the rest
quick.
of us who want to have the conversation. Okay.
Okay, quick. The reason why
we were here, we were having this conversation before Asar even hit the panel. What are you?
Facts. But I think a man should have, even if somebody disagree with me, a man should have his words to retort or respond to what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying is something about integrity, and that's just about me. So, but just to put it in layman's and keep it simple, the reason why I brought up men, M-I-N, and I brought up who was the king / pharaoh who united the different points of Egypt to unite them, because I knew what the answer was. It was the first dynastic period. So the reason why I brought up men is because during this first time dynastic period, there was no Greek influence, there was no Persian influence. This was solely Kemetic stock influence. And the reason I brought up men, because I knew he was going to bring up the festival. If you hold on, I don't think they probably. If you dive into the festival, he said, yeah. So Asar was correct. Yeah, it's a fertility festival. So yeah, you supposed to get busy with your woman, but you know how they prepare the phallus to get hard. It's another man in your village tying your penis up. You don't do it. And I'm not saying he's playing with it or nothing like that. I get the meaning. This is another man tying another man's penis up to get it solid erect. So he can go in there with his wife and get busy.
Okay.
Hold on. We got this. We got this. We got look. Respectfully, I was 3 steps ahead, and I'm a mute out.
Okay. Yeah, I put it in the chat GPT and said, why does this man have his phallus in his mouth? And then I asked it to cite the sources along the way, as I always do, because I don't care what chat GPT says. I'm trying to see what scholarship is talking about. There are a few different. Well, it's funny because it was the same thing that I thought myself, just knowing the basic concepts of the certain entities. So when I already knew Geb is the earth, and I see Geb with his, you keep saying spitting seed. I'm like, okay, well, the earth does fertilize itself.
Exactly.
And then when I ask ChatGPT for an explanation, it gives me the same explanation. The figure under Nut is the earth god Geb, and what you're noticing is a common feature of ancient Egyptian style and symbolism. But before I even go into this, the fact that you find this so obscene, but you don't find any of the homoerotic stuff in the Bible weird, you didn't care about the King James stuff, you don't care about all the pictures of John or who's all in Jesus's lap all the time. Who's the little boy that he got with his head in his lap all the time? A bunch of weird stuff. And I won't even call it weird because I feel like I'm going to be doing the same disservice to it that you're doing to the Egyptian stuff. I'll say some stuff can appear to be weird, but at the end of the day, we putting our own interpretations on it. And it makes me go back to a discussion I had with Leandre McBride. He actually schooled me on the Matthew Jonathan thing. He had me reading up a bunch of stuff for like 2 weeks only to find out that I was putting my own interpretation from what we understand today on it.
And that's not what they meant by it at the time. Somebody just popped up, so let me get off this screen and let you up on the stage. Shout out GDN Capone, he's back. Okay, now let me go. It's still. Go ahead. You can jump. Hold on. I'm gonna let Jose go. No. I'm not finished. I'm gonna let Jose. I'm tagging Jose in to give a statement though, and then I'm gonna finish. I don't want you to.
And then can I finish after you?
After I
finish
go,
after
you
you,
definitely
A1?
go because I'm responding to a lot that you said.
Cool. You are. I respect that.
Shalaki.
Now, A1. We're all aware that there's writing on these depictions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a word for sperm, which does not appear on any of these drawings. There's no word for sperm or semen. When you read, you know what the word looks like, and it appears nowhere on these drawings. So you have to learn a little bit about the language to know what you're looking at. It doesn't say sperm, semen, none of that on there. They had a word for that. And Min is a super black fertility deity. So what do you expect him to look like? What would you expect a fertility deity to look like? You're putting all of this extra on it when there's nothing in the text to say what you said. It don't say nothing about sperm in the mouth. There's the sperm nowhere on none of those depictions.
You know, wait a minute.
It doesn't say it nowhere on there.
Nowhere?
None of those depictions that he showed has the word sperm on it. No.
Okay.
Yeah,
I know what it looks like, and it's not on there.
It's eisegesis is what it is when you put your own interpretation into the text. Exegesis is to pull the interpretation out. Eisegesis, it's the same thing that I got caught up doing it with Christianity too. When I was coming at Christianity hard, and shout out Leandre McBride because he schooled me on that. One of my favorite Christians, you know what I'm saying? He took me up top on that one, on that subject. Luckily, it wasn't on the clock or for a real debate. He just sent me on my own mission to see if he was right. And I'm not no disingenuous person. I actually found a paper from some gay dude who was breaking it down, and it took a gay dude to explain it to me. I found some peer review paper from some homosexual who was writing about it, and he was like, "No, this is not what's going on," and like, I don't know, but Leandre was right on that, and I feel like you're doing the same thing here. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and read this, and then I'm gonna let you respond, Omar. In this image, Geb is drawn in a tightly folded or crouched posture beneath nut. Because Egyptian artists use stylized side profile anatomy, his bent legs and torso can make it look like his phallus is reaching toward his mouth. Here are the main scholarly interpretations. Ancient Egyptian figures were not drawn realistically. Bodies were often twisted in symbolic poses shown in composite profile and exaggerated to fit religious meaning rather than anatomy. So what looks strange to modern eyes may simply be artistic convention. Egyptian artists routinely combine profile heads, frontal torsos, side view limbs. Okay, that's not the part I really cared about. This was the part that jumped out to me immediately just with my basic knowledge of Kemet and who Geb is. So I'm like, okay, that's Geb for putting the seed back into itself. I'm like, that's what the earth does every day. So, I mean, you had a bunch of jokes called it diabolical and psychopathic, but it was an actual depiction of the cycles that we see represented in nature, which is what do you call the Egyptian gods are netchers. They weren't even gods. It's funny. I despise when people call the Egyptian netchers gods. It's like calling Old Man Winter a god. We don't call Old Man Winter a god. We don't even trip about that personification. We can understand that personification, but it's like you can't understand any of the Egyptian how they did it. But it's literally the same thing. They even personify the zodiacs the same way. But we can understand that. But when it comes to Egypt, like nobody gets it for some weird reason, and that's I think that's disingenuous as well.
Hold on, A1.
I'm not finished. When I finish, y'all can all go.
Go ahead.
Fertility and creation symbolism. This is number 2. Geb was a fertility and earth god, and no emphasis on that word god. So, as a matter of fact, let me reread that. Geb was a fertility and earth nature. I'm gonna say that because God is. They didn't use that, and they didn't have that. That's not how they were depicting it. That's a European interpretation of the study of what they were doing. Like, that's not how it went. But I'll digress. That's a whole nother topic. Egyptian religion often links sexuality, creation, rebirth, and cosmic renewal. Nut and Geb together symbolize the production of life and the continual rebirth of the cosmos. Their separation created the world itself. That's fire. That's from the World History Encyclopedia, literally where we were just at looking at this picture. Egyptian religious art was much less prudish than later Western traditions. Male sexuality could symbolize generative power, creation, resurrection, and divine vitality. This is all from the world history. You know, I gotta have the sources along the way. Always tell Chat GPT to cite the sources along the way. That's something I don't see none of y'all niggas doing when y'all be looking up something. And I think that's very suspect as well. Because you might as well just be reading the AI overview, and it could be some shit from Reddit, but you wouldn't know because you didn't tell it to cite the sources along the way. So never go into AI and tell it not to say what.
Say the Reddit was the source.
Hold on, GDN Capone.
Hold on. I just want to say this. About the Reddit thing because I read an article on Reddit, a discussion thread on Reddit earlier today. Not on this, not when I was on here, but it was actually coming from academics that was on Reddit that was going back and forth. So,
yes. And again, that's not peer reviewed anything. Again, my source is the worldhistory.org. I know the sources he had was from Reddit, and it could have been scholars, but I have yet to verify and go through their profiles and see who they really are. We don't know. He didn't even click that to see. He just said Reddit.
I respond.
I'm not. He jumped in, and I was trying not to be an asshole.
I didn't know. I didn't know. Go ahead.
But if it seemed relevant at the time, it didn't seem like he was trying to deter me from getting my point out. Again, can you see where the source is from? Worldhistory.org. We were just there. I was just on the worldhistory.org when I found out what this actually was and found out that Omar was actually incorrect about where he was saying it was from. But again, that's why you have to tell this thing to cite sources. And it's cool because we all have to learn. You know, I had to learn how to do this the right way too. And there was a time I didn't know. So I'm not going to come down on anybody. But I hope everybody's paying attention and taking the tools and resources that I'm giving you in the little game and use it to your advantage. And if you can take it to the next level, show me. You know what I'm saying? But let's continue reading. Number 3, possible self-generating symbolism. Some Egyptologists interpret unusual sexual imagery in cosmological art as references to self-creation or cyclical regeneration. Egyptian gods were sometimes shown generating life from themselves. The universe itself was believed to renew cyclically. UCLA Encyclopedia of Egyptology. However, there is no scholarly interpretation claiming this specific image is explicitly depicting oral sex. Let me read that again. However, there is no major scholarly interpretation. None? Not one? No? There's no major scholarly interpretation claiming this? Only Omar and a bunch of people who hate Kemet. But I'll continue. Most experts identify it primarily as nut arching over Geb, illustrating the separation of sky and earth with a cosmic rebirth scene. Why the posture looks unusual. Geb's knees are bent upward while he reclines beneath Nut. The outline of his torso, thigh, and genital area compressed visually in the scene, especially because Egyptian artists avoided perspective and depth. That creates an optical effect that can appear anatomically, my bad, impossible for intentionally provocative to modern viewers. So the image is primarily about cosmology creation, the sky-earth relationship, and rebirth, rather than depicting a literal sexual act, which I guess it would be him performing fellatio on himself. Is he on his Marilyn Manson? Did he get 2 ribs taken out? How? But again, it says no, there is no scholarly source that says it's a sexual act. No scholarly source. But I digress. And you guys have the floor now. I'm finished.
But that's an overstatement, right? To say that there's no.
We'll find one and then.
Like you, but I just told you in the British Museum, it says that it appears it says that it's auto fellatio. And I'm not saying I understand that what it is. It's showing the cosmology and the cycle of the earth. But I'm just telling you what the curators put in their notes on the British Museum website.
Let me say something. You do know that museums say things that are not
Hold
correct,
on.
right?
Yeah. But I'm not.
Hold
I'm not.
on. A1 said I can respond after that.
Let me
I'm
put
gonna
the
be
link.
quick. I'm gonna be quick. I'm gonna be quick, and I'm gonna mute back
Because
out.
most of my thing was geared towards him for real.
Was geared towards Omar. So
Yeah, it was
let
geared
me
towards Omar.
respond.
So we're gonna let
But
him go.
before
Sorry,
I forget my thought, thank you, A1. So real quick,
Jose's
I want to.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna
Salaki.
go after Jose.
Con. Yeah, and then I'll fall back in order. So the first thing I want to address, A1, you did make a couple of mistakes. Let's point them out. First mistake you made, I kept saying God. We can rewind the video. I specifically said netters. I did say that.
Yeah, I wasn't accusing you of that. I was pointing out how a lot of people
Okay.
like call them gods, and they got the whole concept.
I don't say that. I don't say
Okay,
that.
yeah.
I say netters.
My apologies.
Okay. So I'm not going to even elaborate more on that. So I even be more faster and quicker. So here's the thing here. We can still rewind it. I never said that the pictures that was drawn was homosexual. I never said that. I specifically said I know what the pictures mean. I know that they mean fertility. I know that. My thing is, what sick bastard would draw that to paint a picture? I could paint a picture better than that. I could just draw in a circle, show a man and a woman walking, or something else. I'm not finna draw somebody contorted. And here's my other point of contention. Did Omar draw those pictures? No. They draw. Look, man, we got to stand on integrity and just be honest. We got to stand on integrity and just be honest at some point.
Can I go next?
We do. No.
Next.
I think Jose had next, and then I'm gonna wait for it to do a 360, and I'm gonna mute out the whole time. So here's my thing here, man. We got to stop playing these games, man. The damn picture is the picture, man. The goddamn picture is the picture. I don't care what it means. I don't care if it had a symbolic a point of view or a reason or a brain. I don't care. Anybody that got a brain, the Kemetic people were so smart. They could have articulated their way better than that, than drawing some garbage like that. That's my only point of contention. Once again, I'm almost done. I never said it was. I never said that it symbolized homosexuality. I know what it symbolizes.
Okay.
Fertility. I knew that. That's not my point of contention. My point of contention is if you so-call yourself educated, smart, well diverse. Oh, Kemet was the first in this. They were the first scholars. They was this and this and that. They could have drawn, my thing, they could have drawn something better to articulate their point than that garbage y'all looking at. I'm done. Body bag again. Let's cook. I'm out. I'm gonna mute out.
It's on Jose next.
Now, Omar, you are aware it's not a coloring book. It had words on it. So they articulated what the picture was supposed to represent. When you can't read the language, you cannot make the argument that you're making. It doesn't say what you said. That's why I'm glad our ancestors had writing. You can't input what you wanted to say because it says something on it already. And if you can't read it, maybe you should study to try to learn to read what it says instead of getting here for 20 minutes and arguing something. If you read Kemetic text, you will understand what Kemet contributed. Some of the world's first written complete books were from chemists. The first mention of the human brain was in a Kemetic text. But when you don't read and you're only reading commentary, then you make these kind of statements. And then you get mad when people tell you that you're wrong. You can't come on here doing that, Omar. Know what you're putting up and know what you're saying. Because when people attack the information, you can't get mad. Because you made several mistakes in what you just said. And we're trying to tell you, stop doing that. We want you to be able to make a better point. You have to get on here and scream for 20 minutes and still be wrong. Pull up some primary sources with some translations. So this way, people can attack a primary source and tell you if you're right or wrong. What you're doing is not helping your case. It's making you, it's not helping you. That's what I'm going to tell you.
Jose Francis.
They told me the same thing. They told me the same thing all the time.
Jose Francis. I just got a quick question, and it has nothing to do with what you said. Because you said my name, can I address what you're saying, or do I have to wait to the whole 360 rotation?
I was talking to you, so you can address exactly what I said because I was speaking to you specifically.
Okay, so finish. I'm a mute out. Finish.
No, I'm done. You go ahead and
respond. So I can. You done? You done?
Yeah, go ahead. Respond.
Drop a bomb for Jose because Jose was cooking. Yeah. And even though you cutting in front of Cosmo,
I'll wait. No.
You should ask him.
No. The only reason because Jose Francis said my name, but if Cosmo want to go, I don't mind waiting. But I did want to respond to Jose Francis. But if Cosmo want to go, I'll fall back.
Saying, hey, listen, you dig what I'm talking about? I really consider myself a scholar, right? What I've noticed is everybody been talking, ain't nobody sourced up.
Except for me. I was the only one who went and got a source.
Yeah, and me. And so I feel you. You dig what I'm saying? But the thing is, that's why I was asking the brother Asar, listen, while you saying what you saying, why don't you show us the text? You know what I mean? So because it's not, let's be real about it. Even though Omar was dead wrong about the picture, what it meant and everything and all that, right? And he misunderstood that it's pictographic and logographic, right? So it portrays a whole ideal, right? That comes with just the picture. You don't have to say anything, right? But the words do come with it, and it's more about fertility and regeneration and things like that, right? But to be fair, also, there is root primary sources. You dig what I'm talking about? For self-copulation, you dig what I'm talking about? Self-fellatio in the text, right? So even though he was wrong and they were trying to duck it on one end, it's still a Hadouken on the other end because your elder god, nature, they wrote it down. These ancients, right? Y'all revere so much, wrote it down and told it this way. We can't. And then they not only personifying, they're deifying this, you know, since they saying it's just a piece of nature or like the wind or you know, water or something, or, you know, they not only personifying it, then they deify it. So the word God with nature does actually fit, right? Especially in the English language. That fits. But real quick, you dig what I'm talking about? Just to show you, share my screen real quick, right? That this stuff is out here. It is known, right? Let me share this with y'all real quick, right? What the brother is saying, he dead wrong about everything about it, but the act being done was done, and it is written about and shared from the ancients themselves, right? because regardless to what people feel today, the ancients deified, right? The primordial waters, or the moon, or night, or the sky. They deified all that. They prayed to it, offered up stuff, right? Let me blow this up just a little bit more. Maybe y'all can't see it. It look a little light to me, but I'll put up one more. This is a hymn to Atum. You dig what I'm talking about? And Old Testament parallels, right? This is Old Testament parallels, laws and stories from the ancient Near East, fully revised, expanded 3rd edition by Victor Matthews and Don C. Benjamin, right? This is the hymn to Atum. It was recovered by British archaeologists in 1865 and is preserved today at the British Museum in London. Papyrus Bremer Rind BM 10188. The hymn is written in hieroglyphics on sheets of papyrus. Although the origins of the hymn date to the Old Kingdom, 2500 to 2100, at Heliopolis in Cairo, or in the Cairo of today, this is a version as it was sung after 400 BC at Thebes in Luxor, which is some 300 miles south of Cairo, right? The Egyptians honored Atum as the creator, right? So deity, God, whatever, they deified, the weather, or Atum. Egyptians honored Atum as the creator and ruler who accompanied them, their pharaoh, and their land from birth to death to rebirth. Heliopolis, Hermopolis, and Edfu were the most important sanctuaries of Atum. Each day, Atum sailed his boat along the clear blue sky of Nut, the clear blue body of Nut, the sky, towards the sunset horizon. That was her mouth. At dusk, Nut consumed the sun. Right? That was the understanding. But watch this. Let's go down and actually read what's in the text. Right? This is from the pyramid text. Right? 27. Right? 21 through 25. It says, at a moment of creation, Atum spoke, I alone am the creator. When I came into being, all life began to develop. When the Almighty speaks, all things come to life. There were no heavens and no earth. There was no dry land, and there were no reptiles in the land. It says, when I first began to create, when I alone was planning and designing many creatures, I had not sneezed, shoo, the wind, which it says on another text about a different entity. But look also what it says. I had not sneezed, shoo, the wind. I had not spat, Tefnut, the rain. So they're personifying and deifying rain and wind here. Right? There was not a single living creature. I planned many living creatures. All were in my heart, and their children and their grandchildren. Right? Let's go down some more. Right? Because in 27, 1 through 15, in the very next verse, this is the pyramid text. The book of coming forth by day, right? Says, then I copulated with my own fist. I masturbated with my own hand. I ejaculated into my own mouth. I sneezed to create Shu, the wind, and I spat, right, to create Tefnut, the rain, right? So what the brother is saying out there, he's just totally wrong about where it is, what it represents, and all that other stuff. But this is where he should have been. He should have went to the text itself. I tried to give it to him, but he turned it down early. Right?
Hey, Cosmon. Hey, you a solid ass nigga. And the reason why you solid is because the thing here I don't, you know, I love contention. I don't want nobody to be no pony boy and always agree with me. Me and Cosmon go at it. Sometimes we agree,
Boy, I
sometimes we
be beating
disagree.
you up is what it is.
But
you be fighting though. You fight. You
we
ain't
have
scary fight. But you get beat up every time.
No, but I must say, Cosmine is an excellent adversary. He's an excellent brother, and he's an excellent friend. The reason being, I don't want my friend to sit back, or I don't, a person I respect. I don't want them agreeing with me all the time. If you find fault in what I'm saying, beat that shit up and attack it. Attack it. Cosmine a solid brother. I didn't agree with him. I didn't highly disagree with him. But those are the kind of brothers that I respect. So Cosmine was right. Actually, Cosmine, I couldn't find it. Exactly what you have up right now is what I had in one of my tabs, but I got 38 tabs pulled up. I couldn't find it. But I actually have this in one of my tabs. So when I was trying to screen share, I was trying to go through them to show them, but you made an excellent point. Hold on. And the crazy thing is, when you said that, this is where Omar should have been. I knew exactly what you was talking about. But like I said, I had like 38 tabs pulled up. I couldn't find it. But I do have it in my tab. So you know what, man? This is my Detroit brother, man. We go at it all the time, Bible, OSP. But you know what, man? I respect brothers like Cosmon. But real quick to land my plane, what Cosmon just read verified a lot of the things that I was saying. It verified it. But remember my original point. Why in the hell did they draw that, man? I don't give a goddamn what it means. Why in the hell did they draw it? I'm a mute out.
Now, Cosmon, you do know when you look into Budge's book, right? I think it's The Gods of Ancient Egypt. And they read in that story in the Medu Neter. The word for seed is not sperm. There's no word for sperm in that text whatsoever. Are you aware of that?
Who you talking
have you never seen it? What I'm saying is that text is written in a Budge book with the Medu Neter on it. And there's no word for sperm in that text. The word for seed is not sperm. You're aware of that, right?
That's your
No. I listen to me, Cosmon. I know what I'm telling you.
I just read it, bro. I don't believe
you. You read it in ink. Hold on.
I don't believe you.
You read it.
I don't believe you.
If you go into
this is what's transcribed. What I'm saying to him,
that's not a transcription, it's a translation. The word for seed in that text is not sperm. Simple as that. There is no word.
Where does it say sperm in there? It don't even say sperm.
Listen to me. I'm going to say it again.
I'm saying you're making a false equivalency because nowhere in the text does it say seed or sperm.
So listen to us. Yes, it does. In the original.
No, it don't. Hadouken, nigga.
In the original text, it has a word for seed.
Show it.
In the original text,
I just showed
it has a word for seed.
It don't say seed or none of that. You lying.
How do you know? Have you read it in Medu Neter?
Because I just read it.
You read it in English, not Medu Neter.
It don't say that in Medu Neter.
How do you know? Have you seen it in Medu Neter?
Because I know people who didn't read it. Come
on, one mic, gentlemen. Let's not argue over each other.
You can't disprove what I'm saying.
Have you seen the word in Medu Neter?
Yes.
No, you have not. Because
yes, I have.
You've read that text in Medu Neter?
I've seen people who read it. Yes.
Right. So you've never read it in Medu Neter.
I don't read Medu Neter.
Okay, then.
I read English. But Medu Neter has been... Listen, what you don't understand it. What you don't understand is Medu Neter has been transcribed.
I don't have a problem with that. But
well, then, what is you talking about? This is what it means. Show me in Medu Netter where it. Listen, show me in Medu Netter where it say seed or sperm. I'm saying it don't even say it. You lying.
But you don't know.
I do know. I just showed it.
Okay.
I'm the only one came up here with a source. You just up here babbling.
Hold on.
You're babbling.
Would you like me? Would you like me to find the text at some point and do a presentation?
Yeah, show me and say seed or sperm.
Hold on, I have to look for the text, and I can.
Yeah, you need to hurry up.
Show you that. No, I can't do it right now, but I can.
Hurry up.
I could do that later.
Because you're talking a lot, but you ain't showing.
I would not find it right now. I have to look.
Well, if you can't source up, why don't you shut up?
Is that what we do?
Because I sourced up and I showed in the text, it does not say seed or sperm. It said I ejaculated.
Okay, and I'm telling you in the original text, it does say seed. They have a word for seed.
Well, show that.
I told you I can't.
I don't think you got no original text.
I did. No, I said.
Because I just read the original text and you ain't got it. Why don't you go? Why don't you go to the book of Coming by Day, 27, right? Verse 1 through 15, and read that.
Bro,
because I don't think you can read Medu Netter.
I'm not going to rush because you want me to rush.
I don't think you can read Medu Netter.
I can read enough to know what I'm saying.
I bet you can't read it as good as Smash.
Of course
That's
I can.
who I got my interpretation from.
And there's no problem with that. But you didn't read.
You can't read it as good as Smash. And Smash said ejaculated. He didn't say sperm or seed. I think you a liar and you can't stand on what you saying because you a fake phony.
Okay, well, let me talk to A1. At some point in time, I can come back on and show you a facsimile of the text and show you that it does have.
You still owe me a presentation. So, yeah, let's do that. You still owe me a presentation on that.
And then I'm going to make you feel so bad that you said that, God.
Man, you a joke, bro.
With the Medu Netter.
And that whole false religion is a joke. Your God is dead. You did what I'm talking about. Egypt fell. You did what I'm talking about. Osiris was false. He wasn't a creator. You dig what I'm talking about? ISIS, Horus, all them failed.
Okay.
The whole religion is failed. And that's proven objectively. So listen, you can go back in time. You can go back in time and twist it up how you want
to. Who said Asar was a creator? Nobody said that.
Yeah,
he did. Was a creator.
He did.
Don't say that. The text don't say that.
Atum is he's fake.
Right. Atum is not a
yeah, Atum is fake, and he swallowed his own.
But Atum is not a sar. Atum is not a sar.
So what? But he swallowed his own semen. He ejaculated into his own mouth.
All right, if you want to.
It say that in your text. Your ancient ancestors say that. So now, so do you really want me to get on some real firing at you gay stuff? You better or listen. Just be cool and understand that I'm reading the text.
You bro.
I'm reading what your gay ass ancestors wrote.
Everybody here understands you just read English.
Right. Everybody understands that you up here talking and you can't prove nothing. You getting punched on by Cosmon, nigga.
Let me talk to A1.
Early in the morning. No, you can't talk to A1. Because now you running.
Talking to you because you're
running. Stop running. Stop running and pull your source. You own your computer.
He didn't hear him. I'm not on my computer.
Well, stop crying and put your source in the back.
I told you I have to find the text.
Well, go find it. Why it's taking you so long? I just showed you where it was. The text is 27, verse 1 through 15.
Listen for a second.
Why I got it and you don't?
I'm not reading that English translation nonsense. I want to show you.
Why do I have it and you don't?
Text. I'm not reading what
you can't read it in Medu Netter.
I'm not going to read
that. You gonna read it in English just like all the rest of us read it in English.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
You can't. And guess what? I guarantee you for a fact you're gonna have to transcribe it into English, regardless to when you read it.
It has an English translation on it.
That's a Hadouken, boy.
That comes from Bud if you don't know.
Show me where it says seed or Show me where
You're
it
not
say
listening.
seed or
I'm gonna
sperm.
do a
We don't care who it
I'm
comes
gonna do a
from.
presentation. I'm gonna do a presentation on it.
You ain't gonna
Yeah,
do
yeah.
nothing.
He owe me a presentation. He gonna
He
bring
been saying
that
he
through.
gonna do presentations for 2 years. I've been punching on Jose for 2 years before he was on AA1
And that
show.
makes you feel,
Only, yeah,
and
I
that
only
makes
knew
you
him a
feel
couple
better
months.
about
Yeah,
yourself.
nigga, I've been listen.
And
He
that
been
makes you
saying
feel
he
better
gonna
about
get
yourself
up
because you
here
think you're
and
special.
debate and do something. Since I've been punching on you since Sinetta.
And
You've
if
been
I
fake
don't,
since then.
and if I
No,
don't,
you
so
haven't.
what?
Real quick,
That
about to go
doesn't
to
make
a
it
word
right,
from our
Cosmo.
sponsors so everybody can take a deep breath and get their
Doesn't make
prefrontal
it right.
cortex back working.
Clash of the Titans 1.0. The finals are here. It all comes down to this. Out of 16 debaters, only 2 remain standing. Some fell because they couldn't defend their arguments. Some crash out because their antics outweighed their intellect.
You hear me,
Others
homie?
simply weren't built for the pressure of the arena. But now,
Yeah,
the smoke is cleared. The
yeah, I can
finals
hear you. I
face
can hear you.
off. Pandemics, the African atheist versus Suave Boss. Before the final war of words, they meet face to face to choose the topic that will define the championship debate. $500 on the line. One winner, one name etched in Clash of the Titans history. Who has the sharper mind? Who can survive the pressure? Who will rise when the lights are brightest? This is bigger than debate. This is legacy. And for everyone who lost along the way, your chance at redemption comes when Tournament 1.2 launches. But right now, this moment belongs to the finalists. Clash of the Titans 1.0, the face-off. Saturday, May 23rd, prime time. Be there to witness history. Are you not entertained?
Yes. Saturday, May
All right, bet.
23rd.
A1,
Face
I
off
believe
for
he,
the finals.
he
Is
said he
here.
was about to take a nap.
2 men
He was
standing,
wake up
2 men
every
left
minute.
standing. Only one will walk
But
away with his $500. Who is it
whenever
going to
we
be?
need, when I get back
Beat
to
me
the
there,
house,
don't
shit,
meet me there. Back to you, gentlemen.
All right, bet. I'm gonna do the presentation for you, A1. I'm gonna get my sources together and I'm gonna do the presentation for you. We're gonna see who's right and who's wrong. Because you can't come on here reading English and telling me you read the text. That's not the text. That's an English translation. So it doesn't work that way. That's not the text. You read a
27,
translation
1
of the
through 15. Pull it up.
I'm not pulling up that English garbage you just read.
Pull it up wherever you at. It's
I'm not
still
pulling
in
up that English
27, 1
garbage.
through 15.
I'm gonna take my time and do a presentation and show you who's right.
So right.
I don't have to read English.
That's what I thought.
I don't have to
read
read
from
English.
Cosmo. I'm gonna keep punching on it. Listen, don't matter what you say, Jose. I'm gonna keep punching on you because you fake.
If you say so.
You can't source up nothing.
All right. We'll see who.
Yeah, I know it's all right. It's gonna be okay. Because ain't nothing you can do about it. You can't debunk this because these ain't even your ancestors. You ain't
raising your blood pressure for no
ancestors.
reason.
You trying to usurp a people's history that ain't yours, and you trying to rewrite their ideals about it in modern times.
I never told you I was a Kemetic practitioner or I came from Kemet.
Yeah. I never told you because
you never heard me say that. Up. I would never say that. You never.
You should shut up if you don't know nothing about it. I'm a practitioner.
Well,
yeah, you should shut up.
You know what, A1? You're gonna make me say something out of line. So let me relax. You're really gonna make me say something out of line.
Yeah, I don't care nothing about that.
Then you're gonna get mad.
I don't care nothing about. Listen, can't no fake charlatan with a false god say nothing to hurt me.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the individual whose platform it is. I don't want to disrespect his platform.
Yeah, all right. Well then,
you're pushing it.
Don't say nothing.
Cosmo, he mad. He mad because you kicking his ass. And there's nothing he can do about it.
No, he mad
He hates that. He hates that.
Wow.
He hates that. Hold on. Cosmo.
He can try to deny it all he want to, Omar.
Cosmo. You know what's funny? Cosmo? This nigga just said, "Oh, I'll pull it up in the meta-nature." Guess what? He's gonna pull it up in the meta-nature, but guess what? He's gonna read it in the English translation. He's done. Yeah, get that nigga up out of here. Don't nobody want to hear that Kemetic garbage. Get up out of here.
Okay, are you done, Omar? Or they like to raise your blood pressure for no reason? Wow, that's really where you're going with it. All right, A1, I appreciate the platform. I will definitely do the presentation.
Yes, sir.
And if I'm proven wrong, at least I'm proven wrong by something with some
you
sort of
already been
primary
proven
line.
wrong.
So what I'm gonna do?
Let me show
I'm
you.
gonna go and lay down, right? I need to go and sleep. So
Let
I'll
me
see you
share my
later,
screen,
right?
and I'm gonna debunk you right now. And you do something to debunk this, right? Because I'm saying you're a liar, right? And it don't say nowhere in there about sperm or seed, period. I'm saying you're a liar and you can't read metal nectar, right? That's what I'm saying. Look, let's see what it actually says, right? Not what he up here monkey splaining, chimping out about. He could have simply pulled the text up, but he wants to chimp out, right? Then I copulated with my own fist. I masturbated in my own hand. I ejaculated into my own mouth. It doesn't not. It say I sneezed to create Shu, the wind. I spat to create Tefnut, the rain. Old man Noon, the sea, reared them. I, the overseer, looked after them. So it doesn't say anything about seed. It doesn't say anything about sperm. Period. Right? So if you can pull up the Egyptian book of Coming Forth by Day and go down to 27, 1 through 15, and debunk what I'm saying, right? Well, then you will have done something and debunked your ancestors, right? What? And then this the crazy part. So for everybody who think I'm just getting on his head, remember the book is about correlations between this stuff and the biblical text. So they saying right here the correlation to copulating in your own mouth is Genesis 2, 6, and 7. Let's see what that say. Huh? Genesis. Hold on, let me pull this up. 2. Let's say 6 and 7. Let me share this. What it say? A mist was going up from the land and was watering the whole face of the ground. Then the Lord God formed the man from the dust in the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. The man became a living creature. You dig what I'm talking about? So that's what they equating it to. You know what I mean? I be shooting, right? But I spread the bullets out equal. You can get a shot. You can get a shot. Your false God can get a shot. Your Lord, your Savior, everybody get a shot. I ain't no respecter of none of y'all false gods or none of your beliefs. I'm here to debunk every bit of falsity. I don't care who it come from. That's why I don't never say nothing that I can't source. They want to let y'all know. Stop talking all that shit. That's why
Hey, I don't even do that. Hey, if I can't source it, I don't say it. I keep it to
don't
myself.
say it.
What's the point? So somebody can argue.
Shout out to the pseudo killers.
I'll be 5 steps ahead of that conversation. It's like I'll be so many moves ahead. That's why I just be quiet. I'll be so many moves ahead of somebody's conversation. I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna say this. He gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. You know what? I'm gonna just be quiet. I'll be so many moves. Life is chess, not checkers to me. Even the conversations.
Yeah, they got the. Yeah. You right, Mally. They got to hold that one. You dig what I'm talking about? I ain't make none of that up. Like they said, like they always. I said it. You dig what I'm talking about? But a lot of people come back. You hear a lot of people say, "Now I ain't make that up." But it's true. I didn't make that up. The ancient Egyptians did. The Cometians. Y'all got to hold that. Just like he said, you can't take a part of it.
Cosmon, Jose thought he was in the clear because me and you got into a heated conversation 20, 30 minutes ago. That nigga thought he was in the clear. And you know what? Right? Hold on. That's what he did. That's what he did because I'm that nigga that they love and hate. So because me and you are going at it, and you know, we going at it, that nigga Jose thought he was up in the clear. Yo, Cosmon, I already knew. I said Cosmon finna come and fucking tear this nigga up. Tear this garbage down. And that's what I respect. Hey, I respect the brother that has no respect of person, which means he can get it. He can get it.
Is the only one
He can get it. He can get it. He can get it. And that nigga over there can get it too.
Yeah.
I respect that. I respect that. That's where I come from. Any nigga that don't believe in Bible from an Israelite point of view, he can get it. He can get it. He can get it. He can get it. But I can build. And you know what? I respect. I respect and I salute brothers that have my same point of view. Like I said, Cosmon, the brother that, hey, you don't have no respect to person. All them niggas can get it. And I love that. Salute.
Salute. I don't even
Funny
think
because y'all
it's
was
about-
cussing each other out about 2-3 weeks ago.
yeah, it's all good. I just you did what I'm talking about. You don't know. You did what I'm talking about.
Hold on.
I don't take this personal. It's not personal with me.
Thank you.
It's not personal with me. I do
Once
I'm
I
a
leave
real
the panel, yeah, thank you. And that's why I rock with Cosmon, because I know for a fact, me and this nigga Cosmon can cuss the hell out of each other. But I know when he lead a panel, he ain't thinking about me. When I lead a panel, I ain't thinking about him. And guess what? The next time he come on the panel, the next time I come on a panel, I'd be like, Shalom, brother Cosmon. He'd be like, what up, though, Omar? He a solid brother, straight up.
Because it ain't nothing personal. And I don't even be remembering half the time what we was arguing about in the first place. That be old stuff. You dig what I'm talking about? I'll be engrossed in what we got going on usually at the time. I was just showing, listen, if you think you the one they love to hate, if you think they the one they love to hate, we shout out to the Creative Gang. We the only ones whooped Kimmy on Sinetta, on their channel, by the numbers, blew them out. Wasn't even close. It wasn't even close. Right? I'm not making this up. We beat them on Sinetta channel. Right? With Asar MK, who said his gods was made out of Play-Doh. If y'all think I'm making this up, I can't make it up.
I remember he said that.
You did what I'm talking about, did them boys dirty, parked them boys in handicap. You did what I'm talking about, for real, for real. We the only ones that did it.
It was fucking hilarious, man.
But I'm trying to tell y'all, it's a brand new sheriff in town, nigga. It's a whole higher light out here. And you can get with it or get rolled over. I don't care either way. But what you gonna do is what I'm telling y'all gonna do. Y'all ain't gonna be around me lying, not sourcing up. Even if it's wrong, I would like, if your understanding of it is wrong, I would still like people to source up and show at least why they're saying what they're saying. That's what I think is the difference between Creative Gang and anybody else. Because we don't just say nothing. We say what we say. We show why we're saying it in the text. And then we turn around and point to it in reality. That's the difference.
Yeah, and just to kind of piggyback off of what you said, Cos, just to piggyback off of what you said, it's like I said before. Because like I said, I had loads of these tabs pulled up, so I really couldn't get to a lot of my stuff. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I had multiple sources. I had one text I wanted to get to. It was the Kemetic coffin text. This is a recitation. This was from the east walls of Pepi. Spell 635. Ray has no power over me, and it is I who taketh away his breath, and I violated his hinder parts. That's recitation. East Walls of Pepe spelled 635. This is the coffin text. A lot of them. They got another disgusting text in here. This is recitation 396. Horus groaned because the eye of his body, when he had eaten and swallowed it. Seth rasped because of his testicles. Horus transplanted semen inside of Horus's anus. Dang.
He did say that, Mally. He did. Asarim Ka said that the atmosphere bursts humans into existence.
Oh man, that
and he said his God was made out of plastic. I ain't lying.
This was one of my only points. So if a person asks me something about Bible, I stand on it. But I notice these niggas who love Kemet so much, when I ask certain questions, they're either not gonna answer it or they're gonna say, well, I don't believe in that part of Kemet. Listen. That's what we call a nigga that straggled the fence. He got 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Even when I was game bang, I ain't never been a nigga that's 1 foot in. Oh, like I'm iffy. I'm that nigga. I'm like, yo, one of my guys or one of my partners, I don't give a damn if he wrong or right. When it comes time to get busy or time for action, I don't need no whole background. I don't need a nigga to be like, oh, well, I don't need the story. We're going to talk about that later. Let's get busy. My guy. So now that I changed my life around, I'm the same way with the Bible. And I stand on that. And guess what? I don't care what nobody say. I stand on it. And here's the thing here. I like and I respect the brother, no matter what he believe in. As long as he stand on everything that they say, stand on it. I can respect that. But I don't respect the nigga with 1 foot in and 1 foot out. I can't respect that.
Yes, sir. We are about 11 hours in. You know what's funny? I ain't ran this ad all day. I gave him 11 hours on a Saturday. Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say,